Chapter 158, The Application of Learning. The storage room? Upon hearing this, Severus Snape immediately grasped the ulterior motives of his counterpart. His expression darkened, and he was poised to relinquish his hold. However, Wen Zhiyu was always meticulous in his endeavors. If a ruse of self-harm was to be employed, he would leave no avenue for retreat. The poison was indeed administered. Thus, in the very moment Snape released his grip, Wen Zhiyu, devoid of support, collapsed to the ground. How could you? Snape did not anticipate that he would genuinely fall. The sound of his knee colliding with the floor was painful to hear. Alarmed, Snape hastily regained his composure and rushed to assist him. Languidly draped over his shoulder, Wen Zhiyu hesitated to meet Snape's gaze. A look of distress etched across his face. Am I, perhaps, a burden to the professor? With poison coursing through his system, Wen Zhiyu's voice wavered, prompting Snape to furrow his brow in concern. Observing Snape's furrowed brow, Wen Zhiyu let out a soft sigh and raised his hand, feebly attempting to push him away. It's nothing, Professor. You needn't concern yourself with me. At worst, he coughed twice as he spoke, I shall return and concoct another batch. Silence. Snape's forehead throbbed with tension as he had not descended from his displeasure. I shall presume you do not wish to be abandoned here, so kindly hush. As he spoke, he raised his wand and cast a levitation charm to alleviate most of the weight, then began to guide him toward the cellar. Snape's words proved effective. Throughout their journey, apart from a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Wen Zhiyu indeed uttered not a single word. Medusa had been dozing off, hanging by the door, but inexplicably she sensed a chill in the air. Upon opening her eyes, Medusa nearly lost her composure in fright. Principal. Snape, with a darkened countenance, scrutinized Medusa with a critical eye, his brow tightening instantly. Medusa, ever perceptive, understood his unspoken command and promptly swung the door wide open. As the two entered, Medusa instinctively cast a glance at the individual Snape was supporting. Immediately, she was met with a gaze that could only be described as provocative. In light of Snape's presence, Medusa nearly choked on her breath. Once the door was closed, Snape unceremoniously tossed the individual onto the sofa, his cold gaze sweeping over Wen Zhiyu's face, contemplating whether he could procure the antidote unaided. After a moment, he dismissed that notion. Where is the antidote? On the bedside. Upon hearing the query, Wen Zhiyu steadied his breathing and weakly replied. Snape continued his stride, entering the storage room, and swiftly located a porcelain vial containing black pills at the bedside. Emerging with the item, Snape poured 2 pills into Wen Zhiyu's mouth after receiving a nod of affirmation. Having ingested the antidote, Wen Zhiyu reclined on the sofa with closed eyes, awaiting the effects to manifest. Snape did not wander far, nor did he hasten to urge him to leave. After a moment of contemplation, he approached a nearby desk and began to casually address the backlog of papers. Even so, the majority of his attention remained fixated on Wen Zhiyu. For reasons unknown, even though he was aware that the other might be deliberately performing for his benefit, Severus Snape could not suppress a tinge of concern, particularly upon witnessing Wen Zhiyu with his eyes closed, feebly covering his mouth to cough. He admitted to feeling somewhat softened. However, when confronted with someone he admired, such tenderness seemed an entirely acceptable sentiment. As he revised his thesis, the potion's master had waited for an extended period. Only when his eyes began to strain did he cease his editing and return to the sofa. After checking the temperature of Wen Zhiyu's forehead and casting several diagnostic spells, the potion's master breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving satisfactory feedback. Wen Luo, after assisting in a thorough cleansing to remove the bloodstains from his clothing, the potion's master endeavored to rouse him. Following a series of calls and gentle taps, Wen Zhiyu, submerged in the depths of the potion's effects, gradually awakened. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was grasp the hand that was shaking him. Professor. His voice was soft, imbued with a hint of lingering drowsiness, which made Severus's heart flutter. The tender-hearted potion's master did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he lowered his voice to inquire about the other's condition. Are you feeling better? Nodding slightly, Wen Zhiyu managed to gather his thoughts, recalling the reason for his presence in the cellar. He initially feigned hesitation before apologizing to the potion's master with a tinge of guilt. I'm sorry, Professor. Did I disturb you tonight? It's quite all right. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wen Zhiyu slowly rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Severus was perplexed as to why the mere sound of his voice caused his veins to throb, but to prevent him from continuing this charade, he raised his hand to pull him back. Thus, the recently awakened Wen Zhiyu found himself gently drawn into Severus's embrace, resting his chin upon the latter's shoulder. Caught in this tender moment, still within the cellar, Severus hesitated for a brief moment before not rejecting the embrace. Instead, he placed a hand on the other's lower back to prevent another potential fall. Feeling Severus's movement, Wen Zhiyu curled the corners of his lips and cautiously inquired, "Are you angry, Professor?" Hearing the question, Severus let out a resigned sigh, opting not to dismantle the illusion. Not at all. Wen Zhiyu's spirits lifted further, then, "If you wish to be cast out again, please feel free to speak your mind." Wen Zhiyu ceased his words, content to rest against Severus's shoulder. Severus held him for a moment, ensuring that the other had no intention of prolonging the pretense, before gently pushing him away. The pushed Wen Zhiyu frowned slightly, adopting a pitiful demeanor that seemed to suggest he might cry at any moment. Understanding his thoughts, Severus could no longer contain himself and lightly tapped the top of Wen Zhiyu's head. "You'd best check the time. This is not the moment for your tantrums." With that, Severus ignored him and strode directly back to his bedroom. Standing in place, Wen Zhiyu touched his head where he had been struck, glancing at the slightly ajar bedroom door. For a moment, surprise surged within him. The professor had not expelled him? He had even left the door open? Could it be that what was written in the books was true? Had he succeeded? Dazed and confused, Wen Zhiyu stood there for a while until he noticed the light in the bedroom had been turned off, suddenly realizing the situation at hand. Quickly changing into a set of pajamas from the storage room, Wen Zhiyu nimbly slipped into the bedroom. Slippers on, he climbed onto the bed, pulling back the covers in a swift motion. Sensing movement behind him, Severus turned over and found himself staring into a pair of sparkling golden eyes. The slight annoyance that had previously flared up dissipated in an instant, and Severus restrained himself from making any unnecessary gestures. "Go to sleep." Closing his eyes, Severus attempted to achieve a state of tranquility through ignorance. However, Wen Zhiyu clearly had other intentions. Observing the potion's master who had shut his eyes and refused to look at him, Wen Zhiyu licked his lips, thoughts stirring. Extending his sinful left hand, he gently wrapped it around Severus's waist, drawing him closer. Feeling the movement, Severus's eyes squeezed shut even tighter, his heart racing and breath becoming erratic. Shortly thereafter, he heard Wen Zhiyu's gentle voice. "Good night, Severus." And then, there was nothing more. Chapter 159. Eyes in the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the scenery indistinct. As the sun emerged, it pierced through the fog, cascading rays of light upon the world. In the southern corner of the office, Nanyu wearily set down his quill, his fatigued arms compelling him to shake off the stiffness. The young master had not returned to the office for 3 days. After stretching his similarly weary neck, Nanyu rose and approached the sofa, where a blue-covered book lay upon the armrest. He took the book and walked to his desk, placing it on the bookshelf. Just as his fingers were about to withdraw, he suddenly frowned, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. The young master had been absent for several days. Could this truly be of significance? Lost in thought, Nanyu decided to retrieve the book once more and made his way to his bedroom. Lifting the corner of the blanket, he leaned against the headboard and placed the book on his lap. He gently turned to the first page. Life is fraught with toil and chaos. The grand banquet ultimately disperses. Joy and sorrow intertwine like fleeting bubbles, ancient and modern. All but a dream. A question mark slowly emerged in Nanyu's mind. Having merely glanced at the beginning, he furrowed his brow. Never mind. It is not imperative to read it. With that thought, he casually set the book on the bedside table, turned over, and buried himself in the covers, seeking to catch up on sleep. Despite the first rays of sunlight failing to penetrate the cellar, the tickling sensation at his nose roused the Snake King from his slumber. Stretching out his hand to touch his nose, Severus Snape tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. As he slightly opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was a cascade of dark hair. Above that was a face radiating a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Good morning, Professor." Wen Zhiyu leaned against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Noticing Snape awake, he set the book aside and handed him a glass of water from the bedside table. "There are no classes today. You can rest a little longer." His gentle voice, laced with the morning's lingering drowsiness, washed over Snape as he sat up, propping himself against the headboard. Accepting the glass of water, Snape lowered his gaze and took a few sips. "Do you have anything planned today?" observing Snape drinking. The smile on Wen Zhiyu deepened, and his words emerged tenderly. I have resolved prior matters. These past few days have been uneventful. Snape nodded gently, swiftly finishing the water in the glass. Skillfully taking the glass from him, Wen Zhiyu placed it back on the bedside table. Snape licked his lips, glancing at Wen Zhiyu. Unaccustomed to such a warm atmosphere, he instinctively diverted his gaze downward and shifted the topic. What book are you reading? Wen Zhiyu picked up the book he had just set down and offered it to Snape. A poetry collection. Would you like to take a look, Professor? Snape took the book and flipped through a few pages, the dense Chinese characters causing him a headache. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, Am I to understand that you are jesting at my expense? With that, he tossed the book back, flinging off the covers and preparing to rise from the bed. Wen Zhiyu reluctantly retrieved the book, feigning grievance. But Professor, this is what you wanted to read. At his words, Snape shot him a glare, moving closer to the wardrobe to retrieve a piece of clothing. After a moment, noticing Wen Zhiyu's lack of urgency, Snape could not help but murmur, Do I need to invite you out? His gaze silently warned. Wen Zhiyu understood and quickly scrambled out of bed, tousling his hair. As he passed by Snape, he suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. The gesture caused Snape's body to stiffen, and he instinctively turned to face him. With their faces so close, it was as if they were on the verge of kissing. Snape's heart raced, and he swallowed hard. Wen Zhiyu did not meet his gaze. Instead, he assessed the curve of Snape's lips and said languidly, It seems, Professor, that you have yet to wish me a good morning. Snape paused, pulled from his reverie, and regarded Wen Zhiyu with a complicated expression. Get lost, he replied curtly. The reprimanded individual happily complied, ensuring to close the door behind him with a considerate touch. Watching the door shut, Snape angrily tossed his clothing onto the bed. Despite having no classes today, the potions master found himself deprived of a moment's respite. As Dumbledore had sent his guardian early in the morning with a message, he now had to prepare for the third tournament. Barty's sudden demise served as a stark reminder. Perhaps he needed to take some protective measures. With Harry and Voldemort at stake, the potions master had no reason to decline. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu, deprived of another opportunity for solitude, sulked in the corner, attempting to express his displeasure through small figurines. After changing his clothes, Snape hoisted Wen Zhiyu onto the sofa and handed him a thick potions textbook. If you have nothing to do, it would be wise to solidify your rather neglected potions knowledge. Wen Zhiyu stared in confusion at the hefty tome, which was nearly the size of his fist, as the small figure bearing Dumbledore's name was withdrawn back into the ring. But I don't believe my potions knowledge warrants reinforcement. Was it his handling of potions that was lacking? Yet, he sensed Snape's satisfaction with his efforts. No buts, Snape interrupted. If I tell you to read, then read. I will check upon my return. After a moment's thought, he succinctly added, and don't slouch. Very well. It seemed he had no intention of allowing him to accompany him. A flicker of darkness suddenly crossed Wen Zhiyu's eyes. When Dumbledore had sent the message, he had also received one from the manor. If all went as expected, Snape would likely accompany Dumbledore to the Hollow. There was no doubt that the greatest white wizard of Britain would not venture there for trivial matters. The best explanation for Snape's agreement to accompany him was that the matters Dumbledore spoke of must relate to Voldemort or Harry. Harry, once again, Harry. The mere thought of Harry Potter's emerald green eyes made Wen Zhiyu clench his jaw. He feared Voldemort. Anything that could be subdued by strength posed no threat to him. Yet, it was precisely that certain deceased white moonlight, the one who occupied a substantial place in Severus's heart, both past and present, that instilled fear within him. The deceased may be gone, as the saying goes. Yet the living can never surpass the dead. Moreover, Severus's final moments were spent clutching Harry's neck, yearning to behold those green eyes. He had cherished her in life, and even in death, he could not let go. Wen Zhiyu's fingers tightened slightly, unaware that the potions book in his grasp had begun to curl at the corner from his grip. The image of Snape lying in a pool of blood flashed back to him. A mournful cry surged through him as he beheld the depths of those ink-black eyes, void of any desire to live. And then there was the last time at the Hollow. Release? Severus, have you ever considered living? What sustains you to this day is merely the reflection of those eyes reminiscent of lilies. A pale, slender hand grasped his arm. What are you thinking? Snape's voice pulled him from his reverie, and Wen Zhiyu looked up to meet his gaze. Their gazes met, and in the depths of the other's eyes, Wen Zhiyu beheld a reflection of his own impassive visage. If only he could remain true to himself indefinitely. A faint smile graced Wen Zhiyu's lips as he pondered how many notes he would need to take to ensure this memory lingered forever. Chapter 160, Shadows Under the Moonlight. Severus, I must say, it was indeed ill-advised to summon you tonight. As the two returned from the Fountain of Secrets, night had already descended, enveloping everything in a hushed silence. Dumbledore walked alongside, lamenting Snape's actions from earlier that day. I realize you are not fond of conversation, Dumbledore remarked. Yet you cannot truly remain utterly mute. can you? Snape ignored him, resolutely forging ahead. The sound of their footsteps echoed lightly on the stone pavement. A stark contrast of black and white under the nocturnal sky. You are aware, Severus, that we have yet to ascertain the cause of Mr. Crouch's demise. Yet they insist on proceeding with the third task. Dumbledore hastened to catch up to the figure in black, continuing, "This compels me to ponder excessively." "Haven't you pondered enough already?" Snape replied coolly, subtly increasing the distance between them. Dumbledore misconstrued his meaning, kindly attempting to explain that at least their credibility was intact, having promised to safeguard the students' safety. Listening to him, Snape couldn't help but recall the scene they had witnessed at the fountain. A chill spreading from the depths of his being, causing him to question Dumbledore's sanity. This organization appeared even more deranged than Voldemort himself. Why would Dumbledore engage in dealings with them? Could it be that raising children has truly driven him mad? The mere thought of Potter's insipid face and hair darkened Snape's countenance even further, his tone growing increasingly grim. "Indeed," Snape mused, a smirk curling his lips. "Perhaps to ensure the safety of your golden boy?" Harry, of course, was included among the students at Hogwarts. Dumbledore stroked his beard, asserting that this was not contradictory. "Yet I still wish to inquire." Dumbledore turned his head slightly. "The weather is pleasant today. Even at night, there is no chill in the air." Dumbledore gazed at Snape. His lips pressed together, hesitating to speak. Snape shot him an impatient glare and said, "Well then." Dumbledore nodded, his curiosity piqued. "I merely wish to ask, what is your current relationship with Mr. Wen Zhiyu?" It is not unreasonable for him to inquire. Since Wen Zhiyu's arrival at Hogwarts this term, Dumbledore had noticed a subtle shift in Snape's demeanor. What exactly was amiss, he could not pinpoint. Yet it was evident that Snape's attention towards Harry seemed to have drastically waned. Previously, he would seek trouble daily, yet now he only occasionally deducted points. With this in mind, Dumbledore suddenly felt somewhat self-deprecating. Snape was irked when he deducted points from Gryffindor, yet he was equally displeased when he refrained from doing so. Has age truly muddled his mind? In stark contrast to Dumbledore's self-doubt, Snape momentarily faltered at the mention of Wen Zhiyu's name, casting a fleeting glance in Dumbledore's direction. "I assumed that upon inviting him to Hogwarts as a professor, you were aware of the nature of my relationship with him. However, you appear to be anything but colleagues." Dumbledore regarded Snape with a look of suspicion. "And what do you believe we resemble?" Snape halted, glaring coldly at Dumbledore. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. Could he articulate that? Did he dare? His mind raced, but ultimately, he could not bear to lose a potions master. "Teacher and student. You appear more like two individuals with a close bond," he asserted, complimenting the quality of the potions master's teaching in the process. "Humph." The potions master retorted with a scoff. The two continued deeper into the castle. Before long, Dumbledore resumed his line of questioning, discussing Karkaroff and the Death Eaters. Previously, Snape had privately informed Dumbledore of Karkaroff's revelations atop the astronomy tower. The frequent disturbances of the dark marks signified that Voldemort's return drew ever closer. Perhaps this year. Next year, at most within 3 years. The more Dumbledore spoke, the more Snape's thoughts spiraled into disarray. Voldemort's resurgence meant he would inevitably rejoin the ranks of the Death Eaters, and this time, it would be markedly different. He must tread with greater caution. Being a double agent is no easy task, and even with his mastery of occlumency, he must remain vigilant in the face of Voldemort. "Do you still wish to continue, Severus?" Dumbledore inquired suddenly. He could discern that Snape seemed somewhat altered from his former self. Yet, within the plan, the potions master was an indispensable component. Before Voldemort returned, he needed to ascertain that Snape could still wholeheartedly contribute to his cause. Otherwise, all would be for naught. Snape, of course, recognized the probing nature of Dumbledore's question. Yet it did not prevent him from retorting with sarcasm. "If asking you daily could jog your memory, you might consider recording my responses. I believe your scruffy phoenix would serve quite well for that purpose." At the mention of Fawkes, Snape couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. The unabashed laughter left Dumbledore momentarily silent. He gazed pensively at the potions master, the architect of his own tribulations. "How is your serpent faring? Surely it hasn't resurfaced? Let it not re-emerge. For Fawkes has finally begun to sprout some feathers after being so well cared for. Should it appear again, he would truly be left in the company of a balding phoenix." Snape snorted dismissively, filled with disdain. "Rest assured, your scruffy phoenix lacks such allure. That foolish dragon is likely still holed up in the cellar, engrossed in reading, though who knows how much he has absorbed." The night had grown late. Snape pondered whether the other had dined or was waiting for him, or perhaps had already retired. As his thoughts drifted, Snape unconsciously quickened his pace, the night breeze guiding him through the doors of Hogwarts. Upon entering, he suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to glance towards the astronomy tower. Dumbledore, following closely behind the potions master, observed him halt abruptly and approached with curiosity. What's the matter, Severus? Why have you stopped? Snape remained silent, merely lifting his gaze, seemingly oblivious to Dumbledore's inquiry. Dumbledore paused, following Snape's gaze towards the astronomy tower. In the moonlight, a figure perched on the edge, long legs dangling in the air, arms resting on the railing, gazing upwards, seemingly in communion with the moon. The distance rendered the figure's face indistinct, yet Snape felt a certainty that it was him. Dumbledore, at times, could truly not be blamed for overthinking matters. Dumbledore glanced between the astronomy tower and Snape, shrugged, and discreetly vanished from sight. Chapter 161, Moon-Gazing. Ascending the castle's staircase, the black robes glided over the banister, unhesitatingly brushing past. The higher he climbed, the more questions and thoughts burgeoned within Snape. Initially, he wished to inquire why the other had ventured to the astronomy tower at such an hour, then later contemplated whether the other felt cold. Yet, as he halted half a meter from the figure, the instinctive question that escaped his lips was, "Is it beautiful?" Wen Zhiyu lifted his head, his gaze tranquil yet distant, the sharp lines of his profile exuding a sense of cold detachment. The arrival of the potion's master did not elicit the slightest reaction from him. The man continued to gaze at the moon, silent and unmoving. The moonlight cascaded upon him, casting a silvery sheen that enveloped him in an ethereal glow, his golden eyes glinting with a frosty brilliance beneath the celestial light. After a moment's contemplation, Severus Snape also glanced up at the moon of the night. The moon hung delicately in the sky, its luminescence akin to soft silk ribbons, silently entwining every corner of the night. In truth, it was not particularly beautiful. Snape answered his own unspoken inquiry. Retracting his gaze, the potion's master refrained from further questioning, instead staring vacantly ahead. The two remained, one standing and the other seated, in the tranquil confines of the astronomy tower. Time was fleeting, and I was acutely aware that our parting was imminent. Yet, at the very least, I yearned for another moment that would evoke joy upon recollection. Thus, I chose not to gaze at the moon or at you, allowing both to remain oblivious to my thoughts. The night breeze tousled their hair, and after an indeterminate period, Wen Zhiyu suddenly cast a gentle sidelong glance at Snape. The black robes, shrouded in moonlight, mirrored the 17-year-old boy of yesteryear, bathing alone in the light, yet seemingly embraced by darkness. The moonlight was indeed unforgettable, but upon a second glance, it revealed depths of profound emotion. Severus, are you afraid of death? Every person fears it. Wen Zhiyu's hand trembled slightly. What about you? TSK. Look at what you're saying. Snape extricated himself from his emotions, casting a disdainful glance. Are you implying that I am cowardly? The dark eyes glimmered with a hint of challenge. Have you grown bold? This was the second time today Snape felt that this individual was overstepping his bounds. The one who had overstepped was acutely aware of his misstep, scratching his head as Wen Zhiyu stood up, leaning against the railing. Snape furrowed his brow, watching him rise in a manner that was rather ungraceful. The thin veneer of detachment he had glimpsed in the other's eyes was now enveloped in fervent affection. Wen Zhiyu gently grasped his arm, pulling him into an embrace, resting his head upon his shoulder, his arm wrapped around Snape's waist with a firm strength. I did not mean it that way. Then what do you mean? Being held, Snape's anger dissipated somewhat, though he did not reciprocate the embrace. Nor did he relent in his questioning. Do you think I am inhuman, or perhaps that I have a heart of stone? Faced with the potion's master's unreasonable interrogation, Wen Zhiyu let out a soft laugh, his tone becoming much gentler. How could my Severus be heartless? The warmth brushed against Snape's neck, causing him to instinctively shy away. Then he heard Wen Zhiyu say, "You are the softest-hearted person I have ever encountered." Soft-hearted? Snape had never considered himself as such, nor had he ever heard anyone say so. Thus, he instinctively believed that the other was merely humoring him. He raised his hand to push Wen Zhiyu away. Looking into his eyes, what are you truly trying to convey? Having been seen through, Wen Zhiyu smiled and stepped back slightly. He took one of Snape's hands, his fingertips moving delicately to inscribe a message in his palm. It was written in Chinese, which Snape could not decipher, prompting him to immediately voice his confusion. Just speak plainly. At this, Wen Zhiyu smirked, cradling Snape's hand in his own. I say, Severus, I hope you live, not for others but for yourself. You ought to live, like a poem, to be recited through the ages, not merely to fall in a dilapidated shed, leaving behind a body that cannot be found. He held the other's hand gently, as if trying to grasp a soul determined to embrace death, fearful that with a careless moment, it might shatter into fragments. Snape did not anticipate hearing such words from Wen Zhiyu. Instinctively, he suspected the other had invoked legitimacy upon him. Otherwise, how could he know? Snape felt a flicker of panic, as if his most vulnerable thoughts had been laid bare. A myriad of vile intentions surged within him, causing him to abruptly release Wen Zhiyu's hand. How dare you? The words escaped his lips, causing his heart to chill. He dared not contemplate how the other might react upon realizing his true sentiments. An overwhelming tide of anger and confusion enveloped him, Snape's hands trembling. His gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Wen Zhiyu. With such a reaction, Wen Zhiyu immediately recognized that Snape had misconstrued his words. Sighing, he withdrew his hand. What are you thinking? Do you believe I used legilimency on you? Is that not so? The potion's master narrowed his eyes, suspicion lacing his tone. Of course not, Severus, Wen Zhiyu replied softly. How could I, in the presence of a master of legilimency, foolishly cast a spell upon him? The spells I wield are all those you have taught me. And you are well aware of my proficiency. He had never lived long enough to learn the intricacies of legilimency. Upon hearing this, Snape paused, gradually reclaiming his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, as he gathered his resolve and quelled his anger, the potion's master pressed his lips together thoughtfully. Then you. His voice was hoarse as he recalled what Wen Zhiyu had just said. This is quite evident, Severus. Wen Zhiyu observed that Snape was no longer as enraged as before, leaning slightly closer. From the very first time I encountered you until now, I have never witnessed a desire in your eyes to live as an ordinary person. Noticing Snape frown, Wen Zhiyu continued. Moreover, you have always been gazing into Harry's eyes. At this, Snape's body stiffened once more. A ripple of emotion breaking the surface of his dark eyes. Through his eyes, who are you observing? This question, though posed in a soft tone, struck Severus's heart like a hammer. He wished to explain, to articulate something. Yet a mountain of emotions lodged in his throat, rendering even the simplest denial. It's not as you think, impossible, the voice. Closing his eyes, the potion's master allowed a bitter, self-deprecating smile to grace his lips. Indeed, he had chosen to conceal these truths. He knew that revealing them would shatter the fragile bond between them, all the while feeling guilt for one person and shamelessly relishing the devotion of another. It was a day that had long been destined to arrive, he mused. What are you thinking about now? Wen Zhiyu had scarcely uttered a word when he noticed Snape instinctively bow his head, lost in thought. This was not a sustainable path. He merely wished to unravel a small knot in the other's heart, not to let the goodwill he had painstakingly nurtured dissipate into the wind. Without hesitation, Wen Zhiyu reached for the hand that Snape had just withdrawn. Gathering his courage, he boldly lifted Snape's chin with his other hand. This was a perilous gesture. Snape's dark eyes brightened at the moment when Zhiyu grasped his hand, and when his chin was raised, they locked onto one another's souls. The heartbeat within his chest felt as if it might escape its confines, and without realizing it, Wen Zhiyu's gaze drifted to those thin lips. Regardless of whom you have gazed upon in the past, Wen Zhiyu licked his lips, his throat tightening. From this moment forth, might you also look upon me? He felt himself teetering on the brink of losing control. As his gentle voice resonated, it seemed as though everything in the air had come to a standstill. The two individuals were merely a fist's distance apart. If he leaned in just a fraction more, it would be sufficient. The deep, cello-like timbre of a voice abruptly grounded Wen Zhiyu's soaring thoughts. Quickly withdrawing, Wen Zhiyu feigned nonchalance, coughing lightly a few times, his face suffused with a deep blush. Chapter 162, A Fever. Achoo. Wen Zhiyu rubbed his nose, incredulous that he had caught a cold. The Serpent King, who was grading papers nearby, paused and glanced at the individual on the sofa, who appeared to be questioning his existence. I would have thought, Snape remarked with a sly smile, that Mr. One would have anticipated catching a cold after venturing out to the astronomy tower for a midnight breeze. Well, Wen Zhiyu gently shook his head at the professor's teasing. It shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, after his rebirth, his body should be impervious to all ailments, even if buried in snow for 3 days and nights. He was confident he would remain unscathed. With this in mind, he tapped his temple, feeling as though his head might split open. This sensation reminded him of the last time he had experienced a cold in his previous life, almost identical. How peculiar, he mused. Noticing the puzzlement on Snape's face as he watched Wen Zhiyu repeatedly knock on his own head, the potion's master furrowed his brow. Without further ado, he rose and approached the sofa, reaching out to check the temperature on Wen Zhiyu's forehead. The combination of the diagnostic spell and the searing heat confirmed Snape's conclusion. You have a fever. A fever? Wen Zhiyu tugged at his collar as warmth surged from his neck, a thin sheen of sweat forming, making him rather uncomfortable. I'll go take a shower, he announced, intending to head towards the bathroom. However, just as he stood halfway, he was gently but firmly pushed back down by Snape. TSK, Snape insisted, stay seated while you're ill. Oh, Wen Zhiyu rubbed his nose and leaned forward slightly. For some reason, he felt that the herbal scent emanating from Snape today was particularly strong. Gripping his shoulder, Snape pushed the encroaching figure away. I'll fetch you some medicine. With that, he turned and walked straight into the potion's lab. The scent of potions gradually faded. Licking his lips, Wen Zhiyu reclined back against the sofa's upholstery, awaiting his remedy. Before long, The potion's master returned with a vial of potion he had retrieved from the cabinet. A cold was hardly a significant ailment. Such basic potions were typically relegated to the infirmary, as Snape had never deemed them necessary for himself. But now, it was clear he was not the one in need. "Here is your medicine," the potion's master said, handing the vial to Wen Zhiyu. The familiar aroma returned. Shaking his head, Wen Zhiyu sat up straight, taking the potion and inhaling its scent. A bizarre medley of fragrances assaulted his nostrils, causing his complexion to pale, his body language clearly rejecting it. "This is the only batch available. I couldn't brew more in time," Snape explained. Wen Zhiyu blinked his large, vulnerable eyes at him. "Can I not drink it? I actually feel quite well." "Humph," Snape scoffed, remaining silent. Observing the individual still engaged in a fierce standoff with the potion in hand, Snape, feeling a tad fatigued, reached out to tousle Wen Zhiyu's hair. The sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. Raising an eyebrow, Snape adopted a tone that suggested both comfort and a veiled threat. "You should drink it." Wen Zhiyu, meeting Snape's gaze, pinched his nose and gulped down the potion in one go. The taste of familiar, rancid old rat flooded his mouth, almost transporting him back 2 years. Before he could twist his features in disgust, he suddenly sensed something additional in his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor burst forth on his palate, and he licked his lips in confusion as he glanced at the potion's master, who had provided him this unexpected treat. "Ahem," Snape cleared his throat. "A bit of sweetness might help you feel better. Don't misunderstand. It was merely what I had on hand from the headmaster's office, not something I specifically bought for you." He refrained from voicing the latter part, feeling it would imply an unnecessary degree of self-consciousness. As he savored the candy, Wen Zhiyu refrained from calling him out. "Thank you, Professor," he said, chewing. "I feel much better." Listening to the muffled words, Snape lowered his gaze, his lips parting as he was about to speak. Suddenly, he felt arms encircle his waist. Standing and sitting, this familiar posture harkened back to their encounter in Spinner's End. The faintly bitter herbal scent that clung to Snape was intoxicating to Wen Zhiyu. Trusting that the professor would not resort to violence against a patient, Wen Zhiyu leaned in closer, nuzzling against Snape's waist. "Wen Zhiyu," Snape hissed. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Wen Zhiyu quickly withdrew his hands, sitting up straight. "I'm here, Professor." "Huh. It seems your mind has wandered," Snape remarked, not resorting to physical reprimands but unleashing verbal jabs instead. "Patients ought to behave like patients," he said coldly. "Refrain from any unnecessary movements." Wen Zhiyu blinked his golden eyes, his dark hair swaying as he nodded. "Imichum." However, if he hadn't been leaning forward while nodding, Snape might have believed him. Snape delivered a light tap to Wen Zhiyu's forehead before returning to his desk to continue grading papers. The scent of potions began to dissipate once more, leaving Wen Zhiyu feeling desolate as he leaned back on the sofa, engrossed in a book. As time ticked by, Wen Zhiyu increasingly felt his body heating up. Unable to endure it, he removed his outer garment and set it aside, even unbuttoning the top 2 buttons in an attempt to alleviate the internal heat. Logically, the potion should have begun to take effect, yet he felt as though his condition was worsening. The herbal scent pervading his nostrils grew stronger, seeming to deliberately irritate his senses. Unconsciously, Wen Zhiyu glanced toward Snape's desk. The potion's master remained focused on grading papers, clad in his ever-present black robes. As his gaze fell upon Snape's tightly fastened collar, a wave of heat surged within him, causing him to abruptly avert his eyes. It dawned on him that something was amiss. The peculiar sensations coursing through his body signaled that his current state was far more complicated than a mere fever. Recalling the near kiss they had almost shared the previous night, his gaze once again drifted uncontrollably toward the potion's master. Licking his lips, Wen Zhiyu rose and began to approach Snape slowly. Chapter 163, A Favorable Scent. As he moved from the sofa toward Snape, the potion's master seemed to sense his presence and glanced over. Wen Zhiyu did not hesitate as he walked straight to the back of Snape's chair, bending down to wrap his arms around the professor's neck, resting his head gently on Snape's shoulder. Severus Snape's pupils dilated sharply, and his movements froze. As if his neck were ensnared by a conflagration, an overwhelming aura of intimacy emanating from behind him. Instinctively, the potion's master attempted to push the intruder away. Severus the voice, hoarse yet different from usual, halted Snape's hand mid-motion, suspended in the air, indecisive. As he sensed the pause, Wen Zhiyu took the liberty to bury his face closer to Snape's neck, inhaling deeply. The lingering scent of slightly bitter herbs that clung to Snape, a remnant of years spent in the company of potions, enveloped them both. The aroma, bittersweet yet subtly fragrant, intoxicated the senses, compelling one to cradle it tenderly, as if wishing to etch that essence into memory forever. Warm breaths brushed against the pale neck, sending shivers through Snape, who, without realizing it, lowered his hand. Wen Zhiyu's gaze deepened, and he continued to inhale gently. "Has anyone ever told you?" Snape turned his head, catching sight of the slight flush on the other's ears. "Told me what? You possess a certain scent," Wen Zhiyu remarked, causing Snape to pause once more, momentarily taken aback. Hesitantly, he raised his hand to sniff at his sleeve, yet detected no peculiar odor. Inappropriately, he recalled the whispered evaluations and clandestine nicknames bestowed upon him by the younger wizards, causing his expression to darken. What scent? He vowed that should Wen Zhiyu utter anything he found displeasing, the next instant, that individual would find themselves submerged in the Black Lake. Fortunately, the man's foggy mind did not grasp the fatal implications of Snape's words. The bitter aroma intensified as he drew near, flooding his senses, each wafting tendril invading his consciousness. Thoughts became muddled, and Wen Zhiyu could scarcely discern the sounds of the world around him. Consumed by a singular desire to draw closer to that captivating scent, he closed his eyes, his nose brushing against Snape's neck, his lips mere inches from contact. "Yes, the faint herbal fragrance, reminiscent of the potions you brew," he murmured, inching closer. Were it not for the chair's backrest separating them, the two would have been intimately entwined. "Indeed, it is a sin I adore." The sensation of skin against skin sent a jolt through Snape, compelling him to bite his lip in disbelief. Wen Zhiyu seldom ventured into such presumptuous territory. Since recognizing his own feelings, their interactions had remained confined to the clasp of hands. Even intertwining fingers only occurred when the other was asleep. Today was different. Wen Zhiyu's alabaster neck glowed softly under the light, his nose brushing against the sensitive skin, eliciting involuntary movements from Snape's throat. When Snape struggled to inquire what was amiss, his fingers tightening with tension until they turned pale. The familiar name snapped Wen Zhiyu from his daze, his gaze shifting, the earlier invasive emotions swiftly suppressed. Noticing Snape's rigid demeanor, Wen Zhiyu immediately withdrew his arms from around Snape's neck and took 2 steps back. The space behind the desk was limited. Mere steps later, his back collided with the bookshelf, the dull thud eliciting a grunt from Snape, who instinctively turned to investigate. However, before he could move, Wen Zhiyu dashed past him from the desk, knocking papers askew in a flurry that suggested a hasty retreat. "I think I need to take a shower," he declared, not looking back as he entered the bathroom, the sound of the locking door echoing behind him. This scene felt oddly familiar. A series of rapid movements compelled Snape to stifle his inquiries, his gaze fixed on the closed bathroom door, offering only a low hum in response. Leaning against that door, Wen Zhiyu hurried to the mirror, confronted with the sight of a man flushed and glistening with sweat, his golden eyes tinged with crimson. Yet, the most pressing issue lay in the unmistakable physical reaction below, a heat pooling in a certain area, an insatiable fervor coursing through his body. "What is this?" Wen Zhiyu nearly shouted in frustration as he twisted the shower handle, allowing icy water to cascade over him without adjusting the temperature, desperately trying to quell the rising flames within. As he showered and shed his clothes, only when he stood entirely bare did he begin to regain a semblance of composure. The cold water washed over his skin, and his long, dark hair flowed down his back, droplets cascading along his smooth contours. The mingling of his magic with the cold water gradually subdued the fire within him. His eyes returned to normal, the scales on his neck and the length of his hair reverted to their usual state, prompting a sigh of relief. This was excessive. How could he behave so indiscreetly before the professor? With eyes closed, Wen Zhiyu covered his blushing face, overwhelmed by an acute sense of shame that rendered him unable to face the potion's master. This was undoubtedly the longest shower Wen Zhiyu had ever taken. Even as Snape completed a stack of papers, the bathroom door showed no signs of opening. Such a lapse made Snape suspect that perhaps Wen Zhiyu had fainted within. The more he pondered, the more plausible it became, prompting him to rise and check. But just as he took 2 steps, the bathroom door swung open abruptly. Standing there, Snape beheld Wen Zhiyu, tightly wrapped in a white bathrobe, revealing nothing of his physique, resembling a victim of abduction. "Huh." Snape scrutinized him. "I thought Mr. Wen had succumbed to a fever, mistaking the bathroom for a bedroom." The potion's master's words dripped with sarcasm as Wen Zhiyu gasped, towel in hand, explaining as he dried his hair. "I'm all right, not too serious. If possible, I would gladly remain there indefinitely." Stealing a furtive glance at Snape, a flicker of apprehension crossed Wen Zhiyu's mind upon witnessing the brewing storm in Snape's expression. "I need to step out for a bit. Don't wait for me to eat." "I assume you're aware that you still have a fever," Snape replied, his expression darkening, appearing somewhat deranged from the heat. The potion's master continued his tirade of mockery, and Wen Zhiyu found himself receiving another round of veiled insults about his intellect. Eventually, upon confirming that the fever had indeed subsided, Snape relented, allowing him to change clothes before leaving. Before departing, Wen Zhiyu communicated with Nanyu, then made his way to the manor. Chapter 164, Farewell. From the moment he stepped out in the morning until the stars twinkled in the night sky, Wen Zhiyu felt a flicker of regret for his past actions. The thought of what he would have to say made him want to turn back and slap his former self. He had vividly embodied the notion of reaping what one sows. Upon returning to the cellar, Wen Zhiyu petrified Miss Medusa before she had the chance to react, subsequently lifting the spell once inside. Damn little monster, you better pray the headmaster never gets angry. Medusa fumed, wanting to gnaw on the door, ignoring her. Wen Zhiyu first took his sleepwear to wash before tentatively pushing the bedroom door. It wasn't he locked. Without hesitation, he stealthily slipped inside. As the door swung open, Severus Snape's eyes flickered open in the darkness, his hand instinctively reaching for the wand nestled beneath his pillow. However, the sudden sinking of the mattress halted his movements. Exhaling softly, Snape retracted his hand and spoke in a nonchalant tone. You're back? Surprised that the potion's master was still awake. Wen Zhiyu hesitated momentarily before stealthily slipping into bed. Yes, I'm back. Finding his designated spot, Wen Zhiyu gazed at Snape's back. His eyes filled with affection as he wrapped his arms around Snape's waist. This gesture was not entirely unwelcome for the potion's master, who had grown accustomed to such embraces. Yet he would have preferred to be the one enveloping Wen Zhiyu instead. Thus, the moment this thought crossed his mind, Snape resolved to act upon it. Alas, his attempt to turn over was abruptly thwarted. Wen Zhiyu tightened his embrace, effectively preventing Snape from facing him. A brief silence enveloped the room. You have quite the audacity. Venom threatened to spill from Snape's lips, but Wen Zhiyu swiftly interjected. Professor, I have something to say. Deciding to temporarily set aside his irritation, Snape allowed the young man to speak. With this in mind, he shifted back to his original position, turning his back to Wen Zhiyu, and grumbled, What is it? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Zhiyu tightened his grip, pulling Snape closer, burying his head against the area behind Snape's shoulder blades. This posture made Snape somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to inch away slightly, yet not far enough to detach their connection. Wen Zhiyu's head remained nestled against his back, inhaling the familiar scent of potions deeply. Wen Zhiyu spoke before Snape could grow impatient. I might have to leave for a while. At these words, Snape's body stiffened imperceptibly. He furrowed his brow and dryly inquired. Leave? Where to? He suspected that if it were merely a matter of days, Wen Zhiyu would not have chosen this moment to inform him. True to his instincts, Wen Zhiyu's next words confirmed his apprehension. Back home. Back home, to China? Sensing Snape's silence, Wen Zhiyu shifted closer, instinctively seeking more warmth. His head turned slightly to nuzzle against Snape's neck, intoxicated by the scent he adored. Wen Zhiyu's family business was demanding. Snape had known this since Wen Zhiyu's return. A family capable of producing such an exceptional heir could hardly be insignificant. It was entirely normal for him to leave for work. Snape mentally chastised himself for not comprehending this sooner. How long will you be gone? Despite his understanding, Snape still felt compelled to ask. Perhaps a few months. Wen Zhiyu replied, uncertainty lacing his tone, maybe even half a year. Snape fell silent. An eerie stillness settled over the bedroom, and the potion's master felt an unsettling anxiety creep in, his left hand forming a fist. Would it truly take that long? Snape was acutely aware of the source of his unease. He had witnessed too many relationships wither away due to distance. If it were merely a few weeks or a month, he could firmly believe that neither of them would change. But what if it stretched to 2 months, 3 months, or even half a year, perhaps longer? He was not a man of many words and could not pour his longing and emotions onto parchment in such a brief span. Wen Zhiyu could, yet could he guarantee that he would continue to write after receiving 1, 10, or even dozens of letters devoid of emotional depth? He was still young and exceptionally talented. Upon returning home, he would undoubtedly find himself more sought after. Perhaps one day he would realize that his feelings were not as profound as he once believed. In truth, he could choose a far brighter path. What then would he do if that moment arrived? Snape could not fathom becoming like Eileen, waiting in vain for the other to return, gradually losing himself in the process. It was an unbearable prospect, one he could not endure. Thus, instinctively, the potion's master sought to terminate this possibility. Yet, just as he was about to speak, a vision of Wen Zhiyu walking toward him through the snow flashed in his mind. That day, the heavy snowfall had failed to deter Wen Zhiyu's steps. He had resolutely traversed the distance into Snape's world. And then came the fireworks, the dance, the myriad moments they had shared. Do you truly wish to push me away? Can you really bear to? Harsh words lodged in his throat, and no matter his struggle, they remained unspoken. His body reacted faster than his mind, compelling him to acknowledge the truth. You cannot bear to, Severus, you cannot. Indeed, he could not bear to let go. How could he? It was he who had first piqued Wen Zhiyu's interest, he who had recklessly entered his life, and he had even confessed his affection. If he could endure darkness and face death, why then leave a sliver of light for him, only to snatch it away once he had finally adapted? Had he never glimpsed the light, he could have unhesitatingly embraced the shadows. The two remained silent for an extended period until, ultimately, Snape bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth and asked the final, crucial question. What about your classes? This was his struggle. If Wen Zhiyu declared that he intended to resign from his position as the defense against the dark arts professor, then he would entirely relinquish this relationship. If not, I have arrangements. None, you will remain here. Wen Zhiyu's words effectively interrupted Snape's spiraling thoughts, causing him to relax almost instantly. He understood the significance of the young man to Wen Zhiyu. The fact that Nanyu would stay meant that Wen Zhiyu had not yet contemplated leaving entirely. Noticing Snape's breathing quicken, Wen Zhiyu cautiously leaned in closer, almost brushing his lips against Snape's neck. I will return as soon as possible, he promised. And you will receive my letters every day. In the dim light, under the heavy cloak of night, Snape tugged at the covers, burying himself deeper into the warmth of his bed. I will not respond to your letters, he declared. Hearing Snape's words, Wen Zhiyu felt a sudden urge to laugh. Why did he find the professor inexplicably endearing in this moment? Unable to suppress his amusement, he chuckled softly, prompting Snape to kick him from beneath the covers. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Wen Zhiyu quickly replied, not wanting to be cast out of the cellar on the eve of his departure. Of course, you have the right not to reply to my letters. Even so, he added, a grin creeping back onto his face, writing to you every day is my right. You may choose not to read them, but I shall continue to write. Though left unsaid, both understood the implications. Snape fell silent once more, yet this time, he merely felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Noticing that he had ceased speaking, Wen Zhiyu refrained from interrupting. The professor had classes in the morning. Late nights were ill-advised. Wen Zhiyu reminded himself of this. Regrettably, sometimes the mind and body operated as separate entities. Despite his persistent self-lectures to be patient, obedient, and considerate, yet, his body seemed to have entered a rebellious phase. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself nearly pressed against the other person. His nose brushed lightly against the neck, indulging in the enticing scent that enveloped this individual. His throat constricted, and he instinctively leaned in closer. What was he doing? Snape, awakened by a furnace of passion, felt his entire being stiffen. He could sense the warmth drawing ever nearer, the temperature rising between them. And he could even feel it. In that moment, his heart raced, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him, an array of possibilities flashing through his mind. He was filled with an inexplicable anticipation amidst his tension. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, a sudden soft and warm sensation brushed against his neck. Overcome by a loss of reason, Wen Zhiyu could not comprehend his own actions. His body, driven by instinctive desire, moved closer to the potion's master. No longer satisfied with merely inhaling the fragrance, desire compelled him, urging him to taste the cake before him. In the darkness, soft lips gently pressed forward, and a warm kiss landed on his neck. Snape found himself engulfed in an indescribable emotion. His breath caught in his throat as the person behind him began to kiss his neck with a rhythmic tenderness. The intimate, teasing sent shivers coursing through the potion's master's skin. Unlike their usual attire, both were clad in sleepwear. Even the potion's master, who typically buttoned his coat to the top, had loosened his collar to relax during rest. Yet, now, this habit seemed to conveniently facilitate someone else's desires. As warm kisses recklessly ravaged the exposed skin of his neck, Snape was at a loss for how to respond. Should he scold, reject, or accept? His chaotic mind left him unable to make a choice, and he instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a tremor in the skin of his neck. Wen Zhiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with crimson. In an instant, he exerted more force, akin to a predatory beast, his sharp teeth sinking into the skin of Snape's neck. Ouch! Wen Luo. The sharp pain at the vulnerable spot jolted Snape's rationality back to life, prompting him to instinctively struggle. He reached out to push away the head buried in his neck. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the other's head, his wrist was abruptly seized. Like a dragon guarding its treasure, the golden eyes transformed into slitted pupils, bearing sharp teeth, exuding an unmistakable ferocity. A threatening growl erupted from behind him, echoing through the night. The sound of the dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens. Even a low growl carried such a commanding presence that it sent a shiver down Snape's spine. The hand attempting to push him away was captured, and once the growl subsided, Snape quickly realized that something was amiss. Before the potion's master could act, Wen Zhiyu, after scaring him, finally recognized the person before him. The faint scent of potion once again restored his clarity, and Wen Zhiyu, panting heavily, released Snape's wrist, instinctively creating distance. Ignoring everything else, he retreated while raising a hand to cover his mouth, frantic apologies spilling through his fingers. Yes, I'm so sorry, Professor. Unsure of how to explain, he instinctively sought to escape the bed. I'll go take a shower. Tragically, he did not manage to flee. The equally quick-witted potions master, upon sensing the movement, swiftly turned and sat up, narrowly seizing the waistband of Wen Zhiyu's garment. With a sudden tug, Wen Zhiyu was yanked back into position, his hands firmly restrained by the potions master. In the dead of night, what was there to wash? In the bedroom, the potions master knelt on the bed, firmly holding the person beneath him, his brow furrowed. If I recall correctly, you should have bathed before sleeping. The potions master maintained a stern expression, scrutinizing the man in the dim light. Wen Zhiyu's complexion flushed, his long black hair splayed across the pillow, his sleepwear disheveled, the belt having been loosened during their earlier struggle. Fortunately, after being subdued, the man did not resist further, even with the red belt now partially undone. It still dutifully held the robe in place, concealing any unnecessary exposure. In their shared gaze, even in the dimness, the affection in Wen Zhiyu's golden eyes could not be hidden. Faced with the potions master whom he had just bitten, Wen Zhiyu dared not speak, merely blinking his large, innocent eyes in an attempt to evade suspicion. Little did he know, the longer he gazed, the more the tension within Snape intensified. The fire ignited by the earlier kisses had yet to dissipate, and now, seeing the other in such a vulnerable state, clad in disarray, was unbearable. Especially as the other continuously cast flirtatious glances his way, even the long-restrained potions master found it hard to maintain his composure. Moreover, the words Wen Zhiyu had shared earlier that day only served to stir the unease simmering within him. Thus, the thought arose, leave a mark, ensure he wouldn't flee. The malicious idea took root firmly. Under the spell of temptation, Snape gradually leaned closer, his gaze locked onto the thin lips that had recently lingered on his skin. Leave him, keep him. Professor? Wen Zhiyu called out to the potions master, who was clearly acting out of character, just before the other could fully close the distance. The familiar yet forbidden title jolted Snape back to reality. He immediately straightened, as if burned, wrapping the blanket around Wen Zhiyu and turning to scold him. I don't care what you intend to do now. It's time to sleep. As he spoke, he retrieved his wand from beneath the pillow and transformed an object into another blanket, wrapping himself within it. Professor, Wen Zhiyu attempted to voice something further, sensing that the professor seemed to be angry. Quiet. Snape kicked him through the blanket, commanding, sleep. Very well. Wen Zhiyu quietly nestled deeper into the blanket. He dared not suggest sharing a blanket, considering his current predicament was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Better to keep their blankets separate to avoid being labeled as a pervert. Chapter 166. The first day departed. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east, and a gentle morning breeze swept across, bringing with it a refreshing chill. The cool air brushed against the hills, rousing the fish in the black lake, and the male wizard in bed gradually opened his eyes with the passage of time. The chill against his skin and the empty space beside him informed Snape that he was alone. Rubbing his head, the Serpent King slowly rose from the bed, propping himself against the headboard to awaken fully. The fog of sleep was gradually replaced by clarity as Snape, feeling for his wand, pulled a garment from the wardrobe and donned it casually. Having fastened his buttons, as he stepped out of the bedroom, he heard the call of Medusa. Who dares disturb the peace so early? The potions master, his expression dark, approached, only to find a young Chinese wizard standing at the door, holding a box and awaiting punishment. Good day, Mr. Snape, I am Tang He. The boy bowed, dressed in black with a ponytail, appearing somewhat nervous. Snape regarded him coolly, nodding slightly without any intention of letting him enter. Tang He offered an awkward smile, raising the box in his hands. This is breakfast from the young master for you, along with today's letter. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression softened slightly, and he stepped aside to allow the young man entrance. Tang He entered the room with unwavering focus, placing the food directly on the table before reverently presenting a letter to Severus Snape. Upon receiving the letter, Snape did not immediately open it, but instead regarded the unyielding figure before him. Is there something else? He inquired. In response, Tang He lowered his head slightly, stating, The young master has decreed that from today onward, I shall be responsible for your meals, and any correspondence will be delivered during dining. Snape replied curtly, Just deliver the letter. The master of potions was not accustomed to being catered to, even by someone arranged by Wen Zhiyu. With a thud, Tang He knelt down. Why are you kneeling? Snape exclaimed, startled, taking a few steps back as his wand slipped into his palm. Tang He remained silent, his face a mask of pale dread, too frightened to speak or explain, and remained motionless on the floor. A closer inspection revealed that his hands were trembling ever so slightly. Snape frowned and unleashed a barrage of colorful remarks, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he ground his teeth and begrudgingly acquiesced, making a mental note to reprimand the individual responsible. As Tang He prepared to leave, he hesitated, glancing at Snape, who wore a dark expression and seemed ready to cast a spell. Finally, Tang He stammered, Sir, if there are mosquitoes in the cellar, you might consider using this. He produced a box of incense and placed it on the table before hastily exiting. Mosquitoes? Snape closed the door and approached the dining table. Since his arrival, Various potion ingredients had been piled up in the potions room, and considering that he had a sachet provided by Wen Zhiyu under his pillow, it was implausible for there to be mosquitoes in the cellar. The more Snape pondered, the more unsettled he felt. Recalling the man's gaze, he hesitantly stepped into the bathroom. The mirror reflected his appearance, seemingly unchanged. Snape's eyes drifted downward, hesitantly focusing on his neck. Upon touching the faint, reddish marks, his face flushed crimson. Memories of the previous night surged back forcefully as he reached out to caress his neck, where the lingering warmth of last night's touch appeared to still reside. Blast! Why is there still a mark? Besides the reddish marks, Snape pulled down his collar, revealing a faintly reddened bite mark. The thought of having stood in front of someone for so long in such a state only fueled his desire to drag the culprit out and give them a good thrashing. Especially as he had attempted several spells to eradicate the marks without success, the Master of Potions gradually transformed his embarrassment into indignation. Angrily pulling his collar higher to obscure the marks, Snape returned to the dining table to commence his breakfast. As he ate, he opened the letter. The contents of the letter were quite simple, explaining why the Cinder had departed so early and mentioning their arrangements. In conclusion, it emphasized their intention to return promptly, adorned with a diminutive emoticon that resembled the Cinder's foolishness. The Master of Potions did not hesitate to express his disdain for it. After reading the letter, the anger that had risen in the bathroom diminished somewhat, leading Snape to reluctantly forgive the Cinder. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore, having perused the letter, found his spirits far less buoyant than those of the Master of Potions. Sighing, he set the letter aside, covering his eyes with his hands as he pondered at his desk. The current state of the British magical community had strayed entirely from his original vision. With the intervention of the Chinese magical community, the magical world appeared superficially unchanged, yet behind the scenes, it was a chaotic tangle. The aristocracy had essentially engaged with the Yuquan organization, and even within the Ministry of Magic, he was aware that a quarter of its members had already infiltrated Yuquan. What was the purpose of this organization? Were they preparing for an invasion or a takeover? In response, Dumbledore had written to the Chinese Ministry of Magic, receiving the reply that now lay before him. The response was vague, stating that they would not comment without a full understanding of the situation. How perplexing, were it not for the conclusion of the letter, which clarified that the Chinese ministry had no intentions of invasion or annexation and indicated no direct connection between Yuquan and the Chinese ministry. Dumbledore would have considered visiting the Chinese ministry himself. Not a part of the Chinese magical community, Dumbledore fell silent. To his knowledge, the Chinese ministry had always adhered strictly to the magical treaties among nations, steering clear of any overstepping, advocating instead for societal harmony. Yet this suddenly emergent organization appeared to be an anomaly. They had nothing to do with harmony and goodwill, yet were unrelenting in their violent actions. How did this differ from Voldemort? Oh, wait, there was indeed a difference. After all, Voldemort had to conceal his murders to some extent, unlike certain organizations that publicly displayed their bounties. Well, should he commend the Chinese for their audacity? The more he thought about it, the more befuddled Dumbledore became. The letter in his hand crumpled into a ball and was tossed into the wastebasket as he took a fresh sheet of paper to begin writing. Dear esteemed friend, I am Albus. Having elegantly completed his letter, Dumbledore folded it and entrusted it to the owl that had been patiently awaiting his command. After watching it devour a generous portion of beef jerky, Dumbledore affectionately stroked its smooth feathers, speaking earnestly. You must ensure it reaches its destination, Willis. You have always been the most reliable. The well-fed owl puffed out its chest, flapping its wings momentarily before soaring eastward. Sighing, the elderly man donned a coat, hoping that this time, no unexpected incidents would arise. Draping the coat over his shoulders, Dumbledore approached Fawkes, offering a faint smile. Thank you, old friend. With a burst of phoenix song and a flash of crimson light, the headmaster's office returned to tranquility. Chapter 167 Go. The sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays weaving the earth into a shimmering tapestry of brightness. It had been 2 years since his last visit here. Dumbledore adjusted his coat as he ascended the staircase into the tower. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a dissonance from his previous visit. Both the decor and layout had undergone considerable transformation. Had it not been for the unchanged magical array reassuring him of his location, Dumbledore might have doubted whether he had arrived at the correct place. The only constant was the figure who had been gazing intently at him since his arrival. Good afternoon, Albus. Good afternoon, Gellert. The two greeted one another like familiar acquaintances, and as they settled down, the familiar honeyed water was pushed toward Dumbledore, not one to refuse. He lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the taste he cherished. When did you develop an affinity for playing chess? Dumbledore inquired, eyeing the chessboard before them. At this, Grindelwald paused, though his expression remained impassive. It's not that I enjoy it. I merely seek to pass the time. Dumbledore was unconvinced by such a statement. Enjoy? I recall your disdain for anything outside the magical realm. So why are you playing Go instead of wizard's chess? Grindelwald smiled without a hint of alteration in his demeanor. Preferences can change. I find myself rather fond of this now. What else can one do? Every time I negotiate, I find myself ensnared in traps. Even a rabbit can become irritable from jumping into too many holes. Thus, I must practice diligently in private. The intricate thoughts of Grindelwald eluded him as Dumbledore, upon hearing the phrase that love can change, tightened his grip on the cup ever so slightly. Beside him, Grindelwald was still deep in contemplation, grappling with his strategy before finally making a move. As he looked up after his turn, he noticed a peculiar expression on Dumbledore's face and instinctively inquired, "Another game?" The moment the question escaped his lips, regret washed over him. He recalled that Albus would likely not engage in such a match again. Did he just tread upon a sensitive topic? Nevertheless, contemplating this, he intended to shift the conversation. However, to his surprise, before he could find the right words, Dumbledore spoke first. Very well. A single, simple word that nearly short-circuited Grindelwald's mind. Noticing his stillness, Dumbledore tilted his head, his cerulean eyes fixed intently on him. Did we not agree to play? With that, he began to clear the chessboard. Without the aid of magic, Dumbledore meticulously gathered the black and white pieces, placing each one into their respective bamboo baskets, and then asked, "Would you prefer black or white?" Grindelwald remained silent, his thoughts lingering on Dumbledore's affirmative response. Since their rift, it seemed Dumbledore had not uttered such words to him. Even in their correspondence, Dumbledore rarely revealed his sentiments. "Gellert, are you listening?" The voice before him jolted Grindelwald back to reality as he cast a deep glance at Dumbledore, who was pointing to the piece baskets. Could Albus actually play Go? Hesitantly, he replied, "White, please." Dumbledore nodded and placed a black stone at the star point. Grindelwald was momentarily speechless, observing the look of bewilderment on Grindelwald's face. Dumbledore experienced an unusual pang of embarrassment. Am I incorrect in my placement? I confess, my skills in Go are rather limited. Incorrect? No, quite the opposite. Grindelwald's instinct for self-preservation surged within him. No, it's quite good. As expected of you, Albus, your move exudes the grace of a true master. Is that so? Dumbledore seemed unconvinced. The air was thick with warmth, and leaves swayed gently in the breeze as they continued their endless back and forth, engaging in a game of Go that lasted the entire afternoon. At last, Grindelwald found himself with no avenues left to retreat. With a hint of regret, he secured a victory against Dumbledore and raised his hand to reach for a drink to steady his nerves. The sweetness that met his palate caused his expression to shift dramatically, ultimately leading him to stiffly return the cup to the table. After witnessing the honeyed water's effect on Grindelwald, Dumbledore shrugged and took a sip himself. After a brief moment of solitude, Grindelwald finally regained his composure and, glancing at the now emptied cup, politely inquired, "Shall I fetch you more?" Dumbledore nodded. Something felt amiss, 12 shades of peculiar. Today, Albus seemed unusually amiable. As he refilled the honey water, Grindelwald began to scrutinize Dumbledore's expressions. He had an inkling of what Dumbledore wished to inquire about. It would likely revolve around the activities of the saints or his recent actions, perhaps even delve into the matter of that masked man. Yet, why was he willing to sit down and spend the afternoon engaged in a game of Go he scarcely understood? As he handed over the replenished honey water and received a word of thanks, Grindelwald could no longer contain himself. "Albus, do you not have anything you wish to ask?" Dumbledore, receiving the tea, lifted his gaze to meet Grindelwald's. "What do you believe I wish to inquire about?" Grindelwald fell silent, retreating back to the sofa. "I do not know." "Ah, not knowing is indeed the norm." Dumbledore nodded and rose to glance out the window at the twilight sky. His movements prompted Grindelwald to ask, "What does that mean?" "What do you mean?" Dumbledore suddenly smiled, his blue eyes shimmering brilliantly under the light. "Gellert, is it possible?" He continued, "I did not come here today with the intention of asking you anything." Perhaps he had intended to inquire at the outset, but inexplicably, he now perceived a reflection of the past within the current Grindelwald. The questions he longed to voice remained unspoken. Thus he found himself seated, engaged in a game of Go that he could not fully comprehend. Yet, it was fortuitous, though he did not pose his questions. Grindelwald's reactions had already provided him with numerous answers. Furthermore, once that letter reached China, all mysteries would ultimately be unveiled. He found himself no longer in a rush. "It's quite late, Gellert. I believe I must take my leave." Donning his coat from the nearby rack, Dumbledore stroked his beard in preparation for farewell. Grindelwald's countenance shifted, and upon realizing that Dumbledore indeed had no intention of posing any inquiries, an ache of conscience prickled at him. Now, it seemed inappropriate to say anything. Not receiving a response, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, opening the door to depart. "Albus, just a moment." Grindelwald called after him. Will you return? To this question, Dumbledore offered no reply, pausing momentarily before continuing his exit. I can teach you how to play, Grindelwald added. Dumbledore, however, feigned ignorance. Honey water will be supplied without limit. With a soft thud, the door closed. As Grindelwald gazed at the now-shut door, a wry smile crept onto his face, and he turned toward the sofa. Do remember to prepare some other beverages as well. One can tire of honey water. Chapter 168, Flowers Outside the Window. Recently, Harry felt as though life had become particularly arduous. Since some time ago, he had thrown himself wholeheartedly into the Triwizard Tournament. Although he occasionally faced Snape's ire in potions class, where his concoctions were harshly criticized, that was confined to the classroom. At least Professor Snape no longer haunted him daily, deducting points with abandon. But alas, who could enlighten him as to why everything seemed to revert to its former state? Why had the elusive Professor Snape resurfaced? Was it due to the impending end of the term that Gryffindor could not maintain its precarious standing? Once again, as points were deducted for merely breathing fresh air, Harry found himself despondently sprawled in the Gryffindor common room, attempting to analyze the reasons behind the return of the potions master. Harry, before he could resolve his thoughts, Hermione stormed in, brandishing a thick workbook. Was it you? I just saw Gryffindor's points drop again. Hermione slammed the book onto the table, demanding, tell me it wasn't you. In response, a despondent Harry lazily lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression speaking volumes. Hermione, puzzled, queried the cause of his apparent malaise. Could it be that, Harry, the reason is inconsequential to Professor Snape? But surely there must be a reason. A reason? Harry seemed to have a moment of clarity, lowering his head in contemplation before suddenly locking eyes with Hermione. Hermione was bewildered by the sudden intensity of his gaze, ready to ask more when he spoke. Have you seen you recently? You? Why do you ask about him? Hermione took a seat. Harry began to entertain a possibility, feeling increasingly convinced of its validity. It seems I haven't seen him in quite some time. He began to recall recent events. The defense against the dark arts classes had been led by non-Yu of late. However, isn't it usually non-Yu who leads? No, this is different. The moment this topic arose, Harry instantly transformed into Sherlock Holmes. He adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, his gaze deepening. I occasionally catch glimpses of you near the Slytherin dungeons, yet recently, whether it be day or night, I seem to have not seen him at all. Therefore, Harry concluded, could it be possible that he has not been at Hogwarts lately? With this thought, Harry suddenly found some rationale behind Snape's recent actions. With you absent, there was no one to restrain Professor Snape. Thus, Professor Snape had ample time to emerge from the dungeons and deduct points from him. This raised a question. Why had you suddenly vanished from Hogwarts? Had they had a quarrel? Did his last words reach you's ears? Could it be that they had already parted ways? Wait, Hermione suddenly interrupted Harry's chaotic thoughts. I have a more pressing question. What? Harry, taken aback, shot an annoyed glance at the witch with a complicated expression. Why were you near the Slytherin dungeons? Hermione stroked her chin, even mentioning the day and night. Were you there at night as well? Huh, is that the crux of the matter? Harry felt as if his weakness had been exposed, swiftly dismissing her question, insisting that this was not the main point. But I believe this is quite significant. No, it is not important. It is important. No, you cannot think that way. As time passed, it swiftly approached May. The spring brought incessant rains. And on this rare calm day, a full moon graced the sky. The potions master, having completed his night patrol, found a spot in the corridor to gaze up at the moon. Hogwarts, under the night sky, appeared tranquil, with dim lights and a touch of moonlight, enveloping Snape in an aura of mystery. The envelope in his hand had grown warm. Snape decided to seal it with wax and retrieve the letter by the moonlight. Unlike usual, this time the envelope contained a piece of yellow talisman paper. Noticing the haphazard scribbles on it, the potions master, who had been frowning all day, slowly relaxed his brow and began reading the letter. Upon recognizing its familiar greeting, Snape did not linger and continued to the next lines. He had previously inquired of the student who delivered the letter about the meaning of these two sentences in Chinese. The answer had rendered him momentarily silent, and he chose not to delve deeper. The contents of the letter were devoid of excessive sentimentality, merely detailing the events of the day for the potions master. How dreadful the morning tea was, how complicated the midday affairs, how regretful the afternoon sunset was. Simple matters that were too trivial, yet the potions master scrutinized every detail, leaving no stone unturned. The letter, neither long nor short, was penned over 3 sheets of paper. In the closing lines, you recounted seeing a cluster of splendidly blooming roses at the end of the alley that day. Perhaps the written word could not fully convey the emotions he felt upon witnessing them. While writing, you mentioned that he had plucked some petals to send along with the letter. He also expressed a desire for them to see the roses together when the opportunity arose. Upon reaching this part, Snape finally recalled the yellow paper he had dismissed as mere scribbles. He picked it up, examining it twice, and according to the letter's instructions, he channeled a bit of magic into the talisman. As the glyph glimmered softly, he approached the window. Then, with a forceful throw, he cast the yellow talisman out the window. To prevent any misfortune, the potion's master exerted considerable effort, the gentle breeze carrying the magic-laden paper toward the sky. Soon after, beneath the dim moonlight, the yellow talisman exploded in the air, scattering countless crimson petals in a joyous display. For a moment, Snape felt as though the surrounding wind conspired with the floral rain. Grasping his wand, a white light emanated from its tip, and the vibrant rose petals were swept into the room by the night breeze, blanketing the figure within. Just when Snape thought it had concluded, the petals on the ground began to coalesce, reassembling piece by piece. In no time, a large bouquet of complete roses was magically delivered to Snape's side. In the next instant, the potion's master caught this offering of red, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. The elegant and enchanting sweetness wafted into his senses, bestowing a gentle and ethereal aroma that cradled the bouquet in the embrace of the breeze. Snape glanced at the stem he held. The thorns had all been carefully removed, and even the slightly sharp parts had been smoothed with a knife, making it comfortable to hold without a hint of discomfort. The flowers were preserved beautifully, vibrant and fragrant. Observing them, the potion's master gently pressed on a petal, leaving a subtle imprint. Deep down, he knew that although the letter did not explicitly state it, the underlying message resonated clearly, for words quietly left behind. I miss you. Words were unnecessary. Snape cradled the flowers and lifted his gaze once more to the moon hanging high in the sky. Recalling the words from the letter, a faint smile curved his lips. Reaching his eyes, he murmured, I wish to see the world with you, and not merely the flowers outside the window. Chapter 169, The Moon Outside the Window. With a clatter, the sound of chains clashing against the floor echoed in the dim dungeon. Moonlight streamed through the high window, casting its glow on the only piece of furniture in the room. The desk held little, aside from a stack of letter papers and a quill. There rested a solitary rose quietly positioned in the corner. Not only on the desk, but yellowed sheets of paper were strewn across the floor, and dark ink had stained a considerable area with noticeable blotches. The clattering and scraping sounds persisted for a while, until a muffled groan broke the silence, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Raising his hand to catch a sliver of moonlight, Yu wearily pulled out a chair and sat down. The cell was dim, and prolonged struggles without a drop of water had rendered his complexion unnaturally pale. After gazing out the window for a moment, he shifted his waist, releasing a flow of magical energy through his fingers that gradually enveloped the entire room. Soon, the chamber was tidied once more. His time awake was limited, leaving little opportunity for him to make use of. After completing these tasks, Yu lifted his hand and retrieved a sheet of letter paper. Taking up the quill to begin writing, recognizing the letter, he smiled upon unfolding it. The elegant nib of the quill etched the words as they flowed from his thoughts, while the chains on his wrist clinked and rustled with each movement. After completing a passage, Yu paused, seemingly realizing something was amiss, and he started over, carefully reconsidering his words. He modified a few inappropriate phrases, recalling the letter he had penned the previous night, his gaze naturally drifting to the rose nearby. This one, freshly plucked yesterday, unlike the talisman, had not been infused with magical energy. After a day of sitting, it had lost some moisture. He pinched it to his nose, still able to detect a hint of the fragrance from that moment. This time, it was rather urgent. He had chosen to conceal himself in the basement of the Inquan Manor. Yesterday, when he awakened amidst the chaos, he had found himself lying on the ground, and upon opening his eyes, he saw the roses swaying in the wind outside. The red roses danced with the breeze, their greenery mingling with the floral aroma, seemingly pulling him from an endless silence. In a moment of beauty that defies description, he gazed for a long while, lost in thought, until he recalled the need to write to his professor. Silently, he rose from the ground and, as on this day, penned a simple note. Yet inexplicably, at the end of the letter, he instinctively mentioned the roses he had seen. Subsequently, he delicately plucked the blossoms, enveloping them in his spiritual energy, selecting the most exquisite bunches to preserve in talisman paper and send away. Reflecting on this, his movements quickened as he began to inquire about the recipient's feelings and reactions. Surely the flowers had arrived. Were they beautiful? Did they bring joy? As he wrote, he increasingly felt like a doting mother, and by the end, he tore the page in frustration and started anew. This time, he adopted a more meticulous approach, merely recounting his experiences and the scenery of a day in Huaxia. With the draft completed, he began to transcribe it onto pristine stationery. Once he sealed the envelope, ensuring its neatness, the golden, pure energy enveloped it and vanished from sight. A gentle breeze wafted through the flower-laden walls outside, causing several petals to flutter down through the gaps of the window. The vibrant red petals landed softly in his pale palms, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the delicate veins beneath his skin. It had been over a month since he left Hogwarts, confining himself within this narrow dungeon, attempting to suppress the tempestuous unrest within. In the chaos, he dared not conjure the image of that person, for their eyes lingered in his memory like kindling in a parched desert. Merely recalling them was akin to self-immolation. The flames of longing had raged for over a month, showing no signs of extinguishing the deep-seated obsession buried within. Confronted with such a state, his faltering reason dictated the course of action. He was unwilling to stir the pangs of yearning, reluctant to gaze at the moon, yet the moonlight streamed through the window, leaving only a floor strewn with longing. In his memory, those ink-black eyes shimmered like a dark lake, embracing the night, yet radiating an ethereal glow. Merely uttering a name made him feel submerged at the lake's bottom. The waters of the black lake enveloped him in silence, unwilling to part. For the lake was an isle for fish. Having sat in silence for a while, the petals were returned to the ground by a gentle force, settling in their rightful place. Severus, I wish to see you. The actor of the night shed his disguise, whispering his desires in a corner unnoticed by any. His golden eyes transformed into slit pupils in the dark, crimson hues creeping over his irises, merging desire into a singular entity. Just before losing all control, the chains binding him emitted a burst of red light, sharply constricting and, in the blink of an eye, yanking him from the chair and slamming him against the wall. A muffled groan and a dragon's roar intertwined, but thanks to the dungeon's excellent soundproofing, the thunderous cries went unheard. The black chains tightened, securing him firmly against the wall. Indifferent to his struggles, as he writhed, dragon scales began to emerge upon his skin, the flesh on his wrists marked with red lines from the friction. Blood trickled down with the protruding scales, staining the floor of the cramped dungeon in an instant. Observing the mural on the wall, Harry turned to Ron and exchanged a knowing glance before reaching out to touch it. Almost immediately, they stepped inside together. You finally made it. Hermione set down her textbook, gesturing towards a nearby object. I found the material you requested. Hearing this, Harry hurried over to seize the books on the table, quickly scanning the highlighted key phrases. So, the third task is related to the maze? He asked, casting a skeptical glance at the surrounding text. It can't be that straightforward. Draco, who was also working on his potion assignment, lifted his head. You'd best take advantage of the time to practice your spells. Yet I doubt you have a suitable training partner. His voice was light, but there was an undeniable hint of arrogance at the end. Draco beamed, his smile laced with meaning. Hermione was a witch, tirelessly busy every day, naturally lacking time to practice spells with Harry. Neither was Nanyu available. Ever since they confirmed that Wen Zhiyu was indeed absent from Hogwarts, Nanyu had been swamped with her own tasks. Excluding these two, the only remaining option appeared to be his housemate, Ron. After a typical squabble with Ron, Draco was in high spirits, allowing Harry to continuously coax Ron to calm down as he focused on writing his essay. However, it wasn't long before Harry's successful mediation dulled Draco's amusement. Me? Your training partner? Draco's incredulity was palpable, accompanied by a scoff to express his stance. Not a training partner. Harry leaned closer to a certain Slytherin, explaining softly. A training guide. What's the difference? Draco was not easily swayed by Harry's words. There is a difference, Harry replied earnestly. Being a guide means I will follow your instructions throughout the training. You tell me how to cast the spell, and I will cast it as you say. Upon hearing this, Draco's interest peaked. Everything you say? Everything you say? Very well. Chapter 170. Pre-competition preparations as the day of the third task drew near. Even though he had entrusted the safety of the little wizards to the guardians at the Fountain of Youth, Dumbledore still had to make his own preparations. No. That needs to be moved a bit further. Here, a little to the left. Like this? It seems off, a bit to the right. And now? I still think smack. The Master of Potions abruptly cast aside the item in his hand, descending from the ladder in silence. Watching the small square object crash to the ground, Dumbledore hurriedly bent down to pick it up. Oh dear, Severus, how could you carelessly throw this away? I acquired these precious items through frugality. Trading my galleons at the fountain, they are quite valuable. Huh, Snape kicked the ladder. Valuable? I thought you were willing to sacrifice everything for your golden boy. Were you not? It's for the safety of all the participants. Dumbledore used magic to steady the precarious ladder. Snape scoffed. Only you know the truth. Watching the potion's master prepare to leave, Dumbledore called out. Severus, I still need to ask you to help me place this up there. Without any intention of turning back, Snape outright refused. Perhaps our illustrious headmaster should realize that helping you place things does not fall within my job description. But you must consider the plight of the elderly, mustn't you? Dumbledore stepped forward. You know this item can't be levitated. To this, Snape succinctly replied, look over there. Your golden boy is approaching you joyfully. Over there? At this, Dumbledore quickly glanced around. He remembered sealing off this area. And the competitors were not allowed into the arena before the event. How could Harry be here? Observing Dumbledore's anxious scanning, Snape felt a flicker of amusement. In your dreams, he said. Having had his fun at the old man's expense, the potions master swished his robes and left, his black cloak vanishing from Dumbledore's peripheral vision in an instant. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then looked down at the item in his hand, glancing at the ladder before resolutely climbing back up. Money spent should not be squandered. Content with his last acquisition, the old man sought a vantage point to rest. With Severus Snape's assistance, the labyrinth had been largely completed, and with the addition of the last piece he had installed, a total of 37 components had been assembled. This was indeed a remarkable creation. Dumbledore recalled the description he had received when he inquired about the item. It was a fusion of Eastern magical artifacts and Muggle technology, bearing a name reminiscent of the Muggle world, the Spirit Instrument Camera. A simple yet unpretentious name. With a nod, Dumbledore summoned a diminutive object from his pocket, using a spell to levitate it to the center of the arena. Once the cube hovered in its designated position, it rapidly expanded, connecting piece by piece to form a quadrilateral. Much like a screen, the four mirrored surfaces flickered in succession, revealing the unfolding events of the match. Oh! The old man's eyes sparkled. This was an angle he had never contemplated. A confluence of the external world and the magical realm? Dumbledore reflected on Grindelwald's words, pondering whether this was a good or bad omen. After sitting for an extended period in the stands, he sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gellert, perhaps the future you envision holds some intrigue, but I may not have the time to accompany you on that journey. He was aged, and the future belonged to the youth. Upon returning to the cellar, Snape was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of a long-absent figure at the door. Carrying a food box, Nanu turned to the potions master and nodded in greeting. Snape's gaze swept over the empty hand of the young man, before commanding Medusa to open the door. Like others who had frequented the cellar of late, Nanu approached the dining table to begin setting up dinner. Delectable dishes were extracted from the food box, the warming spells dispelled, and arranged meticulously upon the table. Perhaps due to a lack of practice, Snape noted a certain clumsiness in Nanu's movements, as he subtly adjusted the placements several times when they appeared askew. It was rare for a knight to reach such a level of proficiency without dismissal. Wen Zhiyu had indeed nurtured this young man well. Snape paused, contemplating Wen Zhiyu's demeanor towards others and Nanu, a distinction easily perceived by an astute observer. This, too, was part of the reason why Snape felt assured that Nanu would return after Wen Zhiyu had indicated he would remain. With this thought, Snape's voice softened as he addressed Nanu. What brings you here today? As Nanu adjusted the placement of the utensils for the third time, his fingertips trembled, causing the carefully arranged setting to tilt slightly. With an air of resignation, Nanu turned to face the potions master. There was no letter today. The young master sent me to convey a message. Indeed, upon seeing Nanu's empty left hand at the door, Snape had surmised as much. The young man's words only confirmed his suspicion. Snape pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Nanu then produced a small box from his ring, stating, "The young master saw this on his journey and thought you might find it appealing, so he sent it for your perusal." Stepping forward, he gently placed the box on the table before quietly leaving the cellar. Is that all? As he watched Medusa close the cellar door once more, Snape's expression darkened. The box on the table was familiar. It bore the same material and craftsmanship as the one received last Christmas. With this thought, the potions master's countenance grew even more somber, instinctively resisting the urge to engage with the item. Nevertheless, Nanu's conveyed message held some weight. After a moment of internal conflict, Snape raised his hand to open the box. Inside, he was greeted by a vibrant green hue, and upon realizing it was not what he had anticipated, a subtle relief washed over him, his expression softening. Donning a pair of gloves, Snape carefully examined the peculiar herb contained within. It was yet another species of plant he had never encountered before. As he parted a leaf to inspect its veins, he detected a faint flow of magical energy coursing through it, merging seamlessly with its essence. A fine specimen indeed, Snape mused. After contemplating Nanu's words once more, he weighed his options for several moments before arriving at a conclusion. It was indeed something he would appreciate. Thus, he decided to forgive, albeit lightly, the young man's occasional lapse in correspondence. Perhaps he was genuinely preoccupied. Both Snape and Nanu contemplated this in their hearts. Chapter 171. The competition begins. To the best of my conscience, one can only imagine Nanu's distress upon discovering no letter in the young master's mailbox that morning. The destination of the young master's current absence was unknown even to him, and regarding communication, Wen Zhiyu had merely established a mailbox in the office for him. After instructing that any letters received should be delivered to the professor, he had also mentioned that any inquiries could be written and placed within. Fortunately, just before departing, Wen Zhiyu seemed to recall something, promptly retrieving several boxes to hand to him. He said, "If one day you do not receive my letter, please give this to the professor and mention." Thus, upon not receiving a letter that morning, Nanyu personally ventured to the cellar to deliver the items. With a sigh, he returned to the office, immersing himself in his tasks once more. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away gradually alongside the brewing of potions. Once he finished bottling the last potion, Snape exited the potions room, momentarily taken aback by the sight of his desk cluttered with letters. Before he turned and made his way to the bathroom, a brief 15 minutes later, the potions master emerged, freshly attired, and directly took the letters to his bedroom. After a cursory count, he noted a total of 12 envelopes, including the one that had previously gone unwritten, which Wen Zhiyu had swiftly sent to supplement. Leaning back against the headboard, Snape perused each letter with keen interest. There was nothing particularly different from before. Wen Zhiyu detailed his daily observations, shared his emotions, and inquired about Snape's recent affairs. For 2 consecutive months, Snape found himself perplexed as to why he continued to feel compelled to read through these seemingly insipid letters. Throughout this time, he had, as he had stated, refrained from replying to any of them. If given the choice, he would have preferred to meet the person directly. Clutching the final letter, Snape lingered over it for a moment longer, not immediately putting it away. He traced the handwriting with his fingers, feeling as though he could glimpse the hesitation and longing that accompanied the act of writing. The potions master scrutinized the signature at the end of the letter, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. It was only when a shadow flitted past the window that he finally stored the letter away. A dreamless night passed. The weather in England was notoriously capricious. Yesterday had been clear and sunny, yet today ominous clouds loomed overhead. Fortunately, it seemed that rain was not imminent. The potions master rose early, having tidied himself with haste, and donned his black robe as he made his way to the site of the third competition. As Dumbledore had mentioned, due to the defense against the dark arts professor taking an extended leave, the substitute instructor Nanyu was utterly preoccupied. Thus, the responsibility of placing the trophy had fallen to the potions master. Thoroughly examining the object inside and out with his wand, Snape positioned the trophy at the center of the arena in Dumbledore's presence. "My task is complete," he announced, glancing at Dumbledore, who was busy inspecting the surrounding cameras. Hearing the potions master's words, the old man instinctively responded with a nod. Upon hearing this, Snape did not linger for long and immediately contemplated using a spell to depart. Just as he was about to cast the levitation charm, Dumbledore's realization came swiftly. "Wait, Severus," the old man halted his movements. "You may need to assist me with one more task." Snape did not consider himself an agreeable individual. He regarded this unsolicited additional chore with stern reproach towards Dumbledore. "I shall reiterate, I will only engage in matters within my professional purview. Do not presume to burden me with everything." He would rather return to his studies of the potion ingredients that Wen Zhiyu had previously provided him. "Calm down, Severus, listen to me," Dumbledore said, tugging at his beard with an awkward smile. "You know I have enlisted the help of the water spirits to safeguard the arena. So, you have suddenly discovered a tool superior to theirs?" Snape retorted with a cold smirk. "Like the potions master you have hired? Dumbledore, you truly are calculating." The prowess of the potions master remains formidable, and the sarcasm within his words left the old man metaphorically bruised. "However, you are mistaken. I do not have the luxury of time." Snape resolutely grasped his wand and began to retrace his steps outward. Dumbledore, though feeling guilty, was not inclined to relent. "I shan't waste too much of your time, Severus," he assured. "You merely need to keep an eye on Harry. I will manage the rest." "Of course, I shall keep watch over him," Snape replied without turning back. The third task was scheduled for the evening, yet even early on, students had already begun to gather. As the competition drew near, students from the 3 schools were met with an unexpectedly striking scene. The entire arena, aside from the small wizards adorned in various house robes, was lined with shadowy figures standing at intervals along the corridors, passageways, and even the rooftops. Clad in black robes, their faces concealed by masks, and swords in hand, they stood as statuesque sentinels. Amidst this peculiar spectacle, a gray-haired youth donned with a Gryffindor tie wove through the crowd, camera in hand. "Hey, Harry." The boy quickly spotted his target. Turning at the sound, Harry, who was engaged in a strategy discussion with Draco, smiled and waved at the young wizard who had once created quite a stir due to his admiration for him. Overwhelmed with excitement at receiving a response from his idol, Colin seized the moment to capture a photograph. In the image, Harry and Draco stood face to face. Although Harry's features were obscured, the disdain evident on Draco's face was instantly immortalized. Amidst the enthusiastic little wizards, Snape ambled to the teacher's seating area, casting a discerning glance at the black-clad guards stationed around. Not detecting any anomalies, the potions master withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the edge of the arena. There, a throng of young witches and wizards animatedly discussed their favored champions. Encouraged by his friends, Harry accepted the item from Dumbledore and secured it around his wrist. This is a communication bracelet. Your voices during the competition will be transmitted through this, along with the images from the enchanted water mirrors above, Dumbledore explained. It also possesses a single teleportation enchantment. Should any unforeseen mishaps occur, shatter the magical rune with your magical energy, and you will be instantly transported out. After imparting this information, Dumbledore reiterated the importance of wearing it properly. The item could not be exclusive to Harry. It was specially prepared for the competition, thus all participants would possess one. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Harry carefully fastened the bracelet, his fingers caressing the intricate patterns upon it. With the necessary words exchanged, Dumbledore returned to the podium. As dusk descended, everything was in readiness. The darkened arena began to illuminate with flickering lights, as little wizards jostled together, banners fluttering in the night breeze. Observing the fervent audience, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed Dumbledore's gaze as he nodded to one of the figures in black. Upon receiving the signal to commence, the cloaked figure stepped forward into a more open space. Subsequently, he produced a longbow from his storage bag, aiming skyward. With a forceful pull, the bowstring was drawn taut, and a black arrow, glowing with crimson light, soared into the night sky. In an instant, the 4 enchanted water mirrors high above the audience erupted into a cascade of shimmering images from within the labyrinth. This sudden turn of events sparked another wave of jubilant exclamations. As if this were not sufficient, the crimson glow continued to rise. The crowd's excitement soared as the moment the red light erupted, the surrounding lights were simultaneously brightened, illuminating everything outside the arena. It was at this very moment that the audience beheld a sight that rendered them nearly speechless. As the red light burst forth, fireworks exploded in the sky. The flames did not cease, and the scattered starlight descended from above, gradually transforming in the wind. Countless scarlet petals rained down upon the arena, and one by one, roses fell from the sky. Some reached out to touch, to pluck, to catch them. Even Dumbledore felt a surge of inexplicable excitement at this scene. This expenditure is worth every penny, Dumbledore murmured to himself. The stunning display was met with unending applause. Familiarity struck Snape, his expression becoming rigid. The cascade of flowers seemed to transport him back to that fateful evening. That night, too, had unfolded in a similar manner. The sudden surprise ignited a flicker of anticipation within him, his fingers curling slightly, as if attempting to grasp the fleeting emotion. Lost in thought, a few flowers drifted toward the potion's master. He did not flinch, prompting Sprout beside him to instinctively raise her wand to assist him. However, before she could cast her spell, someone else preemptively resolved the predicament. Out of the corner of Snape's eye, a fair hand reached out, the fingertips glowing crimson, deftly batting the excess flowers aside. In the next moment, he caught the most pristine rose that had fallen, the wrist turning gracefully as the flower was effortlessly presented before the potion's master. And then, a longed-for visage appeared before him. Wen Zhiyu, with a smile in her eyes, slowly knelt beside Snape, her presence far surpassing that of the flowers. Whether due to the duration of their separation or the commotion caused by her arrival, Snape found himself momentarily entranced, oblivious to the impropriety of her actions. Meanwhile, Sprout, who had witnessed the entire exchange, gaped in astonishment, her wand frozen midair. Unfortunately, at that moment, all attention was fixated on the petals cascading from above and the flowers they had received, leaving no one to notice the witch who was nearly on the verge of exploding from surprise. She closed her eyes, questioning whether her approach had been misguided. Yet upon reopening them, Wen Zhiyu remained kneeling before Snape, her eyes alight with mirth, the flowers still extended towards him, embodying a gesture of courtship. Minerva, Minerva. The witch turned to seek her friend. It seems I have glimpsed something I ought not to have. Unlike her, Wen Zhiyu, having waited in vain for Snape to accept the flowers, decided instead to sit beside him. The blossoms were retracted, yet the affection in her gaze remained steadfast. Do you not like them? Her gentle voice roused Snape from his reverie. Gazing into Wen Zhiyu's eyes, Snape remained silent, averting his gaze as he tightened his grip on his dark robe. In a public setting, how could he? The mere thought that their previous encounter might have been witnessed by others suddenly made the potion's master feel unwell. Reflexively, he shot a glare at his companion. Wen Zhiyu understood his sentiment. He was aware that the potion's master preferred to avoid drawing attention and respected his wishes. However, Snape's dismissal of his gesture left Wen Zhiyu feeling somewhat discontented, and his displeasure, naturally, made it unbearable for him to see others in high spirits. The mischievous individual lifted the rose in his hand and toyed with it for a moment, before a flicker of flame suddenly ignited from his fingertip. The blue flame engulfed the vibrant red rose, spreading rapidly to consume not only the flower he held, but also a vast array of blossoms around them. including the petals scattered on the ground. The panicked young wizards scarcely had time to discard the flowers before witnessing them ignite into a conflagration in their hands. The ethereal blue flames bore no heat, and in the absence of warmth, the emotions of the young wizards surged once more. Yet amidst their astonished exclamations, no one noticed that the silhouette from which the red glow emanated was also consumed by the azure flames. The figure and the flowers swayed within the inferno, ultimately dissipating into the air, scattered by the night breeze. Snape, seeking to avoid attention, inadvertently caught sight of this scene and frowned, instinctively grasping the hand that Wen Zhiyu had raised. "What are you doing?" Caught in the act of venting his frustrations on others, Wen Zhiyu bore no resentment. Wearing a smile as warm as spring, after a brief struggle to adjust his posture, he covered their joined hands with Snape's robe, a fiery soiree for them. He remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely orchestrated a theatrical flame display for the entire gathering. Were it not for Snape's vivid recollection of the individual he had seen, alongside the memories of his last encounter in the Forbidden Forest, perhaps he might have believed it. Believe it? Not a chance. The reprimanding words faltered as he glimpsed the unmistakable chill in Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Strangely, he felt a sudden chill creeping over him. The physical contact could not conceal the potion's master's unease from the one holding his hand. Sensing the coolness of Snape's hand, Wen Zhiyu tightened his grip, channeling warmth through his burgeoning magical energy. Meanwhile, Sprout, having finally extracted her friend from the crowd, excitedly pointed in their direction, muttering incantations. McGonagall glanced over at Snape, nodding. "Ah, I see it, Pomona. Professor Wen has returned. Should we extend our greetings?" "I didn't mean for you to look at that." Sprout tugged at her robe. "I meant for you to observe their intimate gestures." "Intimate gestures?" Confused, McGonagall scrutinized the actions of the two. Snape and Wen Zhiyu maintained a perfectly normal social distance, with no embraces or hugs. She even noticed Snape glaring at his companion. Hiss, McGonagall turned back, her expression inscrutable. "Pomona, I think you might need to take a break." "Huh, why?" Sprout was taken aback. McGonagall patted her shoulder. "Being around plants for too long can lead to hallucinations. Don't exhaust yourself." "Is that so? Do you think I'm lying?" Sprout gritted her teeth, pointing at Snape. "Can't you see how they are acting?" "Acting how?" McGonagall followed her gaze. Everything appeared as normal. Sprout, all right. Pomona, let us hurry over. The competition is about to commence." Although unsure of what Sprout wished her to observe, McGonagall clearly did not want to miss this match. This would be her first time witnessing a live broadcast of the third competition. Despite her reluctance, Sprout was reluctantly dragged away by McGonagall. Over here, after feeling Wen Zhiyu's hand gradually warm, he sighed and prepared to release his grip. Yet, the moment he loosened his hold, Snape clasped his hand from beneath. Surprised, Wen Zhiyu looked up at Snape. Meeting his gaze, Snape felt an unexpected surge of guilt. "Are you upset?" Observing that Wen Zhiyu's expression was not entirely unfavorable, Snape hesitated, contemplating an explanation. He had not intended to ignore his companion's message. He merely, simply did not want to harbor any expectations regarding something so intangible, even if just a little. He had considered replying to Wen Zhiyu. The last person he encountered had been correct. Constant rejection could easily push someone further away. Wen Zhiyu had already done more than enough. Perhaps he should also take a few steps forward. The potion's master, unaccustomed to soothing or explaining, wore a conflicted expression. He required a solution that did not involve an apology, yet could resolve the current predicament. Sensing the potion's master's shifting emotions, the irritation that had risen within Wen Zhiyu dissipated entirely. With a sigh, he pinched Snape's fingertips in a gentle motion. "I am not upset." He gazed earnestly into Snape's eyes. "I'm just a bit weary lately." "Weary?" Snape pondered for a moment, recalling the contents of the letter, noting that there was no mention of work. Clearly, Wen Zhiyu did not wish for him to be aware. Observing the way Wen Zhiyu lowered his gaze, Snape immediately grasped his thoughts. However, in such a public setting, mindful of the professor's wishes, he refrained from any further actions. Thus, Wen Zhiyu shifted slightly closer to the potion's master. "What I mean is, each day I do not see you, Professor, feels exhausting. Can you perhaps spare a moment of sympathy for me?" As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu audaciously leaned towards Snape's shoulder, yet maintained a distance, avoiding contact. Snape watched him closely. As Wen Zhiyu inched nearer, surrounded by a throng of people, Snape instinctively shifted away from his approach. Yet, in the next moment, Snape paused, seemingly realizing what he had done, and cautiously glanced at Wen Zhiyu's expression. Now, even the smile had vanished. Observing Wen Zhiyu's demeanor turn neutral as he straightened himself, Snape found himself at a loss, unsure whether to tighten or loosen his grip on their hands. Oh, perhaps he need not be troubled by that. For in the next instant, Wen Zhiyu withdrew his hand. This was it. Now he was genuinely upset. Snape's words faltered once more. What was this situation? The moment when Zhiyu had professed he was not angry, he had inadvertently provoked his ire. Let us watch the competition. Wen Zhiyu turned his attention to the arena, as if nothing had transpired moments before. However, Snape could clearly perceive the chill in both his expression and tone. Unsure of what to say, and with the surrounding atmosphere unsuited for explanations, Snape pondered for a long while before managing to emit a mere once uttered. The atmosphere between them plummeted to an icy silence, causing a few nearby professors to shiver from the chill. On the field, all the flowers that had previously captivated attention were now reduced to ashes, and without the alluring spectacle, the crowd shifted their focus to the lofty water mirrors above. The commotion outside failed to disrupt the individuals within, as they became dispersed upon entering the maze. Recently, Harry has found some utility in the spells he practiced with Draco, managing to evade attacks multiple times right under the watchful eyes of the crowd. With a few simple incantations, he deftly maneuvered, swiftly dodging branches that sought to ensnare him. As the maze began to constrict, Harry sprinted toward an open space. Meanwhile, the other valiant warriors within the labyrinth commenced their own battles. Strangely, apart from the two from Hogwarts, Victor Krum, a champion from Durmstrang, appeared rather peculiar. Why was he standing still? Someone inquired. He was indeed moving, but only slightly. The dead do not move. Oh, of course, I wasn't referring to Emma. The young wizard who spoke was promptly struck by Hermione, who had dashed over a few meters away, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching his eyes. Ron, alarmed, pulled him away, fearing that Hermione might lash out again if he wasn't careful. How did I not notice you were so volatile before? Ron remarked as he returned Hermione to her place. Could you be a tad more ladylike? He asked, badmouthing someone. She retorted. Then you could simply insult him without resorting to violence. Ron attempted to mediate. Humph, Hermione scoffed. I don't have that kind of time. Ron pondered why his friends had all become so odd. Just then, Krum finally stirred. He began to move purposefully in a certain direction. Dumbledore and Snape, observing the strange state of Krum, exchanged knowing glances, both suspecting something amiss. The Imperious Curse? Dumbledore glanced at Snape, and upon receiving a confirming nod, they continued to watch the competition. As if guided by an unseen force, Krum quickly located Cedric, who was desperately trying to evade attacks. The two collided, and upon seeing Krum, Cedric immediately contemplated a different route. Unfortunately, before he could decide, Krum's spell hurtled toward him. Just in time, Cedric narrowly blocked the incoming attack, completely unprepared for Krum's sudden aggression. Hey, what are you doing? Cedric shouted in disbelief, but Krum remained unfazed, his wand flickering once more, sending a green light hurtling toward Cedric. He cast the Cruciatus Curse. The audience erupted in excitement at the revelation, particularly Cedric's family. When Cedric fell to the ground, convulsing from the curse, Mr. Diggory nearly charged onto the field. However, before Dumbledore could intervene, the dark-robed followers surrounding the arena swiftly subdued Mr. Diggory, dragging him away without ceremony. Those who had protested the loudest were treated similarly, receiving a swift chop and removal. Soon, the tumult of the arena returned to a semblance of normalcy. Dumbledore, sweating profusely, refrained from intervening. After all, the dark followers had indeed protected the students of the school, maintaining order. Perhaps it was Cedric's situation he should be more concerned about rather than worrying about being dragged away like the others had been. Chapter 174, The Third Contest. Unlike him, the moment she witnessed Cedric collapse, Professor Sprout, who had been distractedly monitoring Snape's demeanor, quickly diverted her gaze. She rushed to Dumbledore's side, engaging in a heated argument with Karkaroff. Dumbledore endeavored to calm the witch while casting a subtle glance at Snape in the stands. Snape feigned ignorance, uninterested in the plight of anyone apart from Potter. Such matters were not his concern. However, who had cast the Imperious Curse on Krum? Gradually losing focus on the situation in the water mirror, Snape missed the moment when a glance from Wen Zhiyu caught his attention. In the arena, Krum, after casting his spell on Cedric, seemed intent on continuing his assault. Their voices drew Harry's attention from a distance. Before Harry could make his presence known, Cedric, summoning a flicker of consciousness amidst his agony, aimed his wand at the distracted Krum and cast the disarming charm. In an instant, Krum, having lost his wand, stood frozen, only to be struck down by Cedric's next spell. Despite Krum having unleashed an unforgivable curse upon him, Cedric's retaliation remained within the bounds of conventional magic, refraining from immediate vengeance. After curling up on the ground for a moment, Cedric weathered the worst of the pain, gradually rising with the support of the maze's walls. Harry arrived on the scene swiftly, witnessing the shaky Cedric and instinctively rushing to support him. However, after just a couple of steps, Harry stumbled over an object on the ground, crashing heavily onto Krum. The already unconscious Krum emitted a muffled groan, prompting Harry to scramble to his feet. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, anxiously glancing at the unresponsive Krum. After a moment to regain his strength, Cedric observed Harry's frantic actions and, with a hint of resignation, recounted the earlier events. Harry was utterly taken aback by Krumm's use of the unforgivable curse. Wait, doesn't he know they're being broadcasted live? Why is he acting like this? Their eyes locked, and Cedric sensed that he glimpsed something in Harry's expression that he shouldn't have. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, suspecting he was overthinking. He is unconscious, and there are still monsters in the maze. Should we just leave him? Cedric pondered aloud. Oh, it's fine. Harry reassured him. Professor Dumbledore will handle it. They can see what is happening. Is that so? Harry nodded. How are you feeling? Do you need to rest a bit longer? Krumm wasn't he particularly strong in magic? And Cedric, not feeling any lingering discomfort, promptly responded that he was much better now. Then we should be on our way, Harry remarked, glancing at the several paths ahead. With that, they exchanged glances and each chose a direction to proceed. Before leaving, Harry cast a protective shield around Krumm. He recalled that Hermione seemed to have a soft spot for this boy, so it wouldn't hurt to offer some protection. Having completed this, Harry continued onward. They had barely walked a short distance when two dark figures emerged from their previous position, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The dark followers adeptly lifted one of Krumm's legs, leaping back into the maze and escorting him to the entrance of the arena. Krumm. Karkaroff was the first to rush forward. Next was Sprout, followed closely by Hermione and Ron. Soon, a throng of people began to surge toward the entrance, only to be firmly blocked by the sword-wielding followers, ultimately retreating back to the stands. After successfully escorting Krumm to the infirmary, Dumbledore sighed in relief, finally able to refocus on the ongoing events in the arena. Uncertain of what else transpired within the maze, the water mirror quickly went dark, and the lone female champion was also brought out. With the absence of the other two, the maze transformed at an even swifter pace. Harry navigated through the increasingly constricted passages, narrowly avoiding being crushed several times. Then, he spotted Cedric, also racing toward this direction. Without considering why Cedric had chosen this path, Harry immediately noticed the peril behind Cedric. Don't look back. With urgency and haste, a steel-armored spell was hurled towards his adversary, colliding with the blue barrier and the legs of the eight-eyed giant spider. Following a cacophony of sound, Cedric finally became aware of the situation behind him. He dashed forward a few steps, turning back to unleash another incantation. The exoskeleton of the mature eight-eyed spider was exceedingly resilient, rendering the young wizard's spells nearly ineffective. The creature began to advance relentlessly. In the stands, Dumbledore wore a grave expression, recalling no instances of having cast such perilous spells into the labyrinth. Harry's sudden involvement in the fray was undeniably reckless, yet one could not deny his bravery. Dumbledore felt a sense of satisfaction with Harry's decision to act. Yet he remained concerned for the precarious predicament facing both young men. Snape, on the other hand, was less contemplative. Observing Harry narrowly evade the spider's attacks in the water mirror, his expression soured as if he were on the verge of tears. Beside him, Wen Zhiyu effortlessly perceived the tumultuous emotions swirling within Snape. His gaze darkened slightly, and a hint of malice flickered between his gentle brows, yet he remained silent, directing his attention to the youth in the water mirror. As the danger escalated for the two, a faint smirk graced Wen Zhiyu's lips, and he refrained from intervening. Harry and Cedric teamed up, casting multiple spells toward their foe, even when targeting its vulnerabilities. The eight-eyed spider proved to be as formidable as their practical adversaries in defense against the dark arts class. More crucially, they were still only two. Harry lamented not having learned more offensive spells, a regret that reached its zenith as the spider's venomous fangs loomed perilously close to his eyes. Observing calmly, Wen Zhiyu remained still until Snape abruptly rose, reluctantly moving his fingers. In the fleeting moment before the spider's bite, an influx of magical energy surged into the creature, causing its body to erupt in a cloud of blood mist. The crimson liquid drenched both young men. Cedric reacted more swiftly than Harry, pulling him back a couple of steps. In the unexpected turn of events, both were now splattered with gore. Outside the arena, the onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief as the crisis was averted. Dumbledore glanced behind him, surprised to find the previous figure in black absent, instead spotting another individual approaching and nodding at him. Regardless, knowing it was the other party's doing, Dumbledore felt a slight sense of reassurance and cast a calming glance towards Snape. Seeing that Harry was unharmed, Dumbledore offered an explanation for the incident, while Snape resumed his seat with a scowl. However, as he settled back, his dark robe inadvertently drifted toward Wen Zhiyu. Retracting his hand, Snape observed the other's composed evasion, his expression as frigid as it had been previously. Chapter 175, A Twist in the Competition. The eight-eyed spider left no trace behind save for the bloodstains on the ground. Free from danger, Harry and Cedric swallowed hard, exchanging glances. Perhaps it was the sheer peril they had just faced, but they remained silent for an extended moment, before inquiring about each other's well-being. Upon receiving a response, Cedric's eyes sparkled as he cast his gaze toward the trophy not far off. Go claim the trophy, Harry, he urged. Huh. Harry was taken aback by Cedric's unexpected suggestion. Momentarily speechless, me? Cedric smiled and nodded. Throughout their journey, he had received numerous forms of assistance from Harry, both directly and indirectly. Had it not been for Harry's timely intervention against the spider, he might have already been eliminated. Whether motivated by self-interest or genuine altruism, Cedric felt that the trophy rightfully belonged to Harry. Observing Cedric's nod, Harry pursed his lips and remained silent. The final decision, both within the arena and beyond, descended into a serene stillness. Professor Sprout, who had previously fretted over Cedric, felt her eyes welling with tears, her pride in her exceptional student swelling further. Dumbledore, too, smiled at the pair, acknowledging their commendable character. They were indeed students he held in high regard. Regardless of who claimed the trophy, first place undoubtedly belonged to Hogwarts. In this solemn yet tranquil atmosphere, Harry glanced down at the bracelet on his wrist and articulated his decision. Let us go together, no matter the circumstances. The best choice was undoubtedly for them to proceed as one. Harry had never believed he could endure to this point. Since being chosen, he had felt adrift and passive, as though propelled by some unseen force toward this very moment. Without him, Cedric surely would have claimed the trophy, for the older student was truly remarkable. Gazing into Harry's resolute and sincere eyes, Cedric momentarily lost his focus, and in the end, they exchanged a smile. They now stood merely a few paces from the trophy, supporting each other as they advanced toward the center of the maze. Upon reaching the trophy, they stood side by side, each lifting a hand. Come on, they said in unison. Outside, the audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two hands in the water mirror. The two hands, differing in size, slowly descended amidst the crowd's rapt attention, gripping the trophy's handle. A scream was on the verge of erupting. Yet, before the scream could escape, an unexpected transformation occurred in the water mirror. The instant their hands touched the trophy, a tempestuous wind swirled around the venue, centered upon the trophy. Then, the image in the water mirror warped and twisted, and in an instant, Harry and Cedric, having just claimed the trophy, vanished from public view. The last sound that lingered was Harry's resounding scream. Harry, Hermione, and Ron below were among the first to cry out. Professor Sprout, who had just managed to hold back tears, fainted at the shocking turn of events, collapsing limply against McGonagall. Pomona. McGonagall caught her friend. Dumbledore froze. He had anticipated potential mishaps, but never anticipated this particular outcome. Snape, who had also released the trophy, surged forward, his black robe billowing as he approached the Elder. The arena swiftly descended into chaos. Concern and seriousness enveloped everyone, yet the quality of the dark-clad cultists proved effective as they swiftly dealt with potential threats. Dumbledore turned to Snape, beginning to inquire about the masked figure. After a few questions, the cloaked individual remained silent, merely gesturing for Dumbledore to remain calm. The Whispering Spring would not undertake tasks without certainty. Recalling this rumor, Dumbledore exchanged a solemn glance with Snape before directing his gaze back to the now vacant water mirror. After a prolonged silence, the once quiet water mirror emitted sound once more. Initially, there was a muffled groan from the ground, as the image in the water mirror began to swirl and change. Then came the sound of fabric rustling, as if someone were rising from the floor. Oh, where's this? Harry's voice coincided with the visual transmission. Thanks to the bracelets worn by the courageous, even when outside the camera's range, the bracelets would automatically release a tracking camera. The tiny camera, hardly noticeable, hovered just beyond Harry, successfully capturing the duo's current predicament for display in the water mirror. Dumbledore once again commended himself for his decision to indulge in a little retail therapy. Cedric and Harry simultaneously collapsed to the ground, only to rise together once more. The image reflected in the water mirror captivated the attention of the gathered spectators, as they beheld the two valiant warriors appear within the frame, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from many, including the scowling Snape. However, in the next heartbeat, a chilling voice caused their hearts to leap once more. Eliminate that nuisance. In the image, the cloaked figure standing not far from Harry raised his wand. Before anyone could discern the identity of the speaker, another voice cut through the air. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. In that moment, irrespective of who the threat was aimed at, an icy shiver coursed through the crowd. Dumbledore immediately recognized that the target was Cedric. The elderly wizard tightened his grip on his wand, his brow furrowed deeply. The recently awakened Sprout was once again rendered faint by the incantation, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Harry froze upon hearing the voice. The green curse sped towards Cedric. Just before it could strike, another beam of golden light intercepted the deadly spell. The green curse was consumed by the golden radiance, and a similarly frigid voice resonated from behind them. Tom, It appears you have not comprehended my words. As the voice emanated from the water mirror, the figure emerged, broadcasted alongside the image, clad in dark red robes, with long black hair tied back in a high ponytail. The newcomer brandished a whip and advanced into the crowd's line of sight. Bellatrix. Snape instantly recognized her. The last encounter at the manor was vividly etched in his memory. He could not so easily forget her. Upon seeing Bellatrix, Snape instinctively glanced around. Where's one? Not finding her nearby, a wave of unease washed over Snape. Yet soon, his searching gaze settled on another spot. It was the place he had occupied moments before. The man with black hair and golden eyes remained seated, seemingly untouched by the unfolding chaos, quietly gazing at the water mirror, his attention unyielding. Snape's search stilled. His next move hesitatingly delayed. Chapter 176, A Pleasant Transaction. The night air at Hogwarts was bright with light. As the potions master gazed through the throng at the silhouette that had once bestowed upon him fleeting warmth, their gazes did not intersect. As the water mirror once again drew the crowd's thoughts away, in the image, the man in red robes strode past Harry and Cedric, surveying the cloaked figure from a position of dominance. Soon, a multitude of black-clad followers encircled the area, and Harry steadied Cedric, feeling an acute sense of dissonance with their surroundings. Dumbledore, dressed similarly, surveyed the arena, noting the dedicated individuals still on duty, his expression grave. Indeed, there is none. The voice continued to emanate from the cloaked figure, its dry, hoarse timbre reminiscent of creaking wood, unsettling to the ear. The masked man in red displayed an unmistakable impatience. He raised his hand, forming a fist, and in an instant, the cloaked figure cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest. As the black-clad man fell, several followers rushed forward, igniting a massive cauldron they had prepared. One by one, various items were seized from the side and cast into the cauldron, following a swift stirring. One particularly tall follower hurried to the fallen cloaked figure, delivering a brutal kick that sent the already weakened man sprawling. The follower then retrieved a peculiar object from his grasp, roughly the size of a toddler, and unceremoniously tossed it into the cauldron, prompting the gathered followers to step back, wary of the rising steam. The bizarre actions unfolding in the image appeared to be some form of ritual, capturing the attention of Hogwarts inhabitants. They watched as another group of black-clad followers detonated a nearby grave with talismans, extracting several bones and discarding them into the cauldron. Stunned, Harry and Cedric retreated a couple of steps, fearful of being drawn into the chaos themselves. Soon after, the fallen cloaked figure suffered further injury. His left hand was severed by a follower, blood splattering the ground. Following the severing, the hand was tossed into the cauldron, and the black-clad followers began to approach the final ingredient. As the ominous figure drew nearer, Harry instinctively raised his wand to cast a spell. Alas, just as he did, a whip ensnared his wrist. With a swift tug, Harry was flung forward, tumbling dangerously close to the cauldron. Cedric, intending to assist, took only 2 steps before being violently kicked away. The expression beneath Wen's mask softened slightly as she locked eyes with the hovering camera, a glint of defiance in her crimson gaze. A collective shiver ran through all the young witches and wizards observing the water mirror, while Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Amidst the scrutiny, the black-clad follower deftly sliced Harry's palm with a dagger, collecting the blood to cast into the cauldron. It seemed they were still lacking something. One pondered, her gaze falling to the wounded cloaked figure on the ground, desperately stifling his pain. With a crack of the whip, she ensnared his neck and dragged him toward the cauldron's edge. Recite. As the figure was propelled forward, his cloak fell away, and Snape instantly recognized the face. Peter Pettigrew. Harry also identified him. Despite grimacing in pain, Peter cast a disdainful glance at Harry on the ground, muttering incantations directed at the cauldron. As the spell was uttered, vibrant plumes of smoke began to rise from the cauldron. The surrounding black-clad followers bathed in the kaleidoscopic glow emanating from within. At that moment, whether within the image or outside it, all awaited the outcome in silence. After a protracted wait, the roiling cauldron gradually settled. Just as the onlookers presumed the ritual had faltered, a pale, skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the depths of the cauldron. Subsequently, a shadowy figure, enshrouded in a black robe, slowly rose. I have returned. I am back. Voldemort's icy gaze swept the room, ultimately resting upon Harry, unleashing a bone-chilling laugh. The reactions to his return were mixed among those present, with joy emanating from the recently dismembered Pettigrew, who, upon witnessing Voldemort's emergence from the cauldron, knelt and crawled toward him inch by inch. Presenting his wand, he babbled with excitement, "Master, my lord, you have finally returned." Accepting the wand, Voldemort caressed it with a paternal expression, then swiftly unleashed a green light directed at one. Prepared, she raised her hand to block the incoming Avada, rubbing her wrist afterward. "A foolish endeavor, Tom." Her tone was cold, devoid of any inflection. Observing his attack thwarted, Voldemort sighed silently, his voice tinged with regret. It was merely a slip of the hand, he offered as an excuse. After all, I have not wielded my wand in quite some time. With an air of impatience. Wen Zhiyu dismissed Voldemort's explanations. Having achieved his own objectives, he regarded Voldemort's actions as nothing more than those of a buffoon. His gaze shifted away from Voldemort to rest upon Harry, who was positioned not far from the ground. Following his gaze, Voldemort's eyes brightened as he approached Harry. Methodically, he lifted Harry's chin with his wand, the clash of red and green in his eyes igniting the air. He scrutinized the 14 or 15-year-old boy. But due to the terms of their transaction, Voldemort suppressed any urge to eliminate him outright. The wand, previously cast aside in midair, levitated once more. Voldemort grasped the wand, a fine specimen, and placed it into Harry's hand, taunting, "You are Harry Potter, my destined adversary?" After executing these actions, he stepped back, a scornful expression on his face. Deeming Harry a worthless fool. Fueled by anger, Harry sprang to his feet, brandishing the wand towards Voldemort. "You are the worthless one," he retorted, satisfied by Harry's reaction. Voldemort unleashed a curse, the wand flashing red as he cast a piercing spell. Unable to evade it, Harry felt the chilling impact of the curse. Overwhelming pain bending his spine as he collapsed once more, writhing in agony. Wen Zhiyu observed Voldemort casting spells at Harry several times, estimating that the time was nearing for him to intervene. "That is enough, Tom," he said, striding towards Harry. "We have more pressing matters at hand." He bent down, lifting the trembling Harry, grasping his left hand and delivering a measured pat to the bracelet on his wrist. The enchantment on the bracelet activated, and in an instant, Harry vanished from sight. Cedric was treated in the same manner. Having completed these tasks, Wen Zhiyu reached for the hovering camera, his fingertips stroking its red glow. The enigmatic mask dominating most of the view. "Your people have been returned to you. A pleasant transaction, Headmaster Dumbledore." Chapter 177, Darkness. Following this, the screen descended into darkness, and the Quidditch pitch fell silent. Voldemort had returned much sooner than anticipated, and judging by the scene, it appeared he had engaged in dealings with the Fountain of Secrets. One must admit, the products from the fountain instilled a sense of reassurance. Almost at the moment the screen blacked out, Harry and Cedric's figures emerged in a clearing not far from the pitch. Hermione and Draco rushed forward, with Ron trailing closely behind, while Dumbledore hurried to assess the situation. Upon confirming that Harry was not in mortal danger, Dumbledore directed the others to escort the two to the hospital wing. Turning back, he resolved to have a lengthy discussion with the potions master. "I will come to see you tomorrow." At Dumbledore's gesture, Snape uttered this phrase before turning to leave. Voldemort did not immediately summon the Death Eaters, thus granting Snape a moment of respite. He perhaps had more significant matters to attend to. Snape hastened to catch up with Wen Zhiyu, silently following the man as they exited the pitch. The rain-soaked path was strikingly clear, the thick clouds having dissipated, and the crowd dwindling. At a corner, Snape grasped the man's arm, pulling him back. "Where are you headed?" he inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. Wen Zhiyu's gaze drifted over Snape's hand that held him, a long-buried emotion slowly surfacing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied dryly, "Back to the office." In the corridor, the potions master and Wen Zhiyu stood face to face, the other's expression fully laid bare before him. Suppressing his emotions, Snape pressed on, "Back to the office? Not to the dungeons?" "To the dungeons. I fear I might disturb you." Snape closely scrutinized Wen Zhiyu's expression, but he was dissatisfied with this response. "Disturb? You think, Mr. Wen, that you are merely a disturbance to me? Did you never feel this way before?" "Before?" Wen Zhiyu instinctively lowered his gaze, the faint emotion he felt not supporting a calm reply, though he had indeed always thought so. Snape's silence ignited the panic and anger he had been desperately trying to suppress. The events of the night weighed heavily. Voldemort's resurrection was an issue he could not overlook. Although the Dark Lord had not yet summoned his followers, Snape knew that by tomorrow, he would have to return to that place. He had always managed to keep this matter concealed. It was selfish of him, wanting to keep the man close. He had contemplated the aftermath of Voldemort's return, yet he had not anticipated the urgency of the situation. Wen Zhiyu had only just returned, and now that person had come back as well. He was unsure how to broach the subject with him. The ideal approach would be to choose a moment to calmly reveal the truth, then await the decision. Perhaps it could be phrased delicately, allowing for a semblance of calm communication even if they were to become estranged. At the very least, it should not be as hasty as it was now, he thought. But what could he do? Even if he survived the night unscathed, he would still have to confront this issue the next day. Glancing at Wen Zhiyu's expression, Snape weighed his options. Why not take this opportunity to lay everything bare? Various emotions swirled chaotically within him. Snape tightened his grip on Wen Zhiyu's hand, only to release it abruptly. "What are you causing a ruckus about?" Meeting the other's bewildered gaze, Snape's countenance hardened. Indeed, you are correct. You are disturbing me. It was rare for Mr. Wen to recognize his own transgressions. He closed his eyes. Should I commend you for that? Wen Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback by the reprimand, left stunned by Snape's words. Instinctively, he sought to placate the man. I am not. I deliberately did not respond to your letter. Snape gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. What do you think you are? Why should I respond to you? The things you spoke of, I burned them long ago. Burned? Why? Wen Zhiyu was baffled. Even if Snape truly disliked him, he would not lay things out in such an overt manner. This was not in keeping with his character. Why? Snape retorted to himself. But having reached this point, there was no turning back. He resolved to be straightforward. Do you not possess any sense? Take a good look. As he spoke, Snape coldly revealed the tattoo on his left arm. The black skull design was laid bare to the air. Startled, Snape could not bear to meet Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Turning his head away, his tone sharp. Do not doubt your eyes. If you have any understanding of the magical realm, you should know, without question, that this is the dark mark. Finally exposing a long-buried secret, Snape's complexion paled. He was uncertain whether the other could grasp the gravity of the situation. And with a hardened heart, the potion's master laid himself bare once more. Are you satisfied? He asked. Do you need me to clarify further? Wen Zhiyu, you are exceedingly presumptuous. On what grounds do you believe I would harbor any affection for you? Is it due to your constitution, which is incapable of concocting even a potion? Or perhaps it is your incessant, clingy demeanor? Or do you genuinely think I could find myself enamored with a child who is oblivious to his own age? Ultimately, Severus Snape found himself speaking without restraint. From the very beginning, my intentions towards you have been solely utilitarian. You are remarkably useful, Snape scoffed, capable of performing any task. Your words are pleasing to the ear. Why would I not make use of you? It is your own foolishness. You are the one who approached me. His lashes fluttered as he opened his eyes. You cannot blame others for your plight. Severing the torrent of emotions that threatened to overwhelm him, the master of potions laid out his final words. If you cannot endure, you may leave. The moment those words fell, his heart sank like a stone into a lake. Snape's right hand hung limply, trembling slightly beneath his dark cloak. He dared not glance at Wen Zhiyu's expression, and the serpent-like countenance he projected was equally poor. Neither spoke a word. The silence was punctuated only by the sound of the wind whispering through the corridor, tugging at the edges of their garments. Awaiting either a furious departure or a retaliatory blow, Snape's ears perked up at the sound of droplets hitting the ground. Stiffening slightly, he hesitated before turning his head slowly. To his disbelief, the man before him hung his head, fists clenched tightly, as tears cascaded down his cheeks in a steady stream. He made no sound, yet his entire being trembled, and though Snape could not discern his expression, the tears were unmistakably evident. Chapter 178, Anything is Possible. This reaction caught Snape completely off guard. He had envisioned countless scenarios. He had considered the possibility that his counterpart might simply walk away, or hurl insults, or perhaps even resort to violence. Yet he had never anticipated that Wen Zhiyu would respond in this manner. You, Snape stared, bewildered, at the tear-streaked face of the man before him. Why are you crying? The tears fell like molten lava, searing into the softest part of Snape's chest, igniting a fire deep within him. An unbearable sting of pain unsettled his heart. As if oblivious to his question, Wen Zhiyu continued to weep, his sobs growing more fervent, slight gasps escaping his throat. In that moment, Snape felt as though his heart were being pricked by 1,000 needles, nearly robbing him of breath. His throat constricted, and his fingers involuntarily lifted, yearning to wipe away the tears from his face. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward, trembling as he reached out, gently cradling the other's face. The redness around Wen Zhiyu's eyes struck him like a bullet to the heart. He gazed into those eyes, his fingertips brushing away the tears, and all the mental fortifications he had constructed crumbled to dust. Please, don't cry. What is there to weep about? The falling tears burned through to his very core, leaving him flustered. Golden irises brimmed with unshed tears. The eyes that were forever twinkling with mirth now overflowed with sorrow. Observing this, Snape's tone unconsciously softened as he wiped the tears away, murmuring reassurances to quell the storm of grief. Do not cry, please. He was at a loss for how to comfort someone, bewildered as to why Wen Zhiyu's reaction to his words was so profoundly emotional. Yet he understood that the moment he witnessed Wen Zhiyu's tears, his own heart quaked. Regret washed over him like a relentless tide, each word he had spoken transforming into a sharp blade that incessantly cut at him. With a hoarse voice, Snape's fingers trembled as they continued to wipe away the tears. I was wrong. He always found himself powerless against Wen Zhiyu. A feeling called heartache compelled him to abandon his initial resolve, lowering his own standards. Please, do not cry. In this lifetime, it was the first time the Master of Potions had ever compromised. It is my fault. I should not have neglected to respond to your letter. Snape unhesitatingly overturned his previous assertions. At this moment, his pride was of little consequence. If it meant that the person before him would cease to weep, he would say anything. I did not find you bothersome, truly, Snape said. His lips pressed together in uncertainty. If you are angry, you may scold or strike me. Just do not cry. Please, do not cry. Lacking any experience in providing comfort, Snape resorted to his own methods of venting anger and sorrow, hoping they might prove effective. He was filled with regret. Unable to suppress the urge to slap the version of himself that had made the earlier decision, his heart heavy with a bittersweet ache. Wen Zhiyu's tears flowed unabated, spilling from his eyes, which Snape tenderly wiped clean with his fingertips. Yet gradually, his palms grew damp. The tears blurred his vision. And upon hearing the soothing words from the Master of Potions, Wen Zhiyu grasped the hem of Snape's garment. Biting his lip, he struggled to contain his emotions. But the natural response of his body betrayed him, and he could not halt the soft sobs that escaped him, his eyes, usually brimming with love, now replaced with sorrow and grievance. It is my fault. Snape's throat felt parched as he gently opened Wen Zhiyu's lips. It is all my fault. Please do not cry. The evening breeze carried the coolness of summer, painting the twilight with vibrant hues. They stood in the corridor for what felt like an eternity. Fortunately, the halls of Hogwarts were deserted at night. Otherwise, Snape was certain that the news of him having reduced someone to tears would swiftly circulate throughout the school. At long last, when Wen Zhiyu had begun to calm, Snape gently wiped the remnants of tears from his eyes, withdrawing his hand to contemplate the impending confrontation. It was impossible to revert to the earlier dynamic. He could not bear to witness Wen Zhiyu in tears. Yet, without articulating his intentions, how could he convey what he needed to express? As Snape prepared to retract his hand, it was intercepted. Wen Zhiyu gently grasped his fingertips, entwining their hands. With reddened eyes and a voice tinged with a slight tremor, he said, I am not angry that you did not reply. Not angry. Snape regarded him quietly, belatedly recalling the letters he had seen yesterday. Indeed, from the volume and content of the correspondence, it was evident that Wen Zhiyu did not mind his lack of response. Then why have you appeared so glum today? As if sensing Snape's unspoken inquiry, Wen Zhiyu inhaled sharply and expressed his grievances. Because you keep looking at others and avoiding me. An unarticulated possessiveness enveloped Wen Zhiyu entirely. The tumult of emotions compelled him to utter an excessively unreasonable statement. Do not look at him. Look at me instead, will you? If you keep looking at him, I shall take action. He refrained from voicing his further thoughts, which were even more extreme, like the notion of gouging out the other's eyes to keep them forever fixed upon him. Snape failed to perceive the danger behind Wen Zhiyu's intentions, instinctively questioning whom he referred to. Are you speaking of that Potter? Wen Zhiyu nodded, softly murmuring. And also that Diggory. He recalled vividly how, during the first match, the professor had even applauded that Cedric. Snape, seemingly amused by the absurdity, reached out to pinch Wen Zhiyu's cheek in frustration. So you are upset about this? Wen Zhiyu did not deter him, allowing the other to leave red imprints upon his face, his aggrieved retorts not born of anger, but rather of jealousy. Having come to this realization, Severus Snape grasped the other's hand, leading him down an alternate path. He is not like you, Snape remarked. I am merely observing him. Why observe? Wen Zhiyu feigned ignorance, eager to hear the professor's explanation. As they walked together, Snape glanced sideways at him, hesitating before deciding to divulge the truth. Because of my mother. He initially assumed that this candid revelation would provoke intense emotions, yet beneath the cloak of night, Wen Zhiyu listened with an unsettling calmness to his tale. After recounting the reasons for his clandestine protection of Harry Potter, Snape unconsciously tightened his grip on Wen Zhiyu's hand, his gaze stubbornly fixed upon the other's eyes, serious, silent, and heart-wrenching. In those depths, Snape discerned a myriad of emotions, yet he never encountered the disdain and detachment he had anticipated. Do you not find it repulsive? Chapter 179, and you are worth everything. I have harbored another in my heart, and for some ridiculous reasons, I drove her to her demise. In the days to come, I shall continue to protect her child, perhaps until my own death. Snape posed the question, would you find such a man repulsive? The words that had long been buried within him finally escaped, as he gripped the edge of his clothing tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging from the exertion. His left hand remained clasped in Wen Zhiyu's, reluctant to pull away, yet simultaneously fearful of the answer he might receive. Unbeknownst to him, his mind's defenses began to operate instinctively, his deep, dark pupils gradually losing their luster. He could not accept it, nor did he wish to. Thus his tumultuous thoughts led him to make a rather irrational decision. He attempted to suppress his emotions in a bid to compel himself to accept the truth. An undeniable surge of magic emanated from beside him, prompting Wen Zhiyu to frown slightly as he effortlessly disrupted it with his spiritual energy. The flow of magic ceased abruptly, and Snape lifted his gaze. Incredulity etched across his features as he stared into Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Do you wish to hear the truth? Wen Zhiyu did not hurry to respond. Instead, he led Snape to a secluded corner where the dim light cascaded softly upon them. Seemingly perplexed by how his spell had been interrupted, Snape's suppressed feelings began to resurface with the dissolution of the incantation. Questions he longed to ask swirled on his tongue. But as his gaze fell upon the other's reddened eyes, he hesitated. Regardless of the circumstances, he did not wish for this person to weep any longer. Wen Zhiyu gazed at Snape quietly, his eyes reflecting an indescribable tenderness and affection. As you have said, your mother and I were childhood friends. Memories of the past flooded their minds simultaneously, from their first encounter to their parting. Suppressing the rising tide of jealousy within him, Wen Zhiyu continued. She offered you much companionship. Perhaps she was exceptional enough to have captured your affection. Snape's hand trembled slightly, anxiously clutching at his clothing. Even though he had previously convinced himself, the mention of her name still proved to be an arduous challenge. He could only strive to evaluate this confession objectively. Yet, correspondingly, no one could foresee the outcome of events. At that time, you had no knowledge of the prophecy's implications for them. Even without you, perhaps he would have learned of it from elsewhere. The betrayal was not solely your fault. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu tentatively moved closer, firmly grasping Snape's left hand. Moreover, you have already made efforts in this regard, have you not? Even if the outcome remains far from favorable, look how many years have passed. He wrapped his arm around Snape's shoulder, leaning in closer, drawing him into an embrace. Severus, many years have elapsed. You have done more than enough. This embrace was gentle, as light as a feather, as if it might disperse with a mere push. Yet even so, Snape felt as though he could scarcely breathe. He lowered his head silently, his voice trembling as he murmured, if it were not for me, she might not have died, and Potter would not have lost his mother. This is what I owe her. I must repay it. At first glance, this statement appeared trivial. Yet the weight and guilt embedded within Snape's words bore down upon him like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him breathless. The indescribable ache surged within him, tumultuous and overwhelming, constricting his throat, almost unbearable. It does not matter, he said, his eyes still rimmed with crimson, earnestly declaring, if you wish to protect him, we can do so together. He could not erase Snape's guilt, nor make decisions for him, but he could share the burden. Wen Zhiyu lamented his late arrival, regretting the lost years with Severus. I cannot erase your remorse, but Severus, I will stand by you, regardless of the decisions you make. The warmth radiating from their clasped hands was undeniable. As Snape listened to the words spoken before him, his weary heart felt as though it were being replenished with life. Just as it was on the verge of blossoming anew, he loosened his grip on his clothing, hesitating as he contemplated returning the embrace. Almost there. Almost. Dark clouds loomed heavily, obscuring the moonlight, and as if struck by a sudden thought, Snape's countenance began to pale once more. He halted his motion to return the embrace, stating, if Potter were to discover the truth, he would never forgive me. If you choose me, you may forever be unable to reconcile with him. Then do not reconcile. Wen Zhiyu responded without hesitation, his tone resolute. To me, the professor will always be paramount above all else. Nothing is more significant than you to me, and that includes my very life. His words were imbued with sincerity, and Snape listened intently, his hand hovering in the air, wavering between rising and falling. The evening breeze rustled through the leaves, producing a gentle sound, as Wen Zhiyu's soothing voice gradually dispelled the shadows that loomed in Snape's heart. Ultimately, he wrapped his arms around the other's waist. I understand, he said. His silent gaze fell upon Wen Zhiyu's profile, his eyes gradually igniting with warmth. Yet beneath that warmth lay a profound depth. Love and possessiveness intertwined within his gaze. Sensing something, Wen Zhiyu turned his head, their eyes meeting in a silent collision. His eyes shone brightly, akin to black gems washed in a clear spring. Let us return, Snape instructed. Wen Zhiyu smiled, the corners of his lips curving upward, his eyes sparkling with mirth. As they traversed the corridor, turning several corners, they descended the stairs toward the cellar, moving silently together. Observing the duo approaching, Medusa took a brief moment to prepare herself mentally, reluctantly opening the stone door to the cellar. Snape entered the bathroom first, washed up, and then took a book to bed, seeking to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. The seemingly simple text proved challenging to comprehend, as the potion's master furrowed his brow, forcing himself to grasp the intricate strokes outlined within. After much effort, he finally memorized a simple sentence, attempting to read it aloud, with results that fell short of his expectations. Hearing the bathroom door open, Snape set the book aside, lazily raising his gaze. Wen Zhiyu, habitually using his magic to dry his hair, stealthily climbed beside Snape, naturally burrowing beneath the covers. Aren't you going to sleep yet? With a gentle motion, he touched the button at his collar, confirming its proper placement, concealed and unexposed, before delightfully nuzzling against the long-lost pillow. Snape, observing from the corner of his eye, felt a shadow darken his gaze as he arranged the bedding and lay down beside him. Facing each other, Wen Zhiyu recalled the visage he had glimpsed in the bathroom, a slight frown creasing his brow as he settled flat on the bed. Chapter 180. There is no dislike for you. As night enveloped the world, time seemed to stand still, leaving only this serene space, where the soul escaped the din of daylight and dwelled in this rare tranquility. The mental exertion from the day weighed heavily upon him, and fatigue washed over him suddenly. Wen Zhiyu relaxed his features, gradually closing his eyes. In the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, he sensed a pressure on his arm. Almost immediately, a rustling sound and sensation traveled from his robe to the collar. Delicate fingers deftly unfastened the neat buttons, and the gentle touch of skin against skin sent shivers coursing through him. A warm breath brushed against his cheek, eliciting an instinctive reaction from Wen Zhiyu. He grasped the hand unfastening his collar, disbelief flooding him as he met a pair of dark, piercing eyes. Professor. The potion's master knelt beside him, one hand propped on the bed, the other still lingering at his collar, now caught in Wen Zhiyu's grip. In the dimly lit room, the two of them, one clad in black and the other in white, became entwined beneath the sheets, a proximity charged with unspoken tension. This gesture felt somewhat amiss. Wen Zhiyu mused. Snape studied him intently for a moment, struggling against the hand that held him captive before finally relenting. He lowered his head, his disheveled black hair cascading around him, eyes filled with undeniable resolve, silently demanding release. Faced with the potion's master's unusual assertiveness, Wen Zhiyu blinked, as if comprehending the intent behind those eyes. His lips parted slightly, and the grip on the other man's hand gradually loosened, leaving a silence unbroken. With the restraint removed, Snape returned to his previous actions, deftly continuing to unbutton the collar. One by one, the buttons of the white robe were deftly undone, the garment pushed aside with an air of annoyance. In the dark, the details remained obscured, but Snape leaned closer, his heated breath unabashedly grazing the pale collarbone. In the dim light, the unmistakable scar on Wen Zhiyu's neck, coupled with fresh red marks, became evident to the potion's master. Despite having anticipated such a revelation, Snape felt an involuntary urge to strike him when he truly saw the scene before him. He had sensed something was amiss. During the day, when he had encountered Wen Zhiyu, the latter had been meticulously dressed, the collar securely covering the scars on his neck. At that moment, Snape had thought little of it, attributing it to concerns about appearances. Yet, the instinctive way Wen Zhiyu tightened his robe after his shower felt overly deliberate, especially since he was lying there in a manner that seemed to conceal rather than comfort. Had he truly taken him for a fool? Anger mingled with concern compelled Snape to mock him, but recalling the harsh words he had recently hurled, he hesitated. Resuming his position, the potion's master's long fingers gradually traced the line of Wen Zhiyu's throat, pressing discontentedly against the chaotic red marks. What happened? A myriad of possibilities flashed through Snape's mind. Yet he opted to allow Wen Zhiyu the opportunity to explain himself. The placement of the marks was unfortunate. Wen Zhiyu's fingers brushed against his throat, sending waves of tingling sensations through him. It was merely an experiment. An experiment? Before he could finish, Wen Zhiyu was yanked upright, their faces mere fists apart. What kind of experiment necessitated this? Snape's eyes glinted with a dangerous intensity. After pulling Wen Zhiyu into a sitting position, Snape's gaze scrutinized the red marks once more. They did not resemble cuts or bruises. The chaotic red patterns formed a ring approximately 2 fingers wide, extending towards the back of his neck. Was it a collar? The appearance of the marks suggested that they were caused by restraints, leading to continuous friction. A vague answer stirred a frown upon his brow, and instinctively, he began to examine Wen Zhiyu's limbs. Unable to resist, Snape forcefully pulled back Wen Zhiyu's robe in several places, revealing the red marks on his arms and legs for his inspection. Snape could hardly contain his incredulity, closing his eyes as he struggled to suppress a rising tide of frustration. Yet, it proved futile. He soon found himself gripping Wen Zhiyu's collar, pulling him closer. Tell me, what exactly have you done? His voice lacked its usual coldness, softened in the face of the man he had recently reduced to tears. Their gazes locked in silence. Wen Zhiyu remained mute, perhaps uncertain of what to say. They remained in this standoff for some time, until the coolness of Snape's hands against his skin prompted Wen Zhiyu to embrace him. I did nothing. It was just an experiment. Listening to Wen Zhiyu's gentle tone, Snape closed his eyes, his grip relaxing slightly, one hand resting lightly against Wen Zhiyu's chest while the other caressed his back. The pangs of sympathy quelled his anger, and he sighed. I cannot bring myself to believe that. Without contradiction or insistence, Wen Zhiyu softly affirmed. The two of them embraced on the bed, their breaths intertwining in an intimate bond. When Luo, Snape called out to him. Another soft escaped Wen Zhiyu, and upon hearing his name, he tightened his hold. Resting his head against Snape's shoulder, the potion's master pressed his lips together, murmuring, "I do not dislike you." "It is not manipulation," he continued. Recalling the tears he had witnessed earlier, a pang of regret tightening within him. How could he have spoken so harshly? Beneath such cutting words, he knew he could never forgive if the roles were reversed. Yet surprisingly, Wen Zhiyu had not chosen to leave, even after being shouted at to such an extent. He remained, silently weeping with clenched fists. Tears fell drop by drop, dismantling the potion's master's emotional defenses, and he felt as though his heart might shatter. Regret and guilt enveloped him, and after a prolonged internal struggle, he found himself unwilling to let Wen Zhiyu suffer alone. Snape's words caught Wen Zhiyu off guard, as he had never anticipated such an act of apology from the potion's master. Lowering his gaze, Wen Zhiyu offered a soft, "I understand." He certainly did. From the moment Snape had bared his arm to reveal the dark mark, Wen Zhiyu had grasped the reasons behind his actions. The potion's master had walked alone for far too long, enduring countless tribulations and torment. In moments of uncertainty, he instinctively pushed away the unpredictable elements around him, perhaps also wishing to shield Wen Zhiyu from the mire he himself was ensnared in. Such a decision was certainly understandable. Yet the repeated acts of rejection had nearly driven Wen Zhiyu to the brink of losing control. A storm of sorrow and grievance surged within him, manifesting as tears that spilled forth to convey his feelings. Chapter 181, It's Quite Late. Listening to Wen Zhiyu's softly expressed understanding, Snape's eyes brimmed with compassion as he rested his head against Wen Zhiyu's shoulder, wrapping an arm around his waist, remaining silent. Both found solace in the warmth of the moment, reveling in the comfort of each other's presence. In a fleeting moment, Wen Zhiyu seemed to hear Severus Snape's voice whispering something softly. His expression momentarily faltered, his long eyelashes gently brushing against his cheeks. The corners of his eyes tinged with an early blush. Snape had just remarked that it would have been better if they had met sooner. Yet, Wen Zhiyu longed to respond. "It has been a long time, Severus. We encountered each other long ago." Once again, his left hand was grasped firmly in another's, warmth gradually being transmitted from one palm to the other, as Snape slightly tilted his head. Enveloped in the darkness of the night, Wen Zhiyu's face appeared soft and delicate, with long black lashes descending, a straight nose and thin lips that defied the bounds of beauty. Unable to restrain himself, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him again. People seemed perpetually concerned with matters of right and wrong, choices and separations. The night breeze caressed them, cicadas sang their songs, and in a single glance, desire flourished uncontrollably. Before his body could react, Snape raised his hand, gently curling his fingers around Wen Zhiyu's neck, leaning in to plant a kiss upon that elongated scar. The warm sensation left Wen Zhiyu momentarily dazed, as his heart, which he had struggled to suppress, began to race erratically. Not met with rejection, Snape's lips, which had initially intended to withdraw, once again pressed against Wen Zhiyu's skin, eyes closed, deepening their kiss. "Perhaps, one day, I will be unable to escape the predetermined grasp of death, but at this moment, I have experienced you. Having met, there is no room for regret." In that instant, the winds of the world seemed to stand still. Wen Zhiyu felt as if he had lost all five senses, save for the dampness upon his neck. After a while, Snape pulled away. He released Wen Zhiyu's hand, gently arranged his hair, adjusted his collar, and finally guided him back onto the bed, covering them both with the blanket. "Sleep," he murmured, wrapping his arms around him. Wen Zhiyu was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings, gazing at the potion's master, who had closed his eyes. His throat bobbed slightly. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard Snape's deep, elegant voice say, "Good night, Wen Luo." Perhaps aware that questioning him now would yield no answers, he watched him through the night's veil, and after much hesitation, emulated Snape's tone to wish him good night in return. The night was dense, and he reached out to hold him tightly, the two of them embracing as they drifted into slumber. Gray-white clouds obscured the sky, mist entwining with the gnarled trees. Wen Zhiyu stroked his chin, his gaze scanning the surroundings, his expression grave. He then took a few tentative steps forward, only to abruptly halt, searching for something behind him. Something felt amiss. Channeling his spiritual energy, he curled his fingers and flicked at a nearby withered tree. In the next instant, a swirl of white mist was blown away, causing several pure white doves perched upon the branches to flutter their wings and take flight. The remaining few, resembling plump rice dumplings, hopped around playfully, gathering together. Wen Zhiyu crossed his arms, a teasing smirk forming as he focused on one dove preening its feathers, commenting, "A rather clumsy disguise." The dove, caught off guard, paused momentarily before flapping down from its branch. As its feet touched the ground, a thick black mist enveloped it, swirling around its white feathers. Moments later, a sleek black cat emerged, spinning in circles while chasing its own tail, before suddenly sitting down, awkwardly lifting a paw to scratch its ear, seemingly embarrassed. With a huff, Wen Zhiyu took a few steps forward, crouching down to extend his hand slowly. The black cat blinked in delight, leaning toward his outstretched palm. Just before contact, Wen Zhiyu's lips curved into a smile, and he swiftly grasped the delicate neck of the black cat. His fingers tangled in its soft fur, and after a brief struggle, the cat dissipated into a cloud of black mist, tendrils of it escaping between his fingers. Reforming, the black cat retreated slightly, baring its teeth in a display of dissatisfaction. Retrieving his hand, Wen Zhiyu stood, amused, pondering whether to employ a different method to catch the cat. Seemingly reading his thoughts, the black cat took 2 cautious steps back, shaking its head in strong refusal. Speak, what is it that you desire from me? Wen Zhiyu was not foolish. The surrounding mist and the shape-shifting creatures all indicated something peculiar about this place. Moreover, he had tested himself earlier. Even when transforming flesh to bone, he felt no pain. This could not be reality. His brows furrowed slightly as he recalled the last fragment of memory in his mind. An answer quickly surfaced. Yet, he could not comprehend why this being had brought him into the dreamscape, nor did it appear to harbor hostility. The man and the cat locked eyes for a prolonged moment, seemingly frozen in time. Growing impatient, Wen Zhiyu summoned his spiritual energy, the red mist radiating outward from him. Eventually, the overwhelming red fog began to drift in a singular direction, where vibrant red roses bloomed in abundance. Having discovered the path to escape, Wen Zhiyu felt no desire to linger and promptly turned to leave. Cough, cough. The instant the figure attempted to flee, the black cat grew anxious. You little rascal. A soft, melodious female voice called from behind, prompting the black mist to guide him to look sideways. This time, the black mist transformed. No longer manifesting as a black cat, but rather a bat of the same dark essence, flapping its wings as it perched upon a shadowy figure's shoulder. Unable to discern clearly, Wen Zhiyu squinted, catching a glimpse of a blurred figure clad in white robes. With a surge of energy, he launched a swift attack towards the figure. The woman in white waved her robe, effortlessly blocking his incoming strike while conjuring a gust of wind. The white mist began to spread furiously, swiftly obscuring Wen Zhiyu's vision. In the final moments before exiting the dream, he distinctly heard the voice of the figure. If you like it, say it out loud. Holding it in one T do you any good. Upon hearing those words, the endless mist enveloped Wen Zhiyu entirely. Once assured of his safety, he resignedly closed his eyes. What a madwoman, with such an unpleasant way of speaking. As darkness enveloped him once more, the man succumbed to sleep. As dawn approached, orange light slowly ascended the sky, the ground still retaining the warmth of night. Everything seemingly on the brink of awakening. The dream was rather dismal. Wen Zhiyu frowned as he opened his eyes, stretching his hand to rub them. As the surroundings began to clarify, finding no one before him, he propped himself up on his hands and instantly spotted the potion's master at the foot of the bed, dressing himself. The rustling sound came from behind as Snape fastened the last button of his shirt, glancing towards him upon hearing the movement. Awake? He inquired, as he strolled over to the bedside and sat down next to Wen Zhiyu, who was still in a daze. Adjusting the disheveled sleepwear, Snape remarked indifferently, "It's still early. Why not sleep a little longer?" If it were any other day, Wen Zhiyu would surely have indulged in a few more moments of slumber. However, today felt distinct. He was uncertain if he would re-enter that dream after falling asleep again, and by the looks of the potion's master, he seemed ready to leave. With multiple reasons converging, he ultimately decided against continuing to lounge in bed. Shaking his head, he reached out to grasp Snape's sleeve, saying, "Today is the weekend." Having cried rather fiercely last night, he had also forgotten to restore his energy afterwards, so upon waking, Wen Zhiyu's eyes were still slightly puffy and red. Snape's gaze flickered, and he then reached out to gently rub the corner of Wen Zhiyu's eye with his fingertips. His fingers, accustomed to handling potions and lacking in care, were slightly rough, and the gentle contact on the swollen area caused Wen Zhiyu to blink in discomfort. Noticing this, the master of potions halted, his hand retracting stiffly. "I understand," he said, diverting his gaze. "I must step out for a moment." Before Wen Zhiyu could inquire further, Snape had already announced his impending departure to Malfoy Manor. Early this morning, the Master of Potions had been roused from his slumber by the searing heat of the dark mark upon his arm. One couldn't help but wonder what Voldemort was thinking. Did he not require sleep at such an early hour? Summoning people before dawn. Inevitably, despite his inner and outer grumbling, he found himself compelled to attend the first assembly since Voldemort's return. As he prepared to leave, Snape glanced at the individual nestled comfortably in his arms. With a reluctant sigh, he extracted himself from the warmth of the covers. Upon hearing the destination, Wen Zhiyu instinctively lowered his gaze to Snape's arm. If memory served correctly, the summons of the dark mark was supposed to be unbearably hot. Contemplating this, his spirits dampened, and he mentally devised a fitting punishment for Voldemort's demise. Noticing Wen Zhiyu's gaze, Snape awkwardly covered his arm. "It's nothing. I shall return swiftly. I'll accompany you," Wen Zhiyu replied, prompting a shift in Snape's expression. Meeting the earnest gaze of Wen Zhiyu, Snape grasped the collar of his shirt, forcing him to maintain eye contact. The redness around his eyes rendered the Master of Potions unable to utter any biting words. He pressed his lips together, and they held each other's stare for a considerable time. Eventually, Snape restrained the venomous words he wished to unleash and began to reason. "Listen to me, Wen Luo," he sighed. "Under no circumstances should you approach him." "Approach whom?" "That bald man." Wen Zhiyu tilted his head slightly. The apt yet derogatory term momentarily left Snape speechless, his serious demeanor nearly faltering. Who had taught him to refer to Voldemort in such a manner? Seeing the professor's lack of response, Wen Zhiyu leaned in closer. "Why shouldn't I approach him? Will he eat me?" At this, Snape could no longer maintain his seriousness. Turning his head away, he attempted to suppress the impulse to laugh by avoiding Wen Zhiyu's expression. Yet, he found himself besieged with questions about whether it would be raw or sautéed. "Professor, why are you silent? Is it going to be braised?" The Master of Potions, beleaguered by relentless inquiries, finally darkened his expression. The hand that had previously held Wen Zhiyu's collar was released, and then lightly smacked against his cheek. "Enough, be silent." Wen Zhiyu, feeling wronged, ceased his chatter. Rising to straighten his disheveled clothing, Snape regarded the man still seated on the bed. "Regardless, you are forbidden from approaching him." Following this declaration, the Master of Potions fixed Wen Zhiyu with a gaze akin to that of a teacher scrutinizing a wayward student. A dangerous aura enveloped them, and under the weight of Snape's intense stare, Wen Zhiyu reluctantly mumbled a reply. Snape blinked, unable to decipher what had been said, but time was of the essence, so he chose to interpret it as an agreement. Having resolved this matter, Snape retrieved a black cloak from the nearby wardrobe and prepared to leave. "Wait, Professor." Just as he reached the bedroom door, Wen Zhiyu called out. Seizing the moment as Snape turned to look, Wen Zhiyu pondered the words he had heard in his dream. "If you have feelings, you should express them openly." After much deliberation, he found some merit in this notion, but questioned whether it was too hasty. Logically, it seemed he ought to clarify another matter first. Concerning the kiss that had landed on his neck the previous night, did he not deserve an answer? With this in mind, Wen Zhiyu raised his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the air to meet Snape's dark, water-like eyes. "What kind of person does the professor like?" Snape paused at the doorway, momentarily taken aback by the question before quickly recovering. "Why do you ask?" "Why?" Wen Zhiyu himself was unsure. He simply recalled Snape's seemingly intimate gestures from the previous night, prompting him to ask instinctively. Perhaps he conceded that there was an element of testing involved. He wished to see if the type of person Snape favored bore any resemblance to himself. Or perhaps he could transform himself into the kind of person the professor appreciated through this inquiry. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and an eager light shone in Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Faced with such earnestness, Snape regarded him with a mix of pity and incredulity. The previously swallowed venom surged forth once more. "It appears your mind has been thoroughly muddled. I sincerely recommend you find a sunny spot to bask in, otherwise, you risk being recognized as a fool." "Is this an insult?" Wen Zhiyu expressed disbelief. Observing Snape's astonished and bewildered expression, Snape snorted dismissively. "Or is it that Mr. Wen is dissatisfied with the current legal framework and desires to embrace both sides?" For reasons unknown, Wen Zhiyu felt uncomfortable with the shift to a topic of dual affections. "No way. I refuse to take on that accusation, having borne too many false charges." Wen Zhiyu straightened his back and firmly rejected Snape's insinuation. After listening to Wen Zhiyu's fervent defense, Snape shot him a glare and turned to lean against the doorframe. "Just stay put. Do not make me retrieve you from outside Hogwarts." Before departing, the Master of Potions issued a stern warning and forcefully closed the bedroom door behind him. As footsteps faded into the distance, Wen Zhiyu returned to bed. He tossed and turned for a moment before dejectedly grabbing Snape's pillow and burying his head within it. The familiar scent of potions emanating from the pillow soothed him, allowing his body and mind to relax completely. "I told you that madwoman's words are not to be trusted." Chapter 183, Resurrection 1. It seemed to have rained last night, and the morning sun had yet to illuminate the earth. The ground remained damp. Emerging from the cellar, the Master of Potions first greeted Dumbledore before donning his mask and making his way to Malfoy Manor. Reports indicated that Voldemort had gone directly to Malfoy Manor after leaving the graveyard the previous night. As the former Second Dark Lord, he had always been meticulous about appearances. However, over a decade had passed, and things were no longer as they once were. Reluctantly, he settled on Malfoy Manor as his venue. Lucius, eager to comply, had spent the night preparing the manor, gritting his teeth as he renovated it to meet Voldemort's standards. Perhaps due to his experiences in the depths of the well, Voldemort did not opt for the conventional method of convening a meeting. When Snape arrived, he found the hall of Malfoy Manor arranged in a strangely familiar manner. Unwilling to comprehend or respect Voldemort's intentions, Snape observed the figure beckoning him with a scowl. The person waving was none other than the former master of the manor, now a beleaguered Lucius Malfoy. As soon as Snape took his position, Lucius eagerly began to inquire, "What do you think? Does it resemble the original?" He seemed somewhat proud. As he continued, "This is a near one-to-one replica based on their specifications. Certainly, when certain items proved inaccessible, I opted for alternative substitutes." Observing the hall that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one at the manor, Severus Snape wore an expression of incredulity. He could scarcely fathom what the peacock found to be proud of. After all, even his abode had been pilfered. Was this truly something to boast about? Fearing the contagion of the other's intellect, Snape discreetly shifted sideways, attempting to distance himself further. He still had to contend with that troublesome, bald-headed individual. Should he inadvertently become entangled in the web of his intellect, it would be a regrettable miscalculation. In light of these thoughts, Snape suddenly began to harness his magical energy, initiating a mental shielding technique. Those memories that were not meant for public consumption were gradually buried deep within his being by the Master of Potions, subsequently cloaked by recollections that could be divulged to Voldemort. Once this was accomplished, the hall was nearly filled with attendees. In the early hours, Voldemort, who had summoned everyone, sauntered in last, moving at a leisurely pace. As he entered, the room darkened with the presence of his followers, who began to kneel one by one. This had become a familiar routine for Snape, who felt no particular unease and prepared to lower his own knee. However, unexpectedly, a gentle force of magic prevented him from doing so. To continue would have been akin to standing out in stark relief, which was decidedly inappropriate. Snape tightened his grip, and upon catching a glimpse of Draco Malfoy, who stood beside him, he relaxed slightly. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Snape began to trace the source of the magical energy. To his astonishment, the answer was rather absurd. It was Voldemort. "You two need not kneel." Before anyone could utter a word, Voldemort strode to the forefront and took his seat, his gaze fiercely scanning the prostrate Death Eaters. In his peripheral vision, the two remaining figures in black robes appeared somewhat uneasy. In the past, Voldemort would have shown no concern for his subordinates, but the circumstances had shifted. What precisely had changed? Primarily, he had entered into a collaboration with the one known as the Peacock. If he assisted in fulfilling that individual's objectives, he was promised the desired rewards in return. Yet, even with this arrangement, Voldemort remained skeptical that matters would be so straightforward. Following his previous encounter with that lunatic, he had dispatched others to gather intelligence. He had gleaned a considerable amount about the Peacock, the Ministry of Magic, and everything associated with Hogwarts. That man certainly had a talent for deception. Had he not so brazenly eschewed disguise during their last meeting, it might have taken him much longer to uncover the truths. The Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts? Voldemort clicked his tongue in disbelief. How had he constructed his application back in the day? Only to be rebuffed by that old man Dumbledore? Now he was hiring a native of the East? Moreover, as he pondered this, Voldemort's gaze began to settle upon the Master of Potions. Severus' student? His initial decision to allow the two to remain standing rather than kneeling had been intentional. To his knowledge, a classic adage circulated in the East: once a teacher, always a father. If that lunatic were to discover that he had compelled his mentor to kneel, well, better to avoid unnecessary complications. Lost in thought, Voldemort completely disregarded the throng of kneeling figures, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. No one dared to speak up and invite their own demise. After a prolonged silence, Voldemort seemingly emerged from his reverie, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he bid everyone to rise. What followed was a series of calculations and threats. It was not until the 24th Death Eater collapsed, rendered incapacitated by a curse, that someone timidly stepped forward. "My lord." This individual, not particularly tall and visibly trembling, could scarcely meet Voldemort's gaze. Voldemort squinted at him, his wand twitching ominously. Under immense pressure, Peter Pettigrew managed to stammer forth the accusation that Snape was a traitor, having recently achieved a significant accomplishment. Voldemort had restored his arm and rewarded him handsomely. Driven by desire, he abandoned all caution. Upon hearing the accusations laid against him, Snape discreetly rolled his eyes and prepared to kneel in defense. Yet, the motion was interrupted as he unexpectedly glanced at Voldemort, whose gaze beneath the mask was tinged with wariness. Just one look made him avert his gaze immediately, and then, maintaining his standing posture, he bowed his head, resolutely debunking each accusation directed at him. He concluded with the statement that his lord was welcome to inspect his memories at will. Inspect? Of course. Voldemort was eager to do so. He was no fool, though Snape was merely the teacher of that lunatic. It was only a superficial connection that had spared him from kneeling, merely out of respect for the Eastern proverb. Voldemort demanded unwavering loyalty from his followers. Those who betrayed him must pay the ultimate price. Severus, raise your head. Voldemort regarded Snape with keen interest. As their gazes met, the soul-sucking curse surged into Snape's mind without restraint. The potent incantation rampaged through his consciousness as Voldemort rifled through layer upon layer of memories. The brain is the most fragile part of the human body. Being invaded by memories without restraint brought excruciating pain, rendering the master of potions pale as a ghost. His hand instinctively trembled against his chest, and he gritted his teeth, enduring as he awaited the conclusion of Voldemort's inspection. Eventually, he swayed slightly, supported by Lucius at his side. Chapter 184, Resurrection 2. Snape swallowed hard, forcibly stabilizing his body, and withdrew his hand from Lucius's grip. He lowered his head, awaiting Voldemort's pronouncement. Whether in memory or action, Voldemort appeared satisfied. He raised his wand, and the Cruciatus curse struck Peter. Peter crumpled to the floor, racked with agony, instinctively curling into a ball. Voldemort paid little heed to his state, instead lifting his chin with arrogance, signaling that the next individual could step forward. Snape took 2 steps, returning to his previous position. Yet, the moment he steadied himself, the ornately carved wooden doors of the hall were violently kicked open from the outside. A throng of masked figures in black surged into the room from both sides, swiftly encircling the hall. The spectacle was even more formidable than that which had transpired at Hogwarts. The Peacock? How could they possibly be here? Snape tightened his grip on his wand and stole a glance at Voldemort, who appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. Faced with the encirclement, he did not exhibit any surprise. Rather, an enigmatic smile began to spread across his face. "Welcome, my friends." No sooner had he spoken than a pair of black and red shoes stepped into the hall. Unlike the previous evening, the newcomer donned a meticulously tailored traditional robe, adorned with a string of copper coins outlined in red across the chest. Still wearing that peculiar mask, he cast a glance down at Peter's pale hand, gripping the red carpet as he passed by. Subsequently, as if oblivious, he stepped directly upon it. The pain shot through Peter's hand, causing him to cry out once more. Clearly pleased, the newcomer applied more pressure, relishing the sound of his suffering, and then strolled forward. As they moved, a faint chime of silver bells wafted through the air. And except for Snape, nearly everyone experienced a wave of dizziness. This included Voldemort, who occupied the foremost seat. Shaking his head slightly, Voldemort rose and opened his arms to welcome the approaching figure. Yet, before the eyes of all, the two merely brushed past each other. Voldemort's outstretched hands froze in place, his expression darkening. Turning to look back, the ever-observant butler swiftly approached from the side and delivered a kick to the chair Voldemort had just vacated. The red lacquered wooden chair was sent skidding backwards, producing a loud thud that resonated throughout the hall. Subsequently, the butler leisurely retrieved another chair from his storage bag and thoughtfully added cushions to the armrests on either side. He then settled into the chair, reclining comfortably, his left hand's prayer beads shining with an oily sheen. Voldemort's countenance darkened once more. This blatant act of disregard felt less like a business meeting and more akin to a challenge. What did Mr. Wen mean by this? Voldemort stiffly retracted his outstretched arms, casting a malevolent gaze up and down Wen Zhiyu's figure. 1. At the moment Voldemort uttered this name, Snape felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, unable to control himself as he looked up at the man in the principal seat. Not only him, but Wen Zhiyu also appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing the address, though he quickly turned his darkened gaze towards Voldemort. As their magical energies surged forth, the atmosphere grew tense and discordant. The spells and energies intertwined within him, and Voldemort instinctively summoned all his magical power to defend against the onslaught. He had no intention of pushing too far, as the narrative still required this individual to advance. It would not be prudent to harm him too severely at this juncture. Thus, the invading energy was swiftly countered by Voldemort's magic. But his expression was one of barely contained fury. I recall having mentioned to you, Wen Zhiyu leaned forward with an air of impatience, resting his left hand upon his knee, that my time is exceedingly precious. I have no time to indulge in your games. The esteemed Dark Lord had just been publicly humiliated before a throng of Death Eaters, yet the tempting offer presented to him was undeniably alluring. Ultimately, he was still unable to overpower his opponent. After considerable deliberation, Voldemort begrudgingly took a few steps back to the side. What does this mean? Not just Snape, but all the Death Eaters present fell into a profound silence, striving to ignore the scrutinizing gaze of the professor. Wen Zhiyu reclined against the chair's back, his gaze fixated on the ground where a certain lump was attempting to feign meekness, seemingly having found a suitable outlet for his pent-up frustration. The corners of Wen Zhiyu's mouth subtly curled upwards beneath his mask, his crimson eyes narrowing. Having been with him for many years, The butler needed no explicit instructions. Merely a glance sufficed to convey Wen Zhiyu's intentions. In the next moment, several familiar black chains erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Peter's limbs and dragging him unceremoniously to the front. Snape stood closer, and Peter was nearly pulled to his feet. Furrowing his brow, Snape cast a deep, scrutinizing gaze at the masked figure's eyes before his attention fell upon the man's neck. The peculiar design of the traditional robe, while still revealing some skin, covered most of it with its high collar. Snape would not forget the scar on Wen Zhiyu's neck, which slanted downwards from behind his ear. Ordinary collars could never conceal it. Yet, the exposed skin appeared pristine, devoid of any semblance of a scar. After a moment of suspicion-filled scrutiny, Snape's attention was drawn back to the pained cries emanating from Peter. Feeling both guilty and irritated, Wen Zhiyu's mood was far from pleasant. What was worse? The individual on the ground was once a member of the Marauders. Due to a series of actions Peter had taken, Voldemort had refrained from striking him, instead placing upon him a curse of eternal betrayal. However, Wen Zhiyu was dissatisfied with such leniency, given Peter's history of bullying Snape alongside the other three, and his recent vehement accusations. He deemed that Peter did not deserve to live. Yet, allowing him to die a swift and painless death seemed too merciful to Wen Zhiyu. After a moment's contemplation, a flicker of red light danced in his hand as a reddish-brown centipede began to coil around his fingers. I recall you possess the animagus ability, correct? Wen Zhiyu inquired of Peter, his gaze directed towards Voldemort. Silent, Voldemort begrudgingly nodded in affirmation. Seemingly aware of what was to come, Peter began to struggle, desperately seeking salvation from his master. Unfortunately for him, the Dark Lord, who prioritized personal gain, had no intention of risking his partnership over a subordinate of negligible importance. His plea for rescue fell upon deaf ears. The squeaking of the rat grew increasingly grating, while the figure in the principal seat continued to manipulate the prayer beads. The bloodwood beads were gently rolled between his thumb and fingers, and with each collision, tiny black insects emerged from the gaps in the string, barely visible to the naked eye. As soon as the insects appeared, they swiftly coalesced into a swarm, darting toward the prostrate Peter. Chapter 185, The Insect Curse. The cursed insects flew with remarkable speed, reaching Peter in an instant. Then, drawing close, they rapidly penetrated his mouth, eliciting another round of anguished cries. Mere moments later, Peter's throat erupted in a guttural scream, and he spat out a bloody mass of flesh. The black insects within his mouth had swollen to the size of a fingernail, their translucent wings fluttering as they clung to Peter's dark robes. This spectacle seemed to inflict greater torment than Voldemort's cruciatus curse. Tension hung thick in the air as everyone swallowed hard. The ever-calm Mr. Wen's deep crimson gaze, initially filled with murderous intent, gradually transformed into one of excitement. Excitement? Snape fell silent, contemplating the implications of what he had just witnessed. Oh dear, how careless of me. Wen Zhiyu chuckled lightly, glancing towards Voldemort. I trust Mr. Riddle One T mind? Originally, Voldemort had no objections to Peter being subjected to such punishment, as the victim was not himself. However, now that he turned to inquire what that meant, it seemed rather absurd. You've already inflicted the harm. If he had any objections, could he simply restore what was lost? Voldemort chose to remain silent, refusing to voice his thoughts. He did mind, without needing to vocalize his discontent. The butler stepped in to provide a way out. As expected, Wen Zhiyu delightfully redirected his attention to the indistinct mass of blood and flesh on the ground. Clearly considering the implications, it appeared he was pondering something, as the prayer beads in his hand rattled softly. In contrast, Voldemort found himself rendered speechless by the exchange between the master and servant. He could swear he had never been so cruel before. Possibly due to a lack of intelligent subordinates? Then let us return him to his original state, Wen Zhiyu concluded. Silence enveloped the Malfoy manor that morning. Finally unable to contain himself, Voldemort broke the silence, stating, I do not mind. He was tempted to add, you could have simply killed him, after all. Wen Zhiyu, of course, perceived the unspoken words, yet he had no intention of following through. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, pretending not to hear. The restless Death Eaters could no longer contain themselves. Upon seeing their master take action, they eagerly seized their tools. One of the followers bent down to pick up the bloody mass, raising a hand to unhinge Peter's jaw, assisting in further dismemberment. Another individual skillfully retrieved a needle and thread from the toolbox, disregarding which end of the meat chunk was the head, and began stitching up the root of the tongue that lay within the other's mouth. Throughout this process, Peter incessantly attempted to vocalize, only to be met with the harsh pressure of the cultist who forcibly sealed his mouth with a heavy blow to his mute point. At that moment, he was rendered utterly voiceless. The Death Eaters who observed this spectacle were left in a state of numbness. especially after witnessing the black-clad figure apply the pressure point. They collectively swallowed hard once more. It seemed there were indeed simpler methods to silence someone, so why resort to severing tongues? The more they gazed upon Peter's wretched state, the more severe Snape's gaze darted towards the figure of Wen Zhiyu. Upon hearing the surname of the other, he had almost instantaneously thought of someone. Yet he soon discerned the absence of any scars upon that individual. He had inquired about that scar from Wen Zhiyu, who had mentioned the use of a potion, but for reasons unknown, it simply would not fade. Later, skeptical, he had altered the potion several times, and eventually, he became a believer. Thus, was this person truly not who he suspected, merely sharing a surname? Contemplating this, Snape's icy gaze fixated on the masked figure before him, the malevolent whimsy of a madman. How tiresome. At this moment, Wen Zhiyu remained blissfully unaware of being labeled as a tiresome lunatic by the professor. He was utterly engrossed in watching as Peter's tongue was gradually stitched up, hanging limply within his mouth. I see his nails are rather long, just as the cultist. Preparing to stow away the tools, suddenly perked up, he swiftly retrieved a roll of iron needles and pliers from the toolbox once more. Let us give him a little adjustment, the steward interjected. Wen Zhiyu nodded enthusiastically, accepting the task, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed Voldemort's already pallid complexion had grown even more ashen. Out of curiosity, he glanced at Mr. Riddle, who appeared less than well. I happen to possess something of interest here. After all, one who can fragment their own soul into 7 or 8 pieces truly must have a few screws loose. Considering that he still needed this old fool to assist in advancing the plot, he begrudgingly consented to offer him a bit of punishment, a form of therapy. After all, his adversary was simply too foolish, rendering the task rather uninteresting. The steward had always been the most perceptive, aside from not. Well, he was. Having gauged his young master's intentions, he promptly prepared to turn and execute the plan. However, as he turned, he was seized by someone, and upon glancing back, he encountered the rigidly contorted face of the bald man. No need for such trouble. I believe I am quite well. Voldemort declined the offer directed at Wen Zhiyu. He was not interested, and Wen Zhiyu had no intention of forcing it upon him. After all, he would inevitably face it sooner or later. Whether sooner or later was of no consequence. Raising an eyebrow, Wen Zhiyu shifted his attention back to Peter. At that moment, Peter was far from well, teetering on the brink of life and death. After his tongue was sewn back, it was carelessly covered, leaving him with his limbs firmly bound by iron chains. Kneeling on the ground in a posture of utter submission, under Wen Zhiyu's indication, his hands were arranged neatly, with all 9 nails meticulously placed upon the ground, while the kind-hearted cultist even took the liberty of adding a few embellishments. Each finger was pierced with an iron needle, and the wounds, now devoid of nails, continuously oozed blood along the needles. Having completed this, the black-clad cultist swiftly retracted the tools and respectfully retreated to the back. Pondering deeply, Wen Zhiyu remarked, I recall your animagus is a rat, correct? Peter, rendered mute by the pressure point, could not respond, or rather, even if he could, he would have remained unable to reply. Yet it mattered not, for the supporting steward would lend a hand, indeed. Speaking thus, the steward produced a moving photograph from his storage bag and respectfully presented it to his young master. Receiving a response, Wen Zhiyu brushed off his garments, leaned back against his chair, and earnestly announced, Let us grant you an opportunity for ancestral recognition. Ancestral recognition? Voldemort and the surrounding Death Eaters were utterly perplexed. What did it mean to recognize one's ancestors? Which ancestors, and to which lineage did one return? Surely, they could not be expected to unearth 3 generations of lineage on the spot. Their confusion was vividly etched upon their faces, and upon seeing that socket-like visage, Wen Zhiyu instantly grasped their thoughts. Without hesitation, he disdainfully blinked. How could he possibly engage in such a tedious endeavor? Such matters would undoubtedly have been settled long before their arrival. How could they be addressed now? Did they not understand that delays could lead to unforeseen changes? Had the foreigners not heard of this? Were it not for the brief time spent in England, according to their standards, he would have unearthed 9 generations. Moreover, his mention of ancestral recognition did not imply a genuine intention to facilitate a reunion. Moments later, a prepared cultist entered, carrying a cage draped in black fabric. Chapter 186, The Peepa's Melody. The instant the cage was opened, a surge of rats erupted forth, causing the surrounding Death Eaters to collectively stagger backward several paces. Sometimes, they were truly grateful for their masks, as they spared them the humiliation of revealing their distorted expressions. Watching the swarm of rats rapidly ascend Peter's body, Voldemort's lip twitched. So this was what he referred to as ancestral recognition? Peter trembled and writhed as the rats gnawed at him, the pervasive agony radiating from his very limbs. Rendering him unable to scream, he could only continue to writhe in torment. Humph! The master of potions emitted a low, cold snort. The sound was so faint that even Draco Malfoy, standing beside him, barely caught it, casting him a surprised glance before quickly shifting his focus back to the tormented Peter. However, Wen Zhiyu, who had been closely monitoring the Master of Potions, heard it. In truth, Wen Zhiyu found the scene quite satisfying. Yet the professor seemed to think he was somewhat childish. Clearing his throat, he gestured for a short blade to be brought forth. Snape's brow twitched, watching in surprise as Wen Zhiyu rose from his position and approached Peter with quiet steps. The masked perpetrator drew near, and Peter, his flesh torn and bloodied, instinctively attempted to retreat. Alas, even the slightest movement was a testament to Wen Zhiyu's inexperience. The chains dutifully upheld their role, and the steward preemptively used his magical prowess to cleanse the bloodstains from the ground as Wen Zhiyu approached. Not wishing to waste time, Wen Zhiyu crouched slightly. Crimson mist swirling as Peter's black robe began to decay rapidly, revealing a few stark white ribs exposed to the air. Do you remember our deal? Wen Zhiyu twirled the short blade in his hand with deftness. After a 2-second pause, Voldemort finally confirmed that the other was indeed speaking to him. Of course, he replied. The timing is yours to dictate. The blade lightly pressed against the uppermost rib of Peter's torso. Then let us proceed. The sharp tip created a small indentation upon contact with the white bone, causing Peter's entire body to shudder and tremble. The timing was neither too early nor too late. Voldemort pondered briefly before acquiescing to this proposal. Very well. Next week at this time, bring your people along. As he spoke, the blade's tip began to slide downward. Upon reaching the second rib, the collision between bone and blade produced a faint sound, akin to the gentle plucking of a pipa, and the sensation was particularly gratifying. As the blade continued its descent, Wen Zhiyu lazily continued, I do not appreciate breaches of contract. Although he understood that Voldemort was not a virtuous individual, he believed he still possessed a modicum of humanity. At the very least, he would not and should not subject another to such torment. Did he not fear that after death he would not encounter Merlin? It seemed that the Chinese did not believe in Merlin. What, then, did they believe in? Even as his thoughts drifted far afield, the ever-watchful Dark Lord instinctively responded to the words of his interlocutor. Rest assured, Mr. One, he declared, pausing momentarily to rein in his scattered thoughts before continuing. However, as agreed, I shall first take a few individuals with me. You may choose freely, as long as it does not exceed 10. He flicked his fingers against his ribs a few times, observing the gradual slackening of the other's gaze. Before halting in his tracks, watching him rise, a collective sigh of relief escaped the assembled crowd. Was the torment finally coming to an end? Such exquisite cruelty it was. Lucius discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a furtive glance at his companion. From the moment when Zhiyu had stood, Severus Snape's gaze had been glued to him. For the first time, he meticulously scrutinized this individual who had once boasted of being the 3-7 from the neighboring house. A surname of 1? A name of 3-7? How could he possibly be so incredulous? His gaze traveled from Wen Zhiyu's mask downward, long hair, shoulders, waist, and long legs. Snape furrowed his brow, the resemblance growing ever more pronounced. Ultimately, the potion's master's eyes returned to the mask, imbued with a desire to penetrate the facade and glimpse the visage beneath. Lucius shuddered under the weight of this audacious stare, hesitantly tugging at his friend's robe in an attempt to signal him. Are you courting death? I have never seen you so audacious before the Dark Lord. This is someone who even Voldemort shows deference to. Snape understood the implication, retracting his unwavering gaze from the mask, his eyes now vacantly fixed ahead. After rising, Wen Zhiyu did not immediately depart. Just as the onlookers assumed he would spare Peter, he raised his right hand, from which a reddish-brown centipede emerged. Leaping onto Peter's face, the creature swiftly scampered, rustling as it traversed through his hair. Observing this, the attendant silently stepped back a couple of paces. The astute Voldemort noted the retreat of this individual, who had been playing the role of the foil, and promptly followed suit, retreating 2 steps himself. With their master backing away, the other Death Eaters were reluctant to lag behind, and soon the entire assembly in the hall took 2 steps back in unison. Wen Zhiyu questioned, is this really necessary? As his gaze fell upon the centipede that continued its crawl, a rare smile graced his lips, and he affectionately praised his pet, such a well-behaved and adorable little creature. You are a good baby. Having finished his mental appraisal, Wen Zhiyu sidled past Peter, who had been mercilessly gnawed into a pitiful state. The moment he took a step, the parasites within Peter's mouth suddenly stirred. They began to burrow into his throat, swiftly vanishing into his body. Simultaneously, the reddish-brown centipede also wriggled its way into Peter's ear. 1, 2, 3. Before Wen Zhiyu could take a 4th step, a wave of nausea swept through the crowd, nearly compelling them to retch. Though he did not look back, Wen Zhiyu knew that the parasites were likely gnawing from the inside out, and Peter's tattered black cloak was being shredded by the rats on the floor. Thus, The sight of the parasites emerging from beneath his skin was probably visible. Thereafter, they would likely commence their assault on his innards, working their way outward until only bones remained, with Peter's blood surely draining away in the interim. The mere thought of his blood potentially staining his shoes prompted Wen Zhiyu to instinctively quicken his pace, reaching the door within mere moments. Then, "I wish us a pleasant collaboration," he remarked before vanishing beyond the threshold. As he departed, Voldemort turned to regard the still stationary attendant with a look of confusion. The attendant paid him no mind, silently observing as Peter was devoured by the parasites, ultimately leaving behind a pile of remnants too fragile to uphold their form. Subsequently, he witnessed the reddish-brown centipede emerge from the heap of flesh and bone, at which point he tossed a wooden box from a distance. As the centipede crawled inside, the attendant swiftly sealed the box with a spell and approached to retrieve it, cradling it protectively. "Take it outside, feed it to the dogs," he instructed, directing the remaining Death Eaters to clean up the mess on the floor, all while clutching the box and hastening to follow in the footsteps of his young master. Chapter 187, Merely Colleagues. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the hall as a procession of black robes surged forth, scattering towards the exit. None appeared unscathed beneath their masks. The faces of the Death Eaters were notably pallid, with many leaning on one another for support as they exited. To be frank, Lucius was also nearing his limit. Perhaps it was the humiliation he suffered before everyone, for after the departure of the people from Yuquan, Voldemort had cast the Cruciatus curse upon each individual present. Before continuing to settle scores, Snape swayed slightly, gritting his teeth as he evaded Lucius's outstretched hand. "Severus, lend me a hand, would you?" Lucius implored as he rose from the ground. Snape had endured several more Cruciatus curses than Lucius, yet for reasons unknown, Voldemort had continuously infused him with magic, preventing him from collapsing. He tugged at his robes, giving Lucius a weary roll of his eyes, taking a moment to gather himself until the majority had departed, before slowly making his way out. Lucius lagged behind, following him step by step. "Should we not rest for a moment before we proceed?" This was Malfoy Manor. Even though Voldemort had chosen to reside there, Lucius, as the former master of the estate, had not been expelled. The manor boasted numerous guest rooms, and given Snape's current physical state, he might struggle to endure multiple uses of apparition. Shaking his head, Snape declined the offer. Time was of the essence. He had matters to attend to and could not afford to waste precious moments there. Thus, before Lucius could further persuade him, Snape swiftly vanished from the area, leaving the range of Voldemort's enchantment. "You," Lucius sighed, retracting his hand in resignation, before turning to depart in another direction. The apparition point was Spinner's End. A body weakened by the Cruciatus curse could not sustain long-distance travel through apparition. The air warped, and Snape collapsed at the doorstep. The sharp pain from his knees colliding with the ground jolted him back to his senses. Taking a moment to steady himself, the potion's master slowly rose. Pushing open the door, he discarded his black robes onto a nearby sofa before striding purposefully into the potion's lab. Much like the cellar, the potion's lab at Spinner's End had undergone little change. Without a second thought, he deftly retrieved a vial from the third shelf. Snape hardly glanced at it before uncorking the bottle and drinking it down. With a perfect quality calming draft now coursing through him, he settled into a chair, pressing down on his trembling hands as he awaited the potion's effects. Voldemort's legitimacy was formidable. In that moment, he had nearly lost his mind, frantically employing mental shields to conceal his deepest memories. Concerning his recollections of Wen Zhiyu, he had only allowed the surface ones to surface, keeping deeper connections at bay. Yet for reasons unknown, it seemed the other placed particular emphasis on these fleeting memories, revisiting them time and again. As the calming draft began to take effect, a cool sensation helped Snape quell the chaos within his mind. Reason began to sift through the tumult of the morning's assembly. Voldemort, Yuquan, 3-7, the surname 1. Snape slowly opened his eyes, the muscles that had been spasming from nerve pain gradually soothing under the influence of the potion. As his gaze fell upon the crimson thread adorning his left hand, Snape gently placed his right hand over it, caressing it softly. Time elapsed in measured seconds, and upon assuring himself that there was no significant harm, Snape emerged from the potions room. He retrieved a set of garments and proceeded into the bathroom, allowing the warm water to wash away the lingering scent of blood that clung to him. Having composed himself, the Master of Potions made his way to the fireplace, where a handful of flue powder whisked him back to Hogwarts. Still feeling slightly unsteady, Snape grasped the back of the sofa for support. Though his movements were subtle, anyone in the cellar would have surely heard him. After a brief moment of steadiness, his expression gradually darkened. The cellar was devoid of company. He recalled instructing the individual to remain at Hogwarts, yet it appeared that not only had they disregarded his words, but they may have also. As this thought crossed his mind, Snape tightened his grip on his wand and departed the cellar with a scowl. The actions of Voldemort today, along with the transaction concerning the Whispering Springs, were of utmost importance. Snape pondered whether these events might intertwine with the overarching plan as he made his way to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Snape's less than pleasant demeanor, he inquired with genuine concern, "Do you need to rest for a moment, Severus? You appear unwell." The elderly wizard offered a cup of Earl Grey tea, which Snape declined. "I have no time for idle chit-chat over tea with you. I truly wish your aged mind could grasp the essence of my words," he retorted, bypassing Dumbledore and seating himself on a nearby sofa. As their conversation unfolded, the daylight gradually faded into twilight. Opting not to divulge the matter regarding the 3-7 surname, Snape endeavored to focus on Voldemort's reactions instead. Their transaction? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "Did you hear him mention anything? I believe you are aware that he would never confide such matters to me." Snape replied with an indifferent roll of his eyes. "Oh no, Severus, it seems you have misunderstood my inquiry." Dumbledore sipped his tea before continuing. "I was not referring to Tom." Snape furrowed his brow. "Who else could you mean aside from Voldemort?" "Clearly, I was speaking of Mr. Wen Zhiyu," Dumbledore clarified. Moonlight streamed through the window, melding with the warm glow of the lamps. "No," the Master of Potions replied with a cold countenance, teeth clenched. "I had thought your intellect had not yet been entirely dulled by desserts, so I see no need to reiterate our relationship." A sardonic smile played on Snape's lips, his eyes glinting with unspoken threats. "Very well," Dumbledore pursed his lips, conceding, "I understand. You are merely acquaintances." "Colleagues," Snape interjected. "Right, just ordinary colleague friends." Dumbledore amended with a tone that lacked sincerity. Having completed his report as a spy, Snape had no intention of lingering and prepared to depart with a dismissive huff. However, as he reached the doorway, he halted once more. Dumbledore, organizing his thoughts, raised his gaze to scrutinize Snape, who had remained motionless at the entrance for several seconds. "Is there something you forgot to mention?" he inquired, his question piercing through the Master of Potions like a knife, causing his previously resolute words to falter into awkwardness. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally posed the question, "Do you know where he is?" "Who?" Dumbledore took a moment to process before realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I know. He has been by the Black Lake all day." Within Hogwarts, ancient magical wards existed, and as the headmaster, Dumbledore wielded control over this power. Not only could he apparate, but he also held dominion over nearly every corner of Hogwarts. Thus, if one sought to locate someone swiftly, inquiring with Dumbledore was the most prudent course of action. Once the first question was posed, the subsequent queries became less daunting. Snape pressed his lips together and asked, "All day? He has been at Hogwarts the entire time?" "Indeed. He has remained since your departure." Upon hearing this, the tension in Snape's expression eased slightly, and without further inquiry, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Chapter 188, Call My Name. Exiting the headmaster's office, Snape made his way westward beneath the moonlight, quickening his pace until he reached the Black Lake. Scanning the surroundings, he found no one in sight. Gone back. The wind from the lake rustled the Master of Potions' robes, and under the moon's glow, the water shimmered like a myriad of stars. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed from behind him. A chill mixed with the slow, approaching footsteps set the Serpent King's nerves on edge. His wand slipped into his grasp, and he tightly gripped it, using the dark fabric of his cloak to obscure the red glow emanating from his wand. He turned cautiously to face the sound. The surrounding silence felt as if shrouded by an invisible force, the darkness effectively concealing the figure approaching him. The closer the figure drew, the more palpable the unspoken pressure became, akin to being stalked by a predator, sending a shiver down his spine. Gradually, the figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the light filtering through the branches, creating a stark contrast of light and dark on the ground. "Are you looking for me?" The familiar voice carried a chilling undertone, and the ever-vigilant Master of Potions found himself momentarily taken aback. It was then that the figure stepped into the light, dispelling the darkness with a warm glow, revealing a flawlessly beautiful face adorned with a smile. "Wen Zhiyu." "Yes, here I am." As he approached, golden eyes locked onto Snape's. "Were you searching for me?" he repeated, though his gaze drifted away, surveying Snape instead. Even after consuming a calming potion, Snape's complexion was far from favorable. The night breeze blew gently, chilling him to the bone, prompting Wen Zhiyu to shed his outer coat and drape it over Snape's shoulders with practiced ease. Accepting the gesture without protest, Snape tugged at his own cloak, allowing his wand to be tucked away. "What brings you to the Black Lake?" Wen Zhiyu chuckled lightly, lifting an object in his right hand in a mock display. "Fishing. Of course. It's rather dull being alone without the professor around." Hearing this, Snape's demeanor visibly softened. Lowering his gaze, he noticed not only the fish in Wen Zhiyu's hand, but also a fishing rod held in the other. The rod was slender and of high quality, with one end lightly resting on the ground, the other end held aloft. It seemed this was the source of the earlier sound. Dumbledore had mentioned that when Zhiyu had not left the school today, there was no reason for him to deceive. Upon seeing him, Snape's taut nerves finally began to relax, the fatigue from earlier in the day washing over him, leaving him suddenly weary. As if sensing the shift in Snape's energy, Wen Zhiyu subtly channeled his magic, retracting both the fish and the rod. Drying his hands of the remaining water, he tentatively took Snape's hand, leading him toward the cellar. Along the way, Snape, too fatigued to utter a word, poured all his strength into the act of walking. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu gradually closed the distance between them. "How did the professor know I was by the Black Lake?" he asked, feigning ignorance with no hint of embarrassment. Warmed by his gentle and affectionate tone, Snape blinked and replied weakly, "Am I not allowed to know where you are?" The habit of answering every inquiry has never been the demeanor of a master potion maker. And soon the initiative shifted to the other party. Of course, such a lethal question is a mere trifle for Wen Zhiyu. However, next time, the professor need not inquire of others. Upon hearing this, Snape cast a glance at him. He then heard the other party inquire if the professor had brought the jade pendant he gifted. The pendant? Why did this suddenly come up? Snape was perplexed by the implication. Yet, since the question had been posed, he retrieved it without hesitation. To avoid misplacing it, Snape had stowed the pendant close to his chest within his inner lining. As he produced it, the pale jade still bore the warmth of its owner, sending a soothing warmth through his fingers. After handing it over, Snape was led by the other to a moonlit corridor's end. There, he observed Wen Zhiyu's lips curve into a smile as he raised the pendant to his lips and gently kissed it with his eyes closed. After a moment of surprise, Snape finally comprehended what had transpired. Snape instinctively reached out to reclaim the pendant, but the other's subsequent words halted his hand midair. "Did you not wish to know where I am?" Opening his eyes, Wen Zhiyu traced the dragon pattern on the pendant with his fingertips, then returned the object to Snape amidst the potion master's bemusement. Holding the item that had just been kissed by the other, Snape felt an inexplicable awkwardness. Though it was indeed a gift to himself, he had worn the pendant for so long that it had become an extension of his identity. Yet, the other had taken it and kissed it, returning it as if nothing had transpired. It felt rather inappropriate to place the pendant back against his chest in front of another, so he simply held it in his hand. Snape glanced at Wen Zhiyu, his dark hair slightly concealing his ears, which had taken on a faint blush. "What do you mean?" The master potion maker sought an explanation. With deliberate slowness, Wen Zhiyu reached out to smooth the disheveled hair blown by the wind, a tenderness evident in the moonlight that cast a soft glow over his features. "I have infused something into the pendant," he stated earnestly. "If you wish to see me, you can channel your magic into it. Call my name, and I shall appear by your side." Wen Zhiyu's golden eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as he spoke. Snape's heart quivered, and he instinctively retracted his fingers. "Do not deceive me." He lowered his gaze, placing the pendant into his pocket. Wen Zhiyu shook his head. "I would never lie to you, Severus. As long as you wish, I shall always be here." Upon hearing this, Snape lifted his gaze once more, and, as in many previous conversations, he instinctively felt the urge to rebut. Yet, the moonlight enveloped them both, draping a delicate veil of night over their figures. No one can remain by another's side forever. He was acutely aware of this truth. But gazing into his eyes, the pendant in his pocket felt increasingly warm. Finally, he spoke, "I hope you remember your words." With that, he turned to depart, his black cloak billowing in the night breeze, reminiscent of a time long past. Commanding as if he were off to confront a rival. Following closely behind, Wen Zhiyu did not merely observe as he had before, they moved in unison, disappearing together into the darkness at the corridor's end. Chapter 189, The Dragon Boat Festival 1. Awaking from an unsatisfactory dream. The blue time hovering in the air signified that he could indulge in a few more moments of slumber. With this thought, Snape lay beside the other for a while longer. Upon awakening again, he found the space beside him empty. Rubbing his eyes and hastily donning a garment, Snape gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his face etched with fatigue, a toothbrush clenched between his teeth. He raised his hand to touch the dark circles beneath his eyes. He had been exceedingly busy lately, with a flurry of matters arising since Voldemort's return. He had been shuttling between Malfoy Manor and Hogwarts daily, often burning the midnight oil until collapsing into bed. It had been several days since he had last had a proper conversation with Wen Zhiyu. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of sounds from outside drew Snape's attention back to the present. After rinsing the foam from his mouth, Snape stepped out of the bathroom and immediately spotted someone bustling about between the small world and the living room. "Are you planning to prepare a lavish feast this early in the morning?" Approaching, Snape picked up a handful of something from the table, frowning. "What is this?" "Artemisia." Wen Zhiyu replied, a little breathless, having accidentally bumped into the table edge, eliciting a wince of pain. Snape cast a glance at him, setting the item down and moving closer. What are you doing with these? After inspecting the minor bruise on Wen Zhiyu's arm, which had not harmed any bones, Snape decided to overlook it. You seem quite energetic for such an early hour. It is the weekend. Why not sleep in a bit longer? Rubbing his sore arm, Wen Zhiyu inquired, isn't the weekend a time for relaxation? Weekends do not exempt one from work, Snape replied, glancing towards the nearby desk cluttered with monstrous paperwork. Oh. It appears the desk is quite tidy. The papers seem to have been corrected and sent out. So, am I free from obligations? The realization that he could take a reprieve as a master potion maker visibly eased Snape's mood. Wen Zhiyu adjusted his sleeves, taking note of the subtle change in the professor's expression. Do you wish to rest? No, Snape replied, turning his gaze back to Wen Zhiyu. What are you preparing? Just then, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards him, prompting Snape, by habit, to lean in closer for a sniff. Wen Zhiyu's eyes lit up as he noticed Snape pause a distance away before he explained, today is the Dragon Boat Festival in China. I'm preparing for the celebration. A celebration? Snape paused, instinctively recalling the previous occasion, wondering if it was akin to the New Year's feast. Not quite. Wen Zhiyu replied, summoning the Artemisia from the table. Though both are traditional festivals, their significances differ. Oh, they differ, do they? For some reason. Wen Zhiyu sensed a hint of disappointment from Snape. After a moment's thought, Wen Zhiyu quickly channeled a bit of spiritual energy into the small world and suggested, Professor, would you like to rap Zongzi? This time, without awaiting Snape's response, Wen Zhiyu decisively proclaimed, great. Then let's go rap Zongzi. Snape, somewhat bewildered, replied, what? Let's head directly to the small world. I have everything prepared. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu twisted his ring, and with a flash of white light, the two found themselves once again in Wen Zhiyu's personal small world. This was Snape's first visit here. Contrary to his expectations, the surroundings were enveloped in white, with only a small two-story building in the center of a modest courtyard, which featured a vegetable garden. There was a tree, a chair, and the paths were lined with small patches of interconnected vegetable plots, each brimming with an array of peculiar vegetables in various hues. Quite quaint, Wen Zhiyu remarked, pulling at his hand. The ingredients are inside. Shall we go in? Having arrived, Snape had no intention of dampening the mood. He freed his hand from Wen Zhiyu's grasp and stepped inside first. The ground floor had been transformed into a spacious kitchen with various sections, materials, and an abundance of pots and pans. Snape was momentarily overwhelmed. So cooking requires this much? He fell into contemplation, glancing occasionally at Wen Zhiyu. Observing Snape's curiosity, Wen Zhiyu stepped forward, retrieving pre-soaked glutinous rice from a nearby basin. A table was procured and arranged with care, as Wen Zhiyu added a few other items, ultimately placing 2 stools nearby and beckoning Severus Snape to join him. Snape set down the slotted spoon he had been using and took a seat at the table, immediately drawn to the assortment laid out before him. Curious, he reached out to poke at the bamboo leaves soaking in the wooden basin. What is this? He inquired. Bamboo leaves, traditionally used for wrapping Zongzi, Wen Zhiyu explained, demonstrating the technique. With 2 bamboo leaves in hand, he deftly twisted one end, effortlessly shaping it into a cone. Snape watched as Wen scooped 2 spoonfuls of glutinous rice from a bowl, adding a piece of candied fruit before topping it off with another 2 spoonfuls of rice. Before Snape could fully comprehend the process, a charming Zongzi, neatly tied with red string, was completed. It's quite simple. Have you grasped the technique? When asked, extending the finished Zongzi towards Snape, who met his gaze in silence. Snape averted his eyes, slowly accepting the Zongzi and squeezing it in his hand. I have failed. However, this minor setback could not deter the master of potions. With a subtle nod from Snape, Wen proceeded to wrap several more Zongzi. Excellent. You've understood the movements, Snape declared, ready to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, Snape suddenly realized that his adept fingers, usually capable of handling various potion ingredients, seemed to have a mind of their own. No matter how diligently he attempted to replicate Wen's actions, his fingers inadvertently punctured several holes in the bamboo leaf. Perhaps we should switch leaves, Professor, Wen suggested after a moment of contemplation. Swiftly rescuing the misshapen leaf from Snape's grasp, he conjured a flame, incinerating the flawed leaf before providing 2 fresh ones, employing a touch of his magical energy to ensure they were steady as he handed them over. No worries, let us try again. Leaning in closer, Wen adjusted his seat and moved nearer to Snape. Begin like this, he instructed, leaning in to cover Snape's hand with his own, their fingertips entwined, guiding Snape to pick up the bamboo leaves, deftly pinching and shaping them with ease. As their hair brushed against one another, the warmth of their fingers replaced the coolness of the bamboo leaves, gradually alleviating any tension. Snape raised an eyebrow, following Wen's guidance to scoop 2 spoonfuls of glutinous rice, hesitating briefly before selecting a bean that appeared less sweet. Chapter 190. The Dragon Boat Festival once again. 2 spoonfuls of glutinous rice were layered atop the bamboo leaves. When pressed down gently, pulling a length of red string from the side and indicating for Snape to tie the corners. Tying things up is quite simple, especially with assistance, Snape mused, wrapping the red string around the designated spots as instructed. He finished with a firm knot, prompting a smile from Wen, who was met with an exasperated glare from the potions master. With 1 zongzi completed, they continued the process, producing 5 or 6 in total. And Snape had adeptly mastered the skill. Teaching a disciple can often lead to the master's own downfall, Wen thought. Sensing his presence was becoming redundant as Snape expertly wrapped the zongzi. All right, I understand now, Snape remarked, nudging him aside. Wen chuckled as he was pushed away, reluctantly returning to the bamboo leaves to continue wrapping. Taking advantage of their rare day off, the two worked leisurely, chatting as they prepared the zongzi. Once they had wrapped a sufficient number, Wen stood to boil a pot of water while tidying up the excess ingredients on the table. Snape observed quietly as Wen bustled about, sipping the bright, aromatic Earl Grey tea. Noticing Snape's apparent boredom, Wen seized the opportunity while waiting for the water to boil. Retrieving a book from his ring, he thoughtfully flipped to the relevant page and handed it to Snape. Here's a translation of cultural customs from China. You might find it interesting. Snape placed his teacup down leisurely, taking the book and giving a subtle nod in acknowledgement. Understanding his cue, Wen promptly returned to the task of cooking the zongzi. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting beautiful shadows on the floor, beneath which Wen could be seen testing the zongzi's doneness with his chopsticks. Snape marveled at how Wen had managed to simulate a sun within this small world, realizing that at this moment, the sunlight and their shadows created a serene, comforting scene. The zongzi required only a short time to cook. As Wen filled a plate with the delicacies, he also took the time to stir-fry a couple of simple dishes. Closing the book, Snape watched as Wen retrieved 2 brown ceramic jars from his ring and placed them on the small table outside. What are these? He inquired, returning the book to Wen. As Wen took the book, he casually returned the ring to his hand and picked up one of the ceramic jars. With a crisp pop, the jar opened, releasing a faint, enticing aroma into the air. Snape wrinkled his brow in discomfort as he caught a whiff. Is that alcohol? Wen nodded, observing Snape's frown with a chuckle. This is called Xionghuangjiu. In our country, it's customary to have a jar of it during the Dragon Boat Festival. He continued, it is believed by the elderly to ward off evil spirits and eliminate toxins. As he spoke, he offered the jar to Snape as an unconventional blessing. Seeing that Snape still hesitated to accept, Wen's smile deepened. I know you're not fond of it, so I specially adjusted the recipe to make this batch much milder. With a playful grin, he tentatively placed the jar in Snape's hand, guiding his fingers to grip the bottle. How about it? Snape's expression softened slightly as he took the jar, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. You brew alcohol? He questioned, incredulous. Not exactly, Wen replied, opening another jar with a satisfying pop. You've misunderstood, Severus. Without waiting for Snape's response, he shook the jar playfully, the golden liquid shimmering in the sunlight. I am capable of many things, Snape. Are you not going to play along? Snape rolled his eyes, settling down on the opposite side. Indeed, if you could concoct even the simplest potion right here, your claims might carry more weight. Wen, realizing he might have been a bit too self-satisfied, swiftly abandoned his previous bravado and selected a zongzi from the plate. With nimble fingers, he tugged at one of the strings, deftly unraveling the red thread. Grabbing a napkin, he began to peel away the bamboo leaves from the zongzi. To avoid any stickiness, he used his magical energy to eliminate the excess, leaving only a clean area for handling. You made this yourself. Why not give it a taste? It was only then that Snape, returning his gaze, realized that the oddly shaped zongzi in Wen's hand was indeed his own creation. Accepting the offering, he scrutinized it closely. Well, at the very least, it appears edible. Taking a bite, Snape found the zongzi to be pleasantly soft, the sweetness of the filling revealing itself with each mouthful. Not bad, he conceded, offering his evaluation as the potion's master. Is that so? Wen replied, nodding with satisfaction as he sampled another zongzi from the plate, finding it quite agreeable. It seems the professor has outdone himself. Upon hearing his words, Snape cast his gaze downward at the porcelain plate laden with beautifully wrapped zongzi. Aside from a few exquisitely crafted ones, the rest appeared somewhat haphazardly assembled. Were these all made by him? As if reading his thoughts, Wen Zhiyu, with a warm smile, selected one of the delicate zongzi, unwrapped it, and offered it to him. Would you care to taste it, Professor? Snape glanced over, observing Wen Zhiyu resembling a rabbit eagerly awaiting praise, with its ears perked high. Have your eyes ceased to support your perception? Snape gently shook the zongzi he had yet to finish, noncommittal. Undeterred, Wen Zhiyu procured an empty plate, placed the zongzi within, and slid it towards Snape. Then have the second one. Without protest, Snape continued to savor the zongzi in his hand. A smile curved at the corners of Wen Zhiyu's lips as he grasped the bottle of wine beside him. Once Snape had finished, he extended the bottle forward. Shall we toast? Wiping his fingers on a handkerchief that had wrapped around the zongzi's corners, Snape cast a sidelong glance at him. Subsequently, the brown bottle clinked in the air, the porcelain resonating with a clear sound. Snape took a tentative sip. As reported, the wine bore a delicate flavor, infused with a unique herbal aroma. And while it was bitter and spicy upon entry, it unexpectedly left a sweet aftertaste. Quite pleasant, he mused, taking several more sips and casually reaching for another zongzi that had been obscured by the plate. Unlike the previous sweet one, this one seemed savory. How does this taste? Wen Zhiyu, having finished his wine, immediately noticed Snape indulging in the zongzi he had prepared. Unlike the sweet variety, the meat zongzi catered to southern tastes. Chapter 191. The Dragon Boat Festival. Hearing this, Snape hesitated, casting a scrutinizing glance at him as he savored the flavor in his mouth before speaking. I recall you mentioning. Snape recollected that you are from the south. Wen Zhiyu nodded, affirming Snape's memory. Indeed, I hail from Yuzhou. Then why prepare sweet ones? Snape questioned, perplexed. As a southerner, you mentioned that the south favors meat zongzi. Why include sweet ingredients? Understanding his inquiry, Wen Zhiyu set down his wine and unwrapped another zongzi from the plate. This one is filled with candied fruits. Because it's your first time tasting zongzi, he explained, taking a bite. One must sample all varieties to discern which is most delectable. To prevent you from growing weary of the flavors, I prepared 6 varieties, ensuring each was compactly wrapped so that trying each one wouldn't be overwhelming. Having consumed 2, one sweet and one savory, Snape had yet to explore the remaining flavors. Contemplating this, Wen Zhiyu intended to help unwrap a few more. However, his outstretched hand was halted as he unexpectedly met Snape's gaze. No need, Snape said, gently lowering his hand. You need not try them all. I find I prefer the savory. Though he had only tasted a morsel, Snape had yet to fully appreciate the flavor of the meat zongzi. Nonetheless, he figured that, compared to the other 4 flavors, he had made his choice between the red bean and meat zongzi. There was no need to sample further. He was acutely aware that he would never encounter another like this again. After finishing the zongzi and the wine, Wen Zhiyu pulled Snape alongside him on a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the hazy sunlight. As before, Snape, feeling uncomfortable, retreated to the shade of a tree, avoiding the full brunt of the sun's rays. Wen Zhiyu's bottle contained a much higher alcohol content than Snape's, and to prevent the scent from permeating, he dispersed the aroma with his magical energy. Maintaining a respectful distance, Wen Zhiyu leisurely tapped his fingers against the armrest of the lounge chair. His nimble fingertips produced a soothing rhythm, and Snape recognized it as the same melody Wen Zhiyu had played previously. Do you enjoy playing the piano? Snape inquired, reclining in the chair and tilting his head. At the question, Wen Zhiyu smiled, yet did not open his eyes. Not particularly, he replied candidly, the directness somewhat unexpected. Snape fell silent for a moment before asking, then what do you enjoy? Reading, drawing runes, or fishing? He listed several activities he believed Wen Zhiyu often engaged in, but received no response for each. Growing frustrated at the lack of reply, Snape shot him a glare, muttering, it seems you enjoy being mute. After uttering this, he turned his head away, unwilling to look at him. Sensing Snape's gesture, Wen Zhiyu slowly opened his eyes. Before him were branches that shielded some light. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and the light filtering through was somewhat blinding. What do I like? He blinked, not turning his head, seemingly speaking to no one in particular. What is it that I like? His self-reflective murmurs were clearly audible to Snape, who turned his head once more to regard him. Severus, Wen Zhiyu called his name. Snape responded, confused. I'm not avoiding your question. He extended his hand, fingers splayed to block the glaring sunlight. I simply do not know what I should like. But if I must say then. Wen Zhiyu turned his head, his golden eyes meeting his dark ones. The answer lay before them. Golden sunlight dripped softly upon both of them, and Wen Zhiyu's radiant golden eyes seemed to harmonize with the sun, leaving behind traces of warmth wherever they fell. Snape felt his throat tighten. Unspoken words faltered on his lips, and questions that had lingered seemed to have found their answers. For a moment, he could only gaze silently into those eyes, beholding therein a reflection of himself, inexplicably illuminated. When Luo, Snape began, have you ever contemplated the future? Wen Zhiyu was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Of course, Professor, haven't you? Shaking his head, Snape averted his gaze, lying back down. Not at present. He did not wish to deceive him. In truth, he had not been devoid of thoughts about the future. However, ever since a decade ago, his future had seemed predetermined. Collaborating with Dumbledore's plans, protecting Harry, betraying Voldemort, this had long been his chosen path to redemption. His future, his destiny. had already culminated in a conclusion that could be deemed satisfactory, leaving him no room to fantasize about what lay ahead. As this realization washed over him, a sudden bitterness enveloped him. He would not have a future with Wen Zhiyu, in any regard. He believed Wen Zhiyu deserved far better than to be ensnared by his own selfishness. Perhaps he should, if you do not wish to think about it. May I help you envision it? Wen Zhiyu's words interrupted Snape's reverie. He adjusted his black robe, responding nonchalantly. Shall I begin to think? In stark contrast to Snape's relaxed demeanor, Wen Zhiyu appeared remarkably earnest. The future? Soon, he mused, crafting visions of what lay ahead for Snape. You will have a bright future, he declared. You can pursue anything you desire. You may seek the wind, the sea, the sunrise, of course. You may also choose to reciprocate the devotion of your potions lab. Some phrase struck Snape's sense of humor, lifting his melancholic spirits. He let out a quiet chuckle, nodding in agreement. That indeed sounds rather delightful. Such a life, he would never have imagined in his wildest dreams. And you? Snape inquired. Me? Wen Zhiyu paused for a moment, then replied, I will, of course, always remember you. Is that all? It was evident that the potions master was dissatisfied with this response. He turned his head, pressing for more. What else? Wen Zhiyu seized the opportunity, facing Snape's increasingly furrowed brow. He shifted slightly, propping his chin on his hand, and suggested, Why not? Professor, help me think of something. Now it was Snape who found himself at a loss for words. Well. His future was to be crafted by Wen Zhiyu, and now he was expected to assist in shaping the other's future. This was simply a conundrum. After a prolonged silence, Snape struggled to articulate a single word. All right, not to put you in a bind, Wen Zhiyu reassured him as he took Snape's hand. I believe this is already quite wonderful. His expression was serene, and in his gentle gaze reflected the figure of the potions master clad in black robes. To be able to see you is already a splendid future. Yet it is not enough. Snape thought to himself, this is insufficient. But what exactly was lacking? He could not articulate at that moment. Chapter 192, Peace and Joy. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Nanyu ambled along, bearing a plate of zongzi. The afternoon sunlight shone brightly, seemingly banishing all shadows, while a long knife hung at his waist, swaying with his movements. Balancing the plate with one hand, he unwrapped a zongzi and popped it into his mouth. Savory, with meat inside. The beloved flavor burst in his mouth, and a rare smile crept onto Nanyu's face as he made his way back to the office. Nanyu. Just as he was about to step through the door, a familiar voice called to him from behind. After a brief hesitation, Nanyu chose to enter directly. Wait. Harry rushed forward, propping the door open just before it shut. You need to listen to me. With the door held ajar, Nanyu stood inside, observing Harry, who appeared breathless. What do you want? After catching his breath, Harry looked up at Nanyu. I wish to see Wen Zhiyu. With no class and no one around, Harry directly uttered his name. He is not here. Upon hearing that Harry was seeking the young master, Nanyu promptly declined, suggesting he visit another time. With that, he abandoned the notion of closing the door and proceeded to his desk with the plate in hand. Setting the plate aside, Nanyu skillfully picked up the booklet on his left and began to browse through it. Harry, who had followed him inside, kindly closed the door and approached him. I know, Harry said. He is in the cellar. Nanyu remained non-committal, ignoring him. Harry continued, but that is precisely why it's wrong. He bit his lip and lowered his voice. Haven't you heard recently? Professor Snape is a Death Eater. After he spoke, the air around them fell silent for a moment. Harry fidgeted, and then heard Nanyu respond. Nanyu nodded, confirming he was aware. Harry paused, realizing, wait, you both know? Harry furrowed his brow and pressed down on the booklet in Nanyu's hands. You mean to say you both know? How rude. Nanyu frowned and swatted Harry's hand away, continuing to read the booklet. Yes, I know. Professor Snape is a Death Eater. To prevent Harry from repeating his questions, Nanyu patiently reiterated, I know. Harry exclaimed, jumping up. Then why are you still sending Wen Zhiyu down to the cellar every day? Isn't that pushing him into a pit of fire? Nanyu's temper reached its peak, leading him to make a rash but immensely satisfying decision. He retrieved a wand, long and used for centuries, from his ring. Wingardium Leviosa. As the incantation left his lips, Harry was suddenly lifted into the air by magic. And then, Nanyu hurled him out of the window. Harry's screams escalated from high to low as Nanyu felt the world transform into something exquisite. Nanyu, you must seriously consider what I've said. Harry, who had been successfully placed back on the ground, rubbed his somewhat weak legs. Even after being thrown out, he remained worried about Wen Zhiyu spending so much time with the Death Eaters, even if they had that kind of relationship. Yet, Professor Dumbledore had warned him that the Dark Lord was utterly mad, and his Death Eaters were equally deranged. While he understood that Professor Snape was different from the other Death Eaters, it never hurt to be cautious. With this in mind, Harry called out to the window above. If you see him, be sure to relay my message. Don't. I can't take it. Nanyu, who had been forced to work continuous shifts for months and was instructed not to follow the young master, kicked a chair in frustration, grabbing something at random. He infused it with magical energy and threw it down at Harry. Before Harry could react, an odd, clawing object suddenly fell from the sky. This object appeared to be a green triangle overall, but curiously resembled a hexagonal pillar wrapped in leaves. Even more bizarrely, the upper part was ensconced in leaves and red string, while the lower half sprouted long, hairy legs. In its grasp, it wielded a club as thick as an arm. Charging towards him. What on earth? Harry immediately turned to flee. His speed was decent, yet the creature was swift, closing in on him. In a moment of desperation, Harry drew his wand from his sleeve and cast several spells at the creature. The good news was, he hit it and shattered it. The bad news was, it didn't die. Harry watched in horror as the shattered creature reassembled before his very eyes. Within mere seconds, it was again swinging its club at him. What the hell? Harry sprinted away. It was the weekend, and most of the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts had no classes, wandering about the school in small groups. The commotion caused by Harry's frantic escape from the bizarre creature soon drew the attention of the sharp-eyed students. A crowd gathered not far from the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, loudly speculating whether this might be a new opponent prepared by their teaching assistant. As they spoke, they glanced up at the office. Their gazes soon met a pair of emotionless, resentful black eyes. Consequently, the group of young witches and wizards successfully received a free, first-hand experience of their defense against the Dark Arts assistant's new opponent. In an instant, Hogwarts was thrown into chaos. That evening, upon receiving the news, Wen Zhiyu burst into laughter. Is it really that amusing? Snape, who was entering the bedroom with a cup of hot water, squinted his eyes. Amusing, indeed, to the point where I cannot contain myself. Wen Zhiyu chuckled as he held the letter for a while, until he noticed Snape extending the cup of hot water towards him, at which point he quelled his rising mirth. Accepting the water, Wen Zhiyu took a small sip and said, "It's actually not that bad." He added, "Mainly, it's the thought of them being chased by a bunch of legged zongzi that paints an incredibly vivid picture." After saying this, he turned to the potions master, who was slowly burrowing under the covers, and asked, "Did you see it today, Professor?" Severus Snape adjusted his pillow meticulously and lay down, reflecting on the company he had kept throughout the day. Ah, yes, it was with him. Well now, Wen Zhiyu felt no inclination to mock the little wizards being pursued by the long-legged creature. After draining the hot water from his cup, Wen Zhiyu turned to lie on his side. "Perhaps we ought to retire for the night," he mused, shifting his position slightly and resting his hand on the professor's waist. "Good night, Professor." Initially lying on his back, Snape considered the voice before turning to face Wen Zhiyu. He similarly wrapped an arm around the other's waist, gazing at the closed eyes of Wen Zhiyu. "Good night, Wen Luo." On a summer night, the moonlight flowed like silk, and fireflies danced in the air. Time slipped away until the rhythm of the other's breathing became tranquil. The potions master gradually opened his eyes. The serene visage of Wen Zhiyu greeted him, their breaths mingling in close proximity. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Snape stealthily retrieved an object from beneath his pillow. He then gently took the hand resting on his waist and drew it to his front. Carefully, he tied a colorful string around Wen Zhiyu's wrist. "May you always enjoy health, longevity, and peace." Under the bright moon, amidst the resplendent stars, the ethereal light of the night cascaded like shimmering waves. The potions master leaned in and solemnly pressed a kiss upon Wen Zhiyu's forehead. The unspoken dreams of the day found their voice in the stillness of the cellar, weaving a tapestry of fantasy. In a side story concerning a kiss in the classroom, as the man walked towards the classroom, his fingers absent-mindedly traced the ring on his finger. Wen Zhiyu, having parted ways with Severus less than 2 days ago, could barely contain his eagerness to see him again. He had not found him in the cellar. The timetable resting on the desk revealed the answer. Severus Snape was the sole potions professor at Hogwarts, and that wretched Dumbledore ruthlessly exploited the potions master's time like a capitalist. Did he have no responsibilities of his own? What was Grindelwald doing? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Wen Zhiyu resolved to create some trouble for the two old men to alleviate the daily annoyance. He did not arrive particularly early. Earlier, he had spotted Nanyu also attending a class while passing the Quidditch pitch and exchanged a few remarks, which lightened his mood. The potions advanced class was situated at a considerable distance from the cellar, and as Wen Zhiyu arrived, the class had just concluded, skillfully casting an invisibility charm upon himself. He leaned against the door, waiting. One by one, small wizards emerged from the classroom, seemingly eager to avoid detention by the potions master, each hastening their steps. Some even breaking into a light jog. Was it truly that frightening? Observing the students who feared being caught, Wen Zhiyu glanced towards the potions master. Snape, exasperated by the antics of these seemingly undeveloped brats, had a frown etched on his face as he collected his materials after announcing the end of class. perhaps deliberately lagging behind. Snape only finished tidying up when the classroom was nearly empty. Just as he was about to step out of the classroom, he was suddenly embraced from behind. Instinctively, he turned to apprehend the intruder, his wand drawn to the person's neck as the door closed behind them. The invisibility charm had dissipated the moment Wen Zhiyu embraced him, allowing Snape to glimpse his face. "Are you out of your mind?" Snape exclaimed, retracting his wand without waiting for a response. Without hesitation, Wen Zhiyu skillfully pulled his prize closer, preventing any retreat. Although the classroom was devoid of anyone else, Snape felt apprehensive about the potential for unexpected interruptions. Their relationship could not be exposed. With that thought, the potions master gently brushed the hand gripping his waist away, insisting, "Not in the classroom. There's no one here," Wen Zhiyu murmured softly. Upon hearing his words, the potions master's expression softened somewhat. "That may be so, but it is still unacceptable." Severus, in his stern demeanor, possessed an undeniable allure, whether it was the neatly fastened buttons, the silent press of his lips, or the gaze that now seemed to hold only him. These seemingly mundane details inadvertently evoked a hint of restrained desire. Wen Zhiyu's eyes darkened as he traced the contours of Snape's face, leaning in to nip at the potions master's lips. "I can," he said, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. Seizing the moment before Snape could fully react, Wen Zhiyu pressed his lips against the professor's once more, his tongue deftly slipping into the long-desired embrace. Snape had not anticipated such a bold advance, and the surrounding environment left him unprepared to respond to the sudden kiss. Attempting to push him away, Snape found himself admiring Wen Zhiyu's tenacity. To hasten the conclusion of this potentially compromising kiss, he reluctantly began to reciprocate, seeking a swift end. Wen Zhiyu's kissing skills were not particularly refined, allowing Snape to easily regain control. "Enough, not here." Taking advantage of the brief respite, Snape pulled back slightly, raising a hand to cover Wen Zhiyu's mouth. Dazed, Wen Zhiyu caught his breath, his eyes meeting the potion's master's furtive gaze. An invisibility charm enveloped them both. Unlike the disillusionment charm, this specially crafted invisibility spell rendered them invisible to outsiders, yet they remained visible to one another. "Is this sufficient?" Wen Zhiyu's cautious voice emerged from the spaces between Snape's fingers, causing a jolt within the potion's master. Adjusting his hand, Snape's fingertips grazed Wen Zhiyu's lips, tracing from the corner of his mouth to his chin. "There will be no second chances," he declared, lifting Wen Zhiyu's chin. The potion's master relinquished restraint and kissed the man before him directly. The faint bitterness of potion lingered as their lips intertwined, sending ripples of sensation through Wen Zhiyu's limbs. He closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering. Snape's distinctly articulated fingers entwined around Wen Zhiyu's neck, his other hand deliberately pressing against the other's back, sliding down along the vertebrae. His fingertips stirred an alluring ambience. With a gentle but firm grip, Snape pressed Wen Zhiyu against the door, an instinctual yearning for more igniting within him. The sound of their swallowing mingled with their kisses, creating an unexpected echo in the classroom. A blush crept from Snape's neck to his ears, even in such a state. He found it hard to let go. Relying on the invisibility charm they both cast, he grasped Wen Zhiyu's hands, pinning them against the door, their fingers interlaced. Knowing that Wen Zhiyu would not resist, Snape delightedly nibbled at the other's lips, gradually deepening the kiss. This position catered perfectly to the potion's master's hidden desire for control. As he embraced Wen Zhiyu's waist, drawing him ever closer. Feeling an impending presence, Wen Zhiyu hesitantly opened his eyes amidst the fervent kisses. Not wanting to incite the potion's master's ire later, he whispered a warning as footsteps approached. In the next instant, he was pulled back. Their parted lips once again sealed together, both seemingly losing all rationality, their eager mouths entwining fervently. "Shoo, keep going." The usually composed potion's master murmured as he pressed Wen Zhiyu against the door, their kisses growing increasingly fervent and deep. Wen Zhiyu hesitated, his attempts at speech repeatedly thwarted by Snape's relentless kisses. With a sense of resignation, he subtly moved his fingertips to cast an effective muffling charm on the classroom door. He truly had not anticipated this. It was the professor who had insisted on continuing this matter, and it was the professor who had pressed him to remain inactive. Yet, in the end, why was he still angry? It was incomprehensible and baffling. Wen Zhiyu, vexed, hastened to follow the surprisingly swift figure in black robes, attempting to awaken the other's conscience. Chapter 193, The Wax Seal. As the other three champions concluded their tournament, students from several other schools gradually departed, including those from Huaxia who had come to observe. On the day of their departure, Nanyu escorted a group of Huaxia students, several years his senior, to the entrance, sending them one by one into the apparition point under the watchful gaze of a bearded elder. After completing this task, Nanyu turned back towards the defense against the dark arts office. According to the young master's plan, he still had to remain at Hogwarts for a while longer. How bothersome, He longed to undertake missions alongside the young master. Upon reaching the door, Nanyu paused, clutching his knife. He raised his gaze towards the east and sighed softly. The sun was nearing its zenith, and the summer sunlight rendered the air somewhat stifling. A group of Death Eaters, cloaked in black, walked towards the designated direction after receiving orders from Voldemort. The weather in England had been dry these past few days, and the crowd proceeded northward, occasionally using apparition to cover distances. It was unclear what Voldemort was thinking, but this time, Lucius and Snape were among them, and the mission had been entrusted to them. "Severus, aren't you hot?" Lucius inquired as he loosened his black robe, which had become considerably open during the second apparition. The heat was oppressive, and half the Death Eaters had similarly unfastened their robes for breathability. They walked further away, into increasingly desolate areas, where human presence was sparse, and there was no need to avoid anyone. Yet, strangely, Snape's robe remained neatly fastened, with only his masked face visible. Remarkably, Lucius had not even heard him breathe heavily. What was this man made of? It was as if the blazing sun was invisible to him. Upon hearing the question, Snape finally shifted his attention from the road ahead. He glanced up at the sun above and instinctively raised his hand from beneath his robe to touch his chest. His fingertips brushed against the fabric, encountering a somewhat prominent object. A cool sensation gradually spread from that area throughout his body, neither hot nor cold, maintaining his temperature in a state of comfort. This was the temporary enchantment Wen Zhiyu had added to the jade pendant after Snape had mentioned feeling cold last time. His fingers curled slightly as Snape withdrew his gaze, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. But he chose not to answer Lucius's question. Accustomed to his friend's indifference, Lucius paid no heed to his aloofness. Instead, he boredly conjured a small fan from his wand. As they walked, Lucius glanced down at the compass, pondering their destination. He was not alone in his curiosity. The Death Eaters trailing behind him shared the same question. Observing the surrounding terrain and their approach towards the north, Snape had a suspicion. "Has the Lord shown you what he gave you?" Snape asked. Fan in hand, Lucius, somewhat surprised, replied, "No, the Lord said we would see it upon arrival." Snape frowned, weighing the implications of the item he held in his pocket. What could be so significant that it required them to wait until they arrived to reveal it? The closer they moved towards the direction indicated by the compass, the more humid the air became. The stifling heat mingled with a peculiar scent that wafted over them with the wind. The potion master's keen sense of smell quickly identified the source. The dampness carried a slightly briny aroma. It was the scent of the sea. Sea breeze, the ocean. A realization dawned upon Snape, causing him to tighten his grip. The communication wax seal nearly slipped from his grasp. If his conjecture was correct, then the matter that the ghostly spring had specifically mentioned last time was indeed troubling. Beneath the mask, Snape blinked, discreetly continuing to follow Lucius while rubbing the wax seal between his fingers. This was a special item entrusted to him by Dumbledore that morning, indicating that this transaction between Voldemort and the ghostly spring would directly affect the success of their plan. His task was to follow Voldemort's instructions to the mission location and relay the information back to Dumbledore through the wax seal. A straightforward yet perilous assignment. The double agent had tested the wax seal's function on the spot, confirming it would not lead to exposure before nodding in acceptance. However, now it seemed he had guessed where Voldemort intended to send them. Thus, he merely needed to relay the information back, and the mission would be deemed complete. The wax seal was manipulated between the potion master's fingers, and he appeared somewhat conflicted. Logically, the outcome of the information he relayed concerning the ghostly spring and Voldemort would not significantly impact him. If Voldemort could perish right here, it would undoubtedly be the best conclusion, allowing him to joyfully end his life as a spy and return to the future that Wen Zhiyu envisioned for him. Yet, the ghostly spring. This task was predominantly orchestrated by the ghostly spring, though it was a party that would likely not affect him. Snape could not help but think of a certain masked figure at an inopportune moment. Would that person come? Who exactly were they? If their surname was Wen, could they possibly be related to Wen Zhiyu? Though he was reluctant to admit it, he found himself hesitating. Even with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance, he did not wish to expose the other to danger. But what could he do? They were moving further away, and the sea breeze was intensifying, indicating they were nearing the shoreline. Just as Snape remained in his dilemma, Lucius suddenly spoke. "I think I know where we are headed." Upon seeing the distant sea, Lucius's mind, long dormant, began to churn. "I even believe I know what the Lord wants us to do." Not just him. Snape had come to the same conclusion as well. It was precisely this realization that deepened his internal conflict. The jade pendant at his chest sensed the shift in its master's emotions, interpreting the rapid heartbeat as a sign of heat. Thus, unexpectedly, Snape felt a wave of coolness wash over him, soothing his restless thoughts. He raised his hand to his chest, pressed his lips together, and, channeling magic, crushed the wax seal, whispering a message. "What?" Lucius turned to him, having seemingly heard something. As the wax seal shattered, dispersing with magic beneath the black robe, Snape met Lucius's inquisitive gaze. Azkaban. Just 4 words, followed by an additional explanation. The place the Lord wants us to go should be Azkaban. His movements were discreet, and Lucius harbored no suspicions. Without delay, Lucius adjusted his robe and responded, "Yes, I think so too. In this northern sea, there is likely nothing else that would attract the Lord's attention." It appeared they needed to hasten their pace. Fastening his buttons, Lucius raised his wand. Gesturing to those behind him, the group followed suit, lifting their wands. Soon, spells were cast, the space warped, and the cloaked figures vanished from sight. Chapter 194. Come to my side. As anticipated, upon their final transfiguration, they found themselves on a desolate island. Before their eyes stood a triangular ancient castle. The once sunlit sky seemed to darken abruptly, shrouded in thick clouds with thunder rumbling ominously. The waves, mingled with the sea breeze, billowed the dark robes of the Death Eaters into proud arcs. As they approached, Snape discerned that 34 masked figures clad in black had already gathered near the castle. The followers of the Dark Lord had arrived before them. Before the castle's grand entrance, Snape soon spotted the individual he had been seeking. Lightning cleaved the sky, intertwining with the thunder in a breathtaking spectacle. The figure was dressed in a fiery red garment, their long hair secured high with a matching band. A black leather belt cinching their waist, its silver patterns glimmering subtly, though he viewed merely a silhouette. Snape could not help but feel a twinge of regret for his earlier actions. He had wagered on the chance that this person was not who he feared. As he drew closer, the potion's master held a flicker of hope, contemplating that perhaps, given his status, this mission did not necessitate the other's presence. Yet, with each step, that hope dwindled further. It was not until he witnessed the figure turn that a familiar mask came into view. The crimson eyes beneath the mask seemed to lock onto his own at that very moment. Snape hastily averted his gaze, bowing his head as a shiver coursed through him. He had come. Indeed, he had come. Severus, someone called his name, and Snape lifted his eyes to find Lucius's wide, startled gaze beneath his mask. From the front, the red attire harmonized with the black undergarment, several metallic leather straps meticulously binding any hindrance to movement. In addition, the perfectly chosen accessories accentuated the contours of the waist, while a black and red whip dangled at the left side. Upon noticing Snape's gaze, the figure's piercing voice resonated with an air of allure and undeniable authority. "Severus, come to my side." It was as if the winds had stilled. Though his dark robes continued to flutter, Snape felt an uncanny calm. How could he hear such words from the other's lips? "I said, come to my side." When Snape remained unresponsive, the voice grew colder, the red eyes flickering with a dangerous glint as they met his. This command not only restored Snape's rationality, but also jolted Lucius from his astonished reverie. Concealed by his cloak, Lucius subtly nudged Snape with his wand, whispering a reminder. Although he was puzzled by how the figure had pinpointed him amidst the tightly cloaked Death Eaters, it was evident that they seemed to possess prior knowledge of his arrival. Had Voldemort informed them, or had they orchestrated Snape's presence themselves? A whirlwind of speculation and thoughts swirled in his mind, and soon, he subtly channeled his magic, allowing his expression to grow more subdued. As he approached, preparing to bow to the figure, Snape found himself suspended by an unseen force. Resigned, he could only lower his head in acknowledgement. As the professor entered the protective radius of the figure, a slight sense of relief washed over him. In truth, he had not anticipated Snape's arrival today. He had merely sensed a flicker of the professor's essence as he neared the North Sea. The thought that the professor had come brought a slight curl to his fingers. The task at hand was perilous. While it paled in comparison to his previous exploits in China, caution was always prudent. After addressing the latent threats, he frowned at Voldemort's presumptuousness. He despised when others arbitrarily speculated upon his thoughts. Perhaps he had been too indulgent with that entity of late. With such thoughts, the fleeting sense of joy he had experienced dissipated with the swelling waves. Having arrived, it was time to commence. Reluctant to squander time, he discreetly cast a protective charm around Snape and turned his back to Lucius, stating, "Break the magical runes." Lucius nodded eagerly, refraining from calling out to Snape, and immediately beckoned the Death Eaters behind him to begin searching for the rune's location. As they searched, he divided his attention between the interactions of Wen Zhiyu and Snape. Sensing something amiss, he pondered, had he and Severus not both received Voldemort's directives? Why, then, was he here, bustling about, while the other remained composed and at ease? This was entirely different from the scenario he had envisioned. The once cooperative partner had suddenly diverged from the script Lucius had anticipated, prompting him to contemplate. Even in proximity to that figure, Snape maintained an air of aloofness, avoiding eye contact and conversation. His dark robes starkly contrasted against the vibrant red of his companion's attire. Lucius mused that had he been in Snape's position, He would have been drenched in sweat by now, for during their last encounter at the Quidditch match, he had acutely felt the weight of Snape's formidable presence. Indeed, it was no wonder that Severus was the most promising of his peers. If he were to critique, Lucius found the runes and, with a flick of his wand, tapped upon them. Setting aside the woman, he believed that Severus possessed the potential to surpass Voldemort in strength and talent, given sufficient time. This had been the very reason he had sought to foster a connection with him, certainly not due to the allure of his exquisite beauty potions. In a brief moment of introspection, Lucius successfully persuaded himself, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. The sooner he completed this, the sooner he could inform Narcissa, perhaps earning a compliment or even a kiss from his wife. The more he envisioned such delightful possibilities, the more his pace quickened, urging the nearby Death Eaters to hasten their efforts. Unbeknownst to him, every action was meticulously observed by Snape, who was striving to evade interaction with those nearby. Was this flamboyant peacock's mind truly muddled by his beauty potions? His eyes darted about, as if they might leap from their sockets. He hoped not to meet Lucius's gaze. Otherwise, Snape was curious what thoughts lay behind the scrutiny directed toward him and his companion. The early bird catches the worm. The diligent bee finds nectar. Under Lucius's urgent prodding, the Death Eaters successfully located their respective focal points and, upon signal, began channeling their magic into the runes. Prior to their arrival, Voldemort had instructed them on how to dismantle the magical markings. As the magical energy converged toward a singular direction, the triangular castle gradually revealed faint, lavender patterns of runes. Excellent, Wen Zhiyu mused, a smile gracing his lips as he awaited the complete dissolution of the runes. Chapter 195. The Dementor. The lavender light grew ever brighter, the intricate runes pulsing with a complex rhythm. Concurrently, it appeared that the creatures within the castle sensed the transformation of the runes. As the magical energy waned, the dark Dementors began to stir restlessly. They relinquished the delectable morsels at hand and began to converge upon the corner where the magical runes were disintegrating. Shadows poured forth from the ancient castle, clustering over the transparent runes, voraciously gnawing at them while emitting a sound reminiscent of nails scraping against glass. Witnessing this scene, Severus tightened his grip on his wand, his gaze fixated on the Dementors that seemed poised to breach the protective barrier. As perennial denizens of Azkaban, the Dementors were notorious in the wizarding world for their ominous presence and perilous effects. These peculiar and troublesome beings sustained their existence by siphoning the happiness and positive emotions from humans, plunging their victims into states of despair and despondency. Ordinary spells proved futile against them, and the only effective Patronus charm, if all went as expected, would likely be wielded solely by him in this location. Contemplating this, Severus cast a sidelong glance at the man beside him. The other, arms crossed and head slightly raised, was clearly also focused on the dark forms in the distance. Observing the man's confident demeanor inexplicably eased Severus's tension as he gripped his wand, lost in thought. However, their moment of observation was short-lived. After channeling the last remnants of his magical energy, Lucius wiped the sweat from his brow and, rising, led a cadre of Death Eaters back to their previous position. Barely had they settled when the transparent runes emitted a muffled sound, prompting everyone to ready their wands. In the next heartbeat, a multitude of shadows surged outward. Before the others could react, those lurking in the shadows swiftly ascended. Without a moment's hesitation, black iron chains flew from their hands, ensnaring each Dementor with pinpoint accuracy. The chains, upon contacting the dark beings, appeared to exude a certain exhilaration, as if imbued with a consciousness of their own, rapidly enveloping their prey and binding them securely. Yet, amidst the throng of Dementors, a few managed to slip through the gaps and rush toward the group. In a flurry, several black-cloaked Death Eaters were toppled by the escaping Dementors, who then proceeded to drain their essence. The commotion to the left did not perturb Wen Zhiyu. Instead, he deliberately observed a Dementor approaching him, his crimson eyes narrowing. As the creature drew nearer, Severus brandished his wand but refrained from casting a spell. Wen Zhiyu noted his motion, then stepped forward, seizing the Dementor's throat just as it was about to close in. A dark mist enveloped them, tendrils of it creeping toward Wen Zhiyu. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the Dementor attempted to drain him of his spirit. However, the man before him reacted with swiftness. With a flicker of brilliance in his hand, he concentrated his power, and crimson mist surged forth, intertwining violently with the black fog and swiftly overpowering it. In mere moments, the Dementor was utterly consumed by the red mist, dissipating into the sea breeze. Taking what you desire, he stated, shaking his hand as a nearby steward offered a white handkerchief, which Wen Zhiyu used to wipe his hands, only for the red mist to consume it entirely. Within moments, every Dementor was ensnared by chains, as a group of cloaked acolytes struggled to restrain the still writhing creatures. Hearing someone speaking to him, Lucius hastily withdrew a piece of parchment from his pocket. Jotting down a name, he nodded toward Severus before leading his companions into the castle. Shortly after, a throng of Death Eaters emerged, dragging out 7 or 8 ragged individuals. Among them was a woman with disheveled hair, whose attire was somewhat more intact than the others, being hoisted by Lucius with one hand. Upon her exit, she resembled a wild dog that had been confined for too long, emitting a cacophony of sounds from her throat. Growing weary of the noise, the steward waved his hand, prompting 2 acolytes to rush over and hastily gag her with torn rags. Throughout the ordeal, Lucius merely sidestepped when the rags were stuffed into the woman's mouth, continuing to drag her back to their position. "Sir, we have retrieved everyone," he reported after completing his task, bowing toward Wen Zhiyu. The latter nodded, begrudgingly acknowledging their speed. He then raised his hand, the red mist emanating from his fingertips, tendrils drifting toward the castle. Uncertain of his intentions, both Lucius and Severus fixated intently on the crimson haze. As the mist made contact with the castle's stone walls, flames erupted instantaneously, spreading with alarming rapidity. In the blink of an eye, a sea of fire engulfed the surroundings. Are they truly attempting to set Azkaban ablaze? The potion's master's pupils dilated in disbelief as he glanced at the figure just 2 steps away. They had merely extracted 7 or 8 individuals, while Azkaban housed thousands. Should the flames take hold, it would likely result in a catastrophic inferno. Although these were prisoners who had undergone judgment, the British magical community had no laws permitting capital punishment. At most, they were confined and subjected to torment by dementors. Yet now, it seemed that the intent was to take lives. Should he commend the audacity of the Chinese? As this thought crossed his mind, Severus involuntarily recalled a scene he had witnessed in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Both hailing from the same land, both using flames, both displaying a lack of reverence for life. These 2 individuals bore striking similarities. The difference lay in the fact that the man before him was far more ruthless. The flames raged, swiftly infiltrating the castle's interior, causing the chains binding the dementors to writhe in avoidance as the fire approached. Just as the flames threatened to consume the castle's inner cells, dozens of blue lights descended from above. Following this, intricate magical runes materialized, effectively extinguishing the flames. After the fire was quelled, the castle emerged in a charred state, and the onlookers beheld a barrage of ice arrows raining down from the blue lights. Aimed directly at them, several Death Eaters were struck down, and aside from those who had cast spells, the fallen among them suffered irreparable fatal wounds. Not only them, but some of the black-cloaked acolytes pulling the chains also fell victim. Freed from their restraints, the dementors began to dart around the castle, relentlessly attacking those who were unprepared. Meanwhile, as the ice arrows approached, Wen Zhiyu acted with swifter reflexes than the potion's master. With a flourish, he inscribed a red runic pattern in the air, conjuring a massive transparent barrier that he flung behind him, effectively shielding Severus from the impending danger. Concurrently, it also protected several Death Eaters positioned behind him. "Long time no see, young Master One." A voice emerged from within the blue light as the ice arrows melted before Wen Zhiyu, transforming into droplets that fell to the ground. Chapter 196, The Barrier. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Zhiyu silently praised himself for having preemptively cast the barrier. Casting a discreet glance at Severus, he exhaled subtly, relieved that he had also added a silencing charm. Otherwise, a calamity might have ensued. Almost exposed, he turned his gaze firmly toward the group emerging from the blue light. As anticipated, these self-styled righteous disciples donned a series of white robes, brandishing long swords. Standing in a line before them, draped in mourning attire, Wen Zhiyu unconsciously uttered an adjective, and the middle-aged leader ahead faltered momentarily, almost losing his fan. "Demon, do not be so audacious." Closing the fan, the middle-aged man unsheathed his long sword, pointing it at his adversary. "Do not spout such wild claims." Wen Zhiyu rolled his eyes. "Who is spouting claims? I am clearly denouncing you." Taking advantage of the soundproof barrier, Wen Zhiyu allowed his voice to rise unabashedly. "One would think your family possesses only that one outfit." He raised an eyebrow. "Surely, you wouldn't need to run out in the middle of the night to wash your clothes if they got dirty? Is it comfortable to wear damp attire? Would you like me to provide you with some fabric? You appear quite pitiful." After a few remarks, the middle-aged man was rendered speechless. Yet, Wen Zhiyu was still not satisfied. After a brief contemplation, he decided to continue in the Huaxia language. "And your fan, I shan't even begin to describe." The attention of several righteous disciples nearby visibly relaxed, their gazes instinctively fixated on the middle-aged man's fan. Before the man could conceal it, Wen Zhiyu spoke again. "That inscription is a counterfeit. The fan's ribs are yellowed, but that is forgivable," he stated. "Do you not recognize the characters? The heaven rewards diligence is inscribed as heaven rewards exploitation. Can you not see that? You truly bring shame to Huaxia." With that last remark, It felt as though a guillotine had severed the middle-aged man's composure, his face pressed against the ground in humiliation. His complexion flushed red as murmurs of quiet discussion arose from behind him. The middle-aged man glanced back, catching several disciples whispering in surprise at his sudden movement. His face darkened instantly. "You don't believe him, do you?" And no. In response to his inquiry, the disciples quickly shook their heads, standing upright. However, their expressions and the surreptitious glances at his hands betrayed their conflicting hearts. The middle-aged man was infuriated, drawing his long sword and pointing it at Wen Zhiyu. "Nonsense. Do not disrupt my resolve." As he shouted, he swiftly concealed his fan. Yet, as he was doing so, he sneakily glanced at the inscription, his complexion darkening even further. "Disciples, heed my command. Secure the fan." It seemed the middle-aged man had finally remembered the purpose of his visit. "Let us eradicate the demon." Yes. That single declaration roused the disciples behind him, who then drew their swords and charged towards the black-clad cultists, who were entangled in chains nearby. Bang! Crack! A cacophony ensued. "Oh dear!" The last exclamation came from a cultist who had inadvertently sustained an injury to their lumbar region. As the cultists were attacked, the chains were released, and the liberated soul collectors began to scatter chaotically, each one seizing individuals to drain their essence. After batting away the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th soul collectors, the assailants finally turned their attention back towards Wen Zhiyu. In a swift motion, the earlier ridiculed middle-aged man lunged forward, sword in hand, closing the distance to Wen Zhiyu in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, he made contact with the whip handle. Just as Wen Zhiyu drew his whip from his waist, raising it high and striking towards the man's face with ferocity. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he narrowly dodged the initial strike, summoning his longsword in a rapid counterattack. With a twist of his hand, the crimson whip coiled in the air, trailing a fiery tail as it continued its assault towards his visage. The whip's tip forcefully knocked aside a flying sword, creating a resounding whoosh that echoed in the middle-aged man's ears. Dodge. Wen Zhiyu exerted force with one arm, retracting the whip, a smirk playing at the corner of his masked lips. "If you enjoy evasion so much, then you'd better concentrate." Before he could utter another word, the middle-aged man clumsily dodged the second strike, struggling to rise from the ground. Just as he summoned back his longsword, Wen Zhiyu's whip began to dance in the air, resembling a myriad of fiery serpents encircling the space around them. The sight left the man dazed, instinctively gathering all his spiritual energy into his legs, narrowly evading each successive attack. Despite being aware of the disparity in their strengths, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he dodged yet another whip strike, glancing hesitantly at the relentless onslaught. Should I truly heed the elder's counsel? Reflecting on the elder's private words, he found himself wavering. This action felt somewhat unethical, a deviation from his principles. Crack! Before he could finalize his thoughts, a whip found a chink in his defenses, striking his face with tremendous force and sending him flying. "You!" The middle-aged man crawled out from a heap of debris, blood seeping through his fingers as he clutched his face. "I was merely helping you focus," Wen Zhiyu said, retracting his whip with indifference. "You can't blame me for this." The middle-aged man rose to his feet, the pain in his face igniting a surge of fury within him. "You have forced my hand." He turned and bellowed, "Return to formation." With that, he lowered his hand from his face, forming a technique, biting through the skin of his left finger and spitting out a mouthful of blood onto his hand. Completing these actions, the disciples in white quickly retreated to his side, mimicking his gestures with urgency. "How intriguing," Wen Zhiyu conceded, acknowledging that he perhaps had adopted some villainous habits from the texts. For instance, he was now curious to observe what the clowns before him planned to do. After mentally scolding himself, Wen Zhiyu refrained from interrupting and instead folded his arms, awaiting the outcome. Soon, a pale blue barrier rose before them, enveloping the righteous group and the ancient castle behind them. Subsequently, the middle-aged man produced a porcelain vial from his robe, infused with spiritual energy, and hurled it forcefully beyond the barrier. Hiss! In an instant, green smoke billowed forth, rapidly corroding and darkening the ground it touched, transforming it into pools of black liquid within moments. Poisoning. Wen Zhiyu chuckled softly. Chapter 197. Poison. Ignoring the intensifying green mist, Wen Zhiyu stood still, arms crossed, observing the man as he continued to maintain the barrier through incantations. Furthermore, he even had the leisure to wipe down the whip he had just used. The thick smoke swept across the ground, consuming the dried leaves and stones, hastened by the sea breeze. Before long, the green haze began to envelop the surrounding black-clad cultists, swiftly claiming one life after another amidst their screams. Unbidden, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed, his movements slowing as he sensed the gravity of the situation. "Master Uncle," a nearby disciple called out, snapping him from his reverie. Regaining his focus, the middle-aged man's gaze hardened upon the figures still polishing their whip. To slay a few to save many is not a mistake. Granting himself a modicum of solace, the middle-aged man's actions grew resolute. Within mere breaths, the green smoke deepened in hue, nearing an inky blackness, swiftly advancing towards him. Without flinching or retreating, Wen Zhiyu took 2 steps forward into the toxic mist, fully immersing himself within the poisonous fog. Boring. After slightly assessing the smoke's toxicity, Wen Zhiyu, disappointed, returned the whip to his waist. Before he could proceed with his next move, a series of anguished screams suddenly erupted from beyond the barrier behind him. Wen Zhiyu's expression stiffened as he swiftly turned to glance back. In the following moment, a flicker of blue light caught his attention, and he locked eyes with a slightly shorter version of himself. Almost instantaneously, the translucent blue figure vanished. Snape, employing his utmost speed, infused magical energy into the jade pendant, severing the formation just as the blue light flared up. The appearance of the boy interrupted Snape's thoughts. After assisting his master in warding off the encroaching poisonous mist, the pendant was forcibly severed by its owner, rendering further assistance impossible. Nevertheless, the fleeting visage ignited a surge of fury within Wen Zhiyu. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a more potent protective shield towards the group of Death Eaters engulfed in green mist. Channeling a significant portion of his spiritual energy, he ensured that the poison would not harm anyone, and in the next instant, he nearly vanished from his position. When he reappeared, the red mist obscured his mask, and the blue barrier in front of the ancient castle was riddled with cracks under the force of a punch delivered by his adversary. One punch was insufficient. Wen Zhiyu once more gathered his spiritual energy and struck the same spot again. With a flurry of 3 punches, the blue barrier shattered, and the red mist surged into the castle, beginning its unchecked rampage. Retreat. Just before the barrier crumbled, a middle-aged man wielding a sword quickly stepped back to protect those behind him. Unfortunately, it seemed that Wen Zhiyu had no intention of granting them even a moment's respite. Before they could raise their weapons again, his figure shrouded in red mist vanished once more. This time, it was even quicker. The middle-aged man instinctively turned to urge his companions, but in the next heartbeat, he was seized by the throat. Ugh! The words he was about to utter were forcibly interrupted as he struggled, meeting a pair of crimson eyes. The clash of spiritual energies sent a whirlwind of dust and debris spiraling around them. With one hand gripping his opponent, Wen Zhiyu's other hand was not idle. His spiritual energy split in two, raising a hand to envelop the poisonous smoke with the red mist, tugging it into the castle. Moments later, the red mist erupted in the midst of the castle's interior, green smoke sweeping through the surroundings. The disciples who had just retreated into the castle felt their pupils constrict, hastily employing their techniques to defend themselves. However, they were all too aware of the poison they had unleashed, aside from the earlier blue barrier. Their standard defenses proved largely ineffective. Thus, within mere seconds, dozens of disciples were engulfed by the thick smoke, their anguished cries transforming into black water. Do you like it? Wen Zhiyu tightened his grip, the distinct sound of bones fracturing echoing from his opponent's neck. After years of cultivation, such injury alone would not be sufficient to bring the middle-aged man to his demise. Yet, the pain of his physical form was unavoidable. He clutched desperately at Wen Zhiyu's wrist with one hand, while the other struggled to summon his longsword. Sensing the man's movements, Wen Zhiyu applied more pressure. The sound of cracking emanating from the neck he held. The energy needed to summon the sword was disrupted, and the middle-aged man raised a hand to forcefully pry at his own throat, attempting to breathe. Wen Zhiyu had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Watching as his opponent gradually lost strength, Wen Zhiyu maintained his grip on the man's throat, dragging him further into the castle. Don't die so soon. Wen Zhiyu remarked as he walked, I would find it quite dull. Upon entering the castle, the dark atmosphere was a chaotic blend of green mist, with the sounds of screams and howls echoing ceaselessly. He understood that these were the imprisoned souls trapped within Azkaban. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the man onto the ground nearby, snapping his fingers as red flames erupted around him. Let us play a game, he declared, the corners of his mouth curling upward beneath his mask as the red edges of his attire mirrored the flames. Allow me to guess what other surprises you have prepared. Suddenly released and thrown to the ground, the middle-aged man felt darkness closing in around him. As he rose, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Subsequently, he called back his longsword, stabilizing himself against the ground. The energy in his throat was continuously mending, barely allowing him to utter, "Don't even think about it." Hush. The moment those words left his lips, a fiery red whip ensnared his throat once more, and with a forceful tug, the middle-aged man was sent flying again. Don't spoil the surprise, Wen Zhiyu said as he walked, continuously igniting flames. I do not favor open book exams. What an absurd exam. The middle-aged man cursed silently in his heart. He merely wished to convey that obtaining answers from him was out of the question. Was he not allowed to speak? His silent indignation went unnoticed by Wen Zhiyu, who had no intention of granting him a voice. Thus, he watched helplessly as the man produced a small flag of dark purple from seemingly nowhere, tenderly caressing it. Then, he heard his opponent say, "I actually prefer to flip the examination hall directly." Gazing at the dark, purplish flag, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wen Zhiyu's crimson eyes. Since the last spiritual collection, the refining of the wand, the Emperor's flag had entered its final stages. Though the number of prisoners in Azkaban was not great, merely a little over 1,000, it would suffice to settle the outstanding debts. With that thought in mind, Wen Zhiyu eagerly summoned the flag, his spiritual energy swirling and instantly expanding to half his size. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the steward outside the castle looked up at the continuous emergence of dark purple light from the castle, prompting an immediate response to retreat to the riverbank with his companions. Confused, Lucius, who had just suffered a burn from the poisonous mist and subsequently been freed from the barrier, also hastily retreated. Snape, being pulled along, retreated as well. Seeing him back away, the steward let out a slight sigh of relief, directing the remaining disciples to continue capturing the erratically flying Dementors. Chaos reigned outside, countless chains flailing about, while within, green mist and red mist intertwined, and purple light permeated, obscuring the reality of the situation. After a while, when the scattered Dementors had been largely captured, a sudden explosion echoed from within the castle. At the very moment laughter echoed out, a red figure was sent flying from the interior to the exterior. The whip hit the ground, and Wen Zhiyu used the momentum to stabilize himself, gracefully landing on a boulder not far from the riverbank. Chapter 198, The Dagger. Ha! A deep male voice resonated from within the castle as a figure clad in white robes, wielding a long staff, stepped forth from the dissipating mist. Behind him, to his left, stood the middle-aged man who had been struck by the whip multiple times. Master, the middle-aged man, severely injured, was supported by 2 other disciples who had just appeared, weakly bowing to the figure before them. The elder did not turn around, merely nodding indifferently at the words. His gaze fixated on a certain individual not far away. "You have done well." After speaking, he took a step forward, his gaze locking onto Wen Zhiyu's left arm. "How do you like the gift?" As he spoke, his right hand waved his staff, and a small cauldron floated in midair, suffused with green mist, mirroring the earlier thick smoke. "I heard that the Wen family is immune to all poisons, so I specially traversed the 5 continents, enduring great hardships to seek out spiritual materials to prepare this grand gift for you." The white-robed elder waved his hand again, and strands of vapor coalesced into a round pill. Though the process was arduous, it was finally delivered. "But I wonder, are you satisfied?" As the elder's words fell, Wen Zhiyu subtly furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting to his left hand. Just as the elder had stated, he had been ambushed while summoning the flag earlier. During the scuffle, his spiritual energy had abruptly become blocked, resulting in him being struck outwards. Without expending much thought, Wen Zhiyu almost instantly deduced the method of poisoning employed by his opponent. Ordinary poisons held no effect on him, and the concentration of that green smoke was insufficient. Therefore, beneath the mask, Wen Zhiyu's expression shifted subtly, his gaze turning to the middle-aged man beside the elder. Throughout the encounter, he had only made contact with this individual, and it was likely during that moment that the poison had been surreptitiously administered. The maneuver was quite commendable, and Wen Zhiyu offered a slight compliment, expressing his fondness for the gift. Raising his hand, the toxin swiftly spread from his fingertips, creeping along his arm. Positioned high above, Wen Zhiyu's presence was conspicuous, with nearly everyone able to observe each of his movements, Severus Snape included. When his eyes fell upon the darkness encircling the man's hand, his heart momentarily halted, only to resume a frantic rhythm. Despite not yet confirming the man's identity, the mere fact that he bore the surname sent a shiver down the potion's master's spine. Had he been poisoned? With what toxin? Could it be countered? Within mere seconds, Snape gripped his wand tightly, his throat dry, as a chill coursed through his spine. The jade pendant at his chest seemed to sense his unease, activating a formation that slowly began to convey warmth to the potion's master. The frantic beating of his heart gradually calmed under the gentle influence of the spiritual energy. Beneath his black robes, Snape's hand rose to touch his chest, repeatedly reassuring himself, "This is not him, this is not him." At that moment, the dark stain on Wen Zhiyu's hand had spread across his entire palm. He clenched his left hand, seemingly indifferent. It would be impolite to accept without reciprocation. So he declared, "In that case, I cannot simply receive your gifts. Let us all remain as guests." With that, he opened his left hand, and the blood energy within the castle began to converge towards his palm from all directions. Soon, the barrier was enveloped in a thick red mist, obscuring all visibility. Unable to discern the events unfolding within, Snape turned his attention to the butler nearby, who was still directing others to capture the Dementors, his expression complex. Logically, given that the man was injured, his subordinates from the Inquan should have been rushing to assist him, yet they appeared utterly unconcerned, even continuing their pursuit of those trivial creatures. Did it mean that the man's fate was inconsequential to them? Or perhaps, like himself, they secretly wished for their superior's demise? Regarding the potion's master's conjectures, the butler could only deem them blatant slander. No, brother, open your eyes and observe the barrier before you. The young master has expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Even the red mist can be contained. Not to mention, does he dare to breach the barrier set by the young master? If it were to be broken, everyone present would meet their end in this red mist. Thus, he concluded that performing menial tasks suited him far better. The task of following the young master should be left to Nanyu, who was less concerned for his safety. Having reassured himself, the butler withdrew his furtive gaze from the potion's master and devoted himself to his chores, savoring the experience. Unlike the tranquil atmosphere outside, the battle within the barrier was fraught with peril. Separate, do not cluster together. As the elder's voice faded, several individuals were suddenly ensnared by a long whip and violently yanked away. They crashed to the ground, their bodies instantly engulfed by the surrounding red mist, dissolving into blood. The sword and whip clashed repeatedly in the air, a cacophony of roars and cries ringing in the middle-aged man's ears. After dispatching a few minor foes, Wen Zhiyu's spiritual energy faltered once more, resulting in another powerful blow from the elder. Do not be arrogant. Seizing the opportunity from Wen Zhiyu's mistake, the elder surged forth from the red mist, his staff swinging towards Wen Zhiyu's face. Retreating, Wen Zhiyu leaned back to evade the attack, then pivoted, delivering a fierce kick to the elder's side. You are too slow. Regaining a fraction of his spiritual energy, Wen Zhiyu spoke calmly. Even finding the leisure to mock his opponent, you are indeed aging. As the staff struck the ground, the elder winced in pain but held his back straight. Old? After today, you will lose even the right to be called old. Attacking once more, the elder summoned potent spiritual energy, sweeping his staff to unleash a tempest of force against his foe. The spiritual blade struck Wen Zhiyu, and despite his swift movements, the insufficient energy left him only narrowly evading the brunt of the blow. Subsequently, his defensive energy faltered again, and the swirling red mist was rent open by the elder's gale, revealing the chaos within to all. Useless, the elder laughed, seemingly reveling in his opponent's plight. My poison effectively suppresses the energy of the poisoned, and your energy is already depleted. Before he could finish, the elder caught sight of a dagger suddenly appearing in Wen Zhiyu's hand. Oh, is that so? A wicked smile curled at the corners of the masked figure's mouth as he raised his head, his voice ringing clear. You certainly have put forth great effort. In the next moment, the dagger glinted ominously, and a darkened arm fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He tilted his head slightly, his right hand's index and middle fingers deftly pressing against several acupoints on his left shoulder, staunching the blood that flowed from his severed arm. As he glanced back, strands of hair fell across his forehead, the eerie mask stained with crimson, the bright liquid cascading down. Regrettably, the game has only just begun. How could I allow such secrets to be revealed? The bloody dagger was tossed into the air, then caught again in his intact right hand, which played with the weapon that had just severed his own arm, a dangerous aura rising around him. Chapter 199, Concerning him. For a fleeting moment, Snape felt as though his very breath had ceased. The jade pendant at his chest began to radiate an intense heat, seemingly sensing something. This undeniable warmth jolted the potion's master's thoughts back to focus as he withdrew the pendant from his chest, rubbing it in his hands. Before him lay the ancient castle shrouded in red mist, and two figures locked in a fierce battle. Nearby, a solitary arm, draped in crimson robes, lay abandoned on the ground, its black fingers curled stiffly. He took a step forward, only to be swiftly restrained by Lucius, who seized his robe. What are you doing? Lucius, clad in identical attire, stared directly into Snape's eyes from beneath his mask. Are you out of your mind? Such a level of conflict was beyond their participation and not their place to engage in. Beneath his mask, the potion's master pressed his lips together, his gaze fixated on the severed arm on the ground, the warmth from the pendant becoming unbearably intense, inexplicably igniting a sense of dread within him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, merely standing still, his expression vacant as he was pulled back. Then, a shockwave emanated from the two combatants, shattering nearby objects while the barrier effectively contained it within. The severed arm was also obliterated alongside the surrounding stones, the toxic liquid having already solidified within, scattering with the debris in the sea breeze, vanishing into the air. This scene caused the potion's master's pupils to constrict sharply and almost instinctively. He reinforced the magic of his mind-closing spell. The incantation within him suppressed the emotions threatening to surface, as he repeatedly emphasized to himself, "This is not him. This is not him." Yet, despite his efforts, the rising anxiety remained uncontainable, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Perhaps sensing his tumultuous emotions, the figures engaged in combat not far away escalated their assault speed, swiftly overpowering their adversary. Shortly thereafter, Wen Zhiyu emerged from the ancient castle, one hand gripping the hair of an elderly man. With a flick of his wrist, he dispersed the mist, casually tossing the severed head beyond the barrier, where it was deftly caught by the butler. "Take it away, find a box to encase it, and later, present it as a token of goodwill." As the head crossed the barrier, the enchanting illusion dissipated, and the spiritual energy previously infused returned to Wen Zhiyu's body. He flexed his neck and swayed the ends of his hair as he strode forth from the castle entrance, clad in a flowing red garment, his long hair elegantly tied back. As sparks erupted from the castle behind him, the flames illuminated his vacant left arm. Noticing the direction of Snape's gaze, Wen Zhiyu paused momentarily, then nonchalantly lifted his right hand to tap twice upon his left shoulder. Gathering his spiritual energy, a new arm gradually materialized before the onlookers, conjured from crimson mist. Observing this, Snape's expression momentarily faltered, and the mental barrier he employed to suppress his emotions inadvertently faltered. He gazed at Wen Zhiyu, his heart twisted in turmoil. Subsequently, he could scarcely recall how he and Lucius had departed from the North Sea with that group of rescued Death Eaters. All he knew was that his heart felt disordered. After returning the individuals to Malfoy Manor and enduring Voldemort's stream of trivialities and inquiries, the potion's master trudged back to Hogwarts. The fireplace flared to life, revealing Snape's figure in the cellar. The surroundings were desolate and silent. He lamented the absence of a certain individual in the cellar, yet an involuntary tension gripped him. Shedding his cloak and mask, the potion's master donned his black robes and silently settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Wen Zhiyu had informed him earlier that morning of his intention to step out, so Snape was not surprised by his absence in the cellar. Moreover, during their last encounter, he had confirmed that the individual bore no scars. Wen Zhiyu had indeed remained at Hogwarts that day. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on it. They could not possibly be the same person. At most, they bore some relation, merely sharing the surname Wen. There were countless Wen families in Huaxia, and it was improbable that they all could be him. Yes, that was it. There was no further need to contemplate. The chaotic thoughts gradually eased under repeated assertions from their master. The side effects of excessive use of the mental barrier began to manifest at that moment, causing Snape's temples to throb painfully. Rubbing his temples, he rose from the sofa and entered the potions room, adhering to his daily routine of retrieving a vial of calming elixir to consume. The potions crafted by the master were of impeccable quality, and the effects were beneficial. After a brief interval, the pain in his mind and body began to dissipate. Holding the empty vial, Snape found himself staring blankly at the shelves of ingredients in the potions room. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the office door, causing Snape's body to tense. He subsequently exhaled in relief upon hearing Medusa's announcement. "Is there something?" He opened the door to find a young wizard, likely in his second or third year. The boy was clad in school robes, his green tie neatly knotted, and his hair meticulously styled. Appearing intimidated by the Serpent King's chilling demeanor, the young wizard's voice trembled as he dared not lift his gaze. "Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the headmaster's office." "No time," the Serpent King replied brusquely. His mood sour, and he refused without hesitation. Just as he was about to close the door, the boy suddenly raised his voice. Perhaps fearing that the door would shut too quickly, he hastened his speech and quickly divulged his mission. "Professor Dumbledore wants to discuss something concerning Professor Wen Zhiyu. You must go to the headmaster's office." After delivering his message, the young wizard bowed his head, bracing for the impending venom. However, the surrounding air fell into a prolonged silence, and he hesitantly raised his gaze, only to encounter Snape's dazed expression. "Headmaster?" The boy's voice compelled Snape to suppress the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, and he cast a glance downward, muttering an acknowledgement. The stone door was then forcefully shut by the potion's master. The young wizard flinched at the sound, and after confirming he had indeed received a response, he dashed toward the headmaster's office. "Woe is me! I shall never again wander aimlessly by daylight, lest I be captured and made to toil." He vowed to study diligently henceforth. After closing the door, the sounds of hurried footsteps gradually faded, and Snape placed the potion vial on the desk with deliberation. In silence, he retrieved the jade pendant from his chest and placed it within the drawer of his desk. He then closed the drawer and reinforced it with several enchantments using his wand. With no further actions taken, the potion's master adjusted his black robes, an enigmatic emotion flickering in his dark eyes. Gripping his wand tightly, he departed via the fireplace's network of flue powder. Chapter 200, News. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Snape encountered multiple individuals. As he emerged from the fireplace, he observed an elderly man with white hair akin to Dumbledore's, though devoid of a beard, seated at the table, engaged in conversation with the headmaster while holding a teacup. As the fireplace flared, both elders turned their attention toward him. Without preamble, Snape inquired about the purpose of his summons. As for the other man, Snape chose to disregard him entirely, preferring to maintain a tranquil mind by ignoring his presence. Dumbledore, taken aback by Snape's prompt arrival, hastily swallowed the honey water in his mouth before meeting the sharp gaze of the potions master. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore urged, "There's no need to rush. Severus, please come and sit." Snape interrupted. "Why have you called me?" "Not in a hurry," Dumbledore replied. "I simply wished for you to meet someone." He gestured toward the seat beside him, effortlessly conjuring a cup of Earl Grey tea for Snape. The potions master approached and sat down, expressionless as he pushed the teacup away. Noticing his impatience, Dumbledore sighed, discarding his pre-prepared opening remarks and diving straight to the crux of the matter. "This gentleman," he indicated to the man opposite him, "is an old friend of mine, a wizard from Huaxia." The elder, dressed in casual yet respectable attire, had graying hair but bore an appearance that belied his years, seeming only in his 60s or 70s. An age-defying friendship? Snape pondered this possibility, then instinctively nodded in greeting. "Hello." "Greetings, young friend," the elder replied with a warm smile. Introducing himself, "I am Wang Min. You may call me Wang Zhiyu." Severus Snape. After exchanging pleasantries, the potions master, growing increasingly impatient and still unable to discern the main topic, cast an irritated glance at Dumbledore. "I regret to inform you that if you summoned me merely to make introductions, then congratulations. You shall need to find another potioneer for your health elixir over the next 2 years." With that, Snape rose, intending to depart. "Very well," Dumbledore quickly interrupted, his smile fading as he adopted a serious demeanor. "We should indeed get to the point." Observing this, the potions master halted his movements, awaiting further elaboration. Dumbledore turned to Wang Min, who nodded and continued, "Let us keep this simple. Before your arrival, Albus mentioned that you seemed to have a close relationship with a student from Huaxia named One." Upon hearing this, Snape instinctively furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Dumbledore, refraining from contradiction, and gently nodded in acknowledgement. "How fortunate," he remarked. "How fortunate indeed." The elder pressed further. With a scowl darkening his features, Snape chose to remain silent. The elder turned once more to Dumbledore, his expression laden with inquiry. Locking eyes with him, Dumbledore then glanced at the scowling potions master, answering his colleague, a fellow with whom he shared a cordial rapport. "Well, that is acceptable." The elder took a sip of tea and continued, "Let me be direct. When you wrote to me inquiring about his identity, I refrained from disclosing it at the time." Dumbledore nodded, indicating his understanding that the elder was concerned about the possibility of someone intercepting the letter. The elder agreed, then added, "It is not merely that. I also worried that you might not believe." Dumbledore paused, perplexed by the implication of disbelief. Why would we doubt? Is his identity truly so unexpected? It was evident that Snape discerned the direction of their conversation. His heart sank, and his fingers unconsciously clenched. Unexpected is an understatement, the elder sighed. In England, the name Wen Zhiyu would cause people to scatter hundreds of meters away upon hearing it. When you first sent the letter, I was skeptical, assuming it was merely a case of a name coincidence, given that the wizarding and cultivation realms in China generally remain unperturbed by one another. However, when you wrote again, I grew cautious and dispatched a disciple of my senior brother to confirm, only to discover the truth, an actual individual. As he spoke, the elder drained his cup of tea. "You may not comprehend the gravity of this, so allow me to illustrate with an example." Time slipped away slowly as he delved deeper into the matter, with the surroundings growing so quiet that even the sound of a dripping drop could be heard. After a while, the potions master's voice resonated in the office. "Impossible." He turned to Dumbledore. "Do you believe his words?" It seemed that the unfamiliarity and shock regarding the person mentioned made Snape fixate on Dumbledore, recalling the previous incident. It appeared he had grasped the potential lifeline, and the potions master seized the pivotal point with fervor. "That day, you yourself stated that he had remained at Hogwarts, never stepping outside." As he reached the conclusion, Snape's voice trailed off, yet he persevered to articulate the final remark. "You told me." Dumbledore fell silent, his gaze fixed on the elder, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, it was true that he had sensed Wen Zhiyu's presence within the school throughout that entire day. The office enveloped itself in silence, illuminated only by the moonlight that streamed through the window, casting a faint glow upon the floor. "I might have an inkling as to why," the elder mused, observing the exchange between them as he raised a hand. Realizing his gesture, he swiftly retracted it, attempting to appear as though nothing had transpired, and continued his discourse. "The young master one has likely reached the stage of transformation. He squinted slightly, stating that creating a doppelganger should pose no challenge for him. For instance, today, the body he utilized was indeed his transformed doppelganger, while the original remains unknown to us. After articulating this, the elder seemed to feel it insufficient, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Had I not known he was using a doppelganger, we would not have sent only a handful of individuals to ambush him today. Alas, though we pressed him to sever an arm, we still failed to vanquish him entirely and lost numerous allies in the process. His words sent Snape's tumultuous thoughts spiraling into despair, as countless psychological affirmations crumbled under the elder's incisive discourse. Subsequently, the elder turned to Dumbledore, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "We owe gratitude to the news you relayed today. Otherwise, we would still be unaware of each other's whereabouts. His concealment is exceedingly meticulous. This time, we have made a rare miscalculation. Although it was merely a doppelganger, the loss of an arm could not help but injure his essence. For the time being, I fear there will be no significant movements." The final stone cascaded from the summit, striking Snape with such force that his vision darkened, and he felt a sudden stasis in his heart. He recalled the message he had transmitted earlier that day and the slender arm that had fallen upon the castle floor. The potion's master's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his body trembling uncontrollably like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. Chapter 201, Waiting for You. Even after exiting the headmaster's office, the elder's warning echoed relentlessly in Snape's mind. That young master is exceptionally skilled in deception, cold and unhinged, with naught but self-interest in his gaze. Regardless of your acquaintance with him, I can only advise you, his words and actions are not to be trusted. Those who believed him now lie beneath graves overgrown with grass. The latter part of his statement became indistinct. Snape remained unaware of what further counsel the elder imparted. Perhaps it was consolation or caution. Regardless, the individual described by the elder seemed a far cry from the one he knew, as if they inhabited entirely different realms of existence. Perhaps it was all merely a figment of his imagination. Murder was a concept with which he was familiar. This time, he chose not to utilize the Flynn network. After concluding the conversation, he pushed open the door to the headmaster's office and trudged toward the dungeons. Halfway there, he diverted his course toward the Black Lake. The night was thick with shadows, and the moonlight was feeble, obscured by heavy clouds, rendering the light that penetrated the surface of the Black Lake utterly devoured. Gazing down at the inky waters, Snape suddenly emitted a low laugh, as if shattering the stillness or mocking himself. The potion's master abruptly lifted his left hand, his gaze drawn to the crimson thread adorning his wrist. Fueled by anger, his right hand instinctively reached for the red cord, his nimble fingertips slipping through the gap between skin and thread, seemingly poised to remove it. Sensing its master's intent, the array upon the red cord stirred slightly, golden light flickering subtly before quickly dimming. Snape's hand hesitated at the final twist, the faint golden glow signifying the creator's intent. Unless the master himself chose to remove it, the red cord would never fall away. Thus, when he acted, the array was triggered but did not impede his progress. Yet he hesitated. As he touched the cord, Snape's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. The red thread, which could have been easily removed with a simple twist, remained steadfast upon his wrist, unmoved by his inaction. Ultimately, in a fit of despair, Snape covered the red cord with his right hand, closing his eyes to avoid further temptation. However, the tightening grip of his hand caused a crackling sound to emanate from the bones of his left wrist. The pulse in his palm raced in disarray, and bereft of the jade pendant to regulate his temperature, the chill of the night wind enveloped him. The elder's words continued to reverberate in his mind. Unconsciously, he recalled the night he had accompanied Dumbledore to the Fountain of Secrets. Beside the blood pool, he had been bound by several tendrils, the other's right hand constricting his throat, a murderous intent unmasked in his gaze. Later, he had said, "I care more for value than anything else." That individual had deemed him valueless. Thus, no matter how loyal, he had been slain. What, then, of himself? What within him warranted the other's attention and deceit? Was it profit value? Or perhaps the unspoken affection that the other never dared to voice? "You professed to care for me. You declared you would never deceive me. Your words were plentiful. Yet if love were genuine, how could such murderous intent arise within you? Yet, is the affection you speak of merely a fleeting glimpse of life? And are all your actions driven solely by self-interest? What is it that I possess that warrants your scheming? What benefit could compel you to engage personally?" Severus Snape found himself unable to fathom the answers, and the more he pondered, the greater his headache became. The effects of the calming draught he had consumed earlier in the afternoon had already faded, and once again, the repercussions of his overuse of the mind-closing spell began to assail him, causing a wave of dizziness. He felt as though he might collapse at any moment. "What is it that you truly desire, Wen Zhiyu?" The wind stirred his dark robes, the clouds parted, and the Black Lake lay desolate beside him. Returning to the cellar, Snape retrieved another vial of potion, which alleviated his headache but intensified his emotional turmoil. In stark contrast to the outside world, every corner of the cellar, upon which his gaze fell, conjured the image of the other. Standing, sitting, lying down, everywhere he looked, there was a reflection of him. It was at this moment that the theories of the potion's master began to waver. Looking back over the years, he recalled that each encounter with Wen Zhiyu had been met with a smile and eyes filled with affection. Every word spoken had been earnest, devoid of pretense. Their first meeting had been 4 years prior, when a young Wen Zhiyu stood before him, his pale pink eyes evoking thoughts of rabbits. The boy's gaze was pure, full of curiosity and fondness. In contrast, the man's eyes burned with longing and love, feelings he had never exhibited toward others. The eyes are the windows to the soul. He recalled a phrase from a book he could not remember. As Snape contemplated, the empty vial was placed aside. His thoughts surged, and he remained oblivious to the opening and closing of the stone door, nor did he notice when another entered the potions room. The potions master closed his eyes, replaying in his mind every encounter with Wen Zhiyu, reflecting on the looks exchanged. No, still nothing. In countless moments of eye contact, apart from that one clash at the Fountain of Secrets, he had seen nothing in Wen Zhiyu's eyes but himself. Snape was adept at discerning the thoughts of others, be they Dumbledore or Voldemort. If he could not accurately gauge their intentions and adapt accordingly, he would have long since been dragged under. Thus, as he reviewed the other's expressions and demeanor, he realized, unbeknownst to himself, that not only Wen Zhiyu's gaze had transformed, his own perception of the other had evolved as well. Professor? A familiar voice jolted Snape from his reverie. He instinctively turned to look, inadvertently knocking over the empty vial he had just placed on the table. Upon noticing his blunder, Wen Zhiyu stepped out from the shadows with a smile, extending a hand toward him. Snape's body reacted faster than his mind, and he instinctively sidestepped, causing Wen Zhiyu to glance at him before maintaining his smile and straightening the table. The empty vial was returned to its wooden rack, and Wen Zhiyu's gentle voice inquired, "What are you pondering so deeply?" "Nothing," Snape replied dismissively, regaining his composure and stepping forward to reclaim their distance. This movement elicited a light, joyful laugh from Wen Zhiyu. "It's late, and you haven't slept. I thought you were waiting for me." His eyes sparkled as he spoke, and Snape found himself meeting his gaze before responding, "Indeed. I was waiting for you." In a side story during the afternoon break, the summer sunlight resembled golden brocade, casting a brilliant hue across the landscape. The potions master, unusually free of classes today, had risen early to take Wen Zhiyu to his herb garden. After a busy morning, Wen Zhiyu returned first to prepare lunch in anticipation of Snape's arrival. After washing his hands, Snape rolled up his sleeves and shared a meal with the youth, who was so fatigued he appeared on the verge of collapsing at the dining table. As soon as they finished eating, Snape gently nudged him, saying, "If you're tired, go take a nap." Wen Zhiyu grasped Snape's hand lightly against his face, nuzzling it. "Will you accompany me for a while, Professor? I have matters to attend to." Snape replied, pinching the youth's cheek in the process. "You go rest first." "All right," Wen Zhiyu replied, though he seemed somewhat discontent, emitting a low sound from his throat. After ushering the boy back to his room, Snape tidied up the empty plates and utensils before taking a water jug and stepping outside. The recent sun had been too intense, causing the roses in the manor to wilt under the relentless rays. Retrieving a specially crafted potion from the cupboard, Snape added a bit of water to the jug and mixed the potion in a 1-to-3 ratio. Beneath the midday sun, the crimson roses bloomed, swaying in the breeze. After tending to the flowers, Snape squatted down to inspect a few petals, reassured to find them still under control. Setting the water jug aside, Snape initially intended to return to the potions room to complete the research he had neglected the day before. However, as he passed by the bedroom, he instinctively glanced inside. Upon seeing the scene within, the potions master sighed and turned to the study to fetch a book before returning to push open the partially ajar bedroom door. The sound of his footsteps drew nearer, causing the adjacent space to sink slightly. A faint, bittersweet aroma wafted over, and Wen Zhiyu instinctively leaned closer, concerned for his comfort. Snape patted his head and pulled a nearby blanket over him, saying, "Stay still." He then adjusted the pillow and settled against the headboard with his book. Warm sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. Wen Zhiyu raised a hand to touch his nose, seemingly unsatisfied with his position. Squinting at the potions master, who was slowly turning the pages, he began to shift his position. His movements were subtle, yet any movement at all was noticeable. With the book in hand, Snape quietly observed as Wen Zhiyu sat up from under the covers, draping a leg across his own before gradually climbing onto him. The weight, unfamiliar yet light, pressed down upon Snape, who instinctively wrapped an arm around the youth's waist to steady him. The posture proved uncomfortable, prompting Wen Zhiyu to push against his arms and inch closer, finally resting his head on Snape's shoulder becoming still. Strands of black hair, left unrestrained by its owner, cascaded between their chests. Snape ran his fingers through Wen Zhiyu's hair, continuing until he reached the tips. He could not comprehend why Wen Zhiyu insisted on napping at noon, explaining that it was a tradition from his hometown. The potion's master offered no judgment on this. He believed that rather than wasting time on unimportant slumber, it would be far more gratifying to utilize that time to brew additional potions. Yet, Wen Zhiyu remained steadfast in his desire, leaving Snape with no recourse. As he narrowed his eyes, Snape enveloped the youth in his arms, allowing him to rest upon him while leisurely perusing the book. Let him sleep, for they had plenty of time ahead. No matter how long it took, he would be there to accompany him. To be candid, Wen Zhiyu's earlier remarks were merely a whimsical jest. He did not genuinely anticipate that Snape would heed his words. He even entertained the notion that the latter might respond with sarcastic retorts. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected directness with which Snape engaged him. The sudden initiative left Wen Zhiyu feeling at a loss, his mind racing to recall whether there were any flaws in his previous statements. When a boastful rabbit encounters a real cat, it is rather irresponsible to say that Wen Zhiyu's verbal faculties became momentarily incapacitated. Wait for me. After a prolonged mental struggle, Wen Zhiyu could only stammer a hesitant repetition of his earlier words. He raised a hand to touch his nose, his cheeks subtly flushed under the dim light. Observing Snape's awkward and bashful demeanor, the latter lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions, methodically adjusting his sleeves as he leaned closer. What? Am I not allowed to wait for you? By the time he uttered these words, he had closed the distance to Wen Zhiyu. The concealed emotions in his dark eyes met Wen Zhiyu's gaze, and with the falling of those words, their proximity diminished further until their noses were mere inches apart. This closeness, coupled with their shared gaze, sent a tremor through Wen Zhiyu's heart, causing him to unconsciously shift his knuckles. Of course, he replied softly. The only sensation emanating from Wen Zhiyu was the familiar, subtle fragrance of roses, mingled with the faint aroma of potions wafting towards him. A soothing potion? Wen Zhiyu's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Snape's form. Are you injured? As he spoke, he reached out to assess Snape's condition. Unfortunately, the master of potions was quicker than he, stepping aside just as Wen Zhiyu's hand extended towards him, evading contact. Wen Zhiyu blinked, his outstretched hand frozen in midair. After a brief pause, he retracted his hand and lowered his gaze, a few strands of hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his expressive eyes and concealing the emotions swirling within. This evening's behavior from Snape felt somewhat off. With his head bowed, Wen Zhiyu endeavored to soften his voice. Did I say or do something to upset you? His words momentarily stunned Snape, who had not intended to address the events of the evening. Certain matters remained unclear to him. Bringing them to light at this juncture would only exacerbate the tension between them. With this thought in mind, Snape curled the corners of his mouth and replied, no. Unsure how to articulate his reasons for evading contact, Snape promptly decided to take action. I will take a shower first, he said, bypassing Wen Zhiyu as he headed toward the bathroom. If you're tired, you can sleep. There's no need to wait for me. Swiftly, the master of potions retreated from the scene. Although the issue remained unresolved, at least he was no longer confronted with it. Avoiding confrontation may be shameful, but it proved effective. Snape silently commended his own cleverness, blissfully unaware of the gaze that had suddenly lifted behind him. To evade further inquiry, Snape deliberately prolonged his shower, rinsing his hair multiple times. Yet, no matter how long he delayed, as long as Wen Zhiyu remained in the cellar, he could not escape. Thus, when Snape emerged, having thoroughly enveloped himself in the same fragrance as Wen Zhiyu, he finally exited the bathroom. The shower gel was purchased by Wen Zhiyu, and since his arrival, many of his belongings had found their way into the cellar. Compared to before, the once cold and desolate space now bore traces of human warmth due to his presence. After engaging in lengthy discussions with Dumbledore and others, Snape discovered, upon checking his watch, that it was already past midnight. Snape glanced around the office and the tightly shut potions room before finally fixing his gaze on the bedroom door. The rain outside had ceased, but the chill in the cellar lingered. He turned, placing the towel back in the bathroom, and dried his hair before pushing open the bedroom door. The room was unlit. Perhaps Wen Zhiyu had been asleep for some time. With this thought, Snape tiptoed to the bedside, tugging gently at the corner of the blanket before reclining slowly. To avoid disturbing Wen Zhiyu, he refrained from his usual habit of curling up beside him and instead adjusted his position to face away, slightly curling into himself. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he entered, Wen Zhiyu lay quietly in bed, wide awake, absorbing every one of his movements. In truth, Wang Min was entirely correct. Wen Zhiyu was remarkably adept at disguise, even controlling the rhythm of his breathing and heartbeat with ease. Listening to the steady sound of Snape's breathing behind him, Snape let out a soft sigh, his eyes downcast, unable to find sleep. From Snape's perspective, the outside world, unshrouded by curtains, appeared dim, yet even so, it cast a gentle glow within the darkness of the bedroom. In an environment of profound stillness, one is prone to overthinking. Such was the case for the Master of Potions. As the surrounding sounds faded into silence, Snape, cocooned in the blanket, felt an emptiness within. Everything seemed unchanged, yet somehow, everything had shifted. Unconsciously, he began to ruminate on the events of the day, specifically the severed arm he had deliberately chosen to ignore. Merely recalling it caused his hand to tremble uncontrollably. He dared not imagine how desolate Wen Zhiyu would have appeared had he removed his mask and stood nearby, gazing at him. Later on, Wen Zhiyu had somehow restored his arm, passing by Snape without a hint of abnormality. What had he been thinking at that moment? Their positions were adversarial. Even if Wen Zhiyu had unmasked himself and revealed his identity, what could Snape have done? He could do nothing, just like tonight. Upon encountering Wen Zhiyu again, he could only act as if nothing had transpired, deliberately diverting his gaze from him. He resembled a coward, only daring to evade, never to confront. He feared that if certain matters were laid bare, if certain words were spoken, their current reality would be irrevocably overturned. As Dumbledore had indicated, the interference from Huaxia had indeed begun to affect the execution of their plans. What transaction had Wen Zhiyu engaged in with Voldemort remained a mystery. The alliance of two madmen necessitated vigilance. Given Wen Zhiyu's character, he should have deduced Snape's role as a double agent long ago. Yet, as it stood, Voldemort had yet to suspect him, and he continued to be utilized, which suggested that Wen Zhiyu had not disclosed his identity to Snape. Should he feel grateful? Grateful that the man he had developed feelings for was not a heartless cat after all. Grateful that he indeed, as Snape had surmised, genuinely cherished him. Chapter 203, The Tombstone. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground as the morning breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and foliage. Nudging open the slumbering window, the train whistled, beckoning the scattered young wizards across the campus, who were about to embark on the well-deserved holiday. Should I bring this? I believe we have some at home. Not only them, but in the Slytherin dungeon, Wen Zhiyu was also busy gathering his belongings. Glancing at the herbs in his hands, Snape pondered for a moment before deciding it best to take them along. All right, Wen Zhiyu replied, stowing the items into his storage ring and rummaging through the cabinet. Then I shall take these as well. Snape surveyed the room and eventually approached his desk to inspect the neatly arranged papers. As anticipated, all revisions have been completed, accompanied by annotations. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Snape's mind as he turned to select a few recently favored tomes from the bookshelf. Professor, I'm ready here. Upon retrieving the third book, Wen Zhiyu emerged from the potions lab. As he spoke, he approached the Master of Potions, halting at a distance of about 1 meter to accept the book offered to him. After contemplating a few more selections, Snape nodded, confirming he had nothing else to procure, and then said, "Let us proceed." All right, Wen Zhiyu cheerfully followed suit. The two departed Hogwarts via the Floo network connected through the cellar. Professor, please have a seat. I shall tidy up. Upon arriving, Wen Zhiyu promptly raised his hand to magically refresh the living room sofa, urging Snape to sit. We will be quicker this way. Snape attempted to assist. No need, Wen Zhiyu interjected, gently pressing down on his rising motion, his right hand resting on Snape's shoulder. I have experience. Snape only half believed Wen Zhiyu's assertion of experience. What kind of experience? Experience in cleaning? The recollection of the castle, charred beyond recognition, made Snape snort softly, and he refrained from insisting further. Spider Alley had been uninhabited for over half a year, accumulating a considerable amount of dust. As before, Wen Zhiyu first utilized spells and incantations to conduct a general cleaning, followed by wiping down some small corners with a damp cloth. On the sofa, Snape perused a book handed to him by Wen Zhiyu, occasionally picking up a quill to make annotations. As he wrote, he cast a lazy glance at Wen Zhiyu, who flitted about, cleaning one area before moving to another. In the soft glow of the morning light, one was still while the other was in motion, and together they efficiently rendered the two-story cottage spotless. After their meal, Snape halted Wen Zhiyu, who was preparing to assist in the potions lab, saying, "No rush. Accompany me to a place shortly. Are we going out?" Wen Zhiyu paused, hesitating as he glanced at the light rain that had suddenly begun to fall outside. Indeed. Without further explanation, Snape released his grip on Wen Zhiyu's arm and assisted in returning the dishes to the kitchen. Wen Zhiyu followed, washing the dishes while inquiring once more if there was any urgency. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping soon. Taking the dry cloth from Wen Zhiyu, Snape placed the dishes in the cupboard. I believe my eyes remain intact, and my mind perhaps functions better than yours. His fingertips stirred as he accepted the handkerchief offered by Wen Zhiyu to wipe his hands, taking a moment to scrutinize him. Change into black attire. Remove this outfit. Wen Zhiyu, also drying his hands, did not grasp the implication, lowering his gaze to examine his clothing. Is this outfit truly unappealing? It could not be. Each piece was meticulously tailored and unique. Very well, Wen Zhiyu concluded, realizing he had perhaps been too lax with his attire. If he could not even manage such trivial matters as clothing design, what purpose did he serve? Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Snape quickly recognized the inappropriateness of the situation and interrupted. No, that's not it. Then why? Wen Zhiyu insisted, seeking clarification. Unfortunately, Snape had no intention of elaborating. He lightly tapped Wen Zhiyu's forehead and exited the kitchen, saying, "Wear what you wish." The black robe fluttered as its owner departed, and Wen Zhiyu weakly nodded before heading upstairs. Once inside his room, Wen Zhiyu's expression soured as he removed his clothing, allowing flames from his fingertips to consume the expensive garments. Delving into his ring, he finally retrieved a set of understated black attire that aligned with Snape's suggestion. Emerging from his room, Wen Zhiyu encountered the Master of Potions waiting with an umbrella. Quickly donning a smile, he naturally approached. After securing the door, the two ventured out under the umbrella. Outside, a gentle rain fell, and Wen Zhiyu's polished black shoes splashed against the uneven ground, leaving small puddles in their wake. As they ascended, the cement path gradually transformed into ordinary muddy terrain. Noticing Wen Zhiyu's slightly furrowed brow, Snape's wand slipped from his sleeve, and he subtly cast a charm. As they continued, Wen Zhiyu's expression grew serious. He glanced at Snape, unsure if he should speak. As they progressed, the damp rainwater splashed against the grass, and small gravestones began to appear sporadically on either side. He had been here before, accompanying Severus when he was merely 14, a spectral presence following him as they laid to rest the two figures who scarcely resembled parents. Since then, Severus had seldom returned to this place, leaving Wen Zhiyu perplexed as to why the professor had chosen to bring him here. "Watch your step," Snape cautioned, observing Wen Zhiyu's distracted demeanor. "I do not wish to return home with someone soiled." As he spoke, he switched hands with the umbrella, holding it aloft with his right while grasping Wen Zhiyu's hand with the other, guiding him forward. The path to the cemetery was neither long nor short, and silence enveloped them, the wind too respectful to intrude upon their journey. Soon, they halted in a secluded corner, and Wen Zhiyu inevitably laid eyes on a familiar, diminutive gravestone. This was a tranquil yet unkempt place, the long unattended weeds obscuring the small stone. Without keen observation, one might not even notice the grave's existence. Snape held on to Wen Zhiyu's hand, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Following his line of sight, Wen Zhiyu discerned the crooked inscription on the gravestone, Eileen Prince. The professor's mother. Just a name, yet it conjured vivid images of the woman's visage and demeanor in Wen Zhiyu's mind, along with her resolute choice between Tobias and the professor. Such memories inexplicably birthed a sense of malevolence within him. Chapter 204, The Colorful Rope. Would you like to hear a story? The voice, smooth and deep like a cello, drew Wen Zhiyu back to the present. He tightened his grip on Snape's hand and patiently responded, "If you wish to share." Snape cast a sidelong glance at him, his emotions a turbulent mix. He himself was uncertain why he had brought Wen Zhiyu here. In these past few days, he had come to a conclusion. If they were destined to confront the unavoidable issue, he wished for Wen Zhiyu to understand him better beforehand, not merely his current state, but the entirety of his being, including the tangled complexities of his past. After laying bare his soul, he would await Wen Zhiyu's choice. Even beneath the shadow of the umbrella, Snape's gaze did not falter from Wen Zhiyu's eyes. The fine rain fell incessantly, the cool breeze mingling with the droplets. As the Master of Potions' low voice gradually unraveled the buried memories of his childhood amidst the rain. In truth, it was not a matter of complete openness. Even as he spoke, Snape could not help but selfishly obscure certain aspects he deemed too wretched. He endeavored to articulate his memories in less burdensome terms, revealing them piece by piece before Wen Zhiyu. As the rain intensified, the Potion Master's dark leather shoes became stained with mud, while the gentle breeze and downpour amplified the chill in the air. Suddenly, a heavy weight descended upon his shoulders as a black coat was draped over him. He lifted his gaze to find a man standing close by, his eyes brimming with affection and sincerity, as if he had peered deep into Snape's soul. Snape cautiously turned his head, hesitant to meet the gaze that seemed to lay bare his heart. "I've finished speaking," he murmured. "Yes, I am listening," came the unchanged voice of Wen Zhiyu, who remained focused on draping the coat around him. Feeling the warmth emanating from the garment, Snape's breath momentarily faltered, his emotions swirling within. "Do you not have any questions?" Unable to restrain himself, the Potion Master grasped the hand that was adjusting the coat. Understanding his intent, Wen Zhiyu instinctively warmed his hand in the process. "What do you wish for me to inquire about, Professor?" In a twist of irony, the questioner posed a counter-question to the one who had questioned him. leaving Snape momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Then, "Professor, have you thought of her since?" Wen Zhiyu exhaled warm breath onto their clasped hands, lowering his gaze to feign ignorance of Snape's expression. At that moment, mere observation would render the other unable to speak. After a brief silence, Snape's throat constricted as he endeavored to conjure an answer amidst the chaos of his thoughts and emotions. His gaze shifted from Wen Zhiyu to a nearby gravestone, upon which the crooked letters were etched by his own hand many years prior. As he carved those letters, he had spoken and cursed, ultimately reduced to tears. Perhaps he had thought of her, thought of the woman who had yearned for his birth yet had unhesitatingly forsaken him in favor of a wretched mother. They had been apart for so long. From the age of 14 to the present, from student to professor, over 20 years had elapsed, enough to alter many things. He had imagined he would loathe her, despising the woman who had deprived him of a joyful childhood. Yet, at the moment when Zhiyu had posed his question, he hesitated. There were moments, he admitted, a wry smile creeping onto his lips, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Despite everything, he could not fully forget her. And there had even been fleeting pangs of nostalgia. His voice was barely audible, yet when Zhiyu heard him, casting a sidelong glance at the overgrown gravestone, when Zhiyu's expression shifted once more. "Shall we linger a while longer?" he inquired. Snape remained silent, and when Zhiyu did not press him, instead holding onto his hand and draping an arm around his shoulder, standing together in the rain. A gentle breeze brushed by, the damp air and droplets kissing their faces, stirring Snape's senses back to clarity. Realizing the rain was growing heavier, Snape adjusted the umbrella slightly, giving Wen Zhiyu's fingers a gentle squeeze. "All right, let us depart." Wen Zhiyu nodded obediently, lowering his arm from Snape's shoulder to take hold of his left hand. "Shall we head straight back?" "No," Snape replied, shaking his head as he pulled Wen Zhiyu down another path. "There is another place we must visit." Today marked the first rain after the Dragon Boat Festival. The summer downpour washed away their footprints, quickly erasing them from the earth. Spidertail Alley was in the workers' district, not far from a river that was neither too large nor too small. Reflecting on the contents he had read, Snape led Wen Zhiyu to the riverbank, stopping there. Standing still, he released Wen Zhiyu's hand and extended his own, his expression steady. Wen Zhiyu blinked in confusion for a moment, then noticed Snape's gaze fixed on his left wrist. In an instant, he understood Snape's request and reluctantly removed the colorful string from his wrist, placing it in Snape's hand. It isn't necessary to discard it. Wen Zhiyu attempted to protest. The potion master ignored him, the five-colored string still warm from Wen Zhiyu's skin, tingling against his palm. According to the text, the colorful string tied during the Dragon Boat Festival was to be removed and cast into the water after the first heavy rain, symbolizing the distancing from evil, worries, and illness, as well as the casting away of calamity and the welcoming of good fortune. Contemplating this, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth as he toyed with the colorful string for a while. Finally, under Wen Zhiyu's heartbroken gaze, he unhesitatingly cast it into the river. The string floated lightly, not sinking immediately but instead drifting along the current. Its vibrant colors danced in the water, as both pairs of eyes watched it recede until it vanished from sight. Retrieving his gaze, Snape casually glanced at the person before him and turned his face toward him, warning him not to retrieve it. The abruptness of the warning shattered Wen Zhiyu's thoughts, leaving him looking somewhat heartbroken. Snape let out a light hum, tugging Wen Zhiyu back as he warned, "If you do not wish for me to discover your hand severed, it would be wise to abandon those foolish notions." "I assure you I have none," Wen Zhiyu replied, but Snape remained unconvinced, casting him a sidelong glance. "I must warn you again, do not retrieve it. Do you understand?" Faced with the potion master's heightened sensitivity, Wen Zhiyu nodded vigorously. "I understand." Satisfied, Snape resumed his forward pace. The two of them walked at a leisurely pace under the umbrella, exchanging casual words occasionally, followed by a pointed glare. Eventually, they faded into the misty drizzle, drawing further away. Meanwhile, the colorful string in the river bobbed with the waves, as if it were taking all worries and illnesses down with it. That night, the sky was clear and bright. Chapter 205, Shopping. Life may merely be a few pages of continual revision and transcription, time like clouds. And in the blink of an eye, the rain had passed, and the sky had cleared. Glancing over the letter in his hand, Wen Zhiyu squinted slightly, allowing flames to ignite the paper, dispersing it into the air. As he had surmised, in the original narrative, Harry was currently undergoing a hearing at the Ministry of Magic and had successfully joined the Order of the Phoenix. To this end, Wen Zhiyu had even dispatched a couple of Dementors. Hence, Harry's letter now informed him that he was about to head to the Ministry for his hearing, inquiring whether he would truly be expelled from Hogwarts if he failed. If you were to be expelled, I would rewrite Dumbledore's name backward," Wen Zhiyu mused. If he wished to expedite the original plot, The current pace was undeniably insufficient, and at this rate, Harry would not confront Voldemort for another 3 years, culminating in the final showdown. Thus, the question arose. Wen Zhiyu did not wish to wait so long. Every moment of delay posed additional danger. He had always favored swift resolutions. Contemplating this, Wen Zhiyu released his consciousness into the ring to check on the progress of the soul banner and the array of emergency items he had prepared. The progress of the soul artifact needed to advance. He could not become mired in this issue, having organized the pressing matters at hand. Wen Zhiyu rose and descended the stairs, preparing to seek out someone. Just as he reached the corner of the staircase, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a black robe. He lifted his gaze and quickened his pace, indeed spotting Snape preparing to leave with something in hand. "Where are you headed, Professor?" His voice was gentle, yet laced with curiosity. Snape weighed the bag in his hand, revealing no secrets. "I'm going to purchase a few items." "Purchase items?" Wen Zhiyu stepped closer, glancing toward the potions classroom. "Are we short on any ingredients?" Snape followed his gaze and replied, "No, I've simply run out of live specimens due to the recent experiments, so I'm going out to replenish my supply." "Live specimens?" "Oh, live specimens." Recalling the bizarre thoughts that had sprung to mind, Wen Zhiyu naturally took the bag from Snape's hand, saying obediently, "I wish to accompany you." "What do you intend to do?" As Snape found his hands empty, he could not fathom the workings of the boy's mind. He merely intended to purchase a few items and return swiftly. Wen Zhiyu shook his head, producing an odd sound from his throat. "I want to go too." Was he being coy? A warning bell rang in Snape's mind as he feigned ignorance to the boy's tone, though his ears betrayed him, flushing a deep crimson. Moments later, one of his hands was ensnared by the boy, who shook it and repeated his earlier phrase with the same intonation. "Professor, I want to go too." "Let us go? Let us go?" Snape recoiled as if scalded, hurriedly striding towards the exit. At his age, why was he acting like a capricious girl? The Master of Potions expressed disdain for Wen Zhiyu's antics and promptly made his escape. The slighted boy, bag in hand, cheerfully followed, stepping into the footprint Snape had just left behind. Success. Hogsmeade. The autumn air was pleasantly mild, and the sun shone brightly, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. "Is that all?" Wen Zhiyu asked as he retrieved the last cage of live creatures into his small world. "Shall we explore some more?" Stepping outside, Snape stood by the street, glancing back at him. "What do you wish to see?" Having finally ventured out with someone, Wen Zhiyu had no intention of returning after merely completing his purchases. Surely, they ought to wander a bit longer. Thus, he quietly suggested, "How about visiting Honeydukes?" Snape stared at him. "Didn't you claim to dislike sweets?" As he began to veer left, he added, "Or are you planning to study a certain old bee and see if you can deplete the potions classroom stock?" Wen Zhiyu sidled up alongside him. "I am not like him." "Oh." Snape did not glance at him, continuing on his chosen path. "He craves sugar, while I am particular," Wen Zhiyu asserted. "I only consume what you provide." His words did not resonate. Rather, they earned him a roll of the eyes from the potions master. "Then you may as well wait patiently." With that, Snape led the way into a shop that exuded a slight artistic flair. Elegant wizarding attire? Wen Zhiyu looked up at the shop sign, then tugged at Snape's black robes. "Are you here to order clothing?" Rescuing his own garments from the boy's grasp, Snape offered a strained smile. "I am here to dine." Wen Zhiyu thought, he has surely gone astray. The professor must have changed, ignoring the subject of Snape's studies. He followed closely behind with a wounded expression. Upon locating the shopkeeper, Snape succinctly relayed a series of numbers, then picked up a nearby quill, swiftly filling out the address and handing it over. "This will suffice." After scrutinizing the note to confirm its accuracy, Snape turned to find Wen Zhiyu intently observing a measuring stick. Logically, Wen Zhiyu had no shortage of clothing. He could easily wear a different outfit daily. "What have you spotted?" Snape inquired. Wen Zhiyu bit his lip and pointed at the measuring stick. "Professor, don't you need to take some measurements?" "No. I know my measurements." "What if they are inaccurate?" Wen Zhiyu responded, his gaze audaciously roaming over Snape's form. "Perhaps the professor thinks others are incapable." "So how about I?" "No," Snape interrupted, even lifting a hand to cover the boy's mouth. "You are rather verbose today." With his speech curtailed, Wen Zhiyu blinked, attempting to plead for mercy with his eyes. Subsequently, as they exited the clothing store, Wen Zhiyu rubbed his chin and spotted a shop across the street. "I know where I want to go," he exclaimed. Snape glanced over, his gaze falling upon the shop's display and the sign at the entrance. "That sells mugs. You hardly need more." The potions master raised an eyebrow. "I have ample stock at home and in the cellar." 3 phrases effectively sealed off all of Wen Zhiyu's avenues of retreat. "It's not a matter of need," he protested, attempting to resist. "We're already out. Let us take a look. What if I find something I like?" "Absolutely not." Snape dismissed his suggestion, turning to leave. "Why not?" I want it." Wen Zhiyu tugged at the hem of Snape's robe, refusing to let him depart, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. "Snape, in a public place." found Wen Zhiyu's voice and appearance too conspicuous. Their entanglement quickly drew the attention of many curious onlookers. The potion's master found himself subjected to a barrage of disapproving glances, akin to those directed at a cat. With a frigid glare, Snape shot back at the curious gazes, pulling his robe away with a grimace. If we do not buy something soon, you will be in serious trouble. Chapter 206, The Mug. Oh dear, how to describe it? The current situation appeared quite different from what Wen Zhiyu had envisioned. Specifically, it was a matter of discrepancies, an array of contradictions that diverged from his expectations. Struggling to ignore the icy stares boring into his back, Wen Zhiyu repeated his inquiry to the shopkeeper for the 5th time. Are the finished products truly unavailable for direct purchase? The composed shopkeeper responded for the 5th time. I'm afraid not, sir. Just as he was about to ask for a 6th time, Snape elegantly rolled up his sleeves, his knuckles cracking ominously. The chilly aura behind him intensified, prompting Wen Zhiyu to wipe away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, his smile betraying a hint of anxiety. Fortunately, before the potion's master could seize him by the collar, the unflappable shopkeeper recognized Wen Zhiyu's precarious state and offered assistance. Why don't you both try making one yourselves? We have detailed tutorials available, and if needed, we can guide you through the process. After all, creating something with one's own hands holds more sentimental value. Wen Zhiyu, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, seized the opportunity and quickly responded, Exactly, Professor. Why not make one together? With his sleeves already half rolled and poised to capture the boy, Snape halted, his expression sour. No, I'll teach you. Wen Zhiyu interjected eagerly, sensing a shift in the conversation. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You know how to? Upon hearing this, Snape turned to look at him. Wen Zhiyu blinked, not really. Before Snape could let out a derisive laugh, Wen Zhiyu quickly amended. But I can learn, and then teach you. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes discreetly, muttering under his breath, Well, aren't you a clever one? Though the journey proved somewhat tumultuous, after enduring a couple of light-hearted reprimands, Wen Zhiyu ultimately managed to persuade Snape. Seated at the potter's wheel, Snape awaited Wen Zhiyu, who had gone to select some clay. One must commend the shopkeeper for his diligence, as he guided the boy in choosing clay while explaining the steps to create a mug. Before long, Wen Zhiyu returned with the chosen clay and placed it beside Snape's left hand. He then sat down, assisting Snape in rolling up his sleeves before forming a lump of clay on the wheel. The clay is ready. Add a bit of water, Wen Zhiyu instructed while demonstrating the process. Much like the last time they had wrapped rice dumplings together, Snape observed intently, his hands mimicking Wen Zhiyu's actions step by step. Then chaos ensued. Wen Zhiyu chuckled softly, only to receive a firm stomp on his foot from the potion's master. As the potion's master seemed on the verge of flipping the table and departing in a huff, Wen Zhiyu quickly stifled his laughter, halting his actions to lend a helping hand. Here, one must not apply excessive force. Instead, one should gently press inward before raising the fingers. Wen Zhiyu's hand covered Snape's, the warmth of his skin contrasting sharply with the coolness of the clay. Snape twitched uncomfortably, only to be drawn back once more by the other's fingers. Do not escape, or we will have to start over. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu leaned in closer, nearly abandoning his position altogether. The heated breath from behind brushed against the tips of the potion's master's ears, which were concealed by his hair, soon tinged with an alluring blush. Guiding Snape's fingers to shape the clay into the desired form, Wen Zhiyu glanced down at the potion's master's delicate eyelashes, fluttering in a manner that set his heart aglow. The focused potion's master appeared utterly charming, Wen Zhiyu mused. The pliable clay was deftly molded into the shape of a cup by their elongated fingers, a masterpiece completed. Regretfully releasing Snape's hand under his cold gaze, Wen Zhiyu began crafting his own cup base. While he worked on his piece, Snape, under the boss's guidance, commenced making the handle for the cup. After crafting two, Wen Zhiyu, having just finished his base, promptly took the handle from Snape and began affixing it. Soon, two nearly identical cup bases stood before them, a perfect display of their efforts. The composed boss nodded approvingly upon seeing the semi-finished products, generously praising. This is the finest pair I have seen in quite some time. It seems your learning ability is indeed remarkable. With that, he produced his wand and tapped the two bases, causing them to visibly dry from their previously moist state. Snape examined them closely, noting that they differed slightly from those he used at home. The boss, understanding, explained, there are still several steps remaining before the cups are complete. You may now use the pigments to color your cups, shape them, or perhaps paint something. As he spoke, he levitated a nearby toolbox over. This step allows for creative freedom. I shall not intrude further, he declared, presenting a color chart filled with various hues. I wish you both enjoyment in your crafting. With that, the boss departed. Holding the cup, Snape cast a glance at Wen Zhiyu, then at the color chart, uncertain of what to say. No need to worry, Wen Zhiyu said, retrieving a brush and offering it to him. What would you like to paint, Professor? Snape fell silent for a moment, not responding, but rather countering with a question of his own. What do you wish to paint? Having come this far, Snape felt no inclination to dampen the mood, especially since the activity proved to be quite enjoyable. Ignoring his initial reluctance to engage, Snape focused on Wen Zhiyu's eyes, eager to hear his response. With a slight smile, Wen Zhiyu replied, "How about we say nothing and reveal our creations afterward?" A scoff escaped Snape's lips in response. No one was forcing him. He turned his face away, feigning disinterest, and shifted the cup to the side. Wen Zhiyu stifled a laugh, worried that the potion's master might retaliate, so he suppressed his amusement, his face turning a shade of crimson. The two, secretive yet playful, began applying paint to their cups, continuously blending colors and pausing to admire their work. Halfway through, Snape suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Wen Zhiyu's eyes. Sensing something, Wen Zhiyu mirrored the action. In that moment, Snape peered into the depths of Wen Zhiyu's gaze, witnessing a golden sea, a tranquil realm, a reflection of his own clarity. He smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with affection. "What is it?" Snape snapped back to reality, redirecting his gaze to the cup in his hands. "Nothing." At his words, Wen Zhiyu nodded with a smile, reaching for the golden paint that Snape had casually set down, dipping the brush into it. Time trickled by, and the somewhat bored boss cautiously approached to check on their progress. Confirming that both had completed their work, he resumed his position with his wand. "Shall I help you finalize these?" he inquired once more, receiving affirmative nods. With a flick of his wand, a red light enveloped the two cups. Gradually, the crimson glow shifted to blue, finally dispersing under the boss's scrutinizing gaze. "All done," he announced, retracting his wand and presenting the tray holding the cups to the two. Wen Zhiyu, quicker than Snape, snatched the cup that the latter had painted and dashed away, seeking refuge in a corner to admire it. At first glance, Wen Zhiyu was taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, the off-dark potions master had predominantly chosen shades of pink for his cup, were it not for the neatly inscribed name at the cup's base identifying it as Snape's handiwork. Wen Zhiyu would scarcely have believed that such a rosy creation could emerge from him. What had he painted? After overcoming his initial surprise, Wen Zhiyu focused intently on the artwork. A blend of black and white, adorned with hints of pink, depicted a rabbit or perhaps a rabbit crowned with petals. The white rabbit gazed upwards, its ears flopping to the sides, with a touch of pink blush added to its cheeks by the potion's master, its black eyes exuding an adorable charm. Scattered flowers in pink and red surrounded the rabbit, accentuating its presence as the focal point. "Are you finished admiring?" At that moment, as Wen Zhiyu was engrossed in his observations, the cup was suddenly snatched from his hands by the approaching potion's master. Not daring to reclaim it, Wen Zhiyu could only follow closely behind Snape. Watching him pay at the front desk, Wen Zhiyu began to probe subtly. "Professor, do you have an affinity for rabbits?" The cup was passed to him by Snape and then handed back by the boss after being wrapped. Throughout this exchange, despite Wen Zhiyu's persistent inquiries and even employing a touch of playful charm, Snape remained resolutely silent, eliciting merely a sidelong glance from the boss. Ultimately, with no other options left, Wen Zhiyu reluctantly accompanied the potion's master out of the shop and subsequently to Honeyduke's, before being unceremoniously ushered back. Chapter 207. Good morning. As time progressed, midnight gradually yielded to the dawn's early light, awakening the slumbering city, with a veil of mist lingering in the air. Unlike any other day, the potion's master was jolted awake by a sharp pain radiating from his arm. Upon awakening, he instinctively reached to rub the discomforting area, but halted as the weight on his elbow stopped him. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the exquisite, pale face beside him, encasing it in a soft halo. Lost in thought, he unconsciously dismissed the pain in his arm, gently reaching out to shield the other from the sun's intrusive rays. In truth, Wen Zhiyu was not particularly adept at sleeping. Though he appeared to be a well-mannered gentleman, those who truly knew him understood that this seemingly gentle man, always exuding a soft demeanor and exhibiting impeccable etiquette, was not dissimilar to an average child at heart. In terms of soul age, this year, Wen Zhiyu is merely 15, a tender age, having only matured physically. After listening to the elderly man named Wang recount his past, Snape's initial thought was neither fear nor dread, but rather an inexplicable pang of sympathy that arose from the combination of both emotions. No one is born with the intent to be a villain. He understands this truth better than anyone. The elder spoke of how Wen Zhiyu first appeared in the public eye around the age of 8, and from the onset, he seemed to embody intimidation, toppling several mid-tier anti-establishment families. In the elder's words, this boy appeared as though he were a natural-born scourge, displaying an utter disregard for human life at such a tender age. Yet, ultimately, Wen Zhiyu was still just 8 years old. Any child of that age scarcely comprehends the concept of death. They are enveloped by the love of their parents, nestled in their embrace, relishing the warmth provided. They do not, As the elder suggested, confront the world's most malicious aspects while accompanied by a throng of followers, barely reaching up to an adult's thigh. He was not a scourge, he merely lacked the choice. The potion master deeply empathized with this predicament. From the earliest moments he could recall, he had been subjected to the relentless beatings by Tobias and the wails of Eileen, a daily performance that never ceased. In those times, he lay alone on the cold floor, riddled with scars and tinged with the stench of alcohol, tears streaming from his eyes. More than once, he found himself yearning to escape such a loathsome and shattered family. However, he was powerless. His youth and inexperience could not bolster his courage to flee, leaving him with no recourse but to begin altering himself. He grew silent, submissive, not from a lack of desire to resist, but because any attempt at defiance resulted not in victory, but in more severe punishment. Like him, Wen Zhiyu was equally devoid of choice and unable to rebel. As he had once articulated, compassion and mercy often exact a toll that could cost one their very life. Snape had long understood that Wen Zhiyu's father harbored no affection for him. Even during the incident of death, the father merely dispatched a subordinate to retrieve him, unwilling to grace the event with his own presence. Snape watched, heartbroken, yet powerless to intervene. He had no justification or right to meddle in the affairs of others, particularly when he was merely an inconsequential professor in their eyes. However, the current circumstances were different. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Wen Zhiyu, Snape felt an ache in his heart as he held the boy close, resting his chin upon the youth's forehead. His left hand, adorned with a red string, gently caressed Wen Zhiyu's hair, their strands intertwining at his fingertips. At this moment, he could no longer feign ignorance. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the two nestled together, creating a serene tableau. As previously noted, Wen Zhiyu was not particularly skilled at sleeping. He would often release his embrace in the middle of the night, carelessly kicking off the covers. Initially, Snape attributed this to warmth, and to prevent him from catching a chill, he would gently drape the blanket over the boy's chest, adjusting his position slightly. Yet gradually, it became evident that the frequency of Wen Zhiyu's blanket kicking remained unchanged, regardless of the season. It appeared he simply struggled with sleep. Having come to this realization, Snape repositioned himself, pulling Wen Zhiyu back into his embrace and securely covering him with the blanket once more. "Sleep well, I am here," he murmured, reassuring him that there was no need to worry about the cold. However, this tender moment did not endure for long. Despite Snape's attempts to ignore the burning sensation radiating from his arm, irritation began to well within him. The urgency became unbearable. The irritable Serpent King could no longer remain quietly cradling Wen Zhiyu. Thus he gently released him, retrieved his coat, and stepped through the door. Even as he moved swiftly, the searing dark mark on his arm mercilessly left a vivid scarlet imprint upon his skin. Dressed and hastily prepared, Snape burst out of the door, his dark cloak billowing behind him as if to deliver a lethal curse to the one who had disturbed his tranquility. "Good morning, Severus," greeted Lucius, spotting Snape striding purposefully into the manor, his countenance dark and fierce. Clearly, Snape did not share in the sentiment of a good morning. As he approached, the urgency of the dark mark began to dissipate, allowing the potion master to release some of his pent-up frustration and slowly tuck his wand back into his sleeve. "If you find this morning to be pleasant, then you may extend a greeting to everyone in the manor," Snape remarked, bypassing Lucius, which would surely make Mr. Malfoy appear exceedingly polite. What had provoked him this time? Lucius could not comprehend why Snape always wore a scowl in his presence, especially when his own appearance was not one that typically incited discomfort. Even Narcissa had once praised his unparalleled charm. Contemplating this, the narcissistic Mr. Malfoy tucked away his pocket mirror, smoothed a few unruly strands of hair, and restored his smile. "Good morning, Albert." "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy." "There we go. That is the correct way to initiate conversation." Casting a disapproving glance at Snape's departing figure, Lucius exchanged a few words with another acquaintance before heading towards the main hall. Chapter 208. The Small Hill. It must be said that Voldemort's recent actions had been exceedingly erratic. A mere capture plan had consumed an entire day of discussions, and Snape's expression remained as dark as if it were about to rain. Yet, there was no choice. After all, Voldemort now seemed to have lost his mind, lashing out with the Cruciatus Curse at any sign of dissatisfaction. Snape felt disdain and loathing but dared not express it, choosing instead to stand silently by and listen, until Voldemort directed his attention towards him. "How fares the task I assigned to you, Severus?" Voldemort inquired, his crimson gaze fixed upon Snape. "You haven't brought me ill tidings, I trust?" At the sound of the inquiry, Snape instinctively activated his mental shields, preparing for a potential onslaught from Voldemort. He then responded dutifully, "As you wish." It proceeded smoothly. After a long day, hearing a piece of good news lifted Voldemort's spirits. He glided from his throne, sauntering over to Snape and lifting the boy's chin with his wand, forcing their eyes to meet. As expected, the soul-sucking curse penetrated his mind. Moments later, Voldemort severed the spell, grasping Snape's cold right hand. "Well done, Severus. You truly are my most prized subordinate." The potion master's lips twitched slightly beneath his mask, struggling to suppress the urge to withdraw his hand, and he bowed his head once more. "It is my duty." Following this, Voldemort continued his senseless gathering, meting out the Cruciatus curse to several discontented individuals, along with a rather unfortunate soul who received the killing curse. Finally, after enduring the ordeal, Lucius and Snape scarcely had time to grab a meal before being summoned for yet another task by Voldemort. "To be frank, Severus, Lord Voldemort has gone too far." The moment we stepped out of the manor, Lucius wasted no time in complaining, stating that for an entire day, not even a sip of water was permitted. Snape, with a flick of his robes, strode ahead, retorting, "If you wish to avoid receiving a similar curse from the Lord, you might consider raising your voice a bit." Upon hearing this, Lucius froze momentarily, glancing around several times before finally exhaling in relief, having confirmed their distance from the manor. Nevertheless, he refrained from further complaints and fell into step with Snape as they proceeded towards their destination. Ravenclaw Manor, a stronghold of a pureblood family, had maintained a stance of unwavering neutrality amidst the tumult of Voldemort and the Order of the Phoenix. This family refrained from engaging with the Ministry of Magic or any factions among wizards, embodying complete neutrality. Years prior, Voldemort had attempted to sway them, but the then head of the Ravenclaw family had politely declined. Their steadfast neutrality, which afforded no benefits to any party, ultimately dissuaded Voldemort from pursuing them further after several failed attempts. Yet now, for reasons unknown, Voldemort had suddenly deemed it necessary to eradicate this family, entrusting the task to Lucius and Snape. Due to a meeting, Lucius and Snape arrived later than some Death Eaters who had no such obligation. Curiously, these early arrivals had chosen not to enter the manor directly. Instead, they huddled in cautious clusters, peering into the estate. Lucius and Snape arrived simultaneously through apparition. The Malfoy Patriarch, adept at managing his subordinates, swiftly reprimanded the gathered Death Eaters, who then obediently followed in tow behind the two. Unwilling to waste time, Snape, while Lucius was busy with his admonitions, took the lead and entered the manor. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he halted abruptly. A single glance revealed to him the reason for the earlier hesitation of the Death Eaters. His reaction caught Lucius's attention, who instinctively followed his gaze. Ignoring the disarray and bloodstains on the ground, within Ravenclaw Manor, shadows flitted about, dragging, pulling, and piling bodies into heaps. Considering the usual configuration of a pureblood family's estate, which typically included the master, servants, and various staff, there were likely around 100 individuals present. Amidst the carnage and bloodshed, Lucius spotted a small hillock formed from the accumulation of corpses not far from the manor's entrance. Gulping, as the horrifying scene registered, Lucius instinctively raised a hand to cover his mouth. Unfortunately, his hand collided with his mask, failing to achieve his intended action and instead dislodging it from his face. The eyes, being the most sensitive organs of the human body, registered the gruesome tableau, and Lucius felt the once tolerable air turn foul. The stench of blood, mingled with the acrid scent of smoke, suffocated the atmosphere, reminiscent of a hellish ambience. The moonlight, obscured by the clouds, cast shadows that flickered in place of proper illumination, revealing the manor's tragic state. Lucius felt nauseated. He wondered why the Lord had suddenly taken an interest in a neutral family. Upon lifting his gaze to the grim hillock of bodies, his expression soured. It appeared that Voldemort's interest was not merely in the family itself, but in the dark forces that had chosen to strike at them. Perhaps he should have foreseen this. What sort of person could negotiate with Voldemort to incinerate an entire Azkaban? A madman, a faction of lunatics among the Death Eaters. As Lucius mentally cursed, he inadvertently stepped on a Death Eater's toe, eliciting a startled cry from the unfortunate soul. Instantly, all eyes within the manor turned toward the source of the sound, including that of an imposing figure seated upon a black armchair. The familiar mask met Lucius's gaze, causing his heart to race as he felt a chill wash over him from the piercing crimson eyes. He instinctively shifted his feet, attempting to hide behind Snape. He recalled the scene before Azkaban Castle, thinking it best to let Severus confront the Dark Lord, fearing he might be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. Unlike him, as Lucius retreated, the gaze shifted seamlessly from Lucius to Snape. This time, however, the penetrating gaze lacked its usual chill and malice, instead infused with an ineffable emotion. Perhaps it was the absence of sustenance throughout the day, but the potion's master felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering everything unclear. His dark eyes flickered, instinctively drawn to the exposed neck of the figure before him. Breath caught in his throat, his pupils dilated. In that moment, his expression was one of torment, as countless voices clashed within him, yet silence prevailed. There, he beheld a familiar scar. Chapter 209, The Choice. Upon the pale neck, a scar approximately 4 to 5 inches long was prominently displayed, reminiscent of that fateful day in Knockturn Alley when the young boy lay in his arms, blood staining his robes. At that moment, the scar bore an uncanny resemblance to how it appeared back then. The autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, seeping through the potion's master's black robes and penetrating the defenses of his heart. In a single glance, the brutal truth lay bare before him. Snape felt as if the evasion of the past few days had suddenly transformed into 1,000 piercing silver needles, mercilessly stabbing at his heart. Moreover, another figure behind the person seemed to serve as a further reminder. A tall youth draped in black, his face obscured by a mask identical to that of the one before him, bore a dagger at his waist, brazenly declaring his presence. It was Nanyu, the one who had always lingered in Wen Zhiyu's shadow. Even though Snape had long anticipated the moment of their honest confrontation, he had never imagined that Wen Zhiyu would entrust him with the power of choice. Whether it was the scar or Nanyu, Wen Zhiyu had refrained from rendering a definitive decision, cloaked in a mask, yet fully revealing himself. Snape understood he was being awaited to make a decision. Yet, he remained silent, uncertain of what words to utter. The silence between their gazes stretched, and the surrounding followers reacted first, averting their eyes to resume their tasks. The pressure of the moment weighed heavily upon Lucius, who clenched his jaw, summoning courage as he slowly edged forward. "Good evening, Mr. Wen," Lucius greeted with a bow, breaking the eerie silence. Wen Zhiyu's demeanor remained unchanged as his gaze shifted from Snape to Lucius, his voice gentle. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy." After this exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere once again descended into a thick silence, even more unsettling than before. Lucius felt immense gratitude. Had he known that Voldemort's task would lead him to this encounter, he would have preferred to endure 2 cruciatus curses instead. Steeling himself, Lucius forced a socially acceptable smile, explaining his purpose to Wen Zhiyu. "Your timing is rather unfortunate." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Wen Zhiyu's voice floated ethereally as he gestured toward the small hill of bodies nearby. "They are all over there. If you seek someone, you may as well search for them yourself." Lucius followed the gaze, his smile faltering momentarily, a deep desire to refuse bubbling within him. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. While the thought of rummaging through the deceased was repugnant, remaining in this place was equally unappealing. After much deliberation, he resolved to lead the way. After all, he need not personally engage in the task, for he had a multitude of Voldemort's minions to do the labor. Did he not? Guiding Severus to a secluded corner obscured by a fountain, Lucius directed the hapless wretches to their grim duties. Ensuring that their position was concealed from prying eyes, he lowered his voice to converse with Severus. "To be candid, I wish I had heeded your counsel earlier." Lucius murmured softly, drawing closer to ensure Severus could hear him. Enduring the cruciatus curse would be preferable to this current predicament. Regret coursed through Lucius, his heart heavy with remorse. "I previously thought Lord Voldemort had reached the pinnacle of madness, yet it seems I was mistaken," he lamented. "As the saying goes, there are always greater powers beyond our ken." The flickering flames danced, casting an enchanting glow against the night, while the darkness seemed to stretch its many tendrils, malevolently seeking to devour all in its path. After a prolonged, one-sided conversation with the nearby inanimate object, Lucius, now irate from the silence, snapped, "Severus, why do you always fall silent at such times? Cease your pretense. This is not Hogwarts, and no one is here to witness." Unbeknownst to him, his words jolted the master of potions from his reverie. After a long pause, Severus cast a frosty glance in his direction, his eyes radiating a chill that could almost deliver a killing curse. Lucius, sensing an inexplicable murderous intent emanating from those obsidian orbs, fell silent, the air thick with tension. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, prompting Lucius to redirect his ire towards a few sluggish Death Eaters with a few choice words, thus alleviating some of his frustration. Meanwhile, Wen Zhiyu, having watched Severus being ushered away, fixed his gaze upon the direction in which the two had retreated. His crimson eyes gradually morphed into slits, and with the aid of his arcane prowess, he effortlessly peered through the pool to observe the potion master deep in contemplation. Nearby, the steward maintained an impassive demeanor, skillfully directing the cultists in their efforts to cleanse the scene. After issuing commands for several critical tasks, he glanced at the darkening sky and, within the bounds of his responsibilities, offered his perspective. "Young master, it grows late. I can oversee matters here. You may retire for the evening." Today's mission had not been part of the original plan, but rather a spur-of-the-moment decision made upon receiving a letter. Though the steward did not comprehend the rationale behind such actions, he had no intention of probing further. Remarkably, The young master had even brought along Nanyu. Not expecting a response, the stewardess gaze shifted from Wen Zhiyu to the youth beside him, who was clutching a blade, his expression inquiring. Receiving the unspoken message, Nanyu pondered briefly before returning a gaze that was both clear and somewhat foolish. The steward sighed, resigning himself to focus on his duties. Since aligning with the young master, he had grown accustomed to Nanyu's peculiar nature. From the outset, he should have harbored no expectations of this individual. Had he truly grown old? What was the matter with today's youth? Unable to fathom the situation, the steward opted to channel his thoughts into motivating the cloaked followers to hasten their pace. Lucius felt an unusual prevalence of silence this evening. So much so that when he finally unearthed a few individuals designated by Voldemort from the Mound of Corpses, the surrounding Death Eaters fell into a renewed silence as they exited the manor. Do you know that person? Lucius could not restrain his curiosity, asking, in a private sense? Otherwise, why did Severus grow exceptionally mute whenever confronted by that madman? It was common knowledge that Severus had once faced Voldemort himself. Lucius's junior had always possessed a sharp tongue, and there were times he worried that a mere exchange of words could inadvertently lead to his own demise. No, Severus replied, his mind still grappling with uncertainty as they exited the estate, his subconscious merely responding to Lucius's inquiry without truly processing the question. After taking a few steps, he turned back to glance into the manor. During their brief times searching through the bodies, the Abyssal Spring had already managed the scene. And once the Death Eaters had departed, Wen Zhiyu ignited the entire manor in flames. The azure flames replaced the moonlight, fiercely illuminating half the sky. Observing figures, akin to theirs, retreating in another direction, Severus's grip on his wand tightened suddenly. Another silhouette. A tremor coursed through Severus's heart, akin to a dagger piercing deep, twisting painfully within as anguish spread through his chest. Stop! He suddenly exclaimed, his raspy voice startling Lucius beside him. Chapter 210, Solitary Cloud. In truth, Severus's voice was hardly loud. Aside from Lucius, even the Death Eaters a short distance away failed to catch his words. Yet, even so, Wen Zhiyu, who was clearly several paces away, halted nonetheless. The solitary moon glided through the thin clouds, the night serene and beautiful, with a gentle breeze stirring, leaving the streets devoid of life after the initial clearing. The mingling of moonlight and azure flames cast an eerie chill in the air. Though it was his own voice that had called out, Severus regretted his decision as soon as the figure ceased its movement. His grip on the wand tightened. As if attempting to conceal something, his palms had begun to sweat slightly, yet he feigned calmness. Before Lucius could comprehend who Severus was addressing, the potion's master issued another astonishing command. Turn around. The voice remained hoarse and low, yet the tone was unmistakably authoritative. Wen Zhiyu did not move, nor did Lucius. However, the former hesitated, his hand unconsciously tightening, nails digging into his palm as if to numb himself to the pain. In contrast, Lucius stood stock still, a deer caught in headlights, filled with an instinctual desire to flee as if he could sprout 8 legs to escape. Merlin, can someone explain why Severus would suddenly confront that madman? This reckless act seemed to disregard the safety of his comrades. Was he not yet weary of life? As his long-dormant mind began to race, Lucius instinctively took 2 steps back, adhering to the Slytherin principle of self-preservation. Time ticked away, and the bewildered Death Eaters remained stationary, their burdened bodies set down, complaining about the weight. I command you to turn around. This time, the tone was not only commanding but tinged with a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Lucius began to discard any thoughts of potential solutions, instead contemplating how to bequeath his will and the family legacy to Draco. After uttering those words, Severus stood immobile, fixated on Wen Zhiyu, uncertain whether he lacked the will to move or had simply drained himself of strength. In this moment, while Lucius mentally sifted through potential flaws in his will, Wen Zhiyu finally made a move. Releasing his bloodied hand, he slowly turned around, strands of hair brushing against his eerie, terrifying mask. Under the moonlight, his crimson eyes appeared particularly haunting. The mask inadvertently evoked unsettling memories for the potion's master, and he furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Wen Zhiyu as he continued to issue commands. Approach. As before, Severus extended his right hand toward the distant figure, echoing the same words he had spoken previously. Come to my side. The evening breeze gently caressed, delicately shattering the moonlight. Wen Zhiyu gazed at him, his eyes, dark as water, shimmered like a black lake. He pressed his lips together, exhaled softly, and lightened his footsteps, advancing step by step towards the master of potions. As he walked, his crimson eyes never strayed from the other's gaze, yet the terror reflected within them gradually transformed into depth and tenderness, replaced by the night wind with each approaching step. With every glance, it seemed as though his eyes were narrating profound affection and yearning. Severus Snape's heart was suddenly overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. Those inexplicable feelings surged like a tide, the closer the other drew. The more he felt as though he could not breathe. The surroundings began to blur, yet the figure approaching him became increasingly distinct. He traversed flames, navigated through crowds, and pierced the twilight, until he finally stood firmly before him. Wen Zhiyu remained silent, standing half a step away, gazing at the Master of Potions as if awaiting his final decision. An outstretched hand met with no counterpart, and Snape stiffly withdrew it to hang by his side. His habitual cold smirk escaping his lips as he remarked, "Do you require my assistance to remove your mask?" "No need," came Wen Zhiyu's voice, somewhat hoarse. His gentle tone veiled by a layer of mist, accompanied by uneven breaths, deep and resonant. Then, under Snape's watchful eyes, Wen Zhiyu slightly lowered his gaze, raising his blood-stained hand to gently caress the mask. The Master of Potions instinctively held his breath. The pale, slender hand firmly grasped the mask, applying a subtle force. And the once immovable mask suddenly loosened. As it descended inch by inch, a soft, stunningly familiar face slowly emerged, illuminated by the moonlight. With his gaze lowered, a faint crimson glow emanated from Wen Zhiyu's eyes, the dangerous hue dissipating in the shadows blown away by the night wind. When he raised his eyes again, the golden irises solidified slowly. Snape shifted his gaze from that face to his eyes, lifting his own hand to remove the mask from his face. The Master of Potions' perpetually weary eyes revealed flecks of bloodshot redness. The corners of his eyes tinged with a complex array of emotions, slightly reddened. It was a blend of reluctance and despair, and even his typically icy, haughty voice faltered into a rasp. "Why did you deceive me?" he queried. "Was it amusing?" Wen Zhiyu fell silent, and Snape stepped closer, unable to maintain even half a step of distance between them. "Or do you believe, Mr. Wen, that your deception is so masterful that you think your old professor is not a creature capable of logical thought, thus allowing you to deceive me without restraint? Assuming I could never uncover the truth?" The Master of Potions' interrogative words struck Wen Zhiyu like blows. They left him with an indescribable sensation, as though all the bitterness in the world churned within him. He could not bear it, instinctively wanting to expel the bitterness. But what he beheld forced him to swallow it back down, leaving only a lingering taste of acridity. "I am sorry." Wen Zhiyu lowered his gaze, no longer daring to meet his eyes. Yet, in this moment, what Snape least desired to hear was an apology. There were so many paths, so many opportunities. Even if Wen Zhiyu were to stand before him now and admit he had deliberately deceived him, Snape felt he would find it easier to accept than if Wen Zhiyu were to bow his head in contrition. In a fit of anger, he seized the other's collar, compelling Wen Zhiyu to meet his gaze. "Besides apologies, what else can you offer?" Snape, infuriated, inadvertently shed a tear, his voice laden with anger and confusion pressing against Wen Zhiyu's eardrums. What shattered him completely, however, was merely a tear from Snape, cascading down his cheek and landing on the back of Wen Zhiyu's hand. Wen Zhiyu stared in astonishment as that tear traced a path down the Master of Potions' sharply defined face. The warmth of the tear fell upon his hand, which he nearly raised. He attempted to steady his breath, yet his lungs felt constricted, an overwhelming sorrow saturating him, permeating through the cold wind. Chapter 211, The Gentle Breeze. After the roar of voices, the night seemed to grow even quieter. Wen Zhiyu continued to gaze, observing the redness in Snape's eyes, wrought by pain. A single tear shattered his meticulously prepared plans and ruptured the courage he had amassed. The surroundings fell silent. Darkness wrapped around him like countless cruel tendrils, ensnaring him tightly. In a daze, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood in a previous life. He was but 8 years old, and the night before, his mother had celebrated his birthday. Yet on the following day, she began packing her belongings before his very eyes. Wen Luo stood at the doorway, clutching the doll his mother had gifted him the previous night, helplessly watching her stuff her possessions into a suitcase. "Can't you stay?" Wen Luo took a few tentative steps forward, softly asking, "Why must you leave?" His juvenile voice caused the woman to pause momentarily, before she fell silent for a while, only to continue packing. "Why not leave? There is nothing here for me to cherish." She lowered her head, her long hair obscuring half her face, revealing only her trembling lips. Wen Luo had witnessed such scenes many times, yet he did not know how to respond. As a child, he did not comprehend what attachment meant in the mouths of adults. He only knew he did not want her to depart. He recalled the fairy tales his tutor had recounted to him. In those tales, the prince would profess his love to the princess who was about to leave, and she would weep, and they would embrace, living a perfect and blissful life together. So he said, "I love you, mother." He believed her reaction would mirror that of the princess, for the conclusion of the story was truly beautiful and fulfilling. But he had forgotten, he was not a prince, nor was his mother a princess. Reality, of course, was not fairy tale. Upon hearing his words, the woman's pupils widened slightly, her gaze shifting from the suitcase to the little boy standing at the door. Then, she spoke to him in a hoarse and cruel voice, uttering the words that he would never forget. "Wen Luo, you are just like your father," she said. "In your eyes, there is nothing but self-interest. Everything can be exploited by you, can it? You think that by professing love, I would remain for you? How laughable, Wen Luo. You do not understand what love is, nor do you deserve to speak of it." The final words were almost a venomous roar, as she bit out her words through clenched teeth. "Your love can only bring suffering, only invoke disgust." Her words cut like icy blades, and Wen Luo felt a chill rising from his feet, rendering him rigid and immovable. He watched helplessly as his mother packed her belongings and, dragging her suitcase, callously brushed past him. The pure white rabbit doll fell to the ground, stained by mud and fallen leaves, the sunlight erecting a tombstone for it. Wen Luo chased after his mother, running to the gate, but the intricate black iron bars cruelly separated him from her. He called out to her repeatedly, while the bodyguards tugged him inward. Then, he heard his mother's final farewell, a sound akin to the mournful cry of a swan. "Please, let me go." The autumn leaves, mingled with a mother's tears, were swept by the gentle breeze to his side. Suddenly, Wen Luo became motionless, allowing his bodyguard to hoist him up and resolutely carry him back to his room. In that moment, Snape's voice faded after his furious outburst, and the damp tears had long since dried. He stood before the potion's master, his gaze shifting from initial astonishment to a hollow emptiness. As if everything around him were utterly irrelevant, he was completely immersed in his own world. Something felt amiss. After his tirade, Snape fixated his intense gaze on the other's eyes, observing the subtle changes in Wen Luo with keen awareness. He had never witnessed such an emotion in Wen Luo before, though the person was right beside him, even gripping the collar of his robe. Snape inexplicably felt as though he clutched nothing more than an empty shell, while the soul within had vanished without a trace. This sensation was eerily familiar, so much so that Snape involuntarily recalled the nightmare from that fateful evening. At that time, Wen Luo had been smiling, distinctly different from the person before him now. Yet, Snape unmistakably sensed a singular commonality in both instances. The potion's master's fingers curled tightly, gripping the fabric of the other's collar, his knuckles cracking under the strain. In that moment, he had a stark realization of what the other intended to do. He was attempting to flee. The anger that had been surging within him was now laced with a thread of uncontrollable fear. Both emotions surged forth simultaneously, catching him off guard, rendering him helpless. The words he intended to utter vanished abruptly. Snape felt his entire body stiffen, his limbs no longer responding to his commands. A chill spread through his heart. Channeling his magical energy, he immobilized everyone present, and Wen Luo, in a daze, uttered, "I'm sorry." Lowering his gaze, he contemplated the mask he held in his hands, then slowly raised it, gently positioning it over Snape's face, who was gazing back at him. The mask, with its fierce features, gradually enveloped the potion's master's pallid visage, leaving only his ink-black eyes visible. Subsequently, Wen Luo managed a bitter smile, striving to suppress the turmoil within, forcing a semblance of dignity. Love and reason wrestled within him. In the next moment, he leaned down, his breath cool, kissing the mask that obscured his lips. Snape's hand, still gripping Wen Luo's collar, slackened and instinctively fell against the other's chest. In that motion, the potion's master could distinctly feel the rapid thrum of the other's heartbeat, along with the fragrance of roses that had captivated him countless times before. His heart pounded fiercely, oblivious to the cascade of crimson petals erupting from the ranks of Death Eaters behind them, as Wen Luo pressed his lips to the mask. Almost everyone present, save for Lucius, was swiftly dispatched to meet Merlin by a surge of Wen Luo's magic. As night descended, blue flames flickered, illuminating the two figures in a surreal glow. The wind rustled, lifting disheveled hair, swirling petals into the air, and igniting boundless emotions. Yet, the wind passed, and with it, the ephemeral moment faded, just as those messages had persisted for over 2 months. The potion's master would remain forever unaware that what he penned was among the last remnants of spring. My love is written in the wind, ever since the whole world is you. Chapter 212. What is happiness? Are you saying that by the time you arrived, they were already dead? Voldemort's face shifted between shades of blue and white. Lucius, beneath his mask, flinched but replied, "Yes, my lord." Voldemort narrowed his eyes. And the bodies? His red pupils fixated on the platinum aristocrat. Lucius felt a wave of panic. His head, already bowed, seemed to wish to bury itself into the ground. Burnt. They were burned. Voldemort responded with a chilling silence, unleashing a merciless cruciatus curse upon Lucius. The platinum noble crumpled to his knees under the torment of the curse. Yet he dared not alter his posture of submission. Then, he heard Voldemort seethe. "Do I appear to be a fool, Lucius? If I did not still require your social standing and assistance, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you an Avada Kedavra. For many years, Lucius felt he had never endured such indignity. He had not lied. In a fit of rage, Voldemort cast several more cruciatus curses, watching as the platinum aristocrat barely managed to keep himself upright. Finally, after venting his fury, Voldemort noticed a new issue. Why are you alone? Where's Severus? It was then that Voldemort, feeling deceived, inquired about the potion's master who had not reported back like Lucius. Lucius trembled, his entire body quaking. Voldemort, uncharacteristically patient, waited for him to gather his strength. After a long pause, Lucius, regaining some composure, hesitantly stood and pondered how to respond. Time dragged on until Lucius caught a glimpse of Voldemort raising his wand once more, causing him to shudder violently. He stammered out, heartbroken? Voldemort thought his ears might be deceiving him. He refused to believe it, glaring fiercely at Lucius and demanding, "What did you say?" Lucius wished to weep, but felt compelled to repeat his words with slightly more conviction. He seems to be heartbroken. Voldemort, it appears that today has been filled with an unusual number of nonsensical statements. Is your brain as charred as theirs from the fire at the manor? Answer me, Lucius. Lucius internally screamed, yet his tone remained subdued. No, my lord. As the moon hung high, the autumn night air was enveloped in a thin mist, as if the world were stained with moisture. Within the manor, flashes of red light flickered repeatedly. That night, Lucius was cradled by Narcissa, who fed him 5 or 6 vials of soul-soothing potion. Meanwhile, in Spinner's End, Snape could not fathom why he had the audacity to return directly to Spinner's End instead of accompanying Lucius back to the manor. At the threshold, he hesitated, beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his forehead despite the temperate weather. The perspiration trickled down his skin, and he instinctively raised his hand to wipe it away, only to find his palm already drenched. Observing the anomaly in his palm, the potion's master contemplated retrieving a handkerchief to dry it. However, he never carried such items and had never been this anxious before. That habit belonged solely to Wen Zhiyu, who had an aversion to dirt and frequently utilized handkerchiefs. Just the thought of his name made Snape's fingers tremble slightly, a bittersweet emotion rapidly spreading through his heart. He is gone. Yes, in the most literal sense. After bestowing that kiss mixed with autumn's breath, Wen Zhiyu had not dared to meet his eyes again, nearly fleeing in terror. Even after taking everyone away, he had not looked back for even a fleeting embrace. With this thought, Snape's gaze returned to the doorknob before him. The room was devoid of light and enveloped in an oppressive silence, yet he silently yearned to catch a glimpse of a certain figure upon opening the door. He lingered at the threshold for what felt like an eternity, long enough for the moonlight and the biting wind to urge him onward. At last, he hesitantly grasped the doorknob, his hand trembling. As he pressed down, the dam holding back his emotions slowly began to yield under the influence of his potion's mastery. Unlike any other time, the entire house was eerily still. The weight of disappointment dimmed Severus Snape's gaze. "When Rue," he called out again, unable to suppress the urge, even though he knew no one was inside. The only reply was an echo that filled the emptiness. The harshness of reality shattered his hopes, and with stiff limbs, the potion's master closed the door and sank into the sofa in the living room. The familiar scene. He reclined further back, leaving the lights off, allowing himself to be enveloped by the darkness. His dark eyes shone more brightly against the backdrop of the inky night, yet this time, those ink-like orbs held only an abyss of emptiness. He should not have raised his voice at her. He had not anticipated that his outburst would drive her away. Nor did he foresee Wen Rue's timid demeanor in his presence. The one whom Lucius termed a madwoman, and whom Voldemort regarded with trepidation, appeared before him as timid as a frightened rabbit. In the end, she could scarcely meet his gaze and fled as if in panic. Within the night, an uncountable number of regrets spread through his limbs, and Snape closed his eyes. After that day, Spinner's Inn seemed to fall into a profound silence. The potion's master had contemplated seeking her out, but he believed that perhaps Wen Rue desired solitude, and his intrusion would only drive her away once more. Thus, he began to force himself not to dwell on her, redirecting his focus entirely to his potion research. Similarly, a certain coward had chosen to flee. In the space of the mustard seed, the sound of cascading waterfalls mingled with the gentle rustle of the bamboo forest surrounding him. The lotus blossoms near the pavilion were in full bloom, their pink petals particularly striking. Inside the pavilion, Wen Rue, clad in a crimson robe, lay sprawled on a couch, her fingertips incessantly tracing a note. "Stay in the cellar until you recover. Remember to take your potion after you finish this note. I am not angry with you. Go back to sleep." A plethora of elaborately pinned notes surrounded her, and Wen Rue gathered them, leaning her head to the side as she read each one. On the opposite side stood 2 shelves filled with potions. These potions, each boasting a variety of colors and effects, shared only one commonality. Each transparent bottle bore a tiny English signature. SS. The gentle breeze fluttered through, intertwining the red of her robe with her fair skin, while her black hair cascaded over the wooden couch, some strands slipping off the edges. Yet, despite this, the fastidious man showed no inclination to tidy the disarray. The more he read the note in hand, the more a mocking smile crept onto his face. Look at that. She was even too afraid to return to the underground dwelling, escaping instead into this long-abandoned space. Much like when he was 17 in his previous life. After witnessing that scene on the street, he too had fled to confine himself within his room. She was not mistaken. After leaving them, his mother had found happiness. She faced her lover and children with a smile that Wen Zhiyu had never seen before. After departing from him, happiness had successfully embraced her. So, Severus, after I leave, will you also find happiness? Chapter 213, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Time passed swiftly. By the time Snape successfully completed his potion research, a full fortnight had elapsed since the last incident. During these 2 weeks, Voldemort seemed particularly quiet. Snape had anticipated that he would be summoned to Malfoy Manor early the following day, fearing that Voldemort would not let his solitary departure go unpunished. However, he appeared to be mistaken. For reasons unknown, Voldemort had sequestered himself in his chamber that morning, refusing to meet anyone. It was not until the 4th day that Snape was called in privately. Aside from the initial glance, the potion's master hardly lifted his gaze throughout the encounter. Who could tell him why Voldemort appeared battered and bruised, as though he had been in a fight? Fearing that he might laugh, Snape kept his head bowed. Fortunate that Voldemort did not broach the subject of that day. Instead, he assigned Snape a new task, to continue monitoring Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Well, how should one put it? This task seemed little different from having no task at all. Nevertheless, Snape accepted it, and promptly exited. He was no fool, unwilling to stir trouble unnecessarily. From that day forth, the potion's master's time became remarkably abundant. In the interim before Hogwarts reopened, he nearly confined himself to the potions room. Oh, how delightful it was that no one came to urge him to eat, Snape thought. As the fortnight slipped away, Snape carefully bottled the green liquid from the cauldron, placing it in its designated spot according to his usual practice, tidying up the remnants of potion making with his wand. Snape pushed open the door to the potions room and made his way to the bathroom. After several rounds of bathing, Snape dried his hair and seized the opportunity to catch up on sleep. Today marked the opening day of Hogwarts, and all professors were required to be present. Snape wished to avoid presenting himself in a disheveled state, so he hurried to rest, hoping to appear somewhat better than he currently did. Drowsily, he slept until the afternoon, roused by the alarm he had set. While retrieving his clothes from the wardrobe, his fingers brushed against a silk-feeling nightgown. Instinctively, he touched it before selecting a black undergarment, taking his black robe and departing. For Harry, today was also an extraordinary day. He glimpsed several horses with bat-like wings, and when he attempted to share this with Ron and the others, he discovered that they could not see them. Subsequently, he boarded a swaying carriage that nearly churned his stomach before arriving at Hogwarts. However, shortly after disembarking, he was chastised by Snape for losing points. Despite having barely set foot in the Great Hall, he didn't even have the chance to step into the hall. Harry exclaimed, "You should be used to it, Harry." Ron patted his shoulder, nudging him inside. Meanwhile, after deducting points, the potions master adjusted his robes at the entrance, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he entered the Great Hall. The sound vanished in the wake of his black robe's passage. After walking for a considerable distance with his head down, Snape felt increasingly tense as he approached the professor's table. His hand, concealed beneath the black robe, tightened slightly as he feigned nonchalance, lifting his gaze to the familiar spot. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a flash of pink. In the space that should have been occupied by the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he beheld a stranger. She was perched on a chair, sporting short, curly chestnut hair adorned with a garish pink bow. To make matters worse, she wore a matching pink cardigan over her robe, and her pale, frog-like face delivered a jarring visual shock to the potions master. Snape stood frozen for a full 3 seconds until Dumbledore's voice snapped him back to reality. "Severus, why are you standing there? Please, take a seat," Dumbledore urged, his hand gently caressing the golden owl, as if to hasten the process. Severus Snape's brow darkened at the sight of an unfamiliar individual occupying Wen Zhiyu's position. He glanced around, his expression increasingly perturbed, before hesitantly directing an inquiring gaze towards Dumbledore. Ahem, Dumbledore pretended to cough, his eyes signaling that he would explain later. Snape furrowed his brow, striding past the foremost long table to his designated seat. Upon sitting down, he disdainfully adjusted his chair. To his dismay, he found himself seated next to a pink-skinned person who resembled a large toad, which did little to lift his spirits. This dreadful mood escalated to a peak when Dumbledore announced that this peculiar toad-like figure was the new professor of defense against the dark arts for the term. Dumbledore's own mood appeared less than buoyant. Yet he persisted in subtly signaling Snape to maintain his composure. In truth, Dumbledore harbored a fear that Snape might overturn the table in a fit of rage. Nevertheless, it was evident that even in his foulest temper, capable of frightening several young witches and wizards, the Dark Lord maintained the elegance characteristic of Slytherin, refraining from skewering Dumbledore with his fork. Shortly thereafter, someone was called upon to punish a certain old bee on behalf of the potions master. Although the punishment seemed to entail a self-destructive measure, Snape endured the tediousness of the opening term's obligatory matters, leaving before having a bite to eat. As he departed, he cast a dagger-like glance back at Dumbledore, sending a chill down the latter's spine. The evening breeze rustled the branches, causing precarious, withered leaves to flutter down to the ground. After dinner in the Great Hall, Dumbledore reluctantly made his way towards the headmaster's office, inching forward with evident reluctance. Upon opening the door, he was met with the unmistakable chill of Severus's dark, penetrating gaze. "Good evening, Severus." Dumbledore forced a chuckle as he flicked on the lights in his office, his movements stiff as he approached his desk. Before he could sit down, the urgent voice of Snape cut through the air. "The new defense against the dark arts professor? What does this mean?" Snape wasted no time, diving straight into the matter at hand. Dumbledore hesitated before replying, first retrieving his wand and taking a cautious step backward. "Well, it's quite literal, you see. Our position for the defense against the dark arts professor has seen frequent changes." "Say that again." Snape stepped forward, wand in hand. As Dumbledore eyed him warily, "What do you mean by frequent changes? Are you saying that you dismissed him because of that person's words?" Dumbledore was quick to defend himself. "This has nothing to do with me. I never said I intended to dismiss anyone. Besides, while Mr. Wen may not attend classes regularly, his teaching results have been quite satisfactory. I had no reason to dismiss him." Dumbledore took a few steps back, protectively cradling his recently sprouted beard with his wand. Hearing this, Snape relaxed his grip on his wand slightly but pressed on. "Then what do you mean? Why announce another professor?" Dumbledore grimaced, scratching his beard in frustration, unsure of how to explain. Unfortunately, Snape provided him with little time to contemplate. Noticing Dumbledore's hesitation, Snape leaned forward, bracing himself on the desk, gritting his teeth as he continued to inquire. "What are you trying to accomplish?" "Don't think the worst of me," Dumbledore replied. "This truly has little to do with me." Observing Snape's evident disbelief, Dumbledore felt a sense of urgency and ceased his beard tugging. "Well, I suppose I must tell you eventually." At this, Snape narrowed his eyes, awaiting further explanation. Dumbledore, taking his time, waved his wand, summoning a letter from a distant box. He pursed his lips and handed it to the potions master. Snape paused momentarily before accepting it. Dumbledore continued, "This is Mr. Wen's resignation letter, and I attempted to persuade him not to send it, but alas, I was unable to reach him. The owl could not locate him, and the letter was returned." "A resignation?" Snape's hand froze, gripping the letter stiffly. "Indeed, a mere 2 words, Dumbledore stated, the unfamiliar phrase escaping his lips. Snape's hand remained suspended in the air, the color draining from his face. "Who submitted a resignation?" His reaction seemed anticipated by Dumbledore, who took a step forward, explaining, "It was Mr. Wen. This letter arrived a week ago, delivered by his owl. I tried to write to him to dissuade him, but to no avail." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, gazing at Snape's motionless hand. "Did you two have an argument? Was it because of that day?" Snape remained silent. After listening to Dumbledore's explanation, he pondered in silence for a considerable time before awkwardly asking, "May I take this?" "Ah, of course," Dumbledore nodded, pursing his lips as he fell silent. Perhaps he needed to allow Snape some time to process this information. Having received permission, the potions master grasped the letter tightly in his hand, foregoing any further conversation with Dumbledore as he exited directly. The autumn evening breeze carried a chill, and the stars twinkled faintly in the night sky, resembling distant lights of hope, visible yet intangible. Clutching the letter, Snape made his way to the vicinity of the Black Lake at Hogwarts. He found a secluded spot to sit, contemplating whether to open the letter in his possession. Dumbledore's words echoed in his ears as he maintained a stern expression, glancing over areas where he might find the Gryffindor students on their nocturnal escapades. Eventually, he arrived at the Black Lake, amidst the astonished gazes of the young lions. After much hesitation, beneath the moonlight, the potions master finally reached into the envelope to retrieve its contents. He had intended to read it with a calm mind, yet it seemed that the writer had not granted him that opportunity. Unlike the letters he typically received, where he could effortlessly fill several pages, this correspondence to Dumbledore was woefully brief. Resignation. Yes, on the entire sheet of paper, Snape discerned that one hastily scrawled word. Yet this solitary term weighed heavily upon him for several minutes. A resignation, indeed. The edges of the letter crumpled beneath his grip, memories involuntarily resurfacing to that day in the cellar. On that day, He had received a letter from Dumbledore, reprimanding him for what he deemed a reckless act. But then, when it said, "I wish to stay, and not merely as a student," in that moment, the potions master had averted his gaze, though he had remained silent. He could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. And now, reflecting upon this, Snape lowered his head, repeatedly stroking the word on the letter with his fingertip. Is this now a desire to abandon that identity, to retract the promise made to him, to leave him behind? Even amidst the initial misunderstandings and his return home, Wen had never communicated an intention to resign or to depart. A week prior, he had dispatched his resignation letter. The implications of his choice were patently clear. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, Snape found himself inexplicably resistant to accepting this outcome. He had merely assumed that the other required solitude for a time, never considering the present circumstances would arise. Perhaps, refraining from seeking him out had been a misjudgment from the outset. The wind prompted Snape to blink, as the letter in his grasp had long since been crumpled into a ball during his reverie. The Master of Potions endeavored to meticulously retrace every word exchanged that fateful evening, fearful of having uttered something that might have been misconstrued, as had occurred previously. Initially, he had questioned why he had been deceived. Following that, upon receiving an apology, he had been overtaken by emotion, seizing the other by the collar and shouting at him. And then, Snape closed his eyes, allowing the cold wind to billow his robes. Subsequently, Wen Zhiyu had cast a spell to immobilize everyone, donned a mask, and leaned down to kiss him. What was the underlying reason for all this? He murmured to himself. His thoughts resembled a ball of yarn tangled by a playful kitten, with strands scattered chaotically. Ultimately, the Master of Potions could not discern the fundamental cause. Moreover, in the process of untangling his thoughts, he found himself incensed. How dare he leave without so much as a word? Did he consider him a mere discarded plaything? Even if the other chose to depart and retract their feelings, at the very least, they should have sat down to clarify matters. In the dimness of night, the Master of Potions hurled the crumpled letter into the black lake, his expression stormy as he cursed the other. Damn it! The weather in England was no match for that of Huaxia. The sun had barely risen in the morning. Yet by noon, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain pattered softly, and the roses in the garden bowed their heads as if veiled by a shroud of gloom. The window in the room was half open, droplets splattering against the sill, cascading onto a fair face. Golden eyes appeared distant as Wen Zhiyu leaned on the windowsill, resting his chin in his hand, droplets of water glistening on his skin. As his eyelashes fluttered, tiny beads of water fell, drifting down onto his pale complexion. He had returned to Yuquan just a few nights prior, narrowly avoiding a confrontation with the enraged Master of Potions. Hidden in the shadows, Wen Zhiyu quietly observed Snape's frantic search throughout the manor, along with the expulsion of some clueless disciples to the afterlife. Thus, throughout the night, apart from certain elusive locations, the Master of Potions had traversed Yuquan with impunity. After several forceful breaches, Snape left in a fit of rage, shattering the chair where Wen Zhiyu had sat with a spell. The butler and the trembling disciples huddled in a corner, aghast. Good heavens! They had witnessed their young master engage in such reckless behavior. To kiss and then flee without explanation? This was utterly uncharacteristic of him. In the darkness, the butler bit down on his white handkerchief, watching the enraged Master of Potions depart, his heart heavy with foreboding for their future. If this individual were to become their sect leader's wife, their days ahead would be bleak indeed. With their young master so keen on avoiding confrontation, he was convinced that even if he pursued, he would merely be a henpecked husband. Wait, who was to say who the real wife would be? Contemplating this, his spiritual energy involuntarily surged, and his sharp teeth swiftly perforated the handkerchief. When would this life of scurrying like a mouse come to an end? Chapter 215, Rain-Kissed Roses. The rain outside had been drizzling for over half an hour. A gentle breeze carried the raindrops to patter rhythmically against the transparent glass, forming rivulets that flowed downward. Amidst the curtain of rain, Wen Zhiyu, clutching a black umbrella, made his way to the flower bed and crouched in a particularly vibrant patch. The countless raindrops fell upon the canopy of the umbrella, shielding the blossoms while simultaneously creating a cascade of miniature splashes. The roses in Yuquan, imbued with magical energy and protective formations, flourished perpetually, unyielding to the changing seasons or inclement weather. Wen Zhiyu remained crouched under the umbrella for quite some time, while Nanyu, not far beneath an eave, watched him intently, a knife in hand. The rain poured down, and in that moment, the black umbrella and the similarly attired man seemed perfectly intertwined. As the droplets cascaded off the umbrella's surface, Nanyu silently assessed him. His young master resembled a black poisonous mushroom. As the person who had spent the most time by Wen Zhiyu's side, Nanyu, even with his usual bluntness, recognized that his young master had been in exceptionally poor spirits lately. This was evident from the several thrashings suffered by that bald-headed individual. With this thought, Nanyu bit his lip his mind drifting to the recent ambush by a group of righteous disciples. What had they truly been up to that had compelled his master to resort to such extreme measures? Recently, Yuquan had ceased accepting external tasks, focusing solely on eliminating all righteous individuals who had entered England. Within a mere month, nearly everyone had been expelled from Yuquan. Furthermore, his master had even returned to Huaxiao multiple times using formations, leading a team to purge several sects and families attempting to exploit the chaos. This gave him the impression that his master was venting his frustrations on a new target. With the situation in England nearly resolved and his master personally leading the charge, the task progress had been alarmingly swift, resulting in a period of idleness for the entire Yuquan. Before Nanyu could finish contemplating recent events, he noticed his young master, who had been standing in the rain like a mushroom, suddenly move. The once vibrant rose was gently caressed by Wen Zhiyu's hand, the petals brushing against his fingertips as he tenderly wiped away the rain. The familiar sensation evoked memories of the last moonlit night. Longing surged within him like the roses in the rain, battered by the elements yet steadfastly resisting collapse with their fragile forms. Leaning down, Wen Zhiyu intended to pluck the most radiant bloom before him to take home. Yet, inevitably, lost in his yearning, he overlooked the lurking danger, and the thorns of the rose imparted a harsh lesson upon his delicate skin. Withdrawing his hand, Wen Zhiyu gazed at the crimson liquid trickling from his fingertip, swirling around his wrist before finally dripping to the ground, blooming into a flower more vivid than the rose itself. Observing this, Nanyu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, he soon witnessed a smile curl at the corner of his young master's mouth, and before he could rush forward to intervene, Wen Zhiyu reached once more into the thicket of flowers. Young master, Nanyu hurriedly dashed over, heedless of the rain drenching him. Wen Zhiyu ignored him, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his body, enveloping Nanyu and causing him to vanish from sight. In the next moment, his fingers deftly wreaked havoc among the blossoms, forcefully plucking and crushing one flower after another, callously discarding them at his feet. In the midst of this, tender skin intertwined with the branch's thorns, the sharp pricks lacerating his flesh, greedily drawing forth his blood. The red petals mingled with the flowing blood, as the rain washed away the lingering scent of iron from the air, until he had thoroughly obliterated the entire cluster of flowers before him. When Zhiyu finally stood up, propped by his umbrella, in the rain, the cuffs of his black suit were stained with blood, dark crimson splotches speckled his entire right hand, and blood trickled slowly from the wound. Once upright, his right hand hung limply by his side, warm liquid pooling at the tips of his mangled fingers, before dripping onto the flower-laden stone pavement below. After standing still for a moment, Wen Zhiyu gradually allowed his thoughts to settle. He reached to pat the hem of his garment, inadvertently splattering blood onto his face. Sighing, he retrieved a handkerchief from his ring and gently wiped away the blood that had stained the corner of his eye. Having completed this task, he cast a cold gaze upon the chaotic scene at his feet and stepped forward, crushing some flower petals that had yet to fully disperse. By the time Nanyu finally dashed over from the foyer, the courtyard was devoid of anyone but him. The rain continued to fall outside the window, and soon, the debris was washed away by the downpour, the enchanted roses re-emerging to cover the remnants of destruction. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Time is notoriously unrelenting. It can alter many things before anyone has a chance to react. Yet, unceasing longing transforms from fervent to silent. Unbeknownst to him, Hogwarts had commenced its term for over a month. During this time, Harry felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Perhaps it was not just him. Students of all ages at Hogwarts were also nearing the edge of insanity, including a number of professors. Albus, you should find a way to bring Professor Wen back. In the headmaster's office, the four-house head sat across from Dumbledore, Sprout earnestly locking eyes with him as she suggested. Perhaps you could try communicating with the Ministry of Magic to recall that Professor Umbridge? Dumbledore forced a smile. If that were possible, I would have never allowed her in to begin with. Then bring Wen Zhiyu back. Flitwick rapped the table. He was doing splendidly. Why did you consent to his resignation? Indeed, McGonagall chimed in. Sometimes I truly fail to understand you, Albus. Why forego an excellent professor to employ that ministry-appointed toad? When McGonagall had learned of Dumbledore's agreement to Wen Zhiyu's resignation, she had already voiced her protests, and though she had since learned the reasons, it did not deter her from revisiting the matter. Moreover, she turned her gaze towards the sullen potions master beside her. And you, Severus, why not attempt to persuade Mr. Wen? Aren't you two on good terms? Upon hearing this, Snape shot her a sidelong glance. I trust you know what you're suggesting. Snape frowned, his tone thick with rising irritation. I have no time to counsel a fool. Your words are quite harsh. McGonagall raised her voice, on the verge of slamming her hand on the table. Ah, enough. Dumbledore interjected hastily. Let's all calm down and discuss this properly. After managing to pacify everyone, Dumbledore endeavored to steer the conversation toward the pressing matter of Umbridge. Meanwhile, Snape, who had just been the object of criticism, grew increasingly sullen. He hardly registered what Dumbledore was saying, his teeth clenched in indignation as he silently cursed a particular scoundrel. Had he not tried? How could that be? Over the past month, he had sent countless letters, his use of owls nearly rivaling that of an entire year prior. Yet, what was the outcome? Each letter he sent was returned unopened within days. That scoundrel had no intention of allowing him to find him. He was deliberately evading him. Chapter 216. All is forgotten. Severus? Are you feeling fatigued? Dumbledore noted the menacing glint in Snape's eyes and suggested, perhaps you should return home for now? Few knew that Snape had been leaving Hogwarts nightly for a while, only to return in the dead of night. It was not Voldemort summoning him, Dumbledore understood. He was out capturing someone. And who was that someone? The answer was all too apparent. Dumbledore felt a sense of weariness, simultaneously admiring the audacity of the man daring to play hide-and-seek with the potion's master. However, this meant Snape had been deprived of precious rest lately. Observing his increasingly pale complexion, Dumbledore worried that if this continued, not only would the defense against the dark arts professor be lost, but his potion's master as well. Thus, he remarked, these issues can be resolved among us. You were up late brewing potions last night, weren't you? You don't look well. Perhaps you should rest. Snape's scattered thoughts were pulled back by the question, and after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement before departing the headmaster's office. Descending the stairs, the potion's master swept through the corridor, his dark robes swirling around him. He paid no mind to the fleeting shadow that darted past a darkened corner. Unbeknownst to him, it was not the first time he had returned to the dungeon in the dead of night. As he stepped inside, before he could reach for the light switch, he heard a familiar yet slightly chilling voice. Where have you been? Raising his hand to touch the wall and illuminate the room, Snape's gaze fell upon the figure seated on the sofa, staring intently at him. The person possessed pale pink eyes, their crimson attire clashing with the surrounding monotony. Yet their face was one that the potion's master could never forget. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Wen Zhiyu suddenly appear in the dungeon, Snape instinctively opened his mouth to speak. I told you, it has little to do with you. Go back to sleep. His mouth had opened, and words had escaped. Yet Snape felt increasingly bewildered. This was not at all what he wished to convey. Moreover, the situation felt entirely amiss. He realized he could not control his own actions. Despite his efforts to reach out to the other man, he found himself staring in astonishment as Wen Zhiyu gave him a cold smirk after hearing his words. It has nothing to do with me? Is that your answer, Severus? No, it's not. Snape internally screamed, desperate to express that those words were not his own, that they did not reflect his true intentions. Yet in the end, he heard himself say, what more do you want from me? Completely paralyzed, the potion's master was utterly at a loss. Before he could gather his thoughts to discern the reason behind this perplexing situation, the next moment, the figure that had been seated on the sofa suddenly transformed into a wisp of red mist and dissipated. Almost immediately, he found himself seized by the wrist and pressed against the cold stone door. His racing mind came to a halt as he stared, wide-eyed, at the man who had drawn near, his heart pounding fiercely. What are you doing? Snape tugged at his wrist forcefully, his expression darkening. Let go. The potion's master saw himself begin to struggle, his right hand raising and lowering his wand before it was captured above his head by the other, held firmly with one hand. This awkward position was one he could hardly bear to witness. Isn't it better to stay by my side? The usually gentle voice had suddenly taken on a low, resonant tone. Severus Snape found himself listening to the other party speak in a tone he had never encountered before. Why seek him out? Do you wish for death so desperately? He exclaimed. I told you. With a forceful grip, Wen Zhiyu restrained Snape, who could not free himself from his hold and could only respond with a louder rebuke. This is none of your concern. Release me. As he observed the struggling potion's master, a flicker of menace appeared in Wen Zhiyu's brow, and he leaned in towards Snape, who was still preparing to speak. The words he intended to utter were abruptly silenced by the other's lips pressing against his own. Snape's pupils widened in astonishment as he gazed at the figure suddenly so close. Not only he, but the potion's master, who shared this first-person perspective, was equally taken aback. Something felt decidedly amiss. The kiss was assertive. While it did not intrude upon his teeth, Snape could feel his lips being bitten painfully. Thus, he began to struggle even more vigorously. Meanwhile, the other potion's master blinked in surprise, a flush spreading from his cheeks to his ears, entirely oblivious to his current predicament. This led to a moment of realization when he finally came to his senses, only to witness Wen Zhiyu being flung away by his own spell. Merlin! What a tumultuous turn of events. The potion's master, now in a state of panic, rushed to assess Wen Zhiyu's condition, yet found himself immobile, rooted to the spot. He heard his own voice exclaim, Have you lost your mind? Subsequently, he watched helplessly as Wen Zhiyu, having endured his spell, disintegrated into a crimson mist. "Fool! Go after him!" he shouted in frustration, nearly driven mad by anger, his thoughts consumed with curses directed at this person sharing his body. Indeed, he felt as though this could not possibly be his body, for he would never commit such a foolish act, and Wen Zhiyu would never dare to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, even in this turmoil, as he witnessed the other departing from his sight once more, a twinge of panic gripped him. "Is your mind stuffed with grass? Why would you strike him?" The agitated potions master berated himself, as if addressing his own reflection. "You must leave this instant and find him." Though he knew the other could not hear him, he still shouted internally with fervor. In this chaotic scene, at last, the potions master's outcry seemed to provoke movement. He pushed open the door and trudged heavily towards the office across the way. Upon entering, he was immediately engulfed by a pungent metallic scent, and his heart sank. Fortunately, this individual's thoughts aligned with his own, and he hastened towards another room within the office. When Luo, Snape rushed to the bedside, his gaze landing on Wen Zhiyu, who lay unconscious. With narrowed pupils, he swiftly propped the other up and, wand in hand, directed it at the wound, beginning to chant a counter-curse. Throughout this process, he scolded himself vehemently, his heart aching for Wen Zhiyu, who trembled even in unconsciousness. Finally witnessing the wound heal, he held the other in a state of lingering shock, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. But no, it was premature to feel at ease. "Stop, you idiot!" The potions master attempted to halt the other's actions once more. "What are you doing?" The wand he had carried for years surged with power, its tip shining white behind the closed eyes of Wen Zhiyu. He saw himself directing the wand slowly towards Wen Zhiyu's head, then uttering a curse that plunged him into despair. One forgets, and all is void. Chapter 217, Silent Longing. In the dimly lit room, the male witch clutched the blanket tightly, his eyes shut, brows knitted together, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment, a pale hand reached out, gently wiping away the sweat. Wen Zhiyu gazed sorrowfully at the distressed potions master. The handkerchief, now damp, was returned to a ring, and the delicate fingers tenderly smoothed the frown from the male witch's face, tracing his features as they withdrew. "Did you have a nightmare?" Sitting at the bedside, Wen Zhiyu adjusted the blanket and grasped the trembling hand of the potions master. Perhaps due to years of neglecting his health, the potions master's hands were perpetually cold, a sensation Wen Zhiyu felt immediately upon contact. Yet, he too was not one to possess warm palms. Sometimes, his hands even felt colder than the other's. As he caressed the back of the hand, Wen Zhiyu subtly summoned his internal energy, a warm breath coursing from his dantian to his palm. Beneath the skin, the flowing energy corroded and regenerated, akin to the pain of countless ants gnawing at his flesh, ultimately emanating a soothing warmth through the thin layer of skin. Holding the other's hand in his, Wen Zhiyu allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips, his gaze softening as he watched the sleeping potions master. He was well aware that the professor had been searching for him, even hiding in the shadows each night to observe his attempts to find someone. He had thought about revealing himself, particularly during the potions master's moments of disappointment. The urge to rush to his side was nearly overwhelming. But he knew he could not reveal himself, not yet. In the past month, he had gained clarity regarding his feelings, even recognizing that the professor might share similar sentiments. Perhaps this time, the outcome would be different. Warming the hand he held, Wen Zhiyu reached under the covers to grasp the other hand as well. "Severus, do you feel the same as I do?" he murmured, his throat tightening as he suppressed his emotions. The moonlight spilled across the earth, casting a gentle glow that enveloped the world, while the bustling city fell silent, and in the shadows where the moonlight did not reach, a black cat gradually drifted into slumber. Fortunately, longing is silent, yet regrettably, it is also silent. November 26th. Time stumbled forward, seasons passed by. Autumn descended as the leaves fell, and winter approached slowly. Radiant sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, piercing through the morning mist, casting beams across the campus. Oh, Sunday. What an exquisitely perfect day. Harry, no longer needing to covertly seek out Professor Snape for lessons in brain-blocking spells, laughed heartily. For heaven knew what he had endured recently. For nearly 2 months, Professor Snape's temper had reached what could only be described as his worst state since Harry's enrollment. It was unclear whether this was due to the burdens of added responsibilities, but every time Harry entered the dungeons, he felt the professor's gaze bore into him with an intensity that suggested he wished to toss him into the cauldron. Just the thought sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Moreover, each time he ventured into the dungeons, he could vaguely sense a gaze, unmistakably not belonging to Professor Snape, fixated upon him. To address this, he had even consulted the ghosts of Hogwarts, only to receive vague responses. With no other option, he continued to endure the torment of the dungeons, much to his dissatisfaction. And he was not alone in his discontent. His potions professor shared the same sentiment. For an entire month, Severus Snape had been clandestinely teaching the art of mental occlusion, and with his time already scarce for seeking out others, his patience had grown exceedingly thin. Each glance cast upon Harry was laced with prickling disdain, as if he yearned to cast the incessantly bothersome Potter away and venture forth to the quiet sanctuary of the springs in search of companionship. His correspondence had remained unbroken, a letter dispatched daily. Yet, faced with the repeated returns of his missives by the owl, Snape found himself engulfed in a tumultuous whirlpool of emotions. He longed for a reply, yet feared the very notion of one. The passage of time had been tumultuous. Over 2 months had elapsed. Except for that unexpected incident, they had never been apart for such an extended period. During his last visit home, he had at least received letters daily, sometimes several. At that time, he had never deemed it necessary to respond to Wen Zhiyu, presuming quite naturally that the other would not mind. However, as the echoes of that past scenario reverberated within his present, he gazed upon the pile of envelopes cluttering his desk and realized perhaps Wen Zhiyu had indeed cared deeply. Unreciprocated sentiments left the sender feeling despondent during these long days of waiting. Throughout this interval, he had purchased and encountered numerous flowers. Yet even the vibrant red roses brought back from the springs failed to match the singular bloom that had been offered to him on the Quidditch pitch. Faced with a rare holiday, Snape resolved not to pursue his usual journey to the springs. Instead, he tidied the basement, restoring the potion ingredients and jars that Potter had so carelessly disrupted to their rightful places before retreating to the bathroom. His recent busyness had left him no time to even wash his hair, save for those moments when he sought out company. Though he typically cared little for his appearance or for how others perceived him, he felt compelled to tidy himself up just a bit. As time drifted by in the bath, he eventually emerged, towel draped, and with wet hair cascading droplets down his face and neck, accentuating the contours of his physique. His form was tall and elegant, the skin beneath his dark robes bearing an unhealthy pallor. Broad shoulders tapered into a narrow waist, and the scars adorning his exposed skin hinted at tales of years gone by. Just as he was about to enter his bedroom, a sudden sound from the corner startled him, a clatter as something fell to the floor. Quickly summoning his wand to drape a garment over himself, Snape approached the source of the noise. As he neared, he conjured light to illuminate the basement, revealing its contents clearly. There, nestled in the corner of his office, lay a beautifully wrapped gift box. After confirming it posed no danger, Snape pocketed his wand and crouched to retrieve the box, its black and green stripes immediately recognizable to him. After dressing in his bedroom, he returned to the sofa, the box cradled in his hands. Gently tugging at the ribbon, he slowly lifted the lid to reveal 2 cups, elegantly nestled within a bed of foam. These porcelain treasures, which he had set aside after acquiring, instantly transported him back to that fateful day. Time has a way of catching one off guard, relentless in its passage, while memories linger like shadows. Reaching out, he intended to grasp the cup he had crafted himself, yet at the last moment, he opted for the other. Holding it to his eyes, he softened at the sight of the depicted design, a black kitten, gracefully lifting its head, its golden eyes radiating a blend of pride and disdain. Being enchanted, the moment his fingers brushed the illustration, the kitten flicked its tail and bared its teeth at the potion's master, eliciting a rare smile from him. He then picked up the other cup, a white rabbit, and the 2 creatures exchanged silent gazes across the space. Amused, Snape playfully interacted with them for a time before sighing and standing to approach his bookshelf. Clearing a spot, he carefully placed the cups upon his desk. After completing this task, he waved his wand, unraveling the enchantments upon the cabinet. With a deep breath, he opened it, retrieving the jade pendant he had long set aside. The smooth texture of the white jade beckoned his fingers to caress it, trailing over its surface. Subsequently, he ventured into the bedroom, retrieving a small black box from the bedside table, slipping it into his pocket as he stepped into the night. The sky loomed dark as thick ink, merging seamlessly with the stillness of the black lake, the chilling breeze stirring ripples upon its surface, heralding an impending storm. Beneath the moonlight, the potion's master stood at the shore, the jade pendant held in one hand. It was November 26, 1995, a Sunday, coinciding with the 5th day of the 10th month in the lunar calendar, a day marking the birthday of a certain scoundrel. Perhaps due to Voldemort's return, Hogwarts was unusually quiet in the dead of night. Or perhaps Snape was deliberately overlooking the mischief of certain young wizards roaming the castle's corners. Regardless, the edge of the Black Lake remained one of the few tranquil spots. After a prolonged moment of indecision, during which the cold winds urged him forward, the potion's master finally resolved to channel his magic into the jade pendant. The milky stone began to emit a gentle glow, the warmth of his palm imbued within it. Cradling the now warm pendant against his heart, he murmured, "Wen Luo, I wish to see you." His voice was low, tinged with an almost imperceptible rasp. Yet, Apart from the softly glowing pendant, silence enveloped him. With a tightening grip on the pendant, Snape infused it with an even deeper surge of magic, repeating his previous entreaty. "Wen Luo, this time, I wish to see you." From a whisper to a hoarse plea, he called out the name again and again by the lake's edge. But the only response was the haunting stillness. Fraud. As hope shattered, a self-mocking smile flickered across Snape's face. Closing his eyes, he prepared to depart with the pendant in hand, but in that instant, the corner of his vision caught a familiar flash of crimson. Whirling around, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a gentle cascade of red petals, swirling around him in a vibrant embrace. The night, with its multitude of stars serving as witnesses, eternalized the heart's flutter in every whispered call. Memories, akin to roses under the moonlight, would never wither. As the gentle breeze swept through the air, it carried countless petals, replacing the obscured sunlight with a fervent embrace of his son. Severus Snape blinked in bewilderment, instinctively reaching out to catch a few drifting petals. His fingers glided softly over the petals, as if brushing against the strings of his heart. Before him, only the potion's master stood by the lake, gazing downwards. Yet, amidst the obscured night, the depths of the black lake reflected two figures upon the shore. A warm breath wafted towards him on the breeze, and Snape found himself repeatedly yearning to extend his hand forward. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the silence was punctuated only by two racing heartbeats. In this not-so-deep night, the potion's master did not encounter the person he longed to see by the Black Lake, yet he was aware that this individual had been there. Though he could not fathom why they remained unwilling to meet him, the familiar roses conveyed messages of longing between them. The sky, adorned with roses, resembled a cup of refreshing spring water, nourishing his long-parched heart, dispelling the accumulated weariness and restlessness into the night's embrace. On a similarly deep night, within Hogwarts and beside the Black Lake, Albus Dumbledore found himself grappling with a faint desire for oblivion. "What gives you the notion that I would acquiesce?" he mused, stroking his beard against the howling wind, calmly posing a rhetorical question to the air. His inquiry was met with a derisive laugh that floated in the atmosphere. "Do you truly believe you have a choice?" Dumbledore stiffened momentarily, yet undeterred. He pressed on. "Even if cooperation were necessary, I could easily align myself with other factions. There are indeed more than just your lot in China." "Are you referring to those who so foolishly attempted to ambush me last time?" A low chuckle mingled with a gentle voice emerged. "You may certainly choose them. However, I doubt they will have another opportunity to step foot in England." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore, stroking his beard, fell into silence. The other party spoke true. He had realized a month prior during the overall actions of Yuquan that not only had his friends he summoned been purged, but nearly all the Chinese wizards he knew in England had been eradicated. What remained were predominantly those aligned with Yuquan. "In truth, you needn't fret," the voice continued. "I have little interest in ruling the magical realm of England." His patience rarely extended to trivial matters. His initial venture into the magical world had arisen from mere curiosity regarding the circumstances here, coupled with the knowledge of his transmigration, leading him to wonder if it would influence matters back in China. The creation of Yuquan had been at the behest of the leader, intending to expand their territory in England without the ambition of annexation. After all, compared to the vast realm of Chinese cultivation, the fruits here had yet to ripen to a level worthy of his attention. Were it not for the presence of someone dear to him, he would never have returned after his rebirth. And precisely because of this cherished individual, he would allow no one else to covet the English pie besides himself. "Make your decision, Dumbledore." The gentle voice carried an increasingly palpable edge. "There will be no second chances." Truth be told, Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whether collaborating with a madman would be prudent. Yet the other provided compelling reasons, even promising not to interfere in their conflict with Voldemort. He was even willing to extend a helping hand under certain conditions, a foolproof deal. Thus, he declared, a pleasant collaboration. Chapter 219. Winter Christmas. As the wintry landscape donned a silver cloak, the earth appeared adorned with soft snowflakes, transforming it into a serene tableau. This year's Christmas at Hogwarts, like those of yore, was festooned early with glittering ribbons and decorations. The Christmas tree in the great hall swayed joyfully in the breeze, draped in colorful garlands, as if celebrating the arrival of the festive season. This year's festivities were markedly different. Laughter and chatter filled the air, as young witches and wizards engaged in lively discussions on a myriad of topics. Perhaps it was due to the torment they had endured for much of the term that the long-awaited Christmas became a time of indulgence for the young sorcerers. In this spirit, Dumbledore took the lead, promptly announcing the commencement of the evening's banquet. Draco, having chosen not to return home this time, sipped from a glass of crimson juice, seated nearby. Opposite him was Harry, who also opted to remain at Hogwarts during the holiday. The two exchanged glances across the bustling dance floor, their emotions veiled in ambiguity. The most animated area, apart from the central stage, was likely the corner where professors engaged in spirited conversation. As the half-elf blooded head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick had a particular fondness for muggle beverages. Due to his position at Hogwarts, he was often prohibited from drinking throughout the year, making the Christmas dance an occasion for him to openly enjoy his collection. However, drinking alone was hardly enjoyable, especially surrounded by young witches and wizards also barred from imbibing. Perhaps he could seek out an adult who was not similarly restricted. With this thought, he began to scan the banquet for suitable company. Winter fog enveloped the air, and a chill permeated. As the potions master's robes fluttered in the cold breeze, the professor, who typically shunned gatherings, slowly entered through a side door of the castle, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who had been delayed by the need to attend to the younger students' mishaps. The two had endured several days of silence following their last confrontation in the headmaster's office, and soon found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute over the Quidditch pitch as usage rights. Severus, known for his irritable temperament, had been particularly short-fused of late. Thus, when they encountered each other outside the banquet, neither initiated conversation. They merely nodded in acknowledgement, as if to convey a greeting. As they pushed through the side door, the warm atmosphere of the castle, infused with music and merriment, enveloped them. Outside, the snow fell thick and soft as goose feathers, while the fires within the castle blazed brightly. With a single glance, Snape spotted a familiar dark figure not far from the corner of the side door. Dressed in a wine-red shirt paired with black trousers, complemented by a belt adorned with gems, the ensemble exuded a relaxed, romantic French flair, perfectly showcasing an elegant stature and gentle demeanor. Leaning against a table, he elegantly swirled a glass of red wine, golden eyes glimmering with mirth as he gazed at the swirling liquid, occasionally exchanging light banter with Professor Flitwick, embodying the essence of a flawless painting. Snape stood silently at the doorway, his emotions surging like the tumultuous sea, fixated on the profile of the man he had not seen in over 3 months. The potions master had anticipated that upon their reunion he would have much to articulate. He had believed he would remain composed when finally confronting him, even envisioning a moment where they might nod to each other as strangers. Yet, upon truly beholding him, he realized that all his mental preparations and rehearsals were utterly futile. He attempted to grasp something, but his arms felt as if imbued with several tons of mercury, rendering them immobile. He had lost weight. A frown creased his brow, his gaze lingering on the other's form. Upon witnessing a figure significantly more emaciated than he remembered, the potions master felt a pang of sympathy stir within him. He pressed his lips together firmly, choosing silence. McGonagall had entered alongside him, and like him, she immediately spotted the warm exchange between Flitwick and a familiar face. Her fatigued eyes brightened momentarily, and she was almost poised to approach and greet them. Yet, as she took a single step forward, she abruptly halted. Suppressing the impulse to engage, McGonagall allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips as she feigned curiosity. "Oh, Severus, why don't you go say hello? I recall your relationship was rather amicable, wasn't he it?" As soon as she posed the question, she noticed Snape's demeanor shift abruptly, his expression darkening. She pretended to be anxious, covering her mouth with her hand while her gaze flitted between Wen Zhiyu and Snape. "Could it be that your harsh words were overheard that day?" She pondered, bemused. "Well, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Her incessant remarks earned her a withering glare from the potions master, who shot her a fierce look before silently maneuvering past her, heading straight for the professor's table. In stark contrast to the irate potions master, McGonagall was in high spirits, her steps light as she made her way toward the corner. She had no insight into why Snape refrained from greeting anyone, yet she remained determined to approach. "Good evening, Phileas. Good evening, you." The witch's voice drifted from her side. Wen Zhiyu slightly turned, nodding in acknowledgement as McGonagall approached. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." "Good evening, Minerva," she replied. As they conversed, McGonagall drew closer, her gaze instinctively landing on the drinks in their hands, her expression tinged with disapproval. "Oh, Phileas, have you brought out your wine again?" McGonagall remarked. "I believe I mentioned before that it's best not to drink at school. But today is Christmas," Flitwick replied, shaking his wine glass, and Wen Zhiyu nodded in understanding. Gently clinking his glass against Flitwick's, Albus said that during the holidays, we need not be overly cautious. As long as it's not for the little wizards. It's perfectly normal for adults to indulge. Would you care for a taste, Minerva? "No, thank you," McGonagall graciously declined. The trio continued discussing recent happenings at Hogwarts and inquiring whether Wen Zhiyu would return to teach. Before long, they had emptied both bottles of red wine on the table. As Flitwick seemed intent on searching for more wine, Wen Zhiyu interrupted with a smile. "How about we try something different?" As he spoke, the ring on his finger shimmered with infused energy, conjuring several palm-sized white porcelain bottles. "This is a liquor I brought from Huaxia," he said, "though it is somewhat potent. It has a delightful flavor. Care to sample?" Potent. Flitwick was skeptical, yet he ceased his search, tiptoeing to accept the porcelain bottle from Wen Zhiyu's hand. After taking a cautious sip, Flitwick instantly felt a burning sensation in his throat as the liquid traveled down, igniting a warmth in his stomach. "Well, this is marvelous," Flitwick exclaimed, clutching the bottle. McGonagall simply remarked, "Drink up, everyone." Ultimately, with Wen Zhiyu's almost flawless persuasion, he recommended several lighter fruit wines from his ring to McGonagall, successfully enticing the typically rational witch to join their revelry. The three clinked their glasses together, while upper-year students continued to approach, offering toasting juices. Meanwhile, at the professor's table, Dumbledore was savoring candies while enjoying the dancing nearby. Snape, however, was frowning, casting a wary eye toward the corner where a certain inebriated individual had clearly lost their composure. Chapter 220, The Corridor. Your tolerance is lacking, Wen Zhiyu. Given the convivial atmosphere at Hogwarts, the number of students coming over to clink glasses had escalated to the point where McGonagall could scarcely count the hands involved. Perhaps Wen Zhiyu, who had not intended to refuse, found himself overwhelmed, and within a brief hour, they had polished off 5 or 6 bottles of white wine. Wen Zhiyu's tolerance was modest, and he had chosen not to use magic to dispel the effects of alcohol, quickly succumbing to the enthusiasm of the toasts. With a flushed face, he reached for the last remaining bottle on the table, but his attempts resulted in mere brushes against the bottle, confusing it for multiple vessels. Recognizing that the alcohol had clouded his vision, he rubbed his temple and closed his eyes, preparing to collect himself. Are you all right? McGonagall, the most sober of the trio, observed as she accompanied him, her gaze shifting to Flitwick, who was also red-faced and indulging in drink. "I warned you not to bring him along for drinks," she chided, pushing the bottle on the table away. "He is still so young." In McGonagall's view, Flitwick was leading Wen Zhiyu astray. Watching the man, who still bore a smile even while resting his eyes, she felt a wave of concern. "Do you need assistance to rest?" she offered. Just for a moment at that juncture, McGonagall paused, glancing once more at Flitwick, who was still clinking glasses with students. She hesitated, reluctant to escort Wen Zhiyu to Flitwick's office. Who knew if he would insist on pouring more drinks for her promising student late into the night? However, if she did not take him to Filius's office, it would be equally inappropriate for her and Pomona, both witches, to leave him unattended. Lost in thought, McGonagall's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the professor's table. At that moment, she noticed Snape rising from his seat. Since the banquet commenced, Snape had not diverted his attention elsewhere, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the corner where Flitwick was drinking with someone. Observing the repeated toasts and the way the individual was enjoying Flitwick's company, Snape's expression darkened further. How could he not have recognized that the fool possessed a talent for drinking? As he watched the other person's cheeks redden, eyes closed as they rubbed their head, Snape resolved to intervene. However, just as he was about to rise from the professor's table, another figure swiftly crossed McGonagall's line of sight. "Professor McGonagall, why not take Professor Wen to my dormitory for a rest?" The student, who had just been toasting with Flitwick, approached without hesitation upon noticing McGonagall's distress. Recognizing the student, she recalled his name without difficulty. Mr. Devereux, the youthful student, appearing to be around 17 or 18, smiled brightly. "That's me, Professor. My dormitory is solely for my use," he stated. "I can assist Professor Wen to my room for a bit. He won't be disturbed." Hearing his proposition, McGonagall hesitated. Devereux was a 7th-year Slytherin student, and as he had mentioned, taking Wen Zhiyu to his dormitory seemed a reasonable arrangement. After all, he was originally a student of Slytherin, and the Slytherin dormitory was evidently more suitable for him than the drunken office of Flitwick. "Very well," McGonagall conceded. She reached over and snatched the bottle of liquor from Flitwick's grasp, then addressed Deville. "It seems I must trouble you, Mr. Deville. Do you require further assistance?" "No. I can manage," Deville replied promptly upon hearing McGonagall's agreement, setting down the juice he held and preparing to support the other. However, as he extended his hand, Wen Zhiyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly jerked in surprise, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet, he quickly recognized the current situation, compelling himself to relax, allowing Deville to drape his arm across his shoulders. Watching Deville gingerly assist the student through the side door, McGonagall exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly recall something she had just seen. Instinctively, she glanced towards the professor's table. Where is Severus? Not spotting him, she momentarily froze. But her attention was swiftly diverted by Flitwick, who was still attempting to steal more liquor. The winter night was bleak, as if an endless inky darkness had been smeared across the sky, obscuring even the faintest twinkle of stars. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Deville, who was no less than the height of a person, had one arm draped over Wen Zhiyu's shoulders while his left hand firmly gripped the other. His other hand rested on Wen Zhiyu's waist to stabilize him. This was a basic, uncomplicated posture for supporting someone. Of course, if the other's hand had not been attempting to subtly caress Wen Zhiyu's waist, Snape might have been willing to believe it. Not far behind them, the potions master, having followed them down the corridor with the disillusionment charm, wore a stormy expression. He fixated on Deville's hand resting on Wen Zhiyu's waist, moving with a possessive caress, his eyes igniting with barely contained fury. In this corridor, which was so quiet one could hear the sound of their breathing, Deville was acutely aware of the floral scent emanating from Wen Zhiyu, mingling with the aroma of alcohol. He tilted his head slightly, and his gaze fell precisely upon Wen Zhiyu's exquisite profile, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol. The otherwise pale visage of the other had taken on a hint of rosy hue at the corners of his eyes. This led to an enchanting allure in his every subtle movement, even when he merely blinked at Deville. How could such a handsome man exist? Deville pondered. He had always been drawn to girls, a fact that remained undisputed until tonight. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, upon seeing this individual up close at the banquet, he had set his sights on him without hesitation. He intended to claim this person, body and soul. As he observed Wen Zhiyu, who was now inebriated and thus vulnerable, Deville suddenly guided him toward a classroom adjacent to the corridor. Grasping the other's left hand, he leaned him gently against the wall. What was he up to? Snape, who had been trailing them, could no longer maintain his composure. Witnessing Wen Zhiyu being pulled into the classroom, he hastily gripped his wand and strode forward. Chapter 221, The Classroom. Upon reaching the doorway, the scene before him ignited the potions master's already tempestuous anger. He beheld the student using his robust advantage to pin the clearly intoxicated Wen Zhiyu's wrist against the wall, while his other hand, with malicious intent, encircled the other's waist, pressing Wen Zhiyu closer to himself. The reckless fool had leaned in, almost brushing his lips against Wen Zhiyu's. What are you doing? Snape roared in fury, unable to gauge the speed at which he advanced to separate them. Before he could collect his thoughts, Deville had already been violently hurled across the room. The unfortunate Deville, caught in the act of attempting to steal a kiss, was yanked by the collar and flung toward the classroom, crashing into several desks and chairs in a chaotic tumble. His senses were in disarray, and that was not even the most terrifying part. As he finally began to recover from the chaos and pain, he looked up to see the potions master glaring daggers at him, wand in hand, glowing ominously green. Headmaster, Deville stammered, astonished to find himself in this predicament, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the wand radiating a menacing light. In an instant, the brash Slytherin was drenched in cold sweat. Even the mere recollection of his recent actions towards the headmaster's prized student sent a wave of weakness through his legs, as he was caught forcing the headmaster's favorite student. A memory surfaced from his father's warnings. Professor Snape was a Death Eater. This realization plunged Deville into despair, as he felt certain he would not see the dawn of another day. Headmaster, he attempted to protest. Leave. The thunderous voice reverberated in his ears, its icy edge laced with malice, and within the depths of his despair, Deville discerned a glimmer of salvation. He hastily scrambled away. Meanwhile, Snape, who remained fixated on him, trembled slightly as he watched Deville flee down the corridor. The slender wand was gripped tightly in his hand, his nails digging deeply into his palm from the intensity of his grip. Yet, even amidst the pain, the potions master was oblivious to it, feeling only the seething rage that threatened to consume him. He clenched his jaw, striving to suppress his rising fury. But the wand's tip continued to pulsate with an ominous green light, betraying his inner turmoil. Never before had he felt such rage, nearly compelling him to unleash the unforgivable curse upon that student. How dare he? Breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with exertion, Snape endeavored to utilize deep breaths to quell his wrath. After standing for what felt like an eternity, he finally regained a modicum of composure and stepped towards the exit. As he took a few strides out of the classroom, the absence of any accompanying sounds caused him to frown and glance back. The corridor was deserted, prompting him to return to the classroom he had just vacated. Upon re-entering, he was met with the sight of Wen Zhiyu leaning against the wall, dazed. Has your foolish mind been clouded by alcohol? Snape seethed, enunciating each word with precision. Are you waiting for someone to come rescue you? Wen Zhiyu remained silent, yet turned to face the sound. Tilting his slightly heavy head, he struggled to comprehend Snape's words. Indeed, he had indulged a bit too much today. His cheeks were flushed, and a few stray strands of hair fell over his forehead, partially obscuring his striking eyes. With a slight movement, he brushed the hair back, revealing a pair of dazzling golden eyes. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his flawless skin radiated an alluring rosy hue, while his lips resembled blooming roses, inviting and vibrant. Even though Snape was incensed, the unexpected charm emanating from Wen Zhiyu momentarily befuddled him. Suddenly, He felt warmth creeping up to his ears. He bit his lip, watching Wen Zhiyu, who was clearly oblivious to his actions. With restraint, he swallowed hard and took a few steps forward. You truly ought to be tossed into a cauldron to have your mind scrubbed clean. As Snape spoke, he reached out to steady the other man's arm. However, just as his hand extended, Wen Zhiyu unexpectedly leaned in, pressing himself against Snape's body with an overwhelming presence, taking a half step back to barely stabilize the inebriated man. Snape felt a surge of irritation. Is this how you burrow into his embrace? Snape remarked sarcastically, you seem quite adept at throwing yourself into someone's arms, Mr. One. Upon hearing himself addressed as Mr. One, Wen Zhiyu recoiled slightly and muttered, Severus. Trembling, he called out the name, and in an instant, Snape noticed that Wen's eyes had reddened. The soft utterance of his name stirred a tenderness within the potion's master, prompting him to refrain from reprimanding the man. All right, steady yourself, he instructed, wrapping his arm around Wen's waist as they made their way back to the cellar. The faint scent of herbs emanating from Wen's body clearly relaxed him further, allowing him to surrender to Snape's guidance. Once he had steadied one, Snape lifted the man's arm, intending to drape it over his shoulder. Yet, halfway through the motion, he recalled that someone else had done the same earlier. Frowning, he paused, scrutinizing Wen Zhiyu for a couple of minutes. Subsequently, he bent slightly, encircled Wen's waist with a firm grip, and effortlessly hoisted him up horizontally. Thus, he resolutely carried Wen toward the cellar. Recently, overwhelmed with busyness and unable to face others, Wen Zhiyu had lost considerable weight from clandestinely lurking in corners at night. While reaching the stage of divine transformation could allow one to abstain from food, sometimes the physical decline had little to do with sustenance. When one's thoughts remained unresolved, even the mightiest could inadvertently succumb to despondency. The weight in his arms was lighter than anticipated, prompting Snape to tighten his grip and draw Wen closer to him. Unconsciously lightening his footsteps, he maintained his pace, though not his speed. Cradled in the embrace of someone he cherished, 3 months of longing compelled him to lean closer. Overindulgence in alcohol left his mind hazy, as he was carried to the cellar door in a daze. Medusa, who had been dozing off, was startled awake by a sudden gust of cold wind. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the potion's master, clad in his flowing black robes, approaching with one in his arms. Suddenly alert, her sleepiness vanished as she quickly opened the door for him, gently closing it after he entered. That troublesome boy is back again. I hope the headmaster's quarrel with him doesn't involve me. No, this is too dangerous. With that thought, she swiftly drifted to another frame, attempting to distance herself from the imminent threat. Chapter 520, In any manner, being carried effortlessly. When Zhiyu found great comfort nestled in Snape's embrace, his eyes half closed. Snape held him securely, even being cautious as they descended the stairs. At last, upon reaching the cellar, he bent slightly to seat Wen on the sofa and immediately intended to fetch an antidote from his potion room. Yet, just as he took a step, Wen Zhiyu tugged at his arm, asking, Where are you going? Meanwhile, he struggled to prop himself up. Snape turned to press him back down and, unusually patient, explained, I'm going to get you some medicine, so stay put. Shaking his head, Wen clung to Snape's arm, pleading, Don't go. I want tea. I'm just getting the medicine. Don't go. The two engaged in a gentle tug of war, and Snape gritted his teeth, fully aware that he couldn't argue with a drunken man. If all else failed, taking Wen directly to the potion room would suffice. With this in mind, Snape decisively lifted Wen from the sofa again, preparing to guide him toward the potion room. However, for reasons unknown, the inebriated Wen Zhiyu was surprisingly compliant. With a gentle pull, he found himself enveloped in Wen's embrace, unable to break free. Faced with the familiar warmth, Snape attempted to push him away, but to no avail. How could he still possess such strength? Alcohol can be a double-edged sword. While it can embolden, it is also quite unsuitable for the human body. Lacking restraint in his drinking, and without a means to sober up, Wen, now fully intoxicated, struggled to stand from the sofa, nearly causing Snape to black out. Feeling the weight of the person in his arms, Wen tightened his hold, resting his chin on Snape's shoulder and leaning in closer. Severus, please don't go, he murmured, his warm breath brushing against the sensitive skin of Snape's neck, igniting an involuntary shiver. The neck is a vulnerable spot, and the ever-cautious potion's master shifted uncomfortably, striving to extricate himself. Yet, his movement inadvertently led Wen to misconstrue it as an attempt to flee. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. Under the influence, Wen's mind lagged behind his body, and his courage surged beyond its usual bounds. Before Snape could pull away, Wen leaned in and pressed his lips against Snape's neck. The warmth of his lips against the skin sent a jolt of sensation coursing through Snape, causing him to freeze, his breath hitching as a flush crept across his cheeks. In the dim light of the cellar, 2 porcelain cups sat neatly on the desk. Suddenly, a rabbit-esque flower petal brushed against the tail of a black cat. And in that fleeting moment, two pairs of eyes, one dark, one golden, met. It wasn't he overly audacious. Even though the alcohol had rendered him bolder, Wen's true nature remained unchanged. After kissing Snape's neck, Wen's face flushed deeper, appearing almost ripe with color. Withdrawing his moist lips from the skin, Snape's expression softened slightly. Assuming Wen had finished, he readied to push him away just enough to escort him to the potion room. However, before he could execute his plan, a faint, almost inaudible voice buzzed in his ear. What? Snape barely caught the words, gripping Wen's collar to ask again. Moments later, Wen murmured once more in his ear. Noticing Snape's silence, Wen, who had been resting on his shoulder, bit his lip and hesitated, loosening his grip just a bit. Their gazes collided in the air. Under the soft light, Snape's dark eyes reflected a brilliant glimmer, causing Wen's throat to constrict. Taking a deep breath, the psychological preparations of the past 2 months finally began to bear some fruit. He gently cradled Snape's face in his hands, feeling the warmth of his cheeks, while his heart raced fervently within his chest. Aye. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Their proximity so close that Snape could hear the quick and disordered rhythm of Wen's breath and heartbeat. Grasping Wen's wrist, Snape, unwavering, locked eyes with him and asked, "What do you wish to say?" Faced with the rare softness of Snape's inquiry, Wen Zhiyu's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Almost instantly, his vision blurred, and a cascade of tears streamed down, splattering onto Snape's expensive fabric coat. The unexpected turn of events left Snape at a loss, instinctively believing he must have said something wrong. At that moment, he resolved to mend the broken tiles, and if he didn't wish to speak, so be it. "I like you." The voice, tinged with tears, interrupted his elaboration, causing the flustered potions master to halt in his frantic efforts to wipe away the tears. Assuming he had not heard correctly, Wen Zhiyu repeated, with a quivering tone, "I like you, Severus," he declared, "I like you." This left Snape momentarily speechless, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected confession, especially as it was accompanied by such heartfelt tears, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. In the absence of a response, Wen Zhiyu's sobs grew louder. His trembling lashes could no longer bear the weight of his tears, leaving translucent trails upon his fair, flushed skin. As the cries intensified, Snape hastily reached out to wipe away the tears, even murmuring soft reassurances as he did so. Tucking the damp strands of hair behind Wen Zhiyu's ear, Snape gently caressed the reddened corners of his eyes, saying, "I know you like me. I have known for quite some time." Unfortunately, his words seemed to do little to calm Wen Zhiyu. Instead, upon hearing this, Wen Zhiyu clung to him once more, burying his face in the crook of Snape's neck. The dampness of his tears soaked into the fabric of his attire, the man stifling his voice as he retorted, "You don't understand. You have no idea." Seemingly anticipating what he wished to convey, Snape suddenly chuckled lightly, his hand moving to the back of Wen Zhiyu's head, encouraging him to continue. "I don't understand what." The night was tender, the lighting dim, and the two of them embraced tightly in front of the sofa, their breaths entangled with the lingering intoxication of wine. Sensing Snape's movements, Wen Zhiyu nuzzled further into the crook of his neck, sobbing, "I like you," he said. "Not in the way a student likes a teacher. I want to hold you, kiss you. I want to be with you always. I love you, Severus," he declared, his voice hoarse and carefully chosen. "I love you in any way." Chapter 223, The Light. Even though he had anticipated this moment, when the words were finally spoken, it was inevitable that his heart raced and the comforting gesture of his hand faltered. In over 30 years since Eileen's passing, he had not heard the words "I love you" from anyone. He had thought he would be indifferent, having grown older and weary of such sentimentalities. Thus, even when he learned of Wen Zhiyu's affections for him, he soon discovered that he, too, harbored feelings for the other. However, throughout their time together, they had never laid such sentiments bare. He presumed he would remain unaffected, but when the man, in a low, raspy voice, expressed his love word by word, Snape distinctly felt his heart quiver. Wen Zhiyu's cheeks flushed crimson as he finally voiced his feelings, clinging to Snape, his heartbeat erratic and disordered, akin to his breath. The hand that had once sought to soothe now slipped slightly downwards, gripping the shoulder of Wen Zhiyu's suit jacket. His breath hitched, fingers tightening, and his heartbeat crescendoed like a drum. In that moment, the two embraced in the silence of the cellar, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Tilting his head slightly, Snape gazed down at the man nestled in his neck, his emotions veiled and inscrutable. After a long pause, his lips parted gently. "I understand." Having finally confessed, Wen Zhiyu was met with a response that felt as ordinary as any casual exchange. Sniffling, he retreated a fraction. Incredulity etched across his face as he met Snape's seemingly cold, dark eyes. With reddened eyelids and a voice tinged with tremors, he murmured, "I don't want just that. Under the dim light, his golden eyes glistened with tears, reminiscent of fallen stars from the heavens. Hearing Wen Zhiyu's plaintive words, Snape sighed, grasping the cuff of his sleeve to wipe away the wetness from his cheeks, soothingly asking, "Then what do you want? What did you want?" Upon hearing the question, Wen Zhiyu, his mind clouded by alcohol, suddenly found himself at a loss. His sobs ceased as he lowered his gaze in contemplation. Snape observed the man's sudden pensive demeanor with a hint of amusement, silently resolving to keep him away from alcohol in the future. After what felt like an eternity, just as Snape contemplated urging Wen Zhiyu once more to procure a potion, the latter finally found his answer. The response, however, was difficult to articulate, causing Wen Zhiyu to curl his fingers and bite his lip. "Have you thought of something?" Snape paused, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "What do you desire?" I. Wen Zhiyu stammered, struggling with his words. Snape's patience waned as he prepared to take the man away, intending to discuss matters further once he had sobered. He doubted if Wen Zhiyu could think clearly at this moment. However, before he could act, he heard the other declare, "I want to kiss you." Gazing down in the dim light of the cellar, he saw the man's ears flush once more from the admission. "I've made up my mind." Wen Zhiyu stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Snape's lips. "I want to kiss you. Is that all right?" Leaning closer, his flushed face brushed against Snape's nose. "Severus, I want to kiss you, may I?" Such straightforward words, never uttered before, momentarily stunned Snape, their eyes locking instantaneously. The proximity allowed Snape to perceive the overwhelming affection welling up within Wen Zhiyu's gaze. The heat radiating from his nose ignited a long-buried desire within Snape. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to disregard all restraint and claim the man wholly. Yet he could not. He closed his eyes, valiantly suppressing the burgeoning temptation. Pushing Wen Zhiyu gently away. "We shall speak of this once you are sober." With that, he attempted to guide the man towards the potions room. However, as soon as he extended his hand, Wen Zhiyu seized his wrist with surprising strength, pulling him forcefully against his chest. "I am very sober," Wen Zhiyu insisted. "I want to kiss you now." As he leaned closer, Snape turned his head slightly, avoiding the contact, recalling that intoxicated individuals often deny their inebriation. Attempting to break free, he found Wen Zhiyu's grip surprisingly strong, causing him to click his tongue in frustration. "Let go of me," he commanded. "Not a chance." Wen Zhiyu, undeterred by Snape's repeated attempts to push him away, began to cry once more, his demeanor pitifully resembling that of a child on the verge of tears. "I want to let go," he insisted, pressing closer into Snape's embrace. "Temperance," Snape cautioned, halting just as their lips were about to meet. Seemingly taken aback by the man calling his name, the courage bolstered by alcohol faltered momentarily, and when Zhiyu's complexion paled, an unanticipated pang of sorrow washing over him, constricting his heart. Once again pushed back slightly, the warmth of his emotions began to cool. In the dimly lit room, Snape could not miss the subtle shift in Wen Zhiyu's expression as they stood facing one another, gazing at the suddenly frozen figure before him. Severus Snape let out another sigh and reached out to grasp the other's arm. "Stay still," he murmured in a deep tone, the silky resonance akin to a cello, rendering Wen Zhiyu utterly captivated. Yet, even so, his heart felt as though it had turned to ice. He locked his gaze onto those eyes, which glimmered with a hint of reluctance, mingled with a sense of despair. Ultimately, all emotions converged into a pallid ferocity. Behind him, where the master of potions could not see, pale hands began to exude wisps of crimson mist, while maintaining a facade of grievance. When Zhiyu's hands gradually moved towards Snape's neck, a dark undercurrent surged in his gaze, spirit energy coalescing. Yet in the next moment, he widened his eyes in shock as the tangible red mist shattered, his energy dissipating. In the silence of the cellar, the master of potions seized the nape of the other's neck, leaning in to kiss Wen Zhiyu. The intoxicating haze of alcohol provided a surreal escape from reality, and by the time Wen Zhiyu regained his senses, he found himself pressed against the sofa by Snape's forceful push. The soft, lingering sensation of their lips transmitted directly to his mind, causing Wen Zhiyu to instinctively yearn to retreat. "Do not move." Just as he managed to prop himself up slightly, the master of potions pressed him down again, his breath coming heavily, warm exhalations cascading over Wen Zhiyu's skin. Chapter 224, Volcano. The light seemed to dim further, and in an instant, the brightness before him was obscured. Moonlight filtered through the lake's mist, casting a hazy glow. The celestial darkness appeared to indulge in silence, magnifying the moon and stars infinitely. Their noses brushed against one another. Outside, the wind grew more frantic, and the leaves began to sway, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. The winter chill swept in, engulfing Hogwarts in the night's embrace under low-hanging clouds. Gently placing Wen Zhiyu upon the sofa, Snape positioned one leg beside him, leaning down to draw the nape of his neck closer. Initially, he merely pressed soft kisses upon him. Yet the intoxicating scent of roses emanating from the other was utterly irresistible. His breath became increasingly heated, his gaze intricately tracing the contours of Wen Zhiyu's face. At that moment, emotions and anger that had long been suppressed surged within him. Observing the tightly shut eyes of the other, Snape suddenly bit down hard on his lower lip. The pain jolted Wen Zhiyu back to reality, and he instinctively opened his eyes, attempting to pull away. But Snape would not allow it. Reaching out, Snape embraced Wen Zhiyu's waist, drawing him close, and swallowed the blood he had drawn. Outside, the sounds of the wind, lake, and the rustling of curtains mingled, while the night's tempest intensified. Longing that had simmered for an extended period became intertwined with the blossoms. As the cool winter snow slipped between petals, greedily absorbing the essence of roses. Lowering his gaze to observe Wen Zhiyu, who had closed his eyes again to return the kiss, Snape found himself oscillating between retreating and reclaiming, simultaneously granting the other breath while fiercely seizing his essence. Disappearing without a trace for over 3 months, he had sought the other while deliberately avoiding him. Letters went unanswered, faces unseen. It was infuriating. And after finally encountering him at the gala, to his dismay, Wen Zhiyu had not spared him a single glance throughout the entire event. Instead, he engaged with those whose minds seemed filled with countless thoughts, drinking and reveling with abandon. To make matters worse, he had allowed that unsavory character to escort him back to his dormitory. The more Snape reflected on it, the angrier he became, tightening his grip around Wen Zhiyu's arm, withdrawing the hand that had rested on the nape of his neck to firmly grasp his chin. A tempestuous kiss ensued. He dared not contemplate what might have transpired in that classroom had he not followed or had been a moment late. Just seeing Wen Zhiyu toasting with others was enough to ignite his ire, let alone the thought of witnessing him kiss someone else. A tumult of emotions brewed within his gaze. Outside, the cold wind swept through the flower beds, roughly coaxing the swaying leaves to dance with the breeze. Originally, he had never envisioned a future with anyone, nor had he anticipated surviving after victory. Thus, when he discerned Wen Zhiyu's affections and witnessed his return, he found himself evading him daily, afraid to make promises, hesitant to respond. Even his confessions of love were whispered only during the depths of night while the others slept. He feared being a burden, feared that his demise would leave Wen Zhiyu unable to forget him, worried that the other's future might be compromised because of him. This person deserved the best, he reminded himself. Yet, paradoxically, the more he reiterated this to himself, the more he emphasized his restraint, the more his love surged uncontrollably. An almost pathological possessiveness startled even the master of potions himself. It was from that day forward that he could no longer be satisfied with mere companionship. He began to demand touches, to seek embraces, and on several occasions, he could not restrain himself from stealing kisses in the stillness of the night. His initial resolve had crumbled, and he grew increasingly greedy. He could not fathom the thought of Wen Zhiyu smiling and conversing with another, embracing and kissing someone else, even engaging in intimate acts. The mere flicker of that thought sent veins throbbing in his temples. The prolonged gusts of wind infused the night's twilight with a subtle scent of wine, a remnant of the Christmas gala. Within the clinking of glasses at the gathering, the music danced harmoniously with the rhythm of the steps. Outside, the fierce wind bore an aggressive force, wild and untamed. In the cellar, amidst their kisses, Wen Zhiyu's hand that had been resting on Snape's waist was drawn upwards, fingers entwining around his neck, his lips, tingling from the kisses, unwilling to part. Gazing down at the man clinging to him, Snape felt an involuntary swallow in his throat. Snowflakes exploded and melted upon the interwoven branches, his reason teetering on the edge. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, and outside, the forbidden forest swayed, the leaves brushing against the ground as if heralding the arrival of small creatures. Snape lowered his head to nibble playfully on the lobe of Wen Zhiyu's ear. "Professor?" The interrupted kiss prompted Wen Zhiyu to gently open his eyes, confusion flickering in his golden irises as his lashes fluttered. The way he addressed Snape irked him slightly, leading to a retaliatory bite that reddened the ear. "Call me by my name," he commanded, his tone laden with authority. Seemingly aware of the command's weight, Snape fell silent for a moment before softening his tone once more. "Wen Luo," he murmured, "call me by my name." In the haze of inebriation, compounded by the prolonged kisses that had disrupted their breathing, Wen Zhiyu obediently acquiesced. Severus, Severus as he spoke, he tilted his head, eager to resume their previous actions, his lips continuously calling out Snape's name. "Severus, Severus, mmm." The suggestive whispers were silenced as their lips met again, a more fervent kiss enveloping them. In the gentle breeze, the name of the master of potions reverberated throughout the cellar, each syllable enticing him deeper into his desires. Outside, the night air was thick with the mingling sounds of the gala and the wind, his already fragile reason finally shattering. It felt as though a storm was on the verge of breaking. As the gentle, caressing breeze transformed into a fierce gust, it swept through the vines, forcefully brushing past the thorns and pressing against the tender branches. The cold wind, reminiscent of the warmth of a fireplace, mingled with the veins of the leaves, causing the vibrant red roses to shiver, instinctively yearning to retreat. In the cellar, "Don't run away," he murmured, grasping the one who sought to evade him. Severus Snape could hardly contain himself as he buried his head in the curve of the other's neck. The dormant desires within him had long since awakened, and the rising passion propelled the heat of his body, churning like volcanic lava. He closed his eyes in distress, attempting to steady his breath. Yet, it proved futile. The oblivious rabbit continued to stoke the flames in his embrace. Wen Zhiyu, a simple name he uttered, twisting it through various ambiguous tones that tugged at the heartstrings. Unable to resist, Snape's reason shattered completely, and all restraint was cast into the flames. He began to unravel the bindings that held the other captive. As he held the person upright, the expensive, intricate black suit was disdainfully discarded onto the floor, revealing the wine-red shirt intertwined with pale skin. With a swift motion, he tore away the bothersome tie, shedding his own jacket, and pressed kisses as he once again pinned the other onto the sofa. This time, he deftly unfastened the buttons of the shirt. Chapter 225, Protecting Our Legs. In the cellar. What a bright sun today, with clouds rolling in. Have you eaten? What as for dinner? Did you cook today? The wind grew stronger, and the winter chill swept past the fireplace, carrying its warmth towards the roses. He lowered his head, gently resting his nose against the branches of the roses, his deep, gravelly voice struggling to resonate within the cellar. "Wen Zhiyu," he called out, "the weather is splendid. The wind is strong." "Wen Zhiyu." As the leaves brushed against his back, Snape's throat tightened, and his eyes filled with an insatiable desire. His hands continued their movements. And finally, the once still well could no longer endure the arid desert's scorching heat. He embraced the roses, his voice trembling as he voiced his yearning. "Wen Zhiyu, I want you," he confessed, his heart aching as he caressed the delicate veins, his lips continuously brushing against them. It seemed an invitation. The thorns of the roses retracted their sharpness, and the supple vines wrapped around the potion's master's back. Even without words, the instinctive gestures brought a sense of tranquility. Outside the window, the crimson roses surrendered themselves to the gentle breeze, and the low-hanging clouds finally trembled and released their burden. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, and the roses swayed in the wind. This person seemed particularly fond of the color red. His nimble fingers brushed aside the wine-red shirt, revealing the mottled red marks upon the petals. Under the soft glow of the light, his golden-hued eyes had closed, and the bitter scent of potions mingled with the fragrance of flowers, filling the room. He lowered his head, softly kissing the other's pale collarbone, his tongue trailing down with a moist caress, descending to the abdomen. Wen Zhiyu's physique was remarkable, aside from the tightly cinched waist. The undulating muscles evoked an uncontrollable desire. His hand gripped the waist, desire compelling him to explore further down the spine. Just as he was about to delve into the lower back, the potion's master halted his movements. In disbelief, he raised his gaze to the steadily breathing figure before him, lifting a hand to gently pat the other's face. "Wen Zhiyu?" Receiving no response, Snape, undeterred, tapped again, calling out, "Wen Zhiyu, don't sleep, wake up. Please, don't sleep." Glancing at the man through the air, Snape shifted position in despair, pulling him tightly into his embrace. He breathed heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the unrelenting desire painting the corners of his eyes crimson. Burying his head in the curve of the other's neck, the black fabric clung to the pale skin, their body heat rising. After a moment of deep breaths, Snape slightly shifted the leg that was trapped at the other's waist, attempting to escape this perilous position. However, as he propped himself up, he was irresistibly drawn back down. He pressed a gentle kiss upon the cheek of the sleeping figure, the potion's master loathing his own lack of self-control. At last, the storm outside erupted, the sound of raindrops drenching the ground. He rearranged the disheveled shirt, lifting the other into his arms and making his way to the bedroom. As he walked, he couldn't resist raising the other slightly, fervent kisses landing on the forehead, guiding them into the bedroom. Upon laying the other down on the bed, Snape supported himself with one hand on the edge while he used the other to smooth the tousled hair aside. He pulled the covers snugly around the other, then retrieved a set of pajamas from the nearby wardrobe, quickly disappearing into the bathroom. The sound of flowing water echoed for a while as cool water cascaded from above, washing away the heat from his body. Droplets slid down his firm chest, tracing the contours of his skin in a winding path. Time passed slowly under the torment of desire. At last regaining a semblance of sanity, the potion's master raised his hand and slapped himself. Then, he braced himself on the sink, raising his eyes to the reflection of the disheveled figure staring back at him. Thank goodness, he thought, closing his eyes, striving to cast aside the earlier images from his memory. The chill of the bathroom gradually soothed the physical desire, and the scattered fragments of reason returned to his mind. The usually composed double agent was now taking deep breaths. It wasn't that he didn't wish to engage with Wen Zhiyu. It was simply too soon. Everything was too premature. He could not so irresponsibly claim the other, especially while under the influence of alcohol. How could you be so despicable, Severus? Perhaps still unable to confront his earlier self, Snape buried his face in his hands, rubbing his temples vigorously. He knew he had little resolve when it came to that person, and he was acutely aware of Wen Zhiyu's allure. Thus, he had initially rejected the other's attempts at intimacy, fearing that once he began, he would be unable to stop. And indeed, he had nearly succumbed. Had it not been for Wen Zhiyu's drunken slumber, he was certain his desire-fueled self would have pressed on. Contemplating this, he raised his hand and slapped himself again. The sting brought clarity to his mind, a flush of red blossoming on his previously pale cheek. Lingering in the bathroom for an extended period, the potions master, nearly wrinkled from the water, finally resolved to emerge. His hair was already dried, and he donned his pajamas neatly. Even the collar that would typically be loosened during sleep was firmly buttoned, and after drinking 2 cups of cold water in his office, he returned to the bedroom. Fortunately, the usually restless Wen Zhiyu had not kicked off the covers after drinking, lying still and composed. With his wand in hand, Snape faced the choice between retrieving another blanket or sharing the bed with Wen Zhiyu, ultimately opting for the latter. He had witnessed it before. The few times Wen Zhiyu had pushed him away had left a somewhat rigid expression on his face, and recalling the earlier sudden retreat, an ominous premonition stirred within Snape. Thus, even foreseeing the possibility of losing control, he leaned in and pressed his lips against the other. Now, he was even less inclined to let the efforts of the morning go to waste. Placing his wand aside, the potions master lifted the edge of the blanket and slowly shifted towards Wen Zhiyu. Settling into position, he gently pulled the slumbering figure closer, cradling him in his arms, and pressed a tender kiss to his forehead. "Do not wander off," he murmured, his left hand, adorned with a red string, lightly tracing a red mark across the pale visage. This angle reminded Severus of a dream he had over a month ago, where a beam of white light pierced the back of the dreamer's head and a deep voice reverberated through the room. Although merely a dream, its uncanny realism sent a shiver through the potions master's heart. Pressing his lips together, he tightened his embrace around the person nestled in his arms. He was no fool. He would not let this person slip away. Internally chastising himself, he blinked and nuzzled his chin against Wen Zhiyu's silky black hair. "If you dare to wander again," he declared, "I shall break your legs." Chapter 226, Insomnia. In the night, torrential rain poured down, cascading like countless silver needles scattered across the earth, instantly transforming the soft ground into a landscape of scars. After cradling his companion and cultivating a haze of sleepiness, the potions master found himself increasingly awake and opened his eyes. He was not particularly surprised. Having learned in advance from Dumbledore that Wen Zhiyu would be attending the Christmas feast at Hogwarts, he had postponed all matters for the past few days. Subsequently, he had diligently indulged in several days of much-needed rest in the dungeons. Just this morning, he had forced himself to sleep until the afternoon, refreshed and invigorated. He was now in a state capable of brewing dozens of potions, uncertain of what had stirred within his dreams. The man in his arms suddenly kicked his legs and burrowed further into the warm embrace with a hint of discontent. With a sigh, Severus raised his hand from the small of his back to gently stroke his head in a soothing manner. Soon, the rhythmic breaths of the figure in his arms steadied once more. Returning his hand to its previous position, the potions master let his fingers glide down the spine, finally resting at the waist. Feeling the delicate touch beneath his fingertips, Severus furrowed his brow and looked down at the man peacefully asleep. How has he lost so much weight? The first impression from the earlier party resurfaced in his mind, and he had unconsciously forgotten the events that followed. However, upon calming down and feeling the man's form, he realized that not only had he lost weight, but there was also a noticeable reduction in the flesh around his waist and abdomen. Previously, when he held this person close, he would often marvel at the well-defined muscles. Yet now, as he traced his fingers down the spine, the once firm musculature had clearly diminished. Had those people been withholding food from him during these days apart? What purpose did that Southview serve? Did they possess no sense of propriety? With a heart laden with concern, the potions master momentarily lost his sense of distinction between friend and foe, forgetting that the man in his embrace was not one to obediently comply. Instead, he began to cast blame upon others. Yuqian. In the midst of a late-night session, immersed in paperwork, Southview suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Before he could suppress it, a sneeze erupted, sending scattered papers swirling across the desk. Rubbing his nose, he quickly summoned his wand to gather the disarrayed sheets back together, meticulously organizing them once more. Have you caught a chill? Before he could ponder the implications, a nearby but equally engrossed steward also sneezed. However, being of a more advanced age, he had anticipated the sneeze and steadied the documents on the table. After sneezing, he turned to meet South Yu's gaze. Subsequently, both men directed their attention toward the several open windows in the hall. Not long after, a devotee who had forgotten to close the windows was dutifully escorted to the afterlife by the steward, who offered a solemn farewell. In departing, he willingly left his soul to the divine obscura, imploring that he be treated with utmost severity and without mercy. The steward, with his characteristic compassion, solemnly agreed to this request. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the golden sun emerged from the horizon, only to be swiftly kicked back down. Cough. The night was as dark as ink, devoid of moonlight, and the stars seemed to have skipped class, leaving the world shrouded in an all-encompassing black veil. The torrential rain retreated alongside the dispersing clouds, while the wind-battered roses stood tall, feeling as if they could withstand another 3 hours of the tempest. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, the potions master, having mentally chastised everyone he could recall from Yuqian's visage and name, finally felt his ire begin to wane. Unable to sleep yet unwilling to rise, Severus gazed down at Wen Zhiyu. Seemingly sensing the scrutiny, the previously silent man suddenly wrapped his arms around Severus's waist, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Wen Zhiyu was enveloped in the fragrance of roses, a scent that remained intact despite the copious amounts of alcohol consumed at the feast. Regardless of whether he was gazing at or holding the man, the floral aroma firmly overshadowed the smell of liquor. Severus had also used the shower gel brought by Wen Zhiyu earlier, yet when he raised his hand to sniff, he found himself still carrying a hint of medicinal odor. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the shower gel? Reflecting on the roses that nearly covered every wall of the Yuqian estate, Severus pondered deeply. After a moment, he attempted to shift his waist, discovering that the embrace was not particularly tight, and made an effort to extricate himself. Subsequently, he slipped off the bed. Walking barefoot around the bedroom, Severus quietly grasped the doorknob and slowly pressed down, wary of truly waking the man. He left the door ajar and made his way toward the sofa. The black leather sofa was remarkably resilient, despite having been recently squished by 2 bodies. It had returned to its original form. Unfortunately, some things could not be restored, for it was not an entity with hands. The potions master, possessing hands of his own, silently bent down as he approached the sofa, gathering the scattered garments and ties strewn across the floor. After folding them slightly, he retrieved a small black box from his suit jacket. He then hung the clothes on a nearby coat rack. Using a handkerchief to wipe away any remnants left on the sofa, Severus returned to the bedroom with the box in hand. Closing the door behind him, he resumed his seat on the bed and opened the box to reveal its contents. Adjusting Wen Zhiyu's position slightly, the potions master leaned down to remove the earrings he had been wearing, placing them into the box. He then replaced them with the items he held. Vivid red and petite, they sparkled subtly with a gentle sway. Completing the same process on the other side, Severus gazed upon his handiwork with satisfaction. This was a pair of earrings, with golden threads threading through carved agate beads, connecting to crescent-shaped white shell pieces. Below those dangled small aquamarines and elongated red crystals. The golden threads pierced through the earlobes, firmly securing the translucent crystals that shone brightly against the backdrop of dark hair. Noticing the slightly reddened earlobes from his earlier playful bite, Severus felt an irresistible urge to lean down and place a gentle kiss upon them. He then instinctively brushed his lips against the side of Wen Zhiyu's face. Subsequently, he reached out and delicately balanced the earring in his hand, his fingertips gently caressing the earlobe that had been kissed. He then picked up his wand and cast a self-invented protective charm on both sides. Although Severus Snape had always held a profound disdain for the colors that represented the Gryffindor's foolish lion, he could not deny that red suited a man well. At the very first sight of the earring, he felt an overwhelming urge to adorn someone with it. Unlike studs, earrings, with their elongated and flexible nature, could easily scratch the earlobe during movement. Thus, after purchasing the earring, he meticulously researched protective spells specifically tailored for it, and personally ensured its application. It was undeniably beautiful. Snape mused. Both the earring and the person were strikingly lovely. Chapter 227. How are you? The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the golden sun clawed its way back up from the horizon, weary yet persistent. The weather at this moment was exquisite. The blizzard outside had ceased, and delicate snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. The after-effects of intoxication still lingered, causing his brain to throb intermittently with pain. His head felt heavy and aching. And just as he began to regain a semblance of clarity, he opened his eyes to behold a face he had long yearned to see. His still somewhat muddled mind slowly formed a question mark as Wen Zhiyu stiffened, daunted by the sight. He dared not speak or move, hastily scanning his surroundings. Upon recognizing familiar furniture and decor, he let out a slight breath of relief. Thank goodness he was not in the abyss. Instinctively tense, Wen Zhiyu pressed his lips together, perplexedly licking his chapped, split lip, lowering his gaze to ponder what transpired the previous night. His spiritual energy surged from within, gently excavating the memories of the night before. Moments later, a certain someone became painfully aware. Ahem, not in a physical or psychological sense, but having recalled all that occurred last night. Wen Zhiyu felt as if he had turned into a bright red shrimp, his level of embarrassment reaching a point that could be served on a platter. He felt as though he was ablaze, completely out of control. The mere thought of what he had said and done with the professor the night before made his heart race as if it were trying to escape his chest. The throbbing in his head could not even register the discomfort before his master enveloped him in an embrace. Once nestled within, he felt an overwhelming desire to hide himself. How frivolous. How could he have acted that way? The professor would surely not perceive him as a person of loose morals, would he? Wen Zhiyu pondered, recalling that it seemed the professor had initiated the kiss himself at the end of the night, and his mind went blank once more. What did that mean? What was his intention? Did he confess last night, and then it appeared he was rejected? Did he desperately attempt to kiss the professor, only to be pushed away in the end? Just as he was about to commit an unforgivable act in his memory, the professor suddenly pulled him in for a kiss? What did that mean? Was it an affirmation or a denial? Did he utter anything about wanting to be together? The professor had said he understood, but did that merely mean he comprehended, or did he indeed agree to the notion of being together? Or was it simply that the professor found it difficult to refuse, and thus changed the subject? Then why had he consented to kiss him? As he unraveled these thoughts, he began to suspect that he had somehow ruined his brain with the excessive drinking from the banquet. For how else could he fail to make sense of such matters? As confusion engulfed him, he began to cocoon himself within the covers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the potion master, lost in dreams of herbology, suddenly felt as if the dried mandrake root in his hand had come to life. Though he did not scream, the root, which bore a striking resemblance to a human face, began to sway back and forth. Not only that, but after shaking, the mandrake root began to struggle even more violently, making it impossible for the potion master to grasp it with both hands. Unable to endure any longer, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the mandrake. Silence ensued. The mandrake ceased its movements. Everything seemed to return to normal. In the bed, Wen Zhiyu, who had just been slapped awake, was momentarily dazed, his actions halted, his mind buzzing. Had he just been struck? Indeed, he must have been. By the professor, no less. With eyes wide open, he stared incredulously at the potion master, still peacefully slumbering, enveloped in an unsettling silence. What did this mean? What on earth did it signify? Wen Zhiyu felt that he could never drink like that again. After several bottles of liquor, it seemed as though his mind had been stolen. Coming to his senses, he forlornly turned over, curling into a ball, resembling a small cabbage abandoned on a winter's day, burying his head beneath the covers. Outside, the snowflakes continued to fall, and the air seemed to resonate with melodious song. Ah, little cabbage, lying in the yellow earth. Another hour or so passed, and the potion master, having successfully brewed the potion in his dreams, awoke. He blinked open his eyes, his blurry vision gradually sharpening. After a moment, he noticed a large, lumpy mass of covers before him, obviously lacking a head. Furrowing his brow, he hesitantly called out. In the next instant, he saw the haphazard pile of blankets stir, and slowly, a head emerged from within. "Good morning, Professor," Wen Zhiyu uttered weakly. Hearing the voice, Snape paused for a moment, his groggy mind forced into alertness. After a brief silence, he curled his fingers and replied, "Good morning." This time, it was Wen Zhiyu's turn to be taken aback. The two lay in bed, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. "What's the matter?" Snape instinctively reached to smooth his hair. Hearing his deep, melodious English, Wen Zhiyu's blank mind gradually began to register, and he hesitantly licked his sharp teeth, stammering, I'm fine." With great effort, he suppressed the almost automatic response. "I'm fine, thank you, and you?" Uncertain of the peculiar morning theatrics unfolding in bed, Snape slowly sat up, retrieving his wand to pour himself a glass of water. "How are you feeling?" Snape inquired. "Do you need a hangover potion?" His head pounded. Excruciatingly so. Wen Zhiyu clutched his head, curling up, truly feeling as though his brain had been pilfered the night before. Noticing the sudden anguish from Wen Zhiyu, Snape set his glass back on the bedside table and reached out to assess the other's condition. "Is it a headache?" Snape asked, casting a diagnostic spell with his wand. The feedback confirmed his suspicions. Setting down his wand, Snape lifted the covers and stepped out of bed, heading toward the potions room. "I'll get you the medicine. I'll be right back." With that, Snape left, leaving Wen Zhiyu alone in the bedroom, still cradling his throbbing head. For a moment, the entire cellar bedroom was as quiet as the chaotic grounds near the Temple of the Divine. Why? Why did it feel as though the entire world had changed upon waking? How long had he been asleep? No, it should be said. Just how much did he actually drink? Wen Zhiyu bit his finger joint, attempting to awaken himself through the pain. He began to ponder a serious topic. Who, after all, had stolen his wits last night? Chapter 228. It's all English communication. Drink it. Before long, Severus Snape returned to the bedroom with the sobriety potion, solemnly handing the vial to the bedside. Do you want me to feed you? He inquired. Or is Mr. Winlow too intoxicated to care for himself? A torrent of English words assailed Wen Zhiyu mercilessly. Shaking his head, he reached out to accept the light green potion from Snape, closing his eyes and downing it in one gulp. As expected, this readily available potion differed vastly from the specially concocted brew. Most notably, its taste was utterly indescribable, with the flavor reminiscent of having 8 large rats die in his mouth. Wen Zhiyu's expression mirrored his distaste. Silently, he handed over the prepared hot water, while Snape, arms crossed, regarded him in contemplative silence. Having just risen in the morning, Wen Zhiyu had not dared to change into sleepwear the night before, so the clothing he wore had become quite wrinkled after a night of deep slumber. His burgundy shirt was disheveled, and the button at the collar had mysteriously come undone, exposing his alluring collarbone. Unbeknownst to him, Snape's gaze lingered on the partially opened shirt, revealing an unhidden chest. In an instant, a deep crimson flushed Snape's ears. Scattered marks of passionate kisses and teeth imprints marred his skin, and the enticing collarbone, coupled with his fair complexion, seemed to convey a message of desire. Swallowing hard, Snape averted his gaze, forcing himself to redirect the conversation. You last night, he tightened his fingers. Do you remember last night? Upon uttering those words, as if realizing the ambiguity within his statement, he added nonchalantly, I mean before that, struggling to dissipate the lingering taste from his mouth with the hot water. Wen Zhiyu felt somewhat dazed by Snape's repeated English phrases. Before what? Unable to comprehend, he ceased to ponder and directly inquired. What the professor wants to ask is whether I said I like you, or whether you said you know. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu set the cup back on the bedside table and raised his eyes to meet Snape's. The golden irises, now more enchanting in the clarity of sobriety, made Snape feel as though he was being drawn in, his entire being fixated on Wen Zhiyu. Regaining his composure, Snape diverted his gaze, covering his mouth with one hand to cough lightly. It's just, never mind. You should get dressed first, he instructed. I'll discuss it later. At his words, Wen Zhiyu instinctively lowered his head to check his appearance, quickly pulling his collar together. Blushing, he replied, all right. After exchanging this brief dialogue, Snape stepped aside to allow him passage. In his peripheral vision, the sight of the red shirt brushing against the dark robe stirred an inexplicable air of intimacy. With a deepening frown, the images that flashed in his mind prompted Snape to mentally chastise himself. Swiftly shutting the bedroom door, he began to gulp down cold water from a glass. Moments later, in the bathroom, after shedding his clothing, Wen Zhiyu caught sight of himself in the mirror, his cheeks once again aflame. His memories lingered on the moment the professor had pushed him onto the sofa and kissed him. In the haze of recollection, he recalled passionately returning the kiss, his hands entwined around Snape's neck, eyes shut, enveloped in darkness. After that, his memories began to fragment. Faintly, he sensed the professor calling his name, uttering something unclear. The muddled thoughts only remembered the urge to keep him close, instinctively reaching out to pull the suddenly towering Snape back down for another kiss. Their lips met, the faint scent of potion filling his nostrils, and the longing from prolonged separation compelled him closer. Subsequently, it felt as though he had been thrust back into the molten core behind the divine church, waves of heat engulfing him entirely. Then, he lost consciousness. Did he faint? He was uncertain. Well, today his mind certainly felt sluggish, and Wen Zhiyu lazily began to abandon further contemplation. Upon finishing his shower and donning fresh attire, he emerged to find Snape retrieving 2 formal coats from the rack outside. Hearing the bathroom door open, he turned to face the newly dressed Wen Zhiyu. You still have a headache? Once again, in English. Wen Zhiyu licked his lips and responded helplessly in kind. Much better, he said, seizing the opportunity to express his appreciation. The professor's potion is very effective. It seemed he genuinely felt better. Snape, indirectly overlooking the latter part of his sentence, continued folding clothes. After a pause, he heard Wen Zhiyu call out, Professor. However, faced with Wen Zhiyu's appeal, Snape did not grant him a sympathetic glance, continuing with his task. Then, he heard Wen Zhiyu ask, Have you seen the earrings I used to wear? At this, Snape's hands froze, and he looked up at Wen Zhiyu, who was fiddling with his earrings. What's the matter? Do you not like this one, and want the old one? It was as if he had pierced through Wen Zhiyu's thoughts. The latter quickly appended an explanation to his actions. I didn't mean that, he added. I love the earrings you gave me. They're very lovely. I like them. Having said this, he proudly displayed the earrings adorning his ears for Snape to see. Snape's expression softened somewhat, diverting his gaze and feigning indifference as he continued. So what did you mean by what you asked? If you don't dislike them, why seek the older ones? Well, Wen Zhiyu seemed hesitant, a touch embarrassed. After a moment, as Snape's gaze returned to him, he finally sighed and began to explain. To be candid, that earring is a translator of my own creation. I have been immersed in the English language all morning, and my mind feels as if it is on the verge of bursting. I believe I must transfer the translation array to this new earring. What is chapter 229? What is he saying? A translator? His earring is a translator? Snape halted his movements completely, then silently retreated into the bedroom, his expression on the brink of shattering. Upon re-emerging, he held a black box in his hand. Wen Zhiyu eagerly accepted it, rushing to the side to tinker with it. I can't take it off, Professor, he exclaimed. After fiddling with his ear for a while, Wen Zhiyu discovered that the earring seemed firmly affixed, no matter how hard he tried to remove it. Afraid of damaging it, he refrained from using magical force and instead wore a look of helplessness, seeking assistance. Hearing this, Snape approached, wand in hand, and drew closer to the sofa. I put a spell on it, Snape stated, extending his hand toward Wen Zhiyu's reddened earlobe. The potion master's hand felt cool against Wen Zhiyu's skin. As Snape's hand enveloped his ear, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. After carefully removing both earrings, Snape handed them to him. How long will it take? Just a minute, Wen Zhiyu replied. His cheeks flushed as he swiftly retrieved a carving knife from his ring and bent his head to work. Snape, unusually, stood by with his arms crossed, observing him without interruption. The pressure of being watched made Wen Zhiyu's face grow increasingly warm, until Snape could no longer resist reaching out to touch his forehead. Does the replacement array require you to burn yourself to death? He inquired. Not. Wen Zhiyu bit his lip, channeling his magical energy to dispel the heat. It'll be right. With that, he accelerated his movements once more. In a moment, a flawless translation array was successfully replaced. Seeing him sway the two earrings back and forth, Snape took them from his hands and leaned in closer to reattach them. How is it? Snape asked, wand in hand. Can you understand what I'm saying now? The familiar Chinese words flowed into Wen Zhiyu's ears through the translation array, and his eyes brightened as he nodded, affirming that it worked. Observing the sparkling eyes that blinked at him repeatedly, Snape pressed his lips together and raised his hand to cast another spell on the earrings. When you're done, come to dinner. Earlier, while Wen Zhiyu was freshening up, the potion master had summoned Hogwarts house elf to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, as Wen Zhiyu was tinkering with the earrings, breakfast had been meticulously arranged on the dining table. The two sat across from one another. During the meal, Snape endured a moment of hesitation before finally poking at the egg on his plate, asking, "Do you not want your eyes?" Caught in the act of sneaking a glance, Wen Zhiyu choked and turned his head away, coughing violently. Snape remained silent. After a moment, he set down his knife and fork, stating, "If you have something to ask, do so. Don't try to suffocate yourself." No one responded, and once Wen Zhiyu finished coughing, he hastily gulped down a glass of cold water. After the drink quelled the tumult in his chest, he regained his composure and attempted to speak. We observing him stutter over significant matters, Snape narrowed his eyes, patiently waiting. The potion master's indifference evoked a flicker of grievance in Wen Zhiyu, who lowered his dimmed gaze and asked, "So, what is our relationship now?" Upon uttering the question, he cautiously raised his eyes to gauge Snape's expression. Snape regarded him with keen interest, seemingly discerning the deeper meaning behind his words. With a slight smirk, he inquired, "What do you believe our relationship should be?" What relationship? Was he tossing the question back to him? With his mind slightly clearer after consuming the sober potion, Wen Zhiyu tightened his grip under the table at Snape's teasing tone. He tentatively ventured, "Well, as a couple?" The mere suggestion left Wen Zhiyu blushing fiercely. "I thought," Snape paused before continuing, "Mr. Wen Zhiyu isn't so intoxicated as to have forgotten everything from last night. Would you like me to help you recall?" For some reason, seeing Wen Zhiyu's cheeks flush made Snape feel less embarrassed himself. On the contrary, he found himself developing a slight sense of mischief. The Slytherin's wicked amusement proved quite effective, especially upon Wen Zhiyu, whose mind was still muddled. Not receiving the answer he hoped for, Wen Zhiyu lowered his head. "No, I remember." He recalled that Snape had been ambiguous during his confession, not providing a direct answer then, just as he wasn't now. It seemed he had begun to understand something. Watching Wen Zhiyu suddenly look down, melancholy enveloping him, Snape hesitated, sensing he might be contemplating something dreadful. After waiting impatiently for Wen Zhiyu to speak, the potion master could no longer contain himself. He tapped his cup, redirecting the other's gaze back to him. Soon, a pair of golden eyes, slightly misty and filled with a sense of grievance, met his. Snape's eyelashes fluttered. and he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Under such scrutiny, he found it difficult to maintain his playful demeanor. In silence, as he noticed the tears welling in Wen Zhiyu's eyes, he finally spoke. If you wish, then yes. The sudden shift caught Wen Zhiyu off guard. He could scarcely believe it, asking again what? Perhaps his fervent gaze was too intense, for Snape, who had previously held the upper hand, suddenly began to evade. The blush gradually receded from Wen Zhiyu's face, only to ascend upon Snape's cheeks. I said yes. Upon hearing this, the shadows in Wen Zhiyu's eyes dissipated in an instant, and he excitedly pressed for clarification. What? What is it? The relentless questioning put Snape through a trial of endurance. He gripped the silver cutlery tightly, steeling himself as he decisively offered the final answer to this question. We are a couple. Those 3 words caused an extraordinary brilliance to blossom upon Wen Zhiyu's face. He abandoned his meal entirely, swiftly rising to navigate around the dining table, half crouching to lean against Severus's leg, gazing up at him. What is it? Severus, please repeat that. The series of expressions that flitted across his face left Severus astounded. As he prepared to inquire again, Severus suddenly narrowed his eyes dangerously. He enunciated each word deliberately. You would do well to return to your meal before I change my mind. Yay. Chapter 230. Farewell Kiss? After 14 years, Mr. Wen Zhiyu, finally having ascended to his rightful position, exuberantly devoured 3 plates of breakfast. After draining his 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th glasses of water, he contentedly began to clear the table. Meanwhile, Severus, who had only consumed half a plate, exhibited a countenance that was a tapestry of emotions. He once again questioned whether the House of the Springs had neglected to feed Wen Zhiyu recently. How could he possibly consume so much? You hesitating. Severus watched as Wen Zhiyu tidied the table, then proceeded to drink 2 more glasses of water. Never mind, being able to eat is a blessing. Severus closed his eyes momentarily and retreated to the bedroom. After changing out of his nightclothes into his regular attire, he retrieved a book from his desk and addressed Wen Zhiyu. I have a matter to attend to. After speaking, he paused in his departure, glancing back at Wen Zhiyu, who had also halted to look at him, and hesitated to ask. You? I have no plans today, Wen Zhiyu hastily replied. I will remain at Hogwarts. Nodding, Severus still felt a twinge of concern. If there was nothing pressing, he should stay in the cellar, away from the outside world. The mere thought of a certain pink-toed creature soured the potion's master's expression. There's nothing entertaining outside. For some inexplicable reason, Wen Zhiyu felt as though he were comforting a child. How delightful. Since morning, he had been inundated with a torrent of good news, and his smile was irrepressible. He could guarantee that had Severus not been present, he might have been compelled to venture out and vanquish a couple of sects out of sheer exhilaration. Was this what it felt like to be in love? After being single for over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, Wen Zhiyu finally grasped the advantages of romance that his former roommate had spoken of. He now felt that even if Severus were to slap him, he would merely worry about whether it would hurt the other's hand. Wen Zhiyu rubbed his forehead, sensing that he was becoming infatuated. Would he need to forage for wild vegetables in the future? Yet, he was unfamiliar with wild edibles. Perhaps he should look it up later to avoid any. In the brief span of a few breaths, Severus remained rooted in place, observing as Wen Zhiyu shifted through 5 or 6 different postures. He was somewhat at a loss for words. If you're itchy, then take a shower, Severus remarked, and apply more body wash. I've gotten a bit overexcited. Rest assured, Professor, I will remain in the cellar, absolutely not venturing outside. Wen Zhiyu assured, slapping his chest in promise. You had better remember that. After saying this, he casually grabbed a black robe from the nearby rack and was about to leave when he suddenly felt a firm grip on his arm. Turning back, he found a slightly bashful Wen Zhiyu. What now? Severus inquired. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged separation, but the potion's master exhibited an unusual level of patience today, allowing Wen Zhiyu to repeatedly frustrate him without inciting anger. As Severus prepared to exit, Wen Zhiyu grasped his hand at the door, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before finally making a move. Shifting slightly, he quickly planted a kiss on the side of the potion's master's face and then stood straight, blushing as he bid farewell. All right, you hurry back. Observing his downcast gaze as he shied away, Severus sighed. Extending his hand, he grasped Wen Zhiyu's chin, turning his face toward him. Then, he leaned in to kiss him. As he departed, Severus lightly nipped Wen Zhiyu's lower lip, effectively drawing the dazed individual back to reality. Now, that is a farewell kiss, he stated. Take care. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Gradually, as time flowed on, it approached noon, and the sun, having basked in the morning's fishing, finally hung resplendently at its zenith. Since Severus's departure, Wen Zhiyu first revised the few remaining papers on the table, then used his wand to tidy the cellar once more. Ultimately, he entered the potions room and blasted a few cauldrons. After cleaning up the scattered shards, Wen Zhiyu languidly reclined on the sofa, swinging his legs in boredom. What on earth was the professor doing? Why was he taking so long? Damn Dumbledore, always dragging Severus into his affairs. Were it not for the necessity of advancing the plot, he would have imprisoned Dumbledore in Nurmengard alongside another old man. The entire morning drifted by in Wen Zhiyu's ennui. Oh, right, he still hadn't decided to consult the wild vegetable guide. He felt that the professor would not allow him to descend to foraging for wild edibles. At the very least, he could brew potions to sustain himself. Thinking of potions brought Severus to mind, and recalling the potion's master led him to ponder the words spoken by the other that evening. Based on the professor's expression at the time, he must have been quite vexed by that pink-toed creature. Wen Zhiyu was also aware that during this time, whenever he had the opportunity, he would turn invisible and follow the professor. Although it was predominantly at night, he occasionally accompanied him during the day. Thus, he knew that the pink toad was a significant source of irritation for Severus. Previously, constrained by the need to remain discreet, he had only subtly hindered the creature without directly confronting it. After all, the main narrative still required her involvement. Contemplating this, Wen Zhiyu extended his finger to calculate the time. After a moment of silence regarding his conclusion, he ultimately summoned an owl to send a letter. I promised the professor I wouldn't leave the cellar, but I never said I couldn't summon someone. The morning had provided sufficient time for the sobriety potion to take effect, and Wen Zhiyu's mind gradually returned to its usual state, beginning to function properly. He reclined on the sofa for a while longer. Soon enough, a knock echoed against the stone door of the cellar. Wen Zhiyu promptly raised his wand to open the door. Upon opening the door, he was met with Harry, who lunged forward, causing Wen Zhiyu to swiftly transform into a cloud of red mist. Please observe your social distance, he stated sternly as he reformed in another location. Ron, who was about to leap forward as well, halted mid-motion, and both he and Hermione fell silent. Ahem, Wen Zhiyu cleared his throat, adjusting his attire. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Harry, Ron, and Hermione settled onto one side of the sofa, gazing up at Wen Zhiyu, who occupied the singular armchair. Did you summon us for something? Having endured so much, Harry was no longer the naive boy he once was. He immediately discerned that Wen Zhiyu's visit was not merely for nostalgia. Well, Wen Zhiyu replied, taking a sip of his coffee from the beautifully crafted white porcelain cup adorned with a rabbit motif. It seems that your defense against the dark arts professor this semester is a pink-toed creature? Chapter 1. Raising questions and gaining the upper hand. Chapter 231. The Ravenclaw Diadem. Outside the window, the snowflakes had diminished significantly, and the warm sun hung in the clearing sky. The winter sunlight resembled a gentle breeze, delicately spreading its warmth across the earth. So, you struck a deal? In the headmaster's office, the potions master lifted the vividly crimson Earl Grey tea from the table, taking a sip, and continued, what advantage did you confer upon him? Dumbledore was quite loquacious, having chattered incessantly since morning. Severus Snape made several attempts to interject, but ultimately settled into the sofa, maintaining a stony silence. He paid little attention to many details, but the occasional mention of Voldemort, Harry, and the special term the Horcrux piqued his interest. At the conclusion of the conversation, Dumbledore broached the subject of his dealings with the Horcrux once more. As for benefits, in response to your inquiry, Dumbledore finally paused. He requested an object from me. What object? The potions master inquired, intrigued. The diadem of Ravenclaw. You gave him this. Snape set down his teacup, his brow furrowing in concern. Realizing he had misunderstood, Dumbledore hastily clarified that it was merely a loan. For a limited duration. Do you truly believe he would desire an object of no significance to him? Snape scoffed. How could I have known our headmaster was so generous? Wen Zhiyu was no fool. The diadem of Ravenclaw was indeed a treasure for Hogwarts, but to outsiders, it was hardly of paramount importance. The mere fact that he sought it indicated there was something about it that warranted his attention. Snape was not convinced that Dumbledore was oblivious to this fact. Nevertheless, this did not deter the potions master from seeking an opportunity to insinuate that perhaps their esteemed headmaster ought to stir that sugar-laden brain of his. I previously mentioned he was still negotiating with Voldemort, Snape remarked. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, producing 2 crystal candies from his pocket and popping them into his mouth before the potions master. I have examined the diadem. It indeed possesses certain elements I have not encountered before. At this, Snape's veins pulsed. But you still entrusted it to him? Yes. With a sharp clap. Snape knocked the Earl Grey tea off the table and swiftly stood up to avoid the spill, leaving Dumbledore drenched. Apologies. The potions master retreated to a spot and scathed. I lost my grip. Dumbledore, I am uncertain what your intentions are, Snape said while adjusting his robes. But you would do well to retain some semblance of rationality to avoid being led astray. Wiping his face, Dumbledore looked up at him. And you? Do not let your thoughts stray towards me. You have no right to pry into my private affairs. Are you saying he did not discuss this matter with you last night? Dumbledore asked, perplexed. Are we referring to the same issue? Snape halted his inspection of his robes. Subsequently, he exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why should I inform you? Why would you assume he was with me last night? Because he possesses control over the magical wards of Hogwarts, Dumbledore thought, though he dared not voice this aloud, fearing the potion's master-esque grip would slip again. In any case, he decided to bypass that topic. Our transaction was quite successful, and the subsequent plan has been agreed upon by the Horcrux, who assured us they would not interfere. However, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, we may need to accelerate our progress. When discussing the plan, Dumbledore adopted an unusually serious demeanor. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of Hogwarts, after listening to Wen Zhiyu's series of persuasive arguments, the expressions of Harry and his companions had noticeably brightened. Ron scratched his head, feeling as though he had gained some insight, wondering why he felt a sense of being a hero destined to rid the world of evil. We certainly should not allow her to continue this way, Hermione asserted, but I do not believe violence is an effective solution. In response, Harry nodded in agreement. Indeed. She is an agent of the Ministry of Magic. What if she retaliates against us later and causes us to be expelled? That is a simple matter. When Zhiyu interrupted his concerns, I shall provide you with an excellent item. As he spoke, he pulled a multitude of items from his ring and tossed them onto the ground. Select what colors you prefer. Gazing at the colorful assortment on the floor, Ron's scratching did not cease. What is this, Ron? When Zhiyu clarified, they are sacks. I know they are sacks, Harry responded, but the question is, why are you making us choose sacks? When Zhiyu replied seriously, choosing sacks is certainly for the purpose of carrying things. Hermione added, I understand they are for carrying, but what could possibly require sacks of this size? Wait, she seemed to understand something. You cannot be suggesting we select a sack to transport Professor Umbridge, can you? When Zhiyu inquired, do you have any other individuals you deem unworthy? Then you may take two. I have plenty. At this, the three were left momentarily speechless. My goodness, they thought. They had assumed that the grown-up Wen Zhiyu had changed, at least not behaving as mischievously as in the first and second years. But the reality proved that growing up does not alter a person's essence. Observing the three heroes standing motionless by the sofa, Wen Zhiyu softened his tone slightly. Of course, I also recognized that merely using sacks to conceal one's form would be somewhat rudimentary. The three nodded in unison, only to see Wen Zhiyu produce a handful of invisibility charms. Thus, I have also prepared a sufficient quantity of invisibility charms for you. The trio was taken aback. Seeing that they still hesitated, Wen Zhiyu continued, once you complete this task, I will grant you full marks on your defense against the dark arts practical examination. Deal. The three responded eagerly, regardless of whether Wen Zhiyu had indeed resigned or whether he possessed the authority to grade them. They believed he certainly had a way to accomplish it. Furthermore, they were actually quite excited about the prospect of ambushing Umbridge. Having finalized their arrangement, the three began selecting suitable sacks from the assortment on the floor. I'll take the pink one. It suits her. Why reward her? Hermione protested. Listen to me. Choose the blue one. Ron scratched his head. Why not all take one? Double up? Harry and Hermione agreed. Good idea. As they finalized their choices of sacks and invisibility charms, Wen Zhiyu escorted them to the door, inquiring, are you sure you don't want to take the mace? It's quite effective. No. Harry and Hermione hurriedly declined. They sought to vent their frustrations, not to be thwarted in their endeavor. Scratching his head, Ron followed them outside, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Wen Zhiyu called out to them again. The three turned back to see Wen Zhiyu wearing a conflicted expression, his gaze lingering on Ron. Is there anything else you need to mention? Harry asked. Wen Zhiyu shook his head, hesitating before suggesting to Ron, if your head itches, go wash your hair. And apply more shampoo. Epilogue. A brief diary entry. 2. Diary of the Southern Corner, June 20th, 1995. It has been quite some time since I last penned my thoughts, for I have been utterly swamped with activities. Nevertheless, the Hogwarts boarding school has finally closed for the holidays, granting me a much-needed respite. Although the young master has shown no inclination to return to the manor during this period, I sense that it will not be long now. June 25th, 1995. The holiday has arrived, and the young master has instructed me to remain at the estate. June 27th, 1995. The young master sent me a letter, requesting that I deal with a few individuals. I returned to the Church of the Dark and, following the list provided by the steward, cast them one by one into the blood pool. Subsequently, I sought new individuals to replace them. July 1995, thus it is. How utterly tedious. July 1995. How dreadfully dull. July 1995. Bored to death. July 25th, 1995. I believe today is a day worth commemorating. The young master has finally permitted me to accompany him on a task. So I sharpened my blade a day in advance, eagerly awaiting his summons. Around 1 in the afternoon, the young master appeared at the manor. I surmised he must have slept soundly from the previous night until now. Nevertheless, hunters are not averse to waiting. Around 2 in the afternoon, I noticed something amiss. The young master emerged from the office, behaving oddly. He did not accept the lollipop I offered him, which he usually never declines. I silently retrieved it and donned a mask as per his instructions, trailing behind him. Approximately around 4 in the afternoon, we cleared an estate, not a large gathering. Merely 127 individuals. The steward did not kill a single person, while I incapacitated 78. The young master refrained from engaging. Reclining on a sofa the steward had prepared, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. I touched the lollipop in my pocket, hesitating whether to offer him something sweet to help him relax. At 6 in the evening, alas, the lollipop remained unoffered, for a group of rather dim-witted individuals arrived. Should we deal with them? I inquired of the young master. He replied, no need. If you are weary, take a seat. With that, he handed me a crystal candy. Delightful. It seems the young master has come to some realizations. Around 7 in the evening, I savored the crystal candy while observing Professor Snape and another blonde individual enter the estate. Upon their arrival, I noted the young master's expression. As expected, he had not come to any realizations. Night fell, around 8 or 9 o'clock, perhaps. That group rummaged through the pile of corpses for quite some time. Meanwhile, the young master stared vacantly at the pool. Not only that, but the steward seemed to have some issue with his sight, as he kept gazing at me. Don't look at me. The candy is gone, not a single piece left. Around 10 o'clock, they finally finished their search. Professor Snape and the blonde departed the estate. The young master not wishing to lag behind. After igniting the bodies, he set the manor ablaze. I walked beside him, my steps often exceeding his. Just as I paused for the 23rd time to wait for him, the young master was threatened. By whom? Who dared threaten the young master? Oh, it was Professor Snape. Then it was of no concern. I withdrew my hand from the hilt of my knife and pretended to gaze at the sky. I must admit, tonight's moonlight is rather lackluster, with no full moon in sight. Wen Zhiyu enjoys indulging in leisurely slumber, a fact that Snape has long been aware of. If there is no work on that day, he could easily spend an entire day and night lounging in bed. Moreover, there is a high probability he would throw a fit to persuade Snape to join him. If he refuses, the other would rise to prepare breakfast before returning to bed. If he does not refuse, they would remain in that bed until nightfall. Today, it appears the other also intends to continue this indulgence. The sight of the sleepy little rabbit is quite endearing as he sits on the bed, dazedly watching the potion's master swiftly change his clothes. Professor, are you not going to sleep a little longer? Upon hearing this, Snape hastened his movements. Finally having a weekend. He did not wish to squander all his time on that bed. I still have an experiment unfinished. Wen Zhiyu remained silent. But Snape glanced back to find him squinting, preparing to rise from the bed to make breakfast for him. Snape paused for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. He then approached the bedside, halting his actions, and gently ruffled his hair. Continue sleeping, I will handle it myself. Even half awake, Wen Zhiyu insisted. I will make it for you. Thus, the individual who prepared breakfast collapsed onto the dining table. At this age, Snape set down his utensils, moved the chair aside, and lifted him from the side. Wen Zhiyu was not particularly heavy. Their sizes were similar, allowing Snape to easily carry him. He walked to the bedside, carefully placing him back onto the bed, then gently pried apart the hand gripping his collar. Sleep. After tucking him in, Snape leisurely caressed his face. It was hardly surprising that he was so weary. Last night's experiment had been nearly completed, and no matter how much Wen Zhiyu pleaded, he could not persuade Snape to leave, so he simply stayed by his side, assisting him. This vigil lasted until dawn. During this time, Wen Zhiyu was quite busy, not only with various replacements, but also with the recent occurrences in Huaxia. He was essentially shuttling between England and Huaxia, and his lack of sleep had rendered him quite irritable. However, he always managed to suppress his temper in front of the potion's master, even having the energy to alleviate Snape's displeasure. After several weeks of sleepless nights, Wen Zhiyu finally squeezed out 2 days to return to the manor yesterday. Yet upon his return, he discovered Snape fervently conducting experiments. Snape gently stroked the corners of his eyes, then leaned down to kiss his forehead, as if to console him. Even so, he did not abandon the desire to complete the experiment from the previous night. So, after tightly wrapping him in blankets, the potion's master resolutely headed to his potion lab. Chapter 232, Appetite. When the potion's master returned, Wen Zhiyu was sprawled on the sofa, tinkering with the runes for his recent research. The moment the door swung open, he sprang up from the sofa, yellow, lightweight talisman paper scattering across the floor. Subsequently, he spotted several familiar items in the potion's master's hands. Professor, the things in your hands, they look quite familiar. Isn't this the sack I just gave away? Noticing his gaze, Snape glanced down at the items in his hands and then pulled a long-forgotten smirk. The foolish lion. Wandering about with this in the cellar, I confiscated it. By the way, I deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. After deducting points and confiscating items, The potion's master was in high spirits, casually tossing the 2 sacks into a corner. He then inquired if Wen Zhiyu had eaten. Not yet. Observing Snape's evident cheerfulness, Wen Zhiyu chose to silently mourn for the 3 unfortunate little lions for half a second. At worst, he could return it to them later. With these thoughts in mind, he no longer lingered on them and promptly approached Snape, who was donning his black robe. I cooked some dishes. Would you care to join me for a meal, Professor? Snape did not decline. By the time he returned from washing his hands, Wen Zhiyu had already arranged a steaming spread on the dining table, naturally taking a seat. Snape observed with no surprise as Wen Zhiyu lifted a glass of cool water to his lips before beginning to eat at a leisurely pace. His dining etiquette was consistently refined, marked by an elegance and composure that was remarkably pleasing to the eye. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. The Master of Potions found himself appreciating the delightful sensation of being cared for and awaited, a feeling he had not encountered in quite some time. The dungeons of Hogwarts, situated beneath the lake, were bathed in a dim light, with the water outside rippling gently. The glimmering surface of the lake reflected the sky's rays, filtering through the deep green drapery into the dungeon, as if reaching out to offer a glimmer of salvation from the darkness. The last time this had happened, it was also during a snowstorm, on Christmas Day. As he lowered his gaze to his meal, the flavors were exquisite, neither overly sweet nor rich, with a temperature that was just right. It seemed that every Christmas since encountering this individual had grown increasingly precious to him. Perhaps he could finally comprehend the joy of festive reunions that others spoke of. If given the chance, he wished to spend every future Christmas with this person. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the bustling crowd moved about, while the 2 of them sat across from one another indoors, as if time had frozen. After finishing his portion, Wen Zhiyu propped his head on his hand, gazing with a smile at Snape as he ate. Perhaps the Master of Potions was unaware that during meals, he appeared most relaxed. His typically furrowed brows softened naturally, and the sternness and disdain that marked his expressions in class vanished. He resembled a gentle black cat, elegantly grooming itself, exuding an undeniable charm. I have mentioned this numerous times, Snape said, swallowing his food before clearly stating, "Do not stare at me while I am eating." Furthermore, he added, "You are consuming far too little." Wen Zhiyu responded, glancing down at his empty bowl before asserting, "But this is my usual portion." Snape eyed him, pushing his empty bowl aside, fixing him with a penetrating gaze from his golden eyes. When it came to what he wished to hear, Wen Zhiyu typically chose only the affirming. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in trouble before Snape on multiple occasions. Yet, recalling the sensations he had experienced last night and Snape's impressive consumption of 3 bowls today, Snape was convinced that this could not possibly be his normal appetite. What was he pretending? "If you are certain that this is all you eat in a single sitting, then you shall dine alone from now on. I shall be going to the Great Hall," Snape declared. True to form, upon hearing this, Wen Zhiyu immediately grew displeased. Why? He picked up a carrot to taste, and Snape leisurely replied, "Because you appear utterly unappetizing." Wen Zhiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was he saying? The professor was claiming that he was unappetizing. He felt an urge to scream, but held it back, fearing it might tarnish his image. Although he managed to suppress the scream, he could not prevent 2 tears from forming in his eyes. Subsequently, he filled his bowl once more and, with tears glistening in his eyes, continued to eat in front of Snape. After the meal, once everything was tidied, and taking advantage of Snape's absence to the potions room, Wen Zhiyu slipped into the bathroom. Locking the door, he meticulously unbuttoned his shirt to admire his physique and features. Quite satisfactory. Although he had lost some weight recently, he still retained his form. Moreover, as he contemplated this, he lowered his gaze to touch his abdomen. His fingertips brushed over several peculiar red marks, and to his dismay, he noted that his torso bore little well-defined muscle. The mottled red marks and bite marks intertwined, giving the impression that he had been gnawed upon by ferocious beasts from the back mountain of the Death Eaters. Thus, he concluded that Snape must be lying. He was undeniably attractive, was he not? With this thought, a sense of relief washed over Wen Zhiyu, and the previous unease dissipated, even sparking a flicker of confidence within him. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from outside the bathroom. Without a moment to spare, Wen Zhiyu hastily fastened a few buttons and rushed out. "Professor, Wen Zhiyu." The furious roar from the potions room caused Wen Zhiyu to pause mid-step, instinctively wanting to flee. Unfortunately, the irate Master of Potions was quicker. In the blink of an eye, he grasped Wen Zhiyu by the collar and pinned him against the wall. "My life is forfeit." At the sight of Snape's expression, Wen Zhiyu felt as if he might be thrown out. Then, he heard Snape, still gripping his collar, exclaim, "Have I ever told you? Do not touch my cauldron, do not touch my cauldron, do not touch my cauldron." Wen Zhiyu nodded vigorously. "Then tell me, what did you do this morning?" Heaven knows, he had merely entered to add the final ingredient to a potion he had brewed days prior. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the cauldron had suddenly emitted a low hum, and before he could save the other potions, it had exploded. He was certain that he had executed every step and timing correctly. The 5 or 6 batches he had prepared recently had all been successfully bottled. There was no reason for this one to go awry. The only possible explanation was that some hazardous element had interfered with the cauldron. Seeing the obvious guilt on Wen Zhiyu's face, Snape was convinced that he had indeed entered the potions room earlier that morning. Chapter 233. The mountains shall crumble. The rivers shall run dry. Wen Zhiyu observed the sky, the earth, the view outside, all while avoiding Snape's gaze. Faced with such a situation, Snape found it amusing. I had thought your ears were designed to comprehend human speech, he gritted out. This is the only time I shall allow it. You are not to touch my cauldron again. Do you understand? Yes. Wen Zhiyu nodded vigorously, perhaps due to their long-awaited reunion, despite his evident irritation. Snape chose to let it go. Once Snape released his collar, Wen Zhiyu immediately began to climb up. Tentatively, he grasped Snape's hand, and upon receiving no rejection, he swiftly wrapped his arms around Snape's waist, burying his head in the crook of his neck. I understand my mistake, Professor. Please do not be angry, he murmured softly. The sensation of his hair brushing against Snape's neck was slightly ticklish, prompting Snape to push Wen Zhiyu's head away with a hand while continuing to warn him in a stern tone. Will you touch my cauldron again next time? Wen Zhiyu remained silent, continuing to cling to him. They embraced for a short while until the Master of Potions began directing him to clean up the mess in the room, at which point Wen Zhiyu reluctantly released him. After fastening Snape's shirt, Snape pressed a finger against the red mark on Wen Zhiyu's neck and asked, Do you regret it? Wen Zhiyu, confused, replied, Regret what? Regretting coming back to find me. Regretting confessing your feelings for me. Snape feigned indifference as he called out his name, Wen Luo. I am no longer youthful. And perhaps I lack the strength to change anything for you. At this juncture, the potions master closed his eyes briefly, fastening the last button for another, ensuring that the kiss mark was thoroughly concealed. If you feel regret, it is not too late to leave now. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhiyu's eyelashes fluttered, and he lowered his gaze in an attempt to meet his eyes, only to find the potions master evading him. With a soft chuckle and a sigh, he reached out and took the other's hand, placing it firmly against his chest, feeling the lively heartbeat. The gaze that had initially shied away gradually focused on a single point. Their eyes locked. Having elicited the desired reaction, Wen Zhiyu blinked, a smile spreading across his lips, even his brilliant golden eyes curving with mirth. The long-standing affection and yearning unfurled, and the hair on his forehead became somewhat disheveled from their earlier movements. Despite possessing a visage of undeniable charm, when Snape looked over, he found this appearance to be remarkably endearing. Subsequently, Wen Zhiyu grasped his hand and bent down to kiss the back of it, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. I have never regretted my actions, Wen Zhiyu declared, gazing at him, especially regarding my feelings for you, whether in the past, present, or future, my answer will remain unwavering. Severus, I like you, not merely some aspect of you. As he spoke, Wen Zhiyu drew his hand back to his chest once more, his expression gentle as he inquired, You stand here. Can you feel it? The contact of fingertips with fabric, the rising and falling of his chest, accompanied by warmth, made Snape instinctively curl his fingers. Feel what? He heard himself ask. Then, Wen Zhiyu's voice, akin to a sweet potion, nourished his parched soul from the outside in. My heart beats for you. You need not change anything, Wen Zhiyu continued, the curve of his smile deepening. I adore you, every facet of you. If I must impose a time limit on my love for you, then allow me to say, the mountains may crumble, rivers may run dry, winter thunder may roar, summer snow may fall. Should heaven and earth unite, only then would I dare to part from you. Perhaps aware that Snape could not comprehend Chinese, Wen Zhiyu deliberately translated his words into English. As the final phrase lingered in the air, silence enveloped the cellar once more. Yet this time, Wen Zhiyu did not release his hold. Snape was consequently drawn into his embrace. The warm breath of the man brushed against his ear, and the erratic heartbeat revealed his emotions unmistakably. In this silence, the potions master gently lifted his hand to caress Wen Zhiyu's back, the noticeably more slender frame evoking an overwhelming desire to hold him tightly. However, he refrained from doing so, opting instead for a gesture that better encapsulated the emotions of the moment. The cellar was quiet. Snape gently pushed Wen Zhiyu away slightly and leaned in to capture his lips with his own. The warmth of his palm cradled the back of Wen Zhiyu's head. Their lips entwined, mingling with a faint bitterness reminiscent of potion ingredients. Without daring to delve deeper, Snape merely traced the contours of Wen Zhiyu's lips, pecking at the corners of his mouth, his chin, and his cheek. Outside the window, the lake rippled, various creatures weaving through the black lake, occasionally leaping out to kiss the sunlight. After some time, Snape sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, a book in hand. his gaze drifting to the busy figure before him. As if struck by a thought, he retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket and idly toyed with it. It was the Christmas gift Wen Zhiyu had just given him. The intricate characters of Chinese script were largely indecipherable to Snape, but Wen Zhiyu had explained. This is a deed for land, a deed for a valley in the Tianfu region of China, approximately over 1,000 acres. Snape was taken aback. This was equivalent to several Malfoy estates combined, an extravagant gesture indeed. However, Wen Zhiyu remarked, this is specifically found for you, the most suitable place for cultivating potions. He added that the first batch of herbs had already been planted some time ago, managed by followers he had sent. If you do not want it, he concluded, then all must be buried in the valley along with the herbs as fertilizer. Thus, whether out of concern for the herbs or a reluctance to so easily bury lives, Snape acquiesced, agreeing to temporarily hold on to it. Professor, I have tidied up, Wen Zhiyu announced, having cleaned the disarray of the potions room. And he approached with the intention of embracing him. In response, Snape held him at bay with his wand, keeping him a step away. I believe we should maintain some distance. Huh, why? Wen Zhiyu protested, feeling wronged as the wand pressed against his stomach. Utterly perplexed as to what he had done wrong this time. Why? Snape himself pondered, baffled by the recent erosion of his self-control. How even the slightest touch could stir ripples within him. Each time they held hands, he felt an irresistible urge to pull Wen Zhiyu closer and kiss him. He even began to question whether he had unwittingly been subjected to a love potion. Otherwise, why did it seem that even the act of Wen Zhiyu merely breathing was an intentional seduction? It was maddening. With these thoughts swirling, Snape pressed the wand more firmly against Wen Zhiyu's stomach, his tone resolute. There is no reason. Maintain some distance, sir. Even if we are a couple? Wen Zhiyu inquired once more. Snape affirmed, even if we are a couple. Wen Zhiyu slumped slightly. Fearing he might relent, Snape averted his gaze. Retrieving his black robe and preparing to step outside. I am going on patrol. If you are tired, then sleep. Even during Christmas, Hogwarts retained a considerable number of students. And with students remaining, there were inevitably foolish souls daring to stir trouble in the dead of night. Although there were no classes, Snape was still on duty for patrol that night, wand in hand as he made his way outside. The stone door swung open and closed. While Wen Zhiyu lay helplessly on the sofa, idly picking at the upholstery, sighs reverberating throughout the cellar. After a while, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression shifted, and he silently cursed himself. He had forgotten that Harry and the others were to ensnare Umbridge tonight. If they encountered the professor, not only would they fail to capture her, but they might even find themselves facing the wrath of the potions master. He had to go and check.